17. The preparations for Fosker's funeral went on through the night. A wooden structure, made up of tied faggots dragged in from the woodland, grew taller beyond the big tribal camp. The constant crooning wail of the women in the tents produced a minor murmur of sound, enough to drive a man to the edge of madness. Ross had been left under guard where he could watch it all, a refinement of torture which he would earlier have believed too subtle for Enner. Though the older men carried minor commands among the horsemen, because Enner was the closest of blood kin among the adult males, he was in charge of the coming ceremony. The pick of the horse herd, a roan stallion, was brought in to be picketed near Ross as sacrifice number 2, and 2 of the hounds were in turn leashed close by. Fosker, his best weapons to hand and a red cloak lapped about him, lay waiting on a bier. Nearby squatted the tribal wizard, shaking his thunder rattle and chanting in a voice which approached a shriek. This wild activity might have been a scene lifted directly from some tape stored at the project base. It was very difficult for Ross to remember that this was reality, that he was to be one of the main actors in the coming event, with no timely aid from Operation Retrograde to snatch him to safety. Sometime during that nightmare he slept, his weariness of body overcoming him. He awoke, dazed, to find a hand clutching his mop of hair, pulling his head up. "You sleep, you do not fear, Fosker's dog one." Groggily Ross blinked up. Fear. Sure, he was afraid. Fear, he realized with a clear thrust of consciousness such as he had seldom experienced before, had always stalked beside him, slept in his bed. But he had never surrendered to it, and he would not now if he could help it. "I do not fear." He threw that creed into Enner's face in one hot boast. He would not fear. "We shall see if you speak so loudly when the fire bites you." The other spat, yet in that oath there was a reluctant recognition of Ross's courage. "When the fire bites." That sang in Ross's head. There was something else, if he could only remember. Up to that moment he had kept a poor little shadow of hope. It is always impossible, he was conscious again with that strange clarity of mind, for a man to face his own death honestly. A man always continues to believe to the last moment of his life that something will intervene to save him. The men led the horse to the mound of faggots which was now crowned with Fosker's bier. The stallion went quietly, until a tall tribesman struck true with an axe, and the animal fell. The hounds were also killed and laid at their dead master's feet. But Ross was not to fare so easily. The wizard danced about him, a hideous figure in a beast mask, a curled fringe of dried snakeskins swaying from his belt. Shaking his rattle, he squawked like an angry cat as they pulled Ross to the stacked wood. Fire, there was something about fire, if he could only remember. Ross stumbled and nearly fell across one leg of the dead horse they were propping into place. Then he remembered that tongue of flame in the meadow grass which had burned the horse but not the rider. His hands and his head would have no protection, but the rest of his body was covered with the flame-resistant fabric of the alien suit. Could he do it? There was such a slight chance, and they were already pushing him onto that mound, his hands tied. Enner stooped, and bound his ankles, securing him to the brush. So fastened, they left him. The tribe ringed around the pyre at a safe distance, Enner and 5 other men approaching from different directions, torches aflame. Ross watched those blazing knots thrust into the brush and heard the crackle of the fire. His eyes, hard and measuring, studied the flash of flame from dried brush to seasoned wood. A tongue of yellow-red flame licked up at him. Ross hardly dared to breathe as it wreathed about his foot, his hide fetters smoldering. The insulation of the suit did not cut all the heat, but it allowed him to stay put for the few seconds he needed to make his escape spectacular. The flame had eaten through his foot bonds, and yet the burning sensation on his feet and legs was no greater than it would have been from the direct rays of a bright summer sun. Ross moistened his lips with his tongue. The impact of heat on his hands and his face was different. He leaned down, held his wrists to the flame, taking in stoical silence the burns which freed him. Then, as the fire curled up so that he seemed to stand in a frame of writhing red banners, Ross leaped through that curtain, protecting his bowed head with his arms as best he could. But to the onlookers it seemed he passed unhurt through the heart of a roaring fire. He kept his footing and stood facing that part of the tribal ring directly before him. He heard a cry, perhaps of fear, and a blazing torch flew through the air and struck his hip. Although he felt the force of the blow, the burning bits of the head merely slid down his thigh and leg, leaving no mark on the smooth blue fabric. Ah! Now the wizard capered before him, shaking his rattle to make a deafening din. Ross struck out, slapping the sorcerer out of his path, and stooped to pick up the smoldering brand which had been thrown at him. Whirling it about his head, though every movement was torture to his scorched hands, he set it flaming once more. Holding it in front of him as a weapon, he stalked directly at the men and women before him. The torch was a poor enough defense against spears and axes, but Ross did not care. He put into this last gamble all the determination he could summon. Nor did he realize what a figure he presented to the tribesmen. A man who had crossed a curtain of fire without apparent hurt, who appeared to wash in tongues of flame without harm, and who now called upon fire in turn as a weapon, was no man but a demon. The wall of people wavered and broke. Women screamed and ran, men shouted. But no one threw a spear or struck with an axe. Ross walked on, a man possessed, looking neither to the right or left. He was in the camp now, stalking toward the fire burning before Fosker's tent. He did not turn aside for that either, but holding the torch high, strode through the heart of the flames, risking further burns for the sake of ensuring his ultimate safety. The tribesmen melted away as he approached the last line of tents, with the open land beyond. The horses of the herd, which had been driven to this side to avoid the funeral pyre, were shifting nervously, the scent of burning making them uneasy. Once more Ross whirled the dying torch about his head. Recalling how the aliens had sent his horse mad, he tossed it behind him into the grass between the tents and the herd. The tinder-dry stuff caught immediately. Now if the men tried to ride after him, they would have trouble. Without hindrance he walked across the meadow at the same even pace, never turning to look behind. His hands were two separate worlds of smarting pain. His hair and eyebrows were singed, and a finger of burn ran along the angle of his jaw. But he was free, and he did not believe that Fosker's men would be in any haste to pursue him. Somewhere before him lay the river which ran to the sea. Ross walked on in the sunny morning while behind him black smoke raised a dark beacon to the sky. Afterward he guessed that he must have been lightheaded for several days, remembering little save the pain in his hands and the fact that it was necessary to keep moving. Once he fell to his knees and buried both hands in the cool, moist earth where a thread of stream trickled from a pool. The muck seemed to draw out a little of the agony while he drank with a fever thirst. Ross seemed to move through a haze which lifted at intervals during which he noted his surroundings, was able to recall a little of what lay behind him, and to keep to the correct route. However, the gaps of time in between were forever lost to him. He stumbled along the banks of a river and fronted a bear fishing. The massive beast rose on its hind legs, growled, and Ross walked by it uncaring, unmenaced by the puzzled animal. Sometimes he slept through the dark periods which marked the nights, or he stumbled along under the moon, nursing his hands against his breast, whimpering a little when his foot slipped and the jar of that mishap ran through his body. Once he heard singing, only to realize that it was himself who sang hoarsely a melody which would be popular thousands of years later in the world through which he wavered. But always Ross knew that he must go on, using that thick stream of running water as a guide to his final goal, the sea. After a long while those spaces of mental clarity grew longer, appearing closer together. He dug small shelled things from under stones along the river and ate them avidly. Once he clubbed a rabbit and feasted. He sucked birds' eggs from a nest hidden among some reeds, just enough to keep his gaunt body going, though his grey eyes were now set in what was almost a death's head. Ross did not know just when he realized that he was again being hunted. It started with an uneasiness which differed from his previous fever-bred hallucinations. This was an inner pulling, a growing compulsion to turn and retrace his way back toward the mountains to meet something, or someone, waiting for him on the backward path. But Ross kept on, fearing sleep now and fighting it. For once he had lain down to rest and had wakened on his feet, heading back as if that compulsion had the power to take over his body when his waking will was off guard. So he rested, but he dared not sleep, the desire constantly tearing at his will, striving to take over his weakened body and draw it back. Perhaps against all reason he believed that it was the aliens who were trying to control him. Ross did not even venture to guess why they were so determined to get him. If there were tribesmen on his trail as well, he did not know, but he was sure that this was now purely a war of wills. As the banks of the river were giving way to marshes, he had to wade through mud and water, detouring the boggy sections. Great clouds of birds whirled and shrieked their protests at his coming, and sleek water animals paddled and poked curious heads out of the water as this two-legged thing walked mechanically through their green land. Always that pull was with him, until Ross was more aware of fighting it than of traveling. Why did they want him to return? Why did they not follow him? Or were they afraid to venture too far from where they had come through the transfer? Yet the unseen rope which was tugging at him did not grow less tenuous as he put more distance between himself and the mountain valley. Ross could understand neither their motives nor their methods, but he could continue to fight. The bog was endless. He found an island and lashed himself with his suit belt to the single willow which grew there, knowing that he must have sleep, or he could not hope to last through the next day. Then he slept, only to waken cold, shaking, and afraid. Shoulder deep in a pool, he was aware that in his sleep he must have opened the belt buckle and freed himself, and only the mishap of falling into the water had brought him around to sanity. Somehow he got back to the tree, rehooked the buckle and twisted the belt around the branches so that he was sure he could not work it free until daybreak. He lapsed into a deepening doze, and awoke, still safely anchored, with the morning cries of the birds. Ross considered the suit as he untangled the belt. Could the strange clothing be the tie by which the aliens held to him? If he were to strip, leaving the garment behind, would he be safe? He tried to force open the studs across his chest, but they would not yield to the slight pressure which was all his seared fingers could exert, and when he pulled at the fabric, he was unable to tear it. So, still wearing the livery of the off-world men, Ross continued on his way, hardly caring where he went or how. The mud plastered on him by his frequent falls was some protection against the swarm of insect life his passing stirred into attack. However, he was able to endure a swollen face and slitted eyes, being far more conscious of the wrenching feeling within him than the misery of his body. The character of the marsh began to change once more. The river was splitting into a dozen smaller streams, shaping out fan-like. Looking down at this from one of the marsh hillocks, Ross knew a faint surge of relief. Such a place had been on the map Ash had made them memorize. He was close to the sea at last, and for the moment that was enough. A salt-sharpened wind cut at him with the force of a fist in the face. In the absence of sunlight the leaden clouds overhead set a winter-like gloom across the countryside. To the constant sound of bird calls Ross tramped heavily through small pools, beating a path through tangles of marsh grass. He stole eggs from nests, sucking his nourishment eagerly with no dislike for the fishy flavor, and drinking from stagnant, brackish ponds. Suddenly Ross halted, at first thinking that the continuous roll of sound he heard was thunder. Yet the clouds overhead were massed no more than before and there was no sign of lightning. Continuing on, he realized that the mysterious sound was the pounding of surf. He was near the sea. Willing his body to run, he weaved forward at a reeling trot, pitting all his energy against the incessant pull from behind. His feet skidded out of marsh mud into sand. Ahead of him were dark rocks surrounded by the white lace of spray. Ross headed straight toward that spray until he stood knee-deep in the curling, foam-edged water and felt its tug on his body almost as strong as that other tug upon his mind. He knelt, letting the salt water sting to life every cut, every burn, sputtering as it filled his mouth and nostrils, washing from him the slime of the bog-lands. It was cold and bitter, but it was the sea. He had made it. Ross Murdoch staggered back and sat down suddenly in the sand. Glancing about, he saw that his refuge was a rough triangle between two of the small river arms, littered with the debris of the spring floods which had grounded here after rejection by the sea. Although there was plenty of material for a fire, he had no means of kindling a flame, having lost the flint all beaker traders carried for such a purpose. This was the sea, and against all odds he had reached it. He lay back, his self-confidence restored to the point where he dared once more to consider the future. He watched the swooping flight of gulls drawing patterns under the clouds above. For the moment he wanted nothing more than to lie here and rest. But he did not surrender to this first demand of his overdriven body for long. Hungry and cold, sure that a storm was coming, he knew he had to build a fire on shore could provide him with the means of signaling the sub. Hardly knowing why, because one part of the coastline was as good as another, Ross began to walk again, threading a path in and out among the rocky outcrops. So he found it, a hollow between two such windbreaks within which was a blackened circle of small stones holding charred wood, with some empty shells piled nearby. Here was unmistakable evidence of a camp. Ross plunged forward, thrusting a hand impetuously into the black mass of the dead fire. To his astonishment, he touched warmth. Hardly daring to disturb those precious bits of charcoal, he dug around them, then carefully blew into what appeared to be dead ashes. There was an answering glow. He could not have just imagined it. From a pile of wood that had been left behind, Ross snatched a small twig, poking it at the coal after he had rubbed it into a brush on the rough rock. He watched, all one ache of hope. The twig caught. With his stiff fingers so clumsy, he had to be very careful, but Ross had learned patience in a hard school. Bit by bit he fed that tiny blaze until he had a real fire. Then, leaning back against the rock, he watched it. It was now obvious that the placement of the original fire had been chosen with care, for the outcrops gave it wind shelter. They also provided a dark backdrop, partially hiding the flames on the landward side but undoubtedly making them more visible from the sea. The site seemed just right for a signal fire, but to what? Ross's hands shook slightly as he fed the blaze. It was only too clear why anyone would make a signal on this shore. McNeil, or perhaps both he and Ash, had survived the breakup of the raft, after all. They had reached this point, abandoned no earlier than this morning, judging by the life remaining in the coals, and put up the signal. Then, just as arranged, they had been collected by the sub, by now on its way back to the hidden North American post. There was no hope of any pickup for him now. Just as he had believed them dead after he had found that rag on the sapling, so they must have thought him finished after his fall in the river. He was just a few hours too late. Ross folded his arms across his hunched knees and rested his head on them. There was no possible way he could ever reach the post or his own kind, ever again. Thousands of miles lay between him and the temporary installation in this time. He was so sunk in his own complete despair that he was long unaware of finally being free of the pressure to turn back which had so long haunted him. But as he roused to feed the fire he got to wondering. Had those who hunted him given up the chase? Since he had lost his own race with time, he did not really care. What did it matter? The pile of wood was getting low, but he decided that did not matter either. Even so, Ross got to his feet, moving over to the drifts of storm rack to gather more. Why should he stay here by a useless beacon? But somehow he could not force himself to move on, as futile as his vigil seemed. Dragging the sun-dried, bleached limbs of long-dead trees to his half-shelter, he piled them up, working until he laughed at the barricade he had built. A siege. For the first time in days he spoke aloud. I might be ready for a siege. He pulled over another branch, added it to his pile, and kneeled down once more by the flames. There were fisherfolk to be found along this coast, and tomorrow when he was rested he would strike south and try to find one of their primitive villages. Traders would be coming into this territory now that the red-inspired raiders were gone. If he could contact them. But that spark of interest in the future died almost as soon as it was born. To be a beaker trader as an agent for the project was one thing, to live the role for the rest of his life was something else. Ross stood by his fire, staring out to sea for a sign he knew he would never see again as long as he lived. Then, as if a spear had struck between his shoulder blades, he was attacked. The blow was not physical, but came instead as a tearing, red pain in his head, a pressure so terrible he could not move. He knew instantly that behind him now lurked the ultimate danger. 18. Ross fought to break that hold, to turn his head, to face the peril which crept upon him now. Unlike anything he had ever met before in his short lifetime, it could only have come from some alien source. This strange encounter was a battle of will against will. The same rebellion against authority which had ruled his boyhood, which had pushed him into the orbit of the project, stiffened him to meet this attack. He was going to turn his head. He was going to see who stood there. He was. Inch by inch, Ross's head came around, though sweat stung his seared and bitten flesh, and every breath was an effort. He caught a half-glimpse of the beach behind the rocks, and the stretch of sand was empty. Overhead the birds were gone, as if they had never existed. Or, as if they had been swept away by some impatient fighter, who wanted no distractions from the purpose at hand. Having successfully turned his head, Ross decided to turn his body. His left hand went out, slowly, as if it moved some great weight. His palm gritted painfully on the rock and he savored that pain, for it pierced through the dead blanket of compulsion that was being used against him. Deliberately he ground his blistered skin against the stone, concentrating on the sharp torment in his hand as the agony shot up his arm. While he focused his attention on the physical pain, he could feel the pressure against him weaken. Summoning all his strength, Ross swung around in a movement which was only a shadow of his former feline grace. The beach was still empty, except for the piles of driftwood, the rocks, and the other things he had originally found there. Yet he knew that something was waiting to pounce. Having discovered that for him pain was a defense weapon, he had that one resource. If they took him, it would be after besting him in a fight. Even as he made this decision, Ross was conscious of a curious weakening of the force bent upon him. It was as if his opponents had been surprised, either at his simple actions of the past few seconds or at his determination. Ross leaped upon that surprise, adding it to his stock of unseen weapons. He leaned forward, still grinding his torn hand against the rock as a steadying influence, took up a length of dried wood, and thrust its end into the fire. Having once used fire to save himself, he was ready and willing to do it again, although at the same time, another part of him shrank from what he intended. Holding his improvised torch breast high, Ross stared across it, searching the land for the faintest sign of his enemies. In spite of the fire and the light he held before him, the dusk prevented him from seeing too far. Behind him the crash of the surf could have covered the noise of a marching army. "Come and get me." He whirled his brand into bursting life and then hurled it straight into the drift among the dunes. He was grabbing for a second brand almost before the blazing head of the first had fallen into the twisted, bleached roots of a dead tree. He stood tense, a second torch now kindled in his hand. The sharp vice of another's will which had nipped him so tightly a moment ago was easing, slowly disappearing as water might trickle away. Yet he could not believe that this small act of defiance had so daunted his unseen opponent as to make him give up the struggle this easily. It was more likely the pause of a wrestler seeking for a deadlier grip. The brand in his hand, Ross's second line of defense, was a weapon he was loath to use, but would use if he were forced to it. He kept his hand mercilessly flat against the rock as a reminder and a spur. Fire twisted and crackled among the driftwood where the first torch had lodged, providing a flickering light yards from where he stood. He was grateful for it in the gloom of the gathering storm. If they would only come to open war before the rain struck. Ross sheltered his torch with his body as spray, driven inward from the sea, spattered his shoulders and his back. If it rained, he would lose what small advantage the fire gave him, but then he would find some other way to meet them. They would neither break him nor take him, even if he had to wade into the sea and swim out into the lash of the cold northern waves until he could not move his tired limbs any longer. Once again that steel edge will struck at Ross, probing his stubbornness, assaulting his mind. He whirled the torch, brought the scorching breath of the flame across the hand resting on the rock. Unable to control his own cry of protest, he was not sure he had the fortitude to repeat such an act. He had won again. The pressure had fallen away in a flick, almost as if some current had been snapped off. Through the red curtain of his torment Ross sensed a surprise and disbelief. He was unaware that in this queer duel he was using both a power of will and a depth of perception he had never known he possessed. Because of his daring, he had shaken his opponents as no physical attack could have affected them. "Come and get me!" He shouted again at the barren shoreline where the fire ate at the drift and nothing stirred, yet something very much alive and conscious lay hidden. This time there was more than simple challenge in Ross's demand, there was a note of triumph. The spray whipped by him, striking at his fire, at the brand he held. Let the sea water put both out. He would find another way of fighting. He was certain of that, and he sensed that those out there knew it too and were troubled. The fire was being driven by the wind along the crisscross lines of bone whitewood left high on the beach, forming a wall of flame between him and the interior, not, however, an insurmountable barrier to whatever lurked there. Again Ross leaned against the rock, studying the length of beach. Had he been wrong in thinking that they were within the range of his voice? The power they had used might carry over a greater distance. Yah! Instead of a demand, he now voiced a taunting cry, screaming his defiance. Some wild madness had been transmitted to him by the winds, the roaring sea, his own pain. Ready to face the worst they could send against him, he tried to hurl that thought back at them as they had struck with their united will at him. No answer came to his challenge, no rise to counterattack. Moving away from the rock, Ross began to walk forward toward the burning drift, his torch ready in his hand. "I am here," he shouted into the wind. "Come out, face me." It was then that he saw those who had tracked him. Two tall thin figures, wearing dark clothes, were standing quietly watching him, their eyes dark holes in the white ovals of their faces. Ross halted. Though they were separated by yards of sand and rock and a burning barrier, he could feel the force they wielded. The nature of that force had changed, however. Once it had struck with a vigorous spear point, now it formed a shield of protection. Ross could not break through that shield, and they dared not drop it. A stalemate existed between them in this strange battle, the like of which Ross's world had not known before. He watched those expressionless white faces, trying to find some reply to the deadlock. There flashed into his mind the certainty that while he lived and moved, and they lived and moved, this struggle, this unending pursuit, would continue. For some mysterious reason they wanted to have him under their control, but that was never going to happen if they all had to remain here on this strip of water-washed sand until they starved to death. Ross tried to drive that thought across to them. Murderdoc. That croaking cry borne out of the sea by the wind might almost have come from the bill of a sea bird. Murderdoc. Ross spun around. Visibility had been drastically curtailed by the lowering clouds and the dashing spray, but he could see a round dark thing bobbing on the waves. The sub. A raft? Sensing a movement behind him, Ross wheeled about as one of the alien figures leaped the blazing drift, heedless of the flames, and ran light-footedly toward him in what could only be an all-out attempt at capture. The man had ready a weapon like the one that had felled Fosker. Ross threw himself at his opponent in a reckless dive, falling on him with a smashing impact. In Ross's grasp the alien's body was fragile, but he moved fluidly as Murdoch fought to break his grip on the hand weapon and pin him to the sand. Ross was too intent upon his own part of the struggle to heed the sounds of a shot over his head and a thin, wailing cry. He slammed his opponent's hand against a stone, and the white face, inches away from his own, twisted silently with pain. Fumbling for a better hold, Ross was sent rolling. He came down on his left hand with a force which brought tears to his eyes and stopped him just long enough for the other to regain his feet. The blue-suited man sprinted back to the body of his fellow where it lay by the drift. He slung his unconscious comrade over the barrier with more ease than Ross would have believed possible and vaulted the barrier after him. Ross, half crouched on the sand, felt unusually light and empty. The strange tie which had drawn and held him to the strangers had been broken. Murdoch. A rubber raft rode in on the waves, 2 men aboard it. Ross got up, pulling at the studs of his suit with his right hand. He could believe in what he saw now, the sub had not left, after all. The 2 men running toward him through the dusk were of his own kind. Murdoch. It did not seem at all strange that Calgary's reached him first. Ross, caught up in this dream, appealed to the Major for aid with the studs. If the strangers from the ship did trace him by the suit, they were not going to follow the sub back to the post and serve the project as they had the Reds. Got to get this off, he pulled the words out one by one, tugging frantically at the stubborn studs. They can trace this and follow us. Calgary's needed no better explanation. Ripping loose the fastenings, he pulled the clinging fabric from Ross, sending him reeling with pain as he pulled the left sleeve down the younger man's arm. The wind and spray were ice on his body as they dragged him down to the raft, bundling him aboard. He did not at all remember their arrival on board the sub. He was lying in the vibrating heart of the undersea ship when he opened his eyes to see Calgary's regarding him intently. Ash, a coat of bandage about his shoulder and chest, lay on a neighboring bunk. McNeil stood watching a medical corpsman lay out supplies. He needs a shot, the medic was saying as Ross blinked at the Major. You left the suit, back there? Ross demanded. We did. What's this about them tracing you by it? Who was tracing you? Men from the spaceship. That's the only way they could have trailed me down the river. He was finding it difficult to talk, and the protesting medic kept waving a needle in his direction, but somehow in bursts of half-finished sentences Ross got out his story, Vosker's death, his own escape from the chief's funeral pyre. And the weird duel of wills back on the beach. Even as he poured it out he thought how unlikely most of it must sound. Yet Calgary's appeared to accept every word, and there was no expression of disbelief on Ash's face. So that's how you got those burns, said the Major slowly when Ross had finished his story. Deliberately searing your hand in the fire to break their hold, he crashed his fist against the wall of the tiny cabin and then, when Ross winced at the jar, he hurriedly uncurled those fingers to press Ross's shoulder with a surprisingly warm and gentle touch. Put him to sleep, he ordered the medic. He deserves about a month of it, I should judge. I think he has brought us a bigger slice of the future than we had hoped for. Ross felt the prick of the needle and then nothing more. Even when he was carried ashore at the post and later when he was transported into his proper time, he did not awaken. He only approached a strange dreamy state in which he ate and drowsed, not caring for the world beyond his own bunk. But there came a day when he did care, sitting up to demand food with a great deal of his old self-assertion. The doctor looked him over, permitting him to get out of bed and try out his legs. They were exceedingly uncooperative at first, and Ross was glad he had tried to move only from his bunk to a waiting chair. Visitors welcome. Ross looked up eagerly and then smiled, somewhat hesitatingly, at Ash. The older man wore his arm in a sling but otherwise seemed his usual imperturbable self. Ash, tell me what happened. Are we back at the main base? What about the Reds? We weren't traced by the ship people, were we? Ash laughed. Did Doc just wind you up to let you spin, Ross? Yes, this is home, sweet home. As for the rest, well, it is a long story, and we are still picking up pieces of it here and there. Ross pointed to the bunk in invitation. Can you tell me what is known? He was still somewhat at a loss, his old secret awe of Ash tempering his outward show of eagerness. Ross still feared one of those snubs the other so well knew how to deliver to the bumptious. But Ash did come in and sit down, none of his old formality now in evidence. You have been a surprise package, Murdoch. His observation had some of the ring of the old Ash, but there was no withdrawal behind the words. Rather a busy lad, weren't you, after you were bumped off into that river? Ross's reply was a grimace. You heard all about that. He had no time for his own adventures, already receding into a past which made them both dim and unimportant. What happened to you, and to the project, Anne. One thing at a time, and don't rush your fences. Ash was surveying him with an odd intentness which Ross could not understand. He continued to explain in his instructor voice. We made it down the river. How, don't ask me. That was something of a project in itself, he laughed. The raft came apart piece by piece, and we waded most of the last couple of miles, I think. I'm none too clear on the details. You'll have to get those out of McNeil, who was still among those present then. Other than that, we cannot compete with your adventures. We built a signal fire and sat by it toasting our shins for a few days, until the sub came to collect us. And took you off. Ross experienced a fleeting return of that hollow feeling he had known on the shore when the still warm coals of the signal fire had told him the story of his too late arrival. And took us off. But Calgary's agreed to spin out our waiting period for another 24 hours, in case you did manage to survive that toss you took into the river. Then we sighted your spectacular display of fireworks on the beach, and the rest was easy. The ship people didn't trace us back to post. Not that we know of. Anyway, we've closed down the post on that time level. You might be interested in a very peculiar tale our modern agents have picked up, floating over and under the Iron Curtain. A blast went off in the Baltic region of this time, wiping some installation clean off the map. The Reds have kept quiet as to the nature of the explosion and the exact place where it occurred. The aliens followed them all the way up to this time. Ross half rose from the chair, but why? And why did they trail me? That we can only guess. But I don't believe that they were moved by any private vengeance for the looting of their derelict. There is some more imperative reason why they don't want us to find or use anything from one of their cargoes. But they were in power thousands of years ago. Maybe they and their worlds are gone now. Why should things we do today matter to them? Well, it does matter, and in some very important way. And we have to learn that reason. How? Ross looked down at his left hand, encased in a mitten of bandage under which he very gingerly tried to stretch a finger. Maybe he should have been eager to welcome another meeting with the ship people, but if he were truly honest, he had to admit that he did not. He glanced up, sure that Ash had read all that hesitation and scorned him for it. But there was no sign that his discomfiture had been noticed. By doing some looting of our own, Ash answered. Those tapes we brought back are going to be a big help. More than one derelict was located. We were right in our surmise that the Reds first discovered the remains of one in Siberia, but it was in no condition to be explored. They already had the basic idea of the time traveler, so they applied it to the hunting down of other ships, with several way stops to throw people like us off the scent. So they found an intact ship, and also several others. At least 3 are on this side of the Atlantic where they couldn't get at them very well. Those we can deal with now. Won't the aliens be waiting for us to try that? As far as we can discover, they don't know where any of these ships crashed. Either there were no survivors, or passengers and crew took off in lifeboats while they were still in space. They might never have known of the Reds' activities if you hadn't triggered that communicator on the derelict. Ross was reduced to a small boy who badly needed an alibi for some piece of juvenile mischief. I didn't mean to. That excuse sounded so feeble that he was surprised into a laugh, only to see Ash grinning back at him. Seeing as how your action also put a very effective spike in the opposition's wheel, you are freely forgiven. Anyway, you have also provided us with a pretty good idea of what we may be up against with the aliens, and will be prepared for that next time. Then there will be a next time. We are calling in all-time agents, concentrating our forces in the right period. Yes, there will be a next time. We have to learn just what they are trying so hard to protect. What do you think it is? Space. Ash spoke the word softly as if he relished the promise it held. Space. That ship you explored was a derelict from a galactic fleet, but it was a ship and it used the principle of space flight. Do you understand now? In these lost ships lies the secret which will make us free of all the stars. We must claim it. Can we? Can we? Ash was laughing at Ross again with his eyes, though his face remained sober. Then you still want to be counted in on this game? Ross looked down again at his bandaged hand and remembered swiftly so many things: the coast of Britain on a misty morning, the excitement of prowling the alien ship, the fight with Enner, even the long nightmare of his flight down the river. And lastly, the exultation he had tasted when he had faced the alien and had locked wills, to hold steady. He knew that he could not, would not, give up what he had found here in the service of the project as long as it was in his power to cling to it. Yes. It was a very simple answer, but when his eyes met Ash's, Ross knew that it would serve better than any solemn oath. Storm over Warlock. 1. Disaster. The Throg task force struck the Terran survey camp a few minutes after dawn, without warning, and with a deadly precision which argued that the aliens had fully reconnoitered and prepared that attack. Ice-searing lances of energy lashed back and forth across the base with methodical accuracy. And a single cowering witness, flattened on a ledge in the heights above, knew that when the last of those yellow-red bolts fell, nothing human would be left alive down there. His teeth closed hard upon the thick stuff of the sleeve covering his thin forearm, and in his throat a scream of terror and rage was stillborn. More than caution kept him pinned on that narrow shelf of rock. Watching that holocaust below, Shenlanti could not force himself to move. The sheer ruthlessness of the Throg move-in left him momentarily weak. To listen to a tale of Throgs in action, and to be an eyewitness to such action, were two vastly different things. He shivered in spite of the warmth of the Survey Corps uniform. As yet he had sighted none of the aliens, only their plate-shaped flyers. They would stay aloft until their long-range weapon cleared out all opposition. But how had they been able to make such a complete annihilation of the Terran force? The last report had placed the nearest Throg nest at least 2 systems away from Warlock. And a patrol lane had been drawn about the Circe system the minute that survey had marked its second planet ready for colonization. Somehow the beetles had slipped through that supposedly tight cordon and would now consolidate their gains with their usual speed at rooting. First an energy attack to finish the small Terran force, then they would simply take over. A month later, or maybe 2 months, and they could not have done it. The grids would have been up, and any Throg ship venturing into Warlock's amber-tinted sky would abruptly cease to be. In the race for survival as a galactic power, Terra had that one small edge over the swarms of the enemy. They need only stake out their newfound world and get the grids assembled on its surface, then that planet would be locked to the beetles. The critical period was between the first discovery of a suitable colony world and the erection of grid control. Planets in the past had been lost during that time lag, just as Warlock was lost now. Throgs and Terrans. For more than a century now, planet time, they had been fighting their queer, twisted war among the stars. Terrans hunted worlds for colonization, the old hunger for land of their own driving men from the overpopulated worlds, out of Sol's system to the far stars. And those worlds barren of intelligent native life, open to settlers, were none too many and widely scattered. Perhaps half a dozen were found in a quarter century, and of that 6 maybe only 1 was suitable for human life without any costly and lengthy adaptation of man or world. Warlock was one of the lucky finds which came so seldom. Throgs were predators, living on the loot they garnered. As yet, mankind had not been able to discover whether they did indeed swarm from any home world. Perhaps they lived eternally on board their plate ships with no permanent base, forced into a wandering life by the destruction of the planet on which they had originally been spawned. But they were raiders now, laying waste defenseless worlds, picking up the wealth of shattered cities in which no native life remained. And their hidden temporary bases were looped about the galaxy, their need for worlds with an atmosphere similar to Terra's as necessary as that of man. For in spite of their grotesque insectal bodies, their wholly alien minds, the Throgs were warm-blooded, oxygen-breathing creatures. After the first few clashes the early Terran explorers had endeavored to promote a truce between the species. Only to discover that between Throg and man there appeared to be no meeting ground at all, total differences of mental processes producing insurmountable misunderstanding. There was simply no point of communication. So the Terrans had suffered one smarting defeat after another until they perfected the grid. And now their colonies were safe, at least when time worked in their favor. It had not on Warlock. A last vivid lash of red cracked over the huddle of domes in the valley. Shen blinked, half blinded by that glare. His jaws ached as he unclenched his teeth. That was the finish. Breathing raggedly, he raised his head, beginning to realize that he was the only one of his kind left alive on a none too hospitable world controlled by enemies, without shelter or supplies. He edged back into the narrow cleft which was the entrance to the ledge. As a representative of his species he was not impressive, and now with those shudders he could not master, shaking his thin body, he looked even smaller and more vulnerable. Shen drew his knees up close under his chin. The hood of his woodsman's jacket was pushed back in spite of the chill of the morning, and he wiped the back of his hand across his lips and chin in an oddly childish gesture. None of the men below who had been alive only minutes earlier had been close friends of his. Shen had never known anyone but acquaintances in his short, roving life. Most people had ignored him completely except to give orders, and one or two had been actively malicious, like Garth Thorvald. Shen grimaced at a certain recent memory, and then that grimace faded into wonder. If young Thorvald hadn't purposefully tried to get Shen into trouble by opening the Wolverine's cage, Shen wouldn't be here now, alive and safe for a time. He'd have been down there with the others. The Wolverines. For the first time since Shen had heard the crackle of the Throg attack he remembered the reason he had been heading into the hills. Of all the men on the survey team, Shenlanti had been the least important. The dirty, tedious cleanup jobs, the dull routines which required no technical training but which had to be performed to keep the camp functioning comfortably, those had been his portion. And he had accepted that status willingly, just to have a chance to be included among survey personnel. Not that he had the slightest hope of climbing up to even an SE3 rating in the service. Part of those menial activities had been to clean the animal cages. And there Shenlanti had found something new, something so absorbing that most of the tiring dull labor had ceased to exist except as tasks to finish before he could return to the fascination of the animal runs. Survey teams had early discovered the advantage of using mutated and highly trained Terran animals as assistants in the exploration of strange worlds. From the biological laboratories and breeding farms on Terra came a trickle of specialized aides de camp to accompany man into space. Some were fighters, silent, more deadly than weapons a man wore at his belt or carried in his hands. Some were keener eyes, keener noses, keener scouts than the humankind could produce. Bred for intelligence, for size, for adaptability to alien conditions, the animal explorers from Terra were prized. Wolverines, the ancient devils of the Northlands on Terra, were being tried for the first time on Warlock. Their caution, a quality highly developed in their breed, made them testers for new territory. Able to tackle in battle an animal 3 times their size, they should be added protection for the man they accompanied into the wilderness, and their wide-ranging, their ability to climb and swim, and above all, their curiosity were assets. Shen had begun contact by cleaning their cages, he ended captivated by these miniature bears with long bushy tails. And to his unbounded delight the attraction was mutual. Alone to Taggy and Togi he was a person, an important person. Those teeth, which could tear flesh into ragged strips, nipped gently at his fingers, closed without any pressure on arm, even on nose and chin in what was the ultimate caress of their kind. Since they were escape artists of no mean ability, twice he had had to track and lead them back to camp from forays of their own devising. But the second time he had been caught by Fadakar, the chief of animal control, before he could lock up the delinquents. And the memory of the resulting interview still had the power to make him flush with impotent anger. Shan's explanation had been contemptuously brushed aside, and he had been delivered an ultimatum. If his carelessness occurred again, he would be sent back on the next supply ship, to be dismissed without an official sign-off on his work record, thus locked out of even the lowest level of survey for the rest of his life. That was why Garth Thorvald's act of the night before had made Shen brave the unknown darkness of Warlock alone when he had discovered that the test animals were gone. He had to locate and return them before Fadakar made his morning inspection. Garth Thorvald's attempt to get him into bad trouble had saved his life. Shen cowered back, striving to make his huddled body as small as possible. One of the Throg flyers appeared silently out of the misty amber of the morning sky, hovering over the silent camp. The aliens were coming in to inspect the site of their victory. And the safest place for any Terran now was as far from the vicinity of those silent domes as he could get. Shan's slight body was an asset as he wedged through the narrow mouth of a cleft and so back into the cliff wall. The climb before him he knew in part, for this was the path the Wolverines had followed on their 2 other escapes. A few moments of tricky scrambling and he was out in a cup-like depression choked with brush covered with the purplish foliage of Warlock. On the other side of that was a small cut to a sloping hillside, giving on another valley, not as wide as that in which the camp stood, but one well provided with cover in the way of trees and high-growing bushes. A light wind pushed among the trees, and twice Shen heard the harsh, rasping call of a clack-clack, one of the bat-like leather-winged flyers that laired in pits along the cliff walls. That present snap of two-tone complaint suggested that the land was empty of strangers. For the clack-clacks vociferously and loudly resented encroachment on their chosen hunting territory. Shen hesitated. He was driven by the urge to put as much distance between him and the landing Throg ship as he could. But to arouse the attention of inquisitive clack-clacks was asking for trouble. Perhaps it would be best to keep on along the top of the cliff, rather than risk a descent to take cover in the valley the flyers patrolled. A patch of dust, sheltered by a tooth-shaped projection of rock, gave the Terran his first proof that Taggy and his mate had preceded him, for printed firmly there was the familiar paw mark of a wolverine. Shen began to hope that both animals had taken to cover in the wilderness ahead. He licked dry lips. Having left secretly without any emergency pack, he had no canteen, and now Shen inventoried his scant possessions, a field kit, heavy-duty clothing, a short hooded jacket with attached mittens, the breast marked with the survey insignia. His belt supported a sheathed stunner and bush knife, and seam pockets held 3 credit tokens, a twist of wire intended to reinforce the latch of the Wolverine cage, a packet of Bravo tablets, 2 identity and work cards, and a length of cord. No rations, save the Bravos, no extra charge for his stunner. But he did have, weighing down a loop on the jacket, a small atomic torch. The path he followed ended abruptly in a cliff drop, and Shen made a face at the odor rising from below, even though that scent meant he could climb down to the valley floor here without fearing any clack-clack attention. Chemical fumes from a mineral spring funneled against the wall, warding off any nesting in this section. Shen drew up the hood of his jacket and snapped the transparent face mask into place. He must get away, then find food, water, a hiding place. That will to live which had made Shen Lanti fight innumerable battles in the past was in command, bracing him with a stubborn determination. The fumes swirled up in a smoke haze about his waist, but he strode on, heading for the open valley in cleaner air. That sickly lavender vegetation bordering the spring deepened in color to the normal purple-green, and then he was in a grove of trees, their branches pointed skyward at sharp angles to the rust-red trunks. A small skitterer burst from moss-spotted ground covering, giving an alarmed squeak, skimming out of sight as suddenly as it had appeared. Shen squeezed between 2 trees and then paused. The trunk of the larger was deeply scored with scratches dripping viscid gobs of sap, a sap which was a bright froth of scarlet. Taggy had left his mark here, and not too long ago. The soft carpet of moss showed no paw marks, but he thought he knew the goal of the animals, a lake down valley. Shen was beginning to plan now. The Throgs had not blasted the Terran camp out of existence. They had only made sure of the death of its occupiers. Which meant they must have some use for the installations. For the general loot of a survey field camp would be relatively worthless to those who picked over the treasure of entire cities elsewhere. Why? What did the Throgs want? And would the alien invaders continue to occupy the domes for long? Shen did not realize what had happened to him since that shock of ruthless attack. From early childhood, when he had been thrown on his own to scratch a living, a borderline existence of a living, on the dumps of Tyr, he had to use his wits to keep life in a scrawny and undersized body. However, since he had been eating regularly from survey rations, he was not quite so scrawny anymore. His formal education was close to zero, his informal and off-center schooling vast. And that particular toughening process which had been working on him for years now aided in his speedy adaptation to a new set of facts, formidable ones. He was alone on a strange and perhaps hostile world. Water, food, safe shelter, those were important now. And once again, away from the ordered round of the camp where he had been ruled by the desires and requirements of others, he was thinking, planning in freedom. Later, his hand went to the butt of his stunner. Perhaps later he might just find a way of extracting an accounting from the beetle faces, too. For the present, he would have to keep away from the Throgs, which meant well away from the camp. A fleck of green showed through the amethyst foliage before him, the lake. Shen wriggled through a last bush barrier and stood to look out over that surface. A sleek brown head bobbed up. Shen put fingers to his mouth and whistled. The head turned, black button eyes regarded him, short legs began to churn water. To his gratification the swimmer was obeying his summons. Taggy came ashore, pausing on the fine grey sand of the verge to shake himself vigorously. Then the wolverine came upslope at a clumsy gallop to Shan. With an unknown feeling swelling inside him, the Terran went down on both knees, burying both hands in the coarse brown fur, warming to the uproarious welcome Taggy gave him. Togi? Shen asked as if the other could answer. He gazed back to the lake, but Taggy's mate was nowhere in sight. The blunt head under his hand swung around, black button nose pointed north. Shen had never been sure just how intelligent, as mankind measured intelligence, the wolverines were. He had come to suspect that Fadakar and the other experts had underrated them and that both beasts understood more than they were given credit for. Now he followed an experiment of his own, one he had had a chance to try only a few times before and never at length. Pressing his palm flat on Taggy's head, Shen thought of Throgs and of their attack, trying to arouse in the animal a corresponding reaction to his own horror and anger. And Taggy responded. A mutter became a growl, teeth gleamed, those cruel teeth of a carnivore to whom they were weapons of aggression. Danger. Shen thought, danger. Then he raised his hand, and the wolverine shuffled off, heading north. The man followed. They discovered Togi busy in a small cove where a jagged tangle of drift made a mat dating from the last high water period. She was finishing a hearty breakfast, the remains of a water rat being buried thriftily against future need after the instincts of her kind. When she was done she came to Shan, inquiry plain to read in her eyes. There was water here, and good hunting. But the site was too close to the Throgs. Let one of their exploring flyers sight them, and the little group was finished. Better cover, that's what the three fugitives must have. Shen scowled, not at Togi, but at the landscape. He was tired and hungry, but he must keep on going. A stream fed into the cove from the west, a guide of sorts. With very little knowledge of the countryside, Shen was inclined to follow that. Overhead the sun made its usual golden haze of the sky. A flight of vivid green streaks marked a flock of lake ducks coming for a morning feeding. Lake duck was good eating, but Shen had no time to hunt one now. Togi started down the bank of the stream, Taggy behind her. Either they had caught his choice subtly through some undefined mental contact, or they had already picked that road on their own. Shen's attention was caught by a piece of the drift. He twisted the length free and had his first weapon of his own manufacture, a club. Using it to hold back a low sweeping branch, he followed the wolverines. Within the half hour he had breakfast, too. A pair of limp skitterers, their long hind feet lashed together with a thong of grass, hung from his belt. They were not particularly good eating, but they were meat and acceptable. The three, men and wolverines, made their way up the stream to the valley wall and through a feeder ravine into the larger space beyond. There, where the stream was born at the foot of a falls, they made their first camp. Judging that the morning haze would veil any smoke, Shen built a pocket-size fire. He seared rather than roasted the skitterers after he had made an awkward and messy business of skinning them, and tore the meat from the delicate bones in greedy mouthfuls. The wolverines lay side by side on the gravel, now and again raising a head alertly to test the scent on the air, or gaze into the distance. Taggy made a warning sound deep in the throat. Shen tossed handfuls of sand over the dying fire. He had only time to fling himself face down, hoping the drab and weathered cloth of his uniform faded into the color of the earth on which he lay, every muscle tense. A shadow swung across the hillside. Shen's shoulders hunched, and he cowered again. That terror he had known on the ledge was back in full force as he waited for the beam to lick at him as it had earlier at his fellows. The Throgs were on the hunt. 2. Death of a ship. That sigh of displaced air was not as loud as a breeze, but it echoed monstrously in Shen's ears. He could not believe in his luck as that sound grew fainter, drew away into the valley he had just left. With infinite caution he raised his head from his arm, still hardly able to accept the fact that he had not been sighted, that the Throgs and their flyer were gone. But that black plate was spinning out into the sun haze. One of the beetles might have suspected that there were Terran fugitives and ordered a routine patrol. After all, how could the aliens know that they had caught all but one of the survey party in camp? Though with all the Terran scout flitters grounded on the field, the men dead in their bunks, the surprise would seem to be complete. As Shen moved, Taggy and Togi came to life also. They had gone to Earth with speed, and the man was sure that both beasts had sensed danger. Not for the first time he knew a burning desire for the formal education he had never had. In camp he had listened, dragging out routine jobs in order to overhear reports and the small talk of specialists keen on their own particular hobbies. But so much of the information Shen had thus picked up to store in a retentive memory he had not understood and could not fit together. It had been as if he were trying to solve some highly important puzzle with at least a quarter of the necessary pieces missing, or with unrelated bits from others intermixed. How much control did a trained animal scout have over his furred or feathered assistants? And was part of that mastery a mental rapport built up between man and animal? How well would the wolverines obey him now, especially when they would not return to camp where cages stood waiting as symbols of human authority? Wouldn't a trek into the wilderness bring about a revolt for complete freedom? If Shen could depend upon the animals, it would mean a great deal. Not only would their superior hunting ability provide all three with food, but their scouting senses, so much keener than his, might erect a slender wall between life and death. Few large native beasts had been discovered on Warlock by the Terran explorers. And of those 4 or 5 different species, none had proved hostile if unprovoked. But that did not mean that somewhere back in the wild lands into which Shen was heading there were no heretofore unknowns, perhaps slyer and as vicious as the wolverines when they were aroused to rage. Then there were the dreams, which had afforded the prime source of camp discussion and dispute. Shen brushed coarse sand from his boots and thought about the dreams. Did they or did they not exist? You could start an argument any time by making a definite statement for or against the peculiar sort of dreaming reported by the first scout to set ship on this world. The Sortie system, of which Warlock was the second of 3 planets, had first been scouted 4 years ago by one of those explorers traveling solo in survey service. Everyone knew that the first-in scouts were a weird breed, almost a mutation of Terran stock. Their reports were rife with strange observations. So an alarming one concerning Sortie, a yellow sun such as Sol, and her 3 planets was not so rare. Which, the world nearest in orbit to Sortie, was too hot for human occupancy without drastic and too costly world-changing. Wizard, the third out from the sun, was mostly bare rock and highly poisonous water. But Warlock, swinging through space between 2 forbidding neighbors, seemed to be just what the settlement board ordered. Then the survey scout, even in the cocoon safety of his well-armed ship, began to dream. And from those dreams a horror of the apparently empty world developed, until he fled the planet to preserve his sanity. There had been a second visit to Warlock in check. Worlds so well adapted to human emigration could not be lightly thrown away. And this time there was a negative report, no trace of dreams, no registration of any outside influence on the delicate and complicated equipment the ship carried. So the survey team had been dispatched to prepare for the coming of the first pioneers, and none of them had dreamed either, at least, no more than the ordinary dreams all men accepted. Only there were those who pointed out that the seasons had changed between the first and second visits to Warlock. That first scout had planned it in summer, his successors had come in fall and winter. They argued that the final release of the world for settlement should not be given until the full year on Warlock had been sampled. But the pressure of emigrant control had forced their hands, that and the fear of just what had eventually happened, an attack from the Throgs. So they had speeded up the process of declaring Warlock open. Only Ragnar Thorvald had protested that decision up to the last and had gone back to headquarters on the supply ship a month ago to make a last appeal for a more careful study. Shen stopped brushing the sand from the tough fabric above his knee. Ragnar Thorvald. He remembered back to the port landing apron on another world, remembered with a sense of loss he could not define. That had been about the second biggest day of his short life. The biggest had come earlier when they had actually allowed him to sign on for survey duty. He had tumbled off the cross-continent cargo carrier, his kit, a very meager kit, slung over his thin shoulder, a hot eagerness expanding inside him until he thought that he could not continue to throttle down that wild happiness. There was a waiting starship. And he, Shen Lanti from the dumps of Tyr, without any influence or schooling, was going to blast off in her, wearing the brown-green uniform of survey. Then he had hesitated uncertainly, had not quite dared cross the few feet of apron lying between him and that compact group wearing the same uniform, with a slight difference. That of service bars and completion badges and rank insignia, with the unconscious self-assurance of men who had done this many times before. But after a moment that whole group had become in his own shy appraisal just a background for one man. Shen had never before known in his pinched and limited childhood, his lost boyhood, anyone who aroused in him hero worship. And he could not have put a name to the new emotion that added so suddenly to his burning desire to make good, not only to hold the small niche in survey which he had already so painfully achieved, but to climb. Until he could stand so in such a group talking easily to that tall man, his uncovered head bronze yellow in the sunlight, his cool gray eyes pale in his brown face. Not that any of those wild dreams born in that minute or two had been realized in the ensuing months. Probably those dreams had always been as wild as the ones reported by the first scout on Warlock. Shen grinned wryly now at the short period of childish hope and half-confidence that he could do big things. Only one Thorvald had ever noticed Shen's existence in the survey camp, and that had been Garth. Garth Thorvald, a far less impressive, one could say, smudged, copy of his brother. Swaggering with an arrogance Ragnar never showed, Garth was a cadet on his first mission, intent upon making Shen realize the unbridgeable gulf between a labor hand and an officer-to-be. He had appeared to know right from their first meeting just how to make Shen's life a misery. Now, in this slit of valley well away from the domes, Shen's fists balled. He pounded them against the earth in a way he had so often hoped to plant them on Garth's smoothly handsome face, his well-muscled body. One didn't survive the dumps of Tyr without learning how to use fists, and boots, and a list of tricks they didn't teach in any academy. He had always been sure that he could take Garth if they mixed it up. But if he had loosed the tight rein he had kept on his temper and offered that challenge, he would have lost his chance with survey. Garth had proved himself able to talk his way out of any scrape, even minor derelictions of duty, and he far outranked Shen. The laborer from Tyr had had to swallow all that the other could dish out and hope that on his next assignment he would not be a member of young Thorvald's team. Though, because of Garth Thorvald, Shen's toll of black record marks had mounted dangerously high and each day the chance for any more duty tours had grown dimmer. Shen laughed, and the sound was ugly. That was one thing he didn't have to worry about any longer. There would be no other assignments for him, the Throgs had seen to that. And Garth, well, there would never be a showdown between them now. He stood up. The Throg ship had disappeared. They could push on. He found a break in the cliff wall which was climbable, and he coaxed the wolverines after him. When they stood on the heights from which the falls tumbled, Taggy and Togi rubbed against him, cried for his attention. They, too, appeared to need the reassurance they got from contact with him, for they were also fugitives on this alien world, the only representatives of their kind. Since he did not have any definite goal in view, Shen continued to be guided by the stream, following its wanderings across a plateau. The sun was warm, so he carried his jacket slung across one shoulder. Taggy and Togi ranged ahead, twice catching skitterers, which they devoured voraciously. A shadow on a sun-baked rock sent the Terran skidding for cover until he saw that it was cast by one of the questing falcons from the upper peaks. But that shook his confidence, so he again sought cover, ashamed at his own carelessness. In the late afternoon he reached the far end of the plateau, faced a climb to peaks which still bore cones of snow, now tinted a soft peach by the sun. Shen studied that possible path and distrusted his own powers to take it without proper equipment or supplies. He must turn either north or south, though he would then have to abandon a sure water supply in the stream. Tonight he would camp where he was. He had not realized how tired he was until he found a likely half-cave in the mountain wall and crawled in. There was too much danger and fire here, he would have to do without that first comfort of his kind. Luckily, the wolverines squeezed in beside him to fill the hole. With their warm furred bodies sandwiching him, Shen dozed, awoke, and dozed again, listening to night sounds, the screams, cries, hunting calls, of the Warlock wilds. Now and again one of the wolverines whined and moved uneasily. Fingers of sun picked at Shen through a shaft among the rocks, striking his eyes. He moved, blinked blearily awake, unable for the first few seconds to understand why the smooth plaster wall of his bunk had become rough red stone. Then he remembered. He was alone and he threw himself frantically out of the cave, afraid the wolverines had wandered off. Only both animals were busy clawing under a boulder with a steady persistence which argued there was a purpose behind that effort. A sharp sting on the back of one hand made that purpose only too clear to Shan, and he retreated hurriedly from the vicinity of the excavation. They had found an earth wasp's burrow and were hunting grubs, naturally arousing the rightful inhabitants to bitter resentment. Shen faced the problem of his own breakfast. He had had the immunity shots given to all members of the team, and he had eaten game brought in by exploring parties and labeled safe. But how long he could keep to the varieties of native food he knew was uncertain. Sooner or later he must experiment for himself. Already he drank the stream water without the aid of purifiers, and so far there had been no ill results from that necessary recklessness. Now the stream suggested fish. But instead he chanced upon another water inhabitant which had crawled up on land for some obscure purpose of its own. It was a sluggish-scaled thing, an easy victim to his club, with thin, weak legs it could project at will from a finned and armor-plated body. Shen offered the head and guts to Togi, who had abandoned the wasp nest. She sniffed in careful investigation and then gulped. Shen built a small fire and seared the firm greenish flesh. The taste was flat, lacking salt, but the food eased his emptiness. Enheartened, he started south, hoping to find water sometime during the morning. By noon he had his optimism justified with the discovery of a spring, and the wolverines had brought down a slender-legged animal whose coat was close in shade to the dusky purple of the vegetation. Smaller than a Terran deer, its head bore, not horns, but a ridge of stiffened hair rising in a point some 12 inches about the skull dome. Shen haggled off some ragged steaks while the wolverines feasted in earnest, carefully burying the head afterward. It was when Shen knelt by the spring pool to wash that he caught the clamor of the clack-clacks. He had seen or heard nothing of the flyers since he had left the lake valley. But from the noise now rising in an ear-splitting volume, he thought there was a sizable colony nearby and that the inhabitants were thoroughly aroused. He crept on his hands and knees to nearby brush cover, heading toward the source of that outburst. If the clacks were announcing a Throg scouting party, he wanted to know it. Lying flat, with branches forming a screen over him, the Terran gazed out on a stretch of grassland which sloped at a fairly steep angle to the south and which must lead to a portion of countryside well below the level he was now traversing. The clack-clacks were skimming back and forth, shrieking their staccato war cries. Following the erratic dashes of their flight formation, Shen decided that whatever they railed against was on the lower level, out of his sight from that point. Should he simply withdraw, since the disturbance was not near him? Prudence dictated that, yet still he hesitated. He had no desire to travel north, or to try and scale the mountains. No, south was his best path, and he should be very sure that route was closed before he retreated. Since any additional fuss the clack-clacks might make on sighting him would be undistinguished in their now general clamor, the Terran crawled on to where tall grass provided a screen at the top of the slope. There he stopped short, his hands digging into the earth in sudden braking action. Below, the ground steamed from a rocket flare-back, grasses burned away from the fins of a small scout ship. But even as Shen rose to one knee, his shout of welcome choked in his throat. One of those fins sank, canting the ship crookedly, preventing any new takeoff. And over the crown of a low hill to the west swung the ominous black plate of a Throg flyer. The Throg ship came up in a burst of speed, and Shen waited tensely for some countermove from the scout. Those small speedy Terran ships were prudently provided with weapons triply deadly in proportion to their size. He was sure that the Terran ship could hold its own against the Throg, even eliminate the enemy. But there was no fire from the slanting pencil of the scout. The Throg circled warily, obviously expecting a trap. Twice it darted back in the direction from which it had come. As it returned from its second retreat, another of its kind showed, a black coin dot against the amber of the sky. Shen felt sick inside. Now the Terran scout had lost any advantage and perhaps all hope. The Throgs could box the other in, cut the downed ship to pieces with their energy beams. He wanted to crawl away and not witness this last disaster for his kind. But some stubborn core of will kept him where he was. The Throgs began to circle while beneath them the flock of clack-clacks screamed and dived at the slanting nose of the Terran ship. Then that same slashing energy he had watched quarter the camp snapped from the far plate across the stricken scout. The man who had piloted her, if not dead already, which might account for the lack of defense, must have fallen victim to that. But the Throg was going to make very sure. The second flyer halted, remaining poised long enough to unleash a second bolt, dazzling any watching eyes and broadcasting a vibration to make Shan's skin crawl when the last faint ripple reached his lookout post. What happened then the overconfident Throg was not prepared to take. Shan cried out, burying his face on his arm, as pinwheels of scarlet light blotted out normal sight. There was an explosion, a deafening blast. He cowered, blind, unable to hear. Then, rubbing at his eyes, he tried to see what had happened. Through watery blurs he made out the Throg ship, not swinging now in serene indifference to Warlock's gravity, but whirling end over end across the sky as might a leaf tossed in a gust of wind. Its rim caught against a rust-red cliff, it rebounded and crumpled. Then it came down, smashing perhaps half a mile away from the smoking crater in which lay the mangled wreckage of the Terran ship. The disabled scout pilot must have played a last desperate game, making of his ship bait for a trap. The Terran had taken one Throg with him. Shan rubbed again at his eyes, just barely able to catch a glimpse of the second ship flashing away westward. Perhaps it was only his impaired sight, but it appeared to him that the Throg followed an erratic path, either as if the pilot feared to be caught by a second shot, or because that ship had also suffered some injury. Acid smoke wreathed up from the valley making Shen retch and cough. There could be no survivor from the Terran scout, and he did not believe that any Throg had lived to crawl free of the crumpled plate. But there would be other beetles swarming here soon. They would not dare to leave the scene unsearched. He wondered about that scout. Had the pilot been aiming for the survey camp, the absence of any rider beam from there warning him off so that he made the detour which brought him here? Or had the Throgs tried to blast the Terran ship in the upper atmosphere, crippling it, making this a forced landing? But at least this battle had cost the Throgs, settling a small portion of the Terran debt for the lost camp. The length of time between Shan's sighting of the grounded ship and the attack by the Throgs had been so short that he had not really developed any strong hope of rescue to be destroyed by the end of the crippled ship. On the other hand, seeing the Throgs take a beating had exploded his subconscious acceptance of their superiority. He might not have even the resources of a damaged scout at his command. But he did have Tagi, Togi, and his own brain. Since he was fated to permanent exile on Warlock, there might just be some way to make the beetles pay for that. He licked his lips. Real action against the aliens would take a lot of planning. Shan would have to know more about what made a Throg, more than all the wild stories he had heard over the years. There had to be some way a Terran could move effectively against a beetle head. And he had a lot of time, maybe the rest of his life, to work out a few answers. That Throg ship lying wrecked at the foot of the cliff, perhaps he could do a little investigating before any rescue squad arrived. Shan decided such a move was worth the try and whistled to the Wolverines. 3. To close ranks. Shan made his way at an angle to avoid the smoking pit cradling the wreckage of the Terran ship. There were no signs of life about the Throg plate as he approached. A quarter of its bulk was telescoped back into the rest, and surely none of the aliens could have survived such a smash, tough as they were reputed to be with those horny carapaces serving them in place of more vulnerable human skin. He sniffed. There was a nauseous odor heavy on the morning air, one which would make a lasting impression on any human nose. The port door in the black ship stood open, perhaps having burst in the impact against the cliff. Shan had almost reached it when a crackle of chain lightning beat across the ground before him, turning the edge of the buckled entrance panel red. Shan dropped to the ground, drawing his stunner, knowing at the same moment that such a weapon was about as much use in meeting a blaster as a straw wand would be to ward off a blazing coal. A chill numbness held him as he waited for a second blast to char the flesh between his shoulders. So there had been a Throg survivor, after all. But as moments passed and the Throg did not move in to make an easy kill, Shan collected his wits. Only one shot. Was the beetle injured, unable to make sure of even an almost defenseless prey? The Throgs seldom took prisoners. When they did, the Terran's lips tightened. He worked his hand under his prone body, feeling for the hilt of his knife. With that he could speedily remove himself from the status of Throg prisoner, and he would do it gladly if there was no hope of escape. Had there been only one charge left in that blaster? Shan could make half a dozen guesses as to why the other had made no move, but that shot had come from behind him, and he dared not turn his head or otherwise make an effort to see what the other might be doing. Was it only his imagination, or had that stench grown stronger during the last few seconds? Could the Throg be creeping up on him? Shan strained his ears, trying to catch some sound he could interpret. The few clack-clacks that had survived the blast about the ship were shrieking overhead, and Shan made one attempt at counterattack. He whistled the Wolverine's call. The pair had not been too willing to follow him down into this valley, and they had avoided the crater at a very wide circle. But if they would obey him now, he just might have a chance. There. That had been a sound, and the smell was stronger. The Throg must be coming to him. Again Shan whistled, holding in his mind his hatred for the beetle head, the need for finishing off that alien. If the animals could pick either thoughts or emotions out of their human companion, this was the time for him to get those unspoken half-orders across. Shan slammed his hand hard against the ground, sent his body rolling, his stunner up and ready. And now he could see that grotesque thing, swaying weakly back and forth on its thin legs, yet holding a blaster, bringing that weapon up to center it on him. The Throg was hunched over and perhaps to Tagi presented the outline of some four-footed creature to be hunted. For the Wolverine male sprang for the horn-shelled shoulders. Under that impact that Throg sagged forward. But Tagi, outraged at the nature of creature he had attacked, squalled and retreated. Shan had had his precious seconds of distraction. He fired, the core of the stun beam striking full into the flat dish of the alien's face. That bolt, which would have shocked a mammal into insensibility, only slowed the Throg. Shan rolled again, gaining a temporary cover behind the wrecked ship. He squirmed under metal hot enough to scorch his jacket and saw the reflection of a second blaster shot which had been fired seconds late. Now the Throg had him tied down. But to get at the Terran the alien would have to show himself, and Shen had 1 chance in 50, which was better than that of 3 minutes ago, when the odds had been set at 1 in 100. He knew that he could not press the Wolverines in again. Taggy's distaste was too manifest. Shen had been lucky that the animal had made one abortive attack. Perhaps the Terran's escape and Taggy's action had made the alien reckless. Shen had no clue to the thinking processes of the non-human, but now the Throg staggered around the end of the plate, his digits, which were closer to claws than fingers, fumbling with his weapon. The Terran snapped another shot from his stunner, hoping to slow the enemy down. But he was trapped. If he turned to climb the cliff at his back, the beetlehead could easily pick him off. A rock hurtled from the heights above, striking with deadly accuracy on the domed, hairless head of the Throg. His armored body crashed forward, struck against the ship, and rebounded to the ground. Shen darted forward to seize the blaster, kicking loose the claws which still grasped it, before he flattened back to the cliff, the strange weapon over his arm, his heart beating wildly. That rock had not bounded down the mountainside by chance. It had been hurled with intent and aimed carefully at its target. And no Throg would kill one of his fellows. Or would he? Suppose orders had been issued to take a Terran prisoner and the Throg by the ship had disobeyed? Then, why a rock and not a blaster bolt? Shen edged along until the upslanted, broken side of the Throg flyer provided him with protection from any overhead attack. Under that shelter he waited for the next move from his unknown rescuer. The clack-clacks wheeled closer to Earth. One lit boldly on the carapace of the inert Throg, shuffling ungainly along that horny ridge. Cradling the blaster, the Terran continued to wait. His patience was rewarded and that investigating clack-clack took off uttering an enraged snap or two. He heard what might be the scrape of boots across rock, but that might also have come from horny skin meeting stone. Then the other must have lost his footing not too far above. Accompanied by a miniature landslide of stones and earth, a figure slid down several yards away. Shen waited in a half-crouch, his looted blaster covering the man now getting to his feet. There was no mistaking the familiar uniform, or even the man. How Ragnar Thorvald had reached that particular spot on Warlock or why, Shen could not know. But that he was there was no denying. Shen hurried forward. It had been when he caught his first sight of Thorvald that he realized just how deep his unacknowledged loneliness had bit. There were 2 Terrans on Warlock now, and he did not need to know why. But Thorvald was staring back at him with the blankness of non-recognition. "Who are you?" The demand held something close to suspicion. That note in the other's voice wiped away a measure of Shen's confidence, threatened something which had flowered in him since he had struck into the wilderness on his own. 3 words had reduced him again to Lanti, unskilled laborer. Lanti. "I'm from the camp." Thorvald's eagerness was plain in his next question, "How many of you got away? Where are the rest?" He gazed past Shen up the plateau slope as if he expected to see the personnel of the camp sprout out of the cloak of grass along the verge. "Just me and the Wolverines," Shen answered in a colorless voice. He cradled the blaster on his hip, turned a little away from the officer. "You, and the Wolverines?" Thorvald was plainly startled. "But, where? How?" "The Throgs hit very early yesterday morning. They caught the rest in camp. The Wolverines had escaped from their cage, and I was out hunting them." He told his story baldly. "You're sure about the rest?" Thorvald had a thin steel of rage edging his voice. Almost, Shen thought, as if he could turn that blade of rage against one Shen Lanti for being yet alive when more important men had not survived. "I saw the attack from an upper ridge," the younger man said, having been put on the defensive. Yet he had a right to be alive, hadn't he? Or did Thorvald believe that he should have gone running down to meet the beetleheads with his useless stunner? They used energy beams, didn't land until it was all over. I knew there was something wrong when the camp didn't answer our enter-atmosphere signal, Thorvald said absently. Then one of those platters jumped us on breaking orbit, and my pilot was killed. When we set down on the automatics here I had just time to rig a surprise for any trackers before I took to the hills. The blast got one of them, Shen pointed out. Yes, they'd nicked the booster rocket, she wouldn't climb again. But they'll be back here to pick over the remains. Shen looked at the dead Throg. Thanks for taking a hand. His tone was as chill as the others this time. I'm heading south. And, he added silently, I intend to keep on that way. The Throg attack had dissolved the pattern of the survey team. He didn't owe Thorvald any allegiance. And he had been successfully on his own here since the camp had been overrun. South, Thorvald repeated. Well, that's as good a direction as any right now. But they were not united. Shen found the Wolverines and patiently coaxed and wheedled them into coming with him over a circuitous route which kept them away from both ships. Thorvald went up the cliff, swung down again, a supply bag slung over one shoulder. He stood watching as Shen brought the animals in. Then Thorvald's arm swept out, his fingers closing possessively about the barrel of the blaster. Shen's own hold on the weapon tightened, and the force of the other's pull dragged him partly around. Let's have that. Why? Shen supposed that because it had been the other's well-aimed rock which had put the Throg out of commission permanently, the officer was going to claim their only spoils of war as personal booty, and a hot resentment flowered in the younger man. We don't take that away from here. Thorvald made the weapon his with a quick twist. To Shen's utter astonishment, the survey officer walked back to kneel beside the dead Throg. He worked the grip of the blaster under the alien's lax claws and inspected the result with the care of one arranging a special and highly important display. Shen's protest became vocal. We'll need that. It'll do us far more good right where it is. Thorvald paused and then added, with impatience roughening his voice as if he disliked the need for making any explanations, there is no reason for us to advertise our being alive. If the Throgs found a blaster missing, they'd start thinking and looking around. I want to have a breathing spell before I have to play quarry in one of their hunts. Put that way, his action did make sense. But Shen regretted the loss of an arm so superior to their own weapons. Now they could not loot the plateship either. In silence he turned and started to trudge southward, without waiting for Thorvald to catch up with him. Once away from the blasted area, the Wolverines ranged ahead at their clumsy gallop, which covered ground at a surprising rate of speed. Shen knew that their curiosity made them scouts surpassing any human and that the men who followed would have ample warning of any danger to come. Without reference to his silent trail companion, he sent the animals toward another strip of woodland which would give them cover against the coming of any Throg flyer. As the hours advanced he began to cast about for a proper night camp. The woods ought to give them a usable site. This is a water wood, Thorvald said, breaking the silence for the first time since they had left the wrecks. Shen knew that the other had knowledge, not only of the general countryside, but of exploring techniques which he himself did not possess, but to be reminded of that fact was an irritant rather than a reassurance. Without answering, the younger man bored on to locate the water promised. The Wolverines found the small lake first and were splashing along its shore when the Terrans caught up. Thorvald went to work, but to Shen's surprise he did not unstrap the force-blade axe at his belt. Bending over a sapling, he pounded away with a stone at the green wood a few inches above the root line until he was able to break through the slender trunk. Shen drew his own knife and bent to tackle another treelet when Thorvald stopped him with an order, use a stone on that, the way I did. Shen could see no reason for such a laborious process. If Thorvald did not want to use his axe, that was no reason that Shen could not put his heavy belt knife to work. He hesitated, ready to set the blade to the outer bark of the tree. Look, again that impatient edge in the officer's tone, the need for explanation seeming to come very hard to the other, sooner or later the Throgs might just trace us here and find this camp. If so, they are not going to discover any traces to label us Terran. But who else could we be, protested Shen. There is no native race on Warlock. Thorvald tossed his improvised stone axe from hand to hand. But do the Throgs know that? The implications, the possibilities, in that idea struck home to Shan. Now he began to understand what Thorvald might be planning. Now there is going to be a native race. Shan made a statement instead of a question and saw that the other was watching him with a new intentness, as if he had at last been recognized as a person instead of rank and file and very low rank at that, survey personnel. There is going to be a native race, Thorvald affirmed. Shan resheathed his knife and went to search the pond beach for a suitable stone to use in its place. Even so, he made harder work of the clumsy chopping than Thorvald had. He worried at one sapling after another until his hands were skinned and his breath came in painful gusts from under aching ribs. Thorvald had gone on to another task, ripping the end of a long tough vine from just under the powdery surface of the thick leaf masses fallen in other years. With this the officer lashed together the tops of the poles, having planted their splintered butts in the ground, so that he achieved a crudely conical erection. Leafy branches were woven back and forth through this framework, with an entrance, through which one might crawl on hands and knees, left facing the lakeside. The shelter they completed was compact and efficient but totally unlike anything Shan had ever seen before, certainly far removed from the domes of the camp. He said so, nursing his raw hands. An old form, Thorvald replied, native to a primitive race on Terra. Certainly the beetleheads haven't come across its like before. Are we going to stay here? Otherwise it is pretty heavy work for one night's lodging. Thorvald tested the shelter with a sharp shake. The matted leaves whispered, but the framework held. Stage dressing. No, we won't linger here. But it's evidence to support our play. Even a Throg isn't dense enough to believe that natives would make a cross-country trip without leaving evidence of their passing. Shan sat down with a sigh he made no effort to suppress. He had a vision of Thorvald traveling southward, methodically erecting these huts here and there to confound Throgs who might not ever chance upon them. But already the survey officer was busy with a new problem. We need weapons. We have our stunners, a force axe, and our knives, Shen pointed out. He did not add, as he would have liked that they could have had a blaster. Native weapons, Thorvald countered with his usual snap. He went back to the beach and crawled about there, choosing and rejecting stones picked out of the gravel. Shen scooped out a small pit just before their hut and set about the making of a pocket-sized fire. He was hungry and looked longingly now and again to the supply bag Thorvald had brought with him. Dared he rummage in that for rations? Surely the other would be carrying concentrates. Who taught you how to make a fire that way? Thorvald was back from the pond, a selection of round stones about the size of his fist resting between his chest and his forearm. It's regulation, isn't it? Shen countered defensively. It's regulation, Thorvald agreed. He set down his stones in a row and then tossed the supply bag over to his companion. Too late to hunt tonight. But we'll have to go easy on those rations until we can get more. Where? Did Thorvald know of some supply cache they could raid? From the Throgs, the other answered matter-of-factly. But they don't eat our kind of food. All the more reason for them to leave the camp supplies untouched. The camp? For the first time Thorvald's lips curved in a shadow smile which was neither joyous nor warming. A native raid on an invader's camp. What could be more natural? And we'd better make it soon. But how can we? To Shan what the other proposed was sheer madness. There was once an ancient service corps on Terra, Thorvald answered, which had a motto something like this: the improbable we do at once, the impossible takes a little longer. What did you think we were going to do? Sulk around out here in the bush and let the Throgs claim Warlock for one of their pirate bases without opposition? Since that was the only future Shan had visualized, he was ready enough to admit the truth, only some shade of tone in the officer's voice kept him from saying so aloud. 4. Sortie. 5 days later they came up from the south so that this time Shan's view of the Terran camp was from a different angle. At first sight there had been little change in the general scene. He wondered if the aliens were using the Terran dome shelters themselves. Even in the twilight it was easy to pick out such landmarks as the comm dome with the shaft of a broadcaster spearing from its top and the greater bulk of the supply warehouse. Two of their small flyers down on the landing field. Thorvald materialized from the shadow, his voice a thread of whisper. By Shan's side the Wolverines were moving restlessly. Since Taggy's attack on the Throg, neither beast would venture near any site where they could scent the aliens. This was the nearest point to which the men could urge either animal, which was a disappointment, for the Wolverines would have been an excellent addition to the surprise sortie they planned for tonight, having the danger for the men. Shan ran his fingers across the coarse fur on the animal's shoulders, exerting a light pressure to signal them to wait. But he was not sure of their obedience. The foray was a crazy idea, and Shen wondered again why he had agreed to it. Yet he had gone along with Thorvald, even suggested a few modifications and additions of his own, such as the contents of the crude leaf sack now resting between his knees. Thorvald flitted away, seeking his own post to the west. Shan was still waiting for the other's signal when there arose from the camp a sound to chill the flesh of any listener, a wail which could not have come from the throat of any normal living thing, intelligent being or animal. Ululating in ear-torturing intensity, the cry sank to a faint, ominous echo of itself, to waver up the scale again. The Wolverines went mad. Shen had witnessed their quick kills in the wilds, but this stark ferocity of spitting, howling rage was new. They answered that challenge from the camp, streaking out from under his hands. Yet both animals skidded to a stop before they passed the first dome and were lost in the gloom. A spark glowed for an instant to his right. Thorvald was ready to go, so Shen had no time to try and recall the animals. He fumbled for those balls of soaked moss in his leaf bag. The chemical smell from them blotted out that alien mustiness which the wind brought from the campsite. Shen readied the first sopping mess in his sling, snapped his fire sparker at it, and had the ball a-whirl for a toss almost in one continuous movement. The moss burst into fire as it curved out and fell. To a witness it might have seemed that the missile materialized out of the air, the effect being better than Shan had hoped. A second ball for the sling, spark, out, down. The first had smashed on the ground near the dome of the comm station, the force of impact flattening it into a round splatter of now fiercely burning material. And his second, carefully aimed, lit 2 feet beyond. Another wail tearing at the nerves. Shan made a third throw, a fourth. He had an audience now. In the light of those pools of fire the Throgs were scuttling back and forth, their hunched bodies casting weird shadows on the dome walls. They were making efforts to douse the fires. But Shan knew from careful experimentation that once ignited the stuff he had skimmed from the lip of one of the hot springs would go on burning as long as a fraction of its viscid substance remained unconsumed. Now Thorvald had gone into action. A Throg suddenly halted, struggled frantically, and toppled over into the edge of a fire splotch, legs looped together by the coils of the curious weapon Thorvald had put together on their first night of partnership. 3 round stones of comparable weight had each been fastened at the end of a vine cord, and those cords united at a center point. Thorvald had demonstrated the effectiveness of his creation by bringing down one of the small deer of the grasslands, an animal normally fleet enough to feel safe from both human and animal pursuit. And those weighted ropes now trapped the Throg with the same efficiency. Having shot his last fireball, Shen ran swiftly to take up a new position, downgrade and to the east of the domes. Here he put into action another of the primitive weapons Thorvald had devised, a spear hurled with a throwing stick, giving it double range and twice as forceful penetration power. The spears themselves were hardly more than crudely shaped lengths of wood, their points charred in the fire. Perhaps these missiles could neither kill nor seriously wound. But more than one thudded home in a satisfactory fashion against the curving back carapace or the softer front parts of a Throg in a manner which certainly shook up and bruised the target. And one of Shan's victims went to the ground, to lie kicking in a way which suggested he had been more than just bruised. Fireballs, spears. Thorvald had moved too. And now down into the somewhat frantic melee of the aroused camp fell a shower of slim weighted reeds, each provided with a clay ball head. The majority of those balls broke on landing as the Terrans had intended. So, through the beetle smell of the aliens, spread the acrid, throat-parching fumes of the hot spring water. Whether those fumes had the same effect upon Throg breathing apparatus as they did upon Terran, the attackers could not tell, but they hoped such a bombardment would add to the general confusion. Shen began to space the hurling of his crude spears with more care, trying to place them with all the precision of aim he could muster. There was a limit to their amount of varied ammunition, although they had dedicated every waking moment of the past few days to manufacture and testing. Luckily the enemy had had none of their energy beams at the domes. And so far they had made no move to lift their flyers for retaliation blasts. But the Throgs were pulling themselves into order. Blaster fire cut the dusk. Most of the aliens were now flat on the ground, sending a creeping line of fire into the perimeter of the camp area. A dark form moved between Shan and the nearest patch of burning moss. The Terran raised a spear to the ready before he caught a whiff of the pungent scent emitted by a wolverine hot with battle rage. He whistled coaxingly. With the Throgs eager to blast any moving thing, the animals were in danger if they prowled about the scene. That blunt head moved. Shan caught the glint of eyes in a furred mask. It was either Taggy or his mate. Then a puff of mixed throng and chemical scent from the camp must have reached the wolverine. The animal coughed and fled westward, passing Shan. Had Thorvald had time and opportunity to make his planned raid on the supply dome? Time during such an embroilment was hard to measure, and Shan could not be sure. He began to count aloud, slowly, as they had agreed. When he reached 100 he would begin his retreat. On 200 he was to run for it, his goal the river a half-mile from the camp. The stream would take the fugitives to the sea where fjords cut the coastline into a ragged fringe offering a wealth of hiding places. Throgs seldom explored any territory on foot. For them to venture into that maze would be putting themselves at the mercy of the Terrans they hunted. And their flyers could comb the air above such a rocky wilderness without result. Shen reached the count of 100. Twice a blaster bolt singed ground within distance close enough to make him wince, but most of the fire carried well above his head. All of his spears were gone, save for one he had kept, hoping for a last good target. One of the Throgs who appeared to be directing the fire of the others was facing Shen's position. And on pure chance that he might knock out that leader, Shen chose him for his victim. The Terran had no illusions concerning his own marksmanship. The most he could hope for, he thought, was to have the primitive weapon thud home painfully on the other's armored hide. Perhaps, if he were very lucky, he could knock the other from his clawed feet. But that chance which hovers over any battlefield turned in Shan's favor. At just the right moment the Throg stretched his head up from the usual hunched position where the carapace extended over his wide shoulders to protect one of the alien's few vulnerable spots, the soft underside of his throat. And the fire-sharpened point of the spear went deep. Throgs were mute, or at least none of them had ever uttered a vocal sound to be reported by Terrans. This one did not cry out. But he staggered forward, forelimbs up, clawed digits pulling at the wooden pin transfixing his throat just under the mandible-equipped jaw, holding his head at an unnatural angle. Without seeming to notice the others of his kind, the Throg came on at a shambling run, straight at Shan as if he could actually see through the dark and had marked down the Terran for personal vengeance. There was something so uncanny about that forward dash that Shan retreated. As his hand groped for the knife at his belt his boot heel caught in a tangle of weed and he struggled for balance. The wounded Throg, still pulling at the spear shaft protruding above the swelling barrel of his chest, pounded on. Shen sprawled backward and was caught in the elastic embrace of a bush, so he did not strike the ground. He fought the grip of prickly branches and kicked to gain solid earth under his feet. Then again he heard that piercing wail from the camp, as chilling as it had been the first time. Spurred by that, he won free. But he could not turn his back on the wounded Throg, keeping rather a sidewise retreat. Already the alien had reached the dark beyond the rim of the camp. His progress now was marked by the crashing through low brush. Two of the Throgs back on the firing line started up after their leader. Shan caught a whiff of their odor as the wounded alien advanced with the single-mindedness of a robot. It would be best to head for the river. Tall grass twisted about the Terran's legs as he began to run. In spite of the gloom, he hesitated to cross that open space. At night Warlock's peculiar vegetation displayed a very alien attribute. 20 varieties of grass, plant, and tree emitted a wan phosphorescence, varying in degree, but affording each an aura of light. And the path before Shen now was dotted by splotches of that radiance, not as brilliant as the chemical-born flames the attackers had kindled in the camp, but as quick to betray the unwary who passed within their dim circles. And there had never been any reason to believe that Throg powers of sight were less than human, there was perhaps some evidence to the contrary. Shen crouched, charting the clumps ahead for a zigzag course which would take him to at least momentary safety in the river bed. Perhaps a mile downstream was the transport the Terrans had cobbled together no earlier than this afternoon, a raft Thorvald had professed to believe would support them to the sea which lay some 50 Terran miles to the west. But now he had to cover that mile. The Wolverines? Thorvald. There was one lure which might draw the animals on to the rendezvous. Taggy had brought down a deer just before they had left the raft. And instead of allowing both beasts to feast at leisure, Shen had lashed the carcass to the shaky platform of wood and brush, putting it out to swing in the current, though still moored to the bank. Wolverines always cached that part of the kill which they did not consume at the first eating, usually burying it. He had hoped that to leave the carcass in such a way would draw both animals back to the raft when they were hungry. And they had not fed particularly well that day. Thorvald. Well, the survey officer had made it very plain during the past 5 days of what Shen had come to look upon as an uneasy partnership that he considered himself far abler to manage in the field. While he had grave doubts of Shen's efficiency in the direction of survival potential. The Terran started along the pattern of retreat he had laid out to the river bed. His heart pounded as he ran, not because of the physical effort he was expending, but because again from the camp had come that blood-freezing howl. A lighter line marked the lip of the cut in which the stream was set, something he had not foreseen. He threw himself down to crawl the last few feet, hugging the earth. That very pale luminescence was easily accounted for by what lay below. Shen licked his lips and tasted the sting of sap smeared on his face during his struggle with the bushes. While the strip of meadow behind him now had been spotted with light plants, the cut below showed an almost solid line of them stringing willow-wise along the water's edge. To go down at this point was simply to spotlight his presence for any Throg on his trail. He could only continue along the upper bank, hoping to finally find an end to the growth of luminescent vegetation below. Shen was perhaps 5 yards from the point where he had come to the river, when a commotion behind made him freeze and turn his head cautiously. The camp was half hidden, and the fires there must be dying. But a twisting, struggling mass was rolling across the meadow in his general direction. Thorvald fighting off an attack. The Wolverines? Shen drew his legs under him, ready to erupt into a counteroffensive. He hesitated between drawing stunner or knife. In his brush with the injured Throg at the wreck the stunner had had little impression on the enemy. And now he wondered if his blade, though it was super steel at its toughest, could pierce any joint in the armored bodies of the aliens. There was surely a fight in progress. The whole crazily weaving blot collapsed and rolled down upon 3 bright light plants. Dull sheen of Throg casing was revealed, no sign of fur, or flesh, or clothing. 2 of the aliens battling. But why? One of those figures got up stiffly, bent over the huddle still on the ground, and pulled at something. The wooden shaft of Shan's spear was wanly visible. And the form on the ground did not stir as that was jerked loose. The Throg leader dead? Shen hoped so. He slid his knife back into the sheath, tapped the hilt to make sure it was firmly in place, and crawled on. The river, twisting here and there, was a promising pool of dusky shadow ahead. The bank of willow things was coming to an end, and none too soon. For when he glanced back again he saw another Throg run across the meadow, and he watched them lift their fellow, carrying him back to camp. The Throgs might seem indestructible, but he had put an end to one, aided by luck and a very rough weapon. With that to bolster his self-confidence to a higher notch, Shen dropped by cautious degrees over the bank and down to the water's edge. When his boots splashed into the oily flood he began to tramp downstream, feeling the pull of the water, first ankle-high and then about his calves. This early in the season they did not have to fear floods, and hereabouts the stream was wide and shallow, save in mid-current at the center point. Twice more he had to skirt patches of light plants, and once a young tree stood bathed in radiance with a pinkish tinge instead of the usual ghostly gray. Within the haze which tinted the drooping branches, flitted small glittering, flying things. And the scent of its half-open buds was heavy on the air, neither pleasant nor unpleasant in Shan's nostrils, merely different. He dared to whistle, a soft call he hoped would carry along the cut between the high banks. But, though he paused and listened until it seemed that every cell in his thin body was occupied in that act, he heard no answering call from the wolverines. Nor any suggestion that either the animals or Thorvald were headed in the direction of the raft. What was he going to do if none of the others joined him downstream? Thorvald had said not to linger there past daylight. Yet Shen knew that unless he actually sighted a Throg patrol splashing after him he would wait until he made sure of the others' fate. Both Taggy and Togi were as important to him as the survey officer. Perhaps more so, he told himself now, because he understood them to a certain degree and found companionship in their undemanding company which he could not claim from the man. Why did Thorvald insist upon their going on to the seashore? To Shan's mind his own first plan of holing up back in the eastern mountains was better. Those heights had as many hiding places as the fjord country. But Thorvald had suddenly become so set on this westward trek that he had given in. As much as he inwardly rebelled when he took them, he found himself obeying the older man's orders. It was only when he was alone, as now, that he began to question both Thorvald's motives and his authority. 3 sprigs of a light bush set in a triangle. Shen paused and then climbed out on the bank, shaking the water from his boots as Taggy might shake such drops from a furred limb. This was the sign they had set to mark their rendezvous point, but Shen whirled, drawing his stunner. The raft was a dark blob on the surface of the water some feet farther on. And now it was bobbing up and down violently. That was not the result of any normal tug of current. He heard an indignant squeal and relaxed with a little laugh. He need not have worried about the wolverines, that bait had drawn them all right. Both of them were now engaged in eating, though they had to conduct their feast on the rather shaky foundation of the makeshift transport. They paid no attention as he waded out, pulling at the anchor cord as he went. The wind must have carried his familiar scent to them. As the water climbed to his shoulders Shen put one hand on the outmost log of the raft. One of the animals snarled a warning at being disturbed. Or had that been at him? Shen stood where he was, listening intently. Yes, there was a splashing sound from upstream. Whoever followed his own recent trail was taking no care to keep that pursuit a secret, and the pace of the newcomer was fast enough to spell trouble. Throgs? Tensely the Terran waited for some reaction from the wolverines. He was sure that if the aliens had followed him, both animals would give warning. Save when they had gone wild upon hearing that strange wail from the camp, they avoided meeting the enemy. But from all sounds the animals had not stopped feeding. So the other was no beetle head. On the other hand, why would Thorvald so advertise his coming, unless the need for speed was greater than caution? Shen drew taut the mooring cord, bringing out his knife to saw through that tough length. A figure passed the 3-sprig signal, ran onto the raft. Lonti. The call came in a hoarse, demanding whisper. Here. Cut loose. We have to get out of here. Thorvald flung himself forward, and together the men scrambled up on the raft. The mangled carcass plunged into the water, dislodged by their efforts. But before the wolverines could follow it, the mooring vine snapped, and the river current took them. Feeling the raft sway and begin to spin, the wolverines whined, crouched in the middle of what now seemed a very frail craft. Behind them, far away but too clear, sounded that eerie howling, topping the sigh of the night wind. "I saw," Thorvald gasped, pausing as if to catch full lungfuls of air to back his words, "they have a hound." "That's what you hear." 5. Pursuit. As the raft revolved slowly, it also slipped downstream at a steadily increasing pace, for the current had them in hold. The wolverines pressed close to Shan until the musky scent of their fur, their animal warmth, enveloped him. One growled deep in its throat, perhaps in answer to that wind-borne wail. "Hound?" Shan asked. Beside him in the dark Thorvald was working loose one of the poles they had ready to help control the raft's voyaging. The current carried them along, but there was a need for those lengths of sapling to fend them free from rocks and water-buried snags. "What hound?" the younger man demanded more sharply when there came no immediate answer. "The Throg's tracker." "But why did they import one?" Thorvald's puzzlement was plain in his tone. He added a moment later, with some of his usual firmness, "We may be in for bad trouble now. Use of a hound means an attempt to take prisoners. Then they do not know that we are here, as Terrans, I mean." Thorvald seemed to be sorting out his thoughts when he replied to that. "They could have brought a hound here just on chance that they might miss one of us in the initial mop-up. Or, if they believe we are natives, they could want a specimen for study. Wouldn't they just blast down Terrans on sight?" Shan saw the dark blot which was Thorvald's head shake in negation. "They might need a live Terran, badly and soon." "Why?" "To operate the camp call beam." Shan's momentary bewilderment vanished. He knew enough of survey procedure to guess the reason for such a move on the part of the aliens. "The settler transport?" "Yes, the ship. She won't plant it here without the proper signal. And the Throgs can't give that. If they don't take her, their time's run out before they have even made a start here. But how could they know that the transport is nearly due? When we intercept their calls they're pure gibberish to us. Can they read our codes?" The supposition is that they can't. Only, concerning Throgs, all we know is supposition. Anyway, they do know the routine for establishing a Terran colony, and we can't alter that procedure except in small non-essentials, Thorvald said grimly. "If that transport doesn't pick up the proper signal to set down here on schedule, her captain will call in the patrol escort, then exit one Throg base. But if the Beetleheads can trick the ship in and take her, then they'll have a clear 5 or 6 more months here to consolidate their own position. After that it would take more than just one patrol cruiser to clear Warlock. It will require a fleet. So the Throgs will have another world to play with, and an important one. This lies on a direct line between the Odin and Kukulkan systems. A Throg base on such a trade route could eventually cut us right out of this quarter of the galaxy. So you think they want to capture us in order to bring the transport in? By our type of reasoning, that would be a logical move, if they know we are here. They haven't too many of those hounds, and they don't risk them on petty jobs. I'd hoped we'd covered our trail well. But we had to risk that attack on the camp. I needed the map case." Again Thorvald might have been talking to himself. "Time, and the right maps," he brought his fist down on the raft, making the platform tremble, "that's what I have to have now." Another patch of light willows stretched along the river banks, and as they sailed through that ribbon of ghostly radiance they could see each other's faces. Thorvald's was bleak, hard, his eyes on the stream behind them as if he expected at any moment to see a Throg emerge from the surface of the water. "Suppose that thing," Shen pointed upstream with his chin, "follows us. What is it anyway?" Hound suggested Terran dog, but he couldn't stretch his imagination to believe in a working cooperation between Throg and any mammal. A rather spectacular combination of toad and lizard, with a few other grisly touches, is about as close as you can get to a general description. And that won't be too accurate, because like the Throgs its remote ancestors must have been of the insect family. If the thing follows us, and I think we can be sure that it will, we'll have to take steps. There is always this advantage: those hounds cannot be controlled from a flyer, and the beetleheads never take kindly to foot slogging. So we won't have to expect any speedy chase. If it slips its masters in rough country, we can try to ambush it. In the dim light Thorvald was frowning. I flew over the territory ahead on 2 sweeps, and it is a queer mixture. If we can reach the rough country bordering the sea, we'll have won the first round. I don't believe that the Throgs will be in a hurry to track us in there. They'll try 2 alternatives to chasing us on foot. 1, use their energy beams to rake any suspect valley, and since there are hundreds of valleys all pretty much alike, that will take some time. Or they can attempt to shake us out with a dum-dum should they have one here, which I doubt. Shan tensed. The stories of the effects of the Throg's dum-dum weapon were anything but pretty. And to get a dum-dum, Thorvald continued as if he were discussing a purely theoretical matter and not a threat of something worse than death, they'll have to bring in one of their major ships. Which they will hesitate to do with a cruiser near at hand. Our own danger spot now is the section we should strike soon after dawn tomorrow if the rate of this current is what I have timed it. There is a band of desert on this side of the mountains. The river gorge deepens there and the land is bare. Let them send a ship over and we could be as visible as if we were sending up flares. How about taking cover now and going on only at night, suggested Shan. Ordinarily, I'd say yes. But with time pressing us now, no. If we keep straight on, we could reach the foothills in about 40 hours, maybe less. And we have to stay with the river. To strike across country there without good supplies and on foot is sheer folly. 2 days. With perhaps the Throgs unleashing their hound on land, combing from their flyers. With a desert. Shen put out his hands to the wolverines. The prospect certainly didn't seem anywhere near as simple as it had the night before when Thorvald had planned this escape. But then the survey officer had left out quite a few points which were not pertinent. Was he also leaving out other essentials? Shen wanted to ask, but somehow he could not. After a while he dozed, his head resting on his knees. He awoke, roused out of a vivid dream, a dream so detailed and so deeply impressed in a picture on his mind that he was confused when he blinked at the riverbank visible in the half-light of early dawn. Instead of that stretch of earth and ragged vegetation now gliding past him as the raft angled along, he should have been fronting a vast skull stark against the sky, a skull whose outlines were oddly inhuman. From whose eye-holes issued and returned flying things while its sharply protruding lower jaw was lapped by water. In color that skull had been a violent clash of blood red and purple. Shan blinked again at the riverbank, seeing transposed on it still that ghostly haze of bone-bare dome, cavernous eye-holes and nose-slit, fanged jaws. That skull was a mountain, or a mountain was a skull, and it was important to him, he must locate it. He moved stiffly, his legs and arms cramped but not cold. The wolverines stirred on either side of him. Thorvald continued to sleep, curled up beyond, the pole still clasped in his hands. A flat map case was slung by a strap about his neck, its thin envelope between his arm and his body as if for safekeeping. On the smooth flap was the survey seal, and it was fastened with a finger lock. Thorvald had lost some of the bright hard surface he had shown at the spaceport where Shen had first sighted him. There were hollows in his cheeks, sending into high relief those bone ridges beneath his eye sockets, giving him a faint resemblance to the skull of Shan's dream. His face was grimed, his field uniform stained and torn. Only his hair was as bright as ever. Shan smeared the back of his hand across his own face, not doubting that he must present an even more disreputable appearance. He leaned forward cautiously to look into the water, but that surface was not quiet enough to act as a mirror. Getting to his feet as the raft bobbed under his shift of weight, Shen studied the territory now about them. He could not match Thorvald's inches, just as he must have a third less bulk than the officer, but standing, he could sight something of what now lay beyond the rising banks of the cut. That grass which had been so thick in the meadowlands around the camp had thinned into separate clumps, pale lavender in color. And the scrawniness of stem and blade suggested dehydration and poor soil. The earth showing between those clumps was not of the usual blue, but pallid, too, bleached to grey, while the bushes along the stream's edge were few and smaller. They must have crossed the line into the desert Thorvald had promised. Shen edged around to face west. There was light enough in the sky to sight tall black pyramids waiting. They had to reach those distant mountains, mountains whose feet on the other side were resting in sea water. He studied them carefully, surveying each peak he could separate from its fellows. Did the skull lie among them? The conviction that the place he had seen in his dream was real, that it was to be found on Warlock, persisted. Not only was it a definite feature of the landscape somewhere in the wild places of this world, but it was also necessary for him to locate it. Why? Shen puzzled over that, with a growing uneasiness which was not quite fear, not yet, anyway. Thorvald moved. The raft tilted and the wolverines became growly. Shen sat down, one hand out to the officer's shoulder in warning. Feeling that touch, Thorvald shifted, one hand striking out blindly in a blow which Shen was just able to avoid, while with the other he pinned the map case yet tighter to him. "Take it easy," Shen urged. The other's eyelids flicked. He looked up, but not as if he saw Shen at all. "The cavern of the Veil," he muttered. "Utgard." Then his eyes did focus and he sat up, gazing around him with a frown. "We're in the desert," Shen announced. Thorvald got up, balancing on feet planted a little apart, looking to the faded expanse of the waste spreading from the river cut. He stared at the mountains before he squatted down to fumble with the lock of the map case. The wolverines were growing restless, though they still did not try to move about too freely on the raft, greeting Shen with vocal complaint. He and Thorvald could satisfy their hunger with a handful of concentrates from the survival kit. But those dry tablets could not serve the animals. Shen studied the terrain with more knowledge than he had possessed a week earlier. This was not hunting land, but there remained the bounty of the river. "We'll have to feed Taggy and Togi," he broke the silence abruptly. "If we don't, they'll be into the river and off on their own." Thorvald glanced up from one of the tough, thin sheets of map skin, again as if he had been drawn back from some distance. His eyes moved from Shen to the unpromising shore. How? With what? He wanted to know. Then the real urgency of the situation must have penetrated his mental isolation. "You have an idea?" "There's those fish we found them eating back by the mountain stream," Shen said, recalling an incident of a few days earlier. "Rocks here, too, like those the fish were hiding under. Maybe we can locate some of them here." He knew that Thorvald would be reluctant to work the raft inshore, to spare time for such hunting. But there would be no arguing with hungry wolverines, and he did not propose to lose the animals for the officer's whim. However, Thorvald did not protest. They pulled the raft out of the main pull of the current, sending it in toward the southern shore in the lee of a clump of light willows. Shen scrambled ashore, the wolverines after him, sniffling along at his heels while he overturned likely-looking rocks to unroof some odd underwater dwellings. The fish with the rudimentary legs were present and not agile enough even in their native element to avoid well-clawed paws which scooped them neatly out of the river shallows. There was also a sleek furred creature with a broad flat head and paddle-equipped forepaws, rather like a miniature seal, which Taggy appropriated before Shen had a chance to examine it closely. In fact, the wolverines wrought havoc along a half-mile section of bank before the Terran could coax them back to the raft. As they hunted, Shen got a better idea of the land about the river. It was sere, the vegetation dwindling except for some rough spikes of things pushing through the parched ground like flayed fingers, their puffed redness in contrast to the usual amethystine coloring of Warlock's growing things. Under the climbing sun that whole stretch of country was revealed in a stark bareness which at first repelled, and then began to interest him. He discovered Thorvald standing on the upper bluff, looking out toward the waiting mountains. The officer turned as Shen urged the wolverines to the raft, and when he jumped down the drop to join them, Shen saw he carried a map strip unrolled in his hand. "The situation is not as good as we hoped," he told the younger man. "We'll have to leave the river to cross the heights." "Why?" There are rapids, bending in a falls. The officer squatted down, spreading out the strip and making stabs at it with a nervous fingertip. Here we have to leave. This is all rough ground. But lying to the south there's a gap which may be a pass. This was made from an aerial survey. Shen knew enough to realize to what extent such a guide could go wrong. Main features of the landscape would be clear enough from aloft, but there might be unsurmountable difficulties at ground level which were not distinguishable from the air. Yet Thorvald had planned this journey as if he had already explored their escape route and that it was as open and easy as a stroll down Tyr's main transport way. Why was it so necessary that they try to reach the sea? However, since he had no objection to voice except a dislike for indefinite information, Shen did not question the other's calm assumption of command, not yet, anyway. As they embarked and worked back into the current, Shen studied his companion. Thorvald had freely listed the difficulties lying before them. Yet he did not seem in the least worried about their being able to win through to the sea, or if he was, his outer shell of unconcern remained uncracked. Before their first day together had ended, the younger Terran had learned that to Thorvald he was only another tool, to be used by the survey officer in some project which the other believed of primary importance. And his resentment of the valuation was under control so far. He valued Thorvald's knowledge, but the other's attitude chilled and rebuffed his need for something more than a half-partnership of work. Why had Thorvald come back to Warlock in the first place? And why had it been necessary for him to risk his life, perhaps more than his life if their theory was correct concerning the Throg's wish to capture a Terran, to get that set of maps from the plundered camp? When he had first talked of that raid, his promised loot had been supplies to fill their daily needs, there had been no mention of maps. By all signs Thorvald was engaged on some mission. And what would happen if he, Shan, suddenly stopped being the other's obedient underling and demanded a few explanations here and now? Only Shen knew enough about men to also know that he would not get any information out of Thorvald that the latter was not ready to give, and that such a showdown, coming prematurely, would only end in his own discomfiture. He smiled wryly now, remembering his emotions when he had first seen Ragnar Thorvald months ago. As if the officer ever considered the likes, dislikes, or dreams, of one Shenlonti. No, reality and dreams seldom approached each other. Dreams. On any of those shoreline maps, he asked suddenly, do they have marked a mountain shaped like a skull? Thorvald thrust with his pole. Skull. He repeated, a little absently, as he so often did in answer to Shan's questions unless they dealt with some currently important matter. A queer sort of skull, Shen said. Just as vividly as when he had first awakened, he could picture that skull mountain with the flying things about its eye sockets. And that, too, was odd, dream impressions usually faded with the passing of waking hours. It has a protruding lower jaw and the waves wash that, red and purple rock. What? He had Thorvald's complete attention now. Where did you hear about it? That demand followed quickly. I didn't hear about it. I dreamed of it last night. I stood there right in front of it. There were birds, or things flying like birds, going in and out of the eye holes. What else? Thorvald leaned across his pole, his eyes alive, avid, as if he would pull the reply he wanted out of Shan by force. That was all I remember, the skull mountain. He did not add his other impression, that he was meant to find that skull, that he must find it. Nothing. Thorvald paused, and then spoke slowly, with a visible reluctance. Nothing else? No cavern with a green veil, a wide green veil, strung across it? Shen shook his head. Just the skull mountain. Thorvald looked as if he didn't quite believe that, but Shan's expression must have been convincing, for he laughed shortly. Well, there goes one nice neat theory up in smoke, he commented. No, your skull doesn't appear on any of our maps, and so probably my cavern does not exist either. They may both be smoke screens. What? But Shen never finished that query. A wind was rising in the desert to blow across the slit which held the river, carrying with it a fine shifting of sand which coasted down into the water as a grey haze, coating men, animals, and raft, and sighing as snow sighs when it falls. Only that did not drown out another cry, a thin cry, diluted by the miles of land stretching behind them, but yet carrying that long ululating howl they had heard in the Throg camp. Thorvald grinned mirthlessly. The hound's on trail. He bent to the pole, using it to aid the pace of the current. Shan, chilled in spite of the sun's heat, followed his example, wondering if time had ceased to fight on their side. 6. The Hound. The sun was a harsh ball of heat baking the ground and then, in some odd manner, drawing back that same fieriness. In the coolness of the eastern mountains Shan would not have believed that Warlock could hold such heat. The men discarded their jackets early as they swung to dip the poles. But they dared not strip off the rest of their clothing lest their skin burn. And again gusts of wind now drove sand over the edge of the cut to blanket the water. Shen wiped his eyes, pausing in his eternal push-push, to look at the rocks which they were passing in threatening proximity. For the slash which held the river had narrowed. And the rock of its walls was naked of earth, save for sheltered pockets holding the drift of sand dust, while boulders of all sizes cut into the path of the flowing water. He had not been mistaken. They were going faster, faster even than their efforts with the poles would account for. With the narrowing of the bed of the stream, the current was taking on a new swiftness. Shan said as much and Thorvald nodded. "We're approaching the first of the rapids." "Where we get off and walk around," Shan croaked wearily. The dust gritted between his teeth, irritated his eyes. "Do we stay beside the river?" "As long as we can," Thorvald replied somberly. "We have no way of transporting water." Yes, a man could live on very slim rations of food, continue to beat his way over a bad trail if he had the concentrate tablets they carried. But there was no going without water, and in this heat such an effort would finish them quickly. Always they both listened for another cry from behind, a cry to tell them just how near the Throg hunting party had come. No Throg flyers yet, Shen observed. He had expected one of those black plates to come cruising the moment the Hound had pointed the direction for their pursuers. Not in a storm such as this. Thorvald, without releasing his hold on the raft pole, pointed with his chin to the swirling haze cloaking the air above the cut walls. Here the river dug yet deeper into the beginning of a canyon. They could breathe better. The dust still sifted down but not as thickly as a half-hour earlier. Though over their heads the sky was now a grayish lid, shutting out the sun, bringing a portion of coolness to the travelers. The survey officer glanced from side to side, watching the banks as if hunting for some special mark or sign. At last he used his pole as a pointer to indicate a rough pile of boulders ahead. Some former landslide had dammed the river at that point, and the drift of seasonal floods was caught in and among the rocky pile to form a prickly peninsula. In there. They brought the raft to shore, fighting the faster current. The wolverines, who had been subdued by the heat and the dust, flung themselves to the rocks with the eagerness of passengers deserting a sinking ship for certain rescue. Thorvald settled the map case more securely between his arm and side before he took the same leap. When they were all ashore he prodded the raft out into the stream again, pushing the platform along until it was sucked by the current past the line of boulders. "Listen." But Shen had already caught that distant rumble of sound. It was steady, beating like some giant drum. Certainly it did not herald a Throg ship in flight, and it came from ahead, not from their back trail. Rapids, perhaps even the falls, Thorvald interpreted that faint thunder. "Now, let's see what kind of a road we can find here." The tongue of boulders, spiked with driftwood, was firmly based against the wall of the cut. But it sloped up to within a few feet of the top of that gap, more than one landslide having contributed to its fashioning. The landing stage paralleled the river for perhaps some 50 feet. Beyond it water splashed a straight wall. They would have to climb and follow the stream along the top of the embankment, maybe being forced well away from the source of the water. By unspoken consent they both knelt and drank deeply from their cupped hands, splashing more of the liquid over their heads, washing the dust from their skins. Then they began to climb the rough ascent up which the wolverines had already vanished. The murk above them was less solid, but again the fine grit streaked their faces, embedding itself in their hair. Shen paused to scrape a film of mud from his lips and chin. Then he made the last pull, bracing his slight body against the push of the wind he met there. A palm struck hard between his shoulders, nearly sending him sprawling. He had only wits enough left to recognize that as an order to get on, and he staggered ahead until rock arched over him and the sand drift was shut off. His shoulder met solid stone, and having rubbed the sand from his eyes, Shen realized he was in a pocket in the cliff walls. Well overhead he caught a glimpse of natural amber sky through a slit, but here was a twilight which thickened into complete darkness. There was no sign of wolverines. Thorvald moved along the pocket southward, and Shen followed him. Once more they faced a dead end. For the crevice, with the sheer descent to the river on the right, the cliff wall at its back, came to an abrupt stop in a drop which caught at Shen's stomach when he ventured to look down. If some battleship of the interstellar fleet had aimed a force beam across the mountains of Warlock, cutting down to what lay under the first envelope of planet skin, perhaps the resulting wound might have resembled that slash. What had caused such a break between the height on which they stood and the much taller peak beyond, Shen could not guess. But it must have been a cataclysm of spectacular dimensions. There was certainly no descending to the bottom of that cut and reclimbing the rock face on the other side. The fugitives would either have to return to the river with all its ominous warnings of trouble to come, or find some other path across that gap which now provided such an effective barrier to the west. Down! Just as Thorvald had pushed him out of the murk of the dust storm into the crevice, so now did that officer jerk Shen from his feet, forcing him to the floor of the half-cave from which they had partially emerged. A shadow moved across the bright band of sunlit sky. Back! Thorvald caught at Shen again, his greater strength prevailing as he literally dragged the younger man into the dusk of the crevice. And he did not pause, nor allow Shen to do so, even when they were well under cover again. At last they reached the dark hole in the southern wall which they had passed earlier. And a push from Thorvald sent his companion into that. Then a blow greater than any the survey officer had aimed at him struck Shen. He was hurled against a rough wall with impetus enough to explode the air from his lungs, the ensuing pain so great that he feared his ribs had given under that thrust. Before his eyes fire lashed down the slit, searing him into temporary blindness. That flash was the last thing he remembered as thick darkness closed in, shutting him into the nothingness of unconsciousness. It hurt to breathe. He was slowly aware first of that pain and then the fact that he was breathing, that he had to endure the pain for the sake of breath. His whole body was jarred into a dull torment as a weight pressed upon his twisted legs. Then strong animal breath puffed into his face. Shen lifted one hand by willpower, touched thick fur, felt the rasp of a tongue laid wetly across his fingers. Something close to terror engulfed him for a second or two when he knew that he could not see. The black about him was colored by jagged flashes of red which he somehow guessed were actually inside his eyes. He groped through that fire-pierced darkness. An animal whimper from the throat of the shaggy body pressed against him, he answered that movement. Taggy. The shove against him was almost enough to pin him once more to the wall, a painful crush on his aching ribs, as the wolverine responded to his name. That second nudge from the other side must be Togi's bid for attention. But what had happened? Thorvald had hurled him back just after that shadow had swung over the ledge. That shadow! Shen's wits quickened as he tried to make sense of what he could remember. A Throg ship. Then that fiery lash which had cut after them could only have resulted from one of those energy bolts such as had wiped out the others of his kind at the camp. But he was still alive. Thorvald. He called through his personal darkness. When there was no answer, Shen called again, more urgently. Then he hunched forward on his hands and knees, pushing Taggy gently aside, running his hands over projecting rocks, uneven flooring. His fingers touched what could only be cloth, before they met the warmth of flesh. And he half threw himself against the supine body of the survey officer, groping awkwardly for heartbeat, for some sign that the other was still living. What? The one word came thickly, but Shen gave something close to a sob of relief as he caught the faint mutter. He squatted back on his heels, pressed his forearm against his aching eyes in a kind of fierce will to see. Perhaps that pressure did relieve some of the blackout, for when he blinked again, the complete dark and the fiery trails had faded to gray, and he was sure he saw dimly a source of light to his left. The Throg ship had fired upon them. But the aliens could not have used the full force of their weapon, or neither of the Terrans would still be alive. Which meant, Shen's thoughts began to make sense which brought apprehension. The Throgs probably intended to disable rather than kill. They wanted prisoners, just as Thorvald had warned. How long did the Terrans have before the aliens would come to collect them? There was no fit landing place hereabouts for their flyer. The beetleheads would have to set down at the edge of the desert land and climb the mountains on foot. And the Throgs were not good at that. So, the fugitives still had a measure of time. Time to do what? The country itself held them securely captive. That drop to the southwest was one barrier. To retreat eastward would mean running straight into the hands of the hunters. To descend again to the river, their raft gone, was worse than useless. There was only this side pocket in which they sheltered. And once the Throgs arrived, they could scoop the Terrans out at their leisure, perhaps while stunned by a controlling energy beam. Taggy? Togi? Shen was suddenly aware that he had not heard the wolverines for some time. He was answered by a weirdly muffled call, from the south. Had the animals found a new exit? Was this niche more than just a niche? A cave of some length, or even a passage running back into the interior of the peaks? With that faint hope spurring him, Shen bent again over Thorvald, able now to make out the other's huddled form. Then he drew the torch from the inner loop of his coat and pressed the lowest stud. His eyes smarted in answer to that light, watered until tears patterned the grime and dust on his cheeks. But he could make out what lay before them, a hole leading into the cliff face, the hole which might furnish the door to escape. The survey officer moved, levering himself up, his eyes screwed tightly shut. Lonti? Here. And there's a tunnel, right behind you. The wolverines went that way. To his surprise there was a thin ghost of a smile on Thorvald's usually straight-lipped mouth. And we'd better be away before visitors arrive. So he, too, must have thought his way through the sequence of past action to the same conclusion concerning the Throg movements. Can you see, Lonti? The question was painfully casual, but a note in it, almost a reaching for reassurance, cut for the first time through the wall which had stood between them from their chance meeting by the wrecked ship. Better now. I couldn't when I first came to, Shen answered quickly. Thorvald opened his eyes, but Shen guessed that he was as blind as he himself had been. He caught at the officer's nearer hand, drawing it to rest on his own belt. Grab hold. Shen was giving the orders now. By the look of that opening we had better try crawling. I've a torch on it low. Good enough. The other's fingers fumbled on the band about Shan's slim waist until they gripped tight at his back. He started on into the opening, drawing Thorvald by that hold with him. Luckily, they did not have to crawl far, for shortly past the entrance the fault or vein they were following became a passage high enough for even the tall Thorvald to travel without stooping. And then only a little later he released his hold on Shan, reporting he could now see well enough to manage on his own. The torch beam caught on a wall and awoke from there a glitter which hurt their eyes, a green-gold cluster of crystals. Several feet on, there was another flash of embedded crystals. Those might promise priceless wealth, but neither Terran paused to examine them more closely or touch their surfaces. From time to time Shen whistled. And always he was answered by the wolverines, their calls coming from ahead. So the men continued to hope that they were not walking into a trap from which the Throgs could extract them. Snap off your torch a moment. Thorvald ordered. Shan obeyed. The subdued light vanished. Yet there was still light to be seen, ahead and above. Front door, Thorvald observed. How do we get up? The torch showed them that, a narrow ladder of ledges branching off when the passage they followed took a turn to the left and east. Afterward Shen remembered that climb with wonder that they had actually made it, though their advance had been slow, passing the torch from one to another to make sure of their footing. Shen was top man when a last spurt of effort enabled him to draw himself out into the open, his hands raw, his nails broken and torn. He sat there, stupefied with his own weariness, to stare about. Thorvald called impatiently, and Shen reached for the torch to hold it for the officer. Then Thorvald crawled out. He, too, looked around in dull surprise. On either side, peaks cut high into the amber of the sky. But this bowl in which the men had found refuge was rich in growing things. Though the trees were stunted, the grass grew almost as high here as it did on the meadows of the lowlands. Quartering the pocket valley, galloped the wolverines, expressing in that wild activity their delight in this freedom. Good campsite. Thorvald shook his head. We can't stay here. And, to underline that gloomy prophecy, there issued from that hole through which they had just come, muffled and broken, but still threatening, the howl of the Throg's Hound. The survey officer caught the torch from Shan's hold and knelt to flash it into the interior of the passage. As the beam slowly circled that opening, he held out his other arm, measuring the size of the aperture. When that thing gets on a hot scent, he snapped off the beam, the beetleheads won't be able to control it. There will be no reason for them to attempt to. Those hounds obey their first orders, kill, or capture. And I think this one operates on capture. So they'll loose it to run ahead of their party. And we move to knock it out. Shen relied now on the other's experience. Thorvald rose. It would need a blaster on full power to finish off a hound. No, we can't kill it. But we can make it a doorkeeper to our advantage. He trotted down into the valley, Shen beside him without understanding in the least, but aware that Thorvald did have some plan. The officer bent, searched the ground, and began to pull from under the loose surface dirt one of those nets of tough vines which they had used for cords. He thrust a double handful of this hasty harvest into Shan's hold with a single curt order, twist these together and make as thick a rope as you can. Shan twisted, discovering to his pleased surprise that under pressure the vines exuded a sticky purple sap which not only coated his hands, but also acted as an adhesive for the vines themselves, so that his task was not nearly as formidable as it had first seemed. With his force axe Thorvald cut down two of the stunted trees and stripped them of branches, wedging the poles into the rocks about the entrance of the hole. They were working against time, but on Thorvald's part with practiced efficiency. Twice more that cry of the hunter arose from the depths behind them. As the westering sun, almost down now, shone into the valley hollow, Thorvald set up the frame of his trap. We can't knock it out, any more than we can knock out a Throg. But a beam from a stunner ought to slow it up long enough for this to work. Taggy burst out of the grass, approaching the hole with purpose. And Togi was right at his heels. Both of them stared into that opening, drooling a little, the same eagerness in their pose as they had displayed when hunting. Shen remembered how that first howl of the Throg Hound had drawn both animals to the edge of the occupied camp in spite of their marked distaste for its alien masters. They're after it too. He told Thorvald what he had noted on the night of their sortie. Maybe they can keep it occupied, the other commented. But we don't want them to actually mix with it, that might be fatal. A clamor broke out in the interior passage. Taggy snarled, backing away a few steps before he uttered his own war cry. Ready. Thorvald jumped to the net slung from the poles. Shen raised his stunner. Togi underlined her mate's challenge with a series of snarls rising in volume. There was a tearing, scrambling sound from within. Then Shen fired at the jack-in-the-box appearance of a monstrous head, and Thorvald released the deadfall. The thing squalled. Ropes beat, growing taut. The wolverines backed from jaws which snapped fruitlessly. To Shan's relief the Terran animals appeared content to bait the now imprisoned, or collared, horror, without venturing to make any close attack. But he reckoned that too soon. Perhaps the stunner had slowed up the hound's reflexes, for those jaws stilled with a last shattering snap, the toad lizard mask, a head which was against all nature as the Terrans knew it, was quiet in the strangle leash of the rope. The rest of the body serving as a cork to fill the exit hole. Taggy had been waiting only for such a chance. He sprang, claws ready. And Togi went in after her mate to share the battle. 7. Unwelcome Guide. There was a small eruption of earth and stone as the Hound came alive, fighting to reach its tormentors. The resulting din was deafening. Shan, avoiding by a hand's breadth a snap of jaws with power to crush his leg into bone powder and mangled flesh, cuffed Togi across her nose and buried his hands in the fur about Taggy's throat as he heaved the male wolverine back from the struggling monster. He shouted orders, and to his surprise Togi did obey, leaving him free to yank Taggy away. Perhaps neither wolverine had expected the full fury of the Hound. Though he suffered a slash across the back of one hand, delivered by the overexcited Taggy, in the end Shan was able to get both animals away from the hole, now corked so effectively by the slavering thing. Thorvald was actually laughing as he watched his younger companion in action. This ought to slow up the beetles. If they haul their little doggy back, it's apt to take out some of its rage on them, and I'd like to see them dig around it. Considering that the monstrous head was swinging from side to side in a collar of what seemed to be immovable rocks, Shen thought Thorvald right. He went down on his knees beside the wolverines, soothing them with hand and voice, trying to get them to obey his orders willingly. Ha! Thorvald brought his mud-stained hands together with a clap, the sharp sound attracting the attention of both animals. Shen scrambled up, swung out his bleeding hand in the simple motion which meant to hunt, being careful to signal down the valley westward. Taggy gave a last reluctant growl at the Hound, to be answered by one of its ear-torturing howls, and then trotted off, Togi tagging behind. Thorvald caught Shan's slashed hand, inspecting the bleeding cut. From the aid packet at his belt he brought out powder and a strip of protecting plastiflesh to cleanse and bind the wound. "You'll do," he commented. "But we'd better get out of here before full dark." The small paradise of the valley was no safe campsite. It could not be so long as that monstrosity on the hillside behind them roared and howled its rage to the darkening sky. Trailing the wolverines, the men caught up with the animals drinking from a small spring and thankfully shared that water. Then they pushed on, not able to forget that somewhere in the peaks about must lurk the Throg flyer ready to attack on sight. Only darkness could not be held off by the will of men. Here in the open there was no chance to use the torch. As long as they were within the valley boundaries the phosphorescent bushes marked a path. But by the coming of complete darkness they were once more out in a region of bare rock. The wolverines had killed a brace of skitterers, consuming hide and soft bones as well as the meager flesh which was not enough to satisfy their hunger. However, to Shan's relief, they did not wander too far ahead. And as the men stopped at last on a ledge where a fall of rock gave them some limited shelter both animals crowded in against the humans, adding the heat of their bodies to the slight comfort of that cramped resting place. From time to time Shan was startled out of a troubled half-sleep by the howl of the Hound. Luckily that sound never seemed any louder. If the Throgs had caught up with their hunter, and certainly they must have done so by now, they either could not, or would not free it from the trap. Shan dozed again, untroubled by any dreams, to awake hearing the shrieks of clack-clacks. But when he studied the sky he was able to sight none of the cliff-dwelling Warlockian bats. "More likely they are paying attention to our friend back in the valley," Thorvald said dryly, rightly reading Shan's glance to the clouds overhead. "Ought to keep them busy." Clack-clacks were meat-eaters, only they preferred their chosen prey weak and easy to attack. The imprisoned Hound would certainly attract their kind. And those shrill cries now belling through the mountain heights ought to draw everyone of their species within miles. There it is. Thorvald, pulling himself to his feet by a rock handhold, gazed westward, his gaunt face eager. Shan, expecting no less than a cruising Throg ship, searched for cover on their perch. Perhaps if they flattened themselves behind the fall of stones, they might be able to escape attention. Yet Thorvald made no move into hiding. And so Shen followed the line of the other's fixed stare. Before and below them lay a maze of heights and valleys, sharp drops, and saw-toothed rises. But on the far rim of that section of Badlands shone the green of a Warlockian sea rippling on to the only dimly seen horizon. They were now within sight of their goal. Had they had one of the exploration skyflitters from the overrun camp, they could have walked its beach sands within the hour. Instead, they fought their way through a devil-designed country for the next 2 days. Twice they had narrow escapes from the Throg ship, or ships, which continued to sweep across the rugged line of the coast, and only a quick dive to cover, wasting precious time cowering like trapped animals, saved them from discovery. But at least the Hound did not bay again on the tangled trail they left, and they hoped that the trap and the clack-clacks had put that monster permanently out of service. On the 3rd day they came down to one of those fjords which tongued inland, fringing the coast. There had been no lack of hunting in the narrow valleys through which they had threaded, so both men and wolverines were well fed. Though animal fur wore better than the now tattered uniforms of the men. Now where? Shen asked. Would he now learn the purpose driving Thorvald onto this coastland? Certainly such broken country afforded good hiding, but no better concealment than the mountains of the interior. The survey officer turned slowly around on the shingle, studying the heights behind them as well as the angle of the inlet where the wavelets lapped almost at their battered boot tips. Opening his treasured map case, he began a patient checking of landmarks against several of the strips he carried. We'll have to get on down to the true coast. Shen leaned against the trunk of a conical branched mountain tree, pulling absently at the shreds of wine-colored bark being shed in seasonal change. The chill they had known in the upper valleys was succeeded here by a humid warmth. Spring was becoming a summer such as this northern continent knew. Even the fresh wind, blowing in from the outer sea, had already lost some of the bite they had felt 2 days before when its salt-laden mistiness had first struck them. Then what do we do there? Shan persisted. Thorvald brought over the map, his black-rimmed nail tracing a route down one of the fjords, slanting out to indicate a lace of islands extending in a beaded line across the sea. We head for these. To Shan that made no sense at all. Those islands, why, they would offer less chance of establishing a safe base than the broken land in which they now stood. Even the survey scouts had given those spots of sea-encircled earth the most cursory examination from the air. Why? He asked bluntly. So far he had followed orders because they had for the most part made sense. But he was not giving obedience to Thorvald as a matter of rank alone. Because there is something out there, something which may make all the difference now. Warlock isn't an empty world. Shan jerked free a long thong of loose bark, rolling it between his fingers. Had Thorvald cracked? He knew that the officer had disagreed with the findings of the team and had been an unconvinced minority of one who had refused to subscribe to the report that Warlock had no native intelligent life and therefore was ready and waiting for human settlement because it was technically an empty world. But to continue to cling to that belief without a single concrete proof was certainly a sign of mental imbalance. And Thorvald was regarding him now with frowning impatience. You were supposed to humor delusions, weren't you? Only, could you surrender and humor a wild idea which might mean your death? If Thorvald wanted to go island hopping in chance of discovering what never had existed, Shen need not accompany him. And if the officer tried to use force, well, Shen was armed with a stunner, and had, he believed, more control over the Wolverines. Perhaps if he merely gave lip agreement to this project. Only he didn't believe, noting the light deep in those gray eyes holding on him, that anybody could talk Thorvald out of this particular obsession. You don't believe me, do you? The impatience arose hotly in that demand. Why shouldn't I? Shen tried to temporize. You've had a lot of exploration experience, you should know about such things. I don't pretend to be any authority. Thorvald refolded the map and placed it in the case. Then he pulled at the ceiling of his blouse, groping in an inner secret pocket. He uncurled his fingers to display his treasure. On his palm lay a coin-shaped medallion, bone white but possessing an odd luster which bone would not normally show. And it was carved. Shen put out a finger, though he had a strange reluctance to touch the object. When he did, he experienced a sensation close to the tingle of a mild electric shock. And once he had made that contact, he was also impelled to pick up that disc and examine it more closely. The carved pattern was very intricate and had been done with great delicacy and skill, though the whorls, oddly shaped knobs, ribbon tracings, made no connected design he could determine. After a moment or two of study, Shen became aware that his eyes, following those twists and twirls, were fixed, that it required a distinct effort to look away from the thing. Feeling some of that same alarm as he had known when he first heard the wailing of the Throg Hound, he let the disc fall back into Thorvald's hold, even more disturbed when he discovered that to relinquish his grasp required some exercise of will. "What is it?" Thorvald restored the coin to his hiding place. "You tell me. I can say this much, there is no listing for anything even remotely akin to this in the archives." Shan's eyes widened. He absently rubbed the fingers which had held the bone coin, if it was a coin, back and forth across the torn front of his blouse. That tingle, did he still feel it? Or was his imagination at work again? But an object not listed in the exhaustive survey archives would mean some totally new civilization, a new stellar race. "It is definitely a created article," the survey officer continued. "And it was found on the beach of one of those sea islands." Throg? But Shen already knew the answer to that. Throg work, this? Thorvald was openly scornful. Throgs have no conception of such art. You must have seen their metal plates, those are the beetlehead's idea of beauty. Have those the slightest resemblance to this? Then who made it? Either Warlock has, or once had, a native race advanced enough in a well-established form of civilization to develop such a sophisticated type of art, or there have been other visitors from space here before us and the Throgs. And the latter possibility I don't believe. Why? Because this was carved of bone or an allied substance. We haven't been quite able to identify it in the labs, but it is basically organic material. It was found exposed to the weather and yet it is in perfect condition, could have been carved any time within the past 5 years. It has been handled, yes, but not roughly. And we have come across evidences of no other star-cruising races or species save ourselves and the Throgs. No, I say this was made here on Warlock, not too long ago, and by intelligent beings of a very high grade of civilization. But they would have cities, protested Shan. We've been here for months, explored all over this continent. We would have seen them or some traces of them. An old race, maybe, Thorvald mused, a very old race, perhaps in decline, reduced to a remnant in numbers with good reason to retire into hiding. No, we've discovered no cities, no evidence of a native culture past or present. But this, he touched the front of his blouse, was found on the shore of an island. We may have been looking in the wrong place for our natives. The sea. Shan glanced with new interest at the green water surging in wavelets along the edge of the fjord. Just so, the sea. But scouts have been here for more than a year, one team or another. And nobody saw anything or found any traces. All 4 of our base camps were set inland, our explorations along the coast were mainly carried out by flitter, except for one party, the one which found this. And there may be excellent local reasons why any native never showed himself to us. For that matter, they may not be able to exist on land at all, any more than we could live without artificial aids in the sea. Now we must make a real attempt to find them if they do exist anywhere near here. A friendly native race could make all the difference in the world in any struggle with the Throgs. Then you did have more than the dreams to back you when you argued with Feniston. Shan cut in. Thorvald's eyes were on him again. When did you hear that, Lonti? To his great embarrassment, Shan found himself flushing. I heard you, the day you left for headquarters, he admitted, and then added in his own defense, probably half the camp did, too. Thorvald's gathering frown flickered away. He gave a snort of laughter. Yes, I guess we did rather get to the bellowing point that morning. The dreams, he came back to the subject. Yes, the dreams are important. We had their warning from the start. Laurie was the first in Scout who charted Warlock, and he is a good man. I guess I can break secret now to tell you that his ship was equipped with a new experimental device which recorded, well, you might call it an emanation, a radiation so faint its source could not be traced. And it registered whenever Laurie had one of those dreams. Unfortunately, the machine was very new, very much in the untested stage, and its performance when checked later in the lab was erratic enough so the powers that be questioned all its readings. They produced a half-dozen answers to account for that tape, and Laurie only caught the recording as long as he was on a big bay to the south. Then when 2 check flights came in later, carrying perfected machines and getting no recordings, it was all written off as a mistake in the first experiment. A planet such as Warlock is too big a find to throw away when there was no proof of occupancy. And the settlement boys rushed matters right along. Shen recalled his own vivid dream of the skull rock set in the lap of water, this sea. And another small point fell into place to furnish the beginning of a pattern. I was asleep on the raft when I dreamed about that skull mountain, he said slowly, wondering if he were making sense. Thorvald's head came up with the alert stance of Taggy on a strong game scent. Yes, on the raft you dreamed of a skull rock. And I of a cavern with a green veil. Both of us were on water, water which had an eventual connection with the sea. Could water be a conductor? I wonder. Once again his hand went into his blouse. He crossed the strip of gravel beach and dipped fingers into the water, letting the drops fall on the carved disc he now held in his other hand. What are you doing? Shan could see no purpose in that. Thorvald did not answer. He had pressed wet hand to dry now, palm to palm, the coin cupped tightly between them. He turned a quarter circle, to face the still distant open sea. That way. He spoke with a new odd tonelessness. Shan stared into the other's face. All the eager alertness of only a moment earlier had been wiped away. Thorvald was no longer the man he had known, but in some frightening way a husk, holding a quite different personality. The younger Terran answered his fear with an attack from the old days of rough infighting in the dumps of Tyr. He brought his right hand down hard in a sharp chop across the officer's wrists. The bone coin spun to the sand and Thorvald stumbled, staggering forward a step or two. Before he could recover balance Shan had stamped on the medallion. Thorvald whirled, his stunner drawn with a speed for which Shan gave him high marks. But the younger man's own weapon was already out and ready. And he talked, fast. That thing's dangerous. What did you do? What did it do to you? His demand got through to a Thorvald who was himself again. What was I doing? Came a counter-demand. You were acting like a mind-controlled. Thorvald stared at him incredulously, then with a growing spark of interest. The minute you dripped water on that thing you changed, Shan continued. Thorvald reholstered his stunner. Yes, he mused, why did I want to drip water on it? Something prompted me. He ran his still damp hand up the angle of his jaw, across his forehead as if to relieve some pain there. What else did I do? Faced to the sea and said, that way, Shan replied promptly. And why did you move in to stop me? Shan shrugged. When I first touched that thing I felt a shock. And I've seen mind-controlled, he could have bitten his tongue for betraying that. The world of the mind-controlled was very far from the life Thorvald and his kind knew. Very interesting, commented the other. For one of so few years you seem to have seen a lot, Lonti, and apparently remembered most of it. But I would agree that you are right about this little plaything. It carries a danger with it, being far less innocent than it looks. He tore off one of the fluttering scraps of rag which now made up his sleeve. If you'll just remove your foot, we'll put it out of business for now. He proceeded to wrap the disc well in his bit of cloth, taking care not to touch it again with his bare fingers while he stowed it away. I don't know what we have in this, a key to unlock a door, a trap to catch the unwary. I can't guess how or why it works. But we can be reasonably sure it's not just some carefree maiden's locket, nor the equivalent of a credit to spend in the nearest bar. So it pointed me to the sea, did it? Well, that much I am willing to allow. Maybe we'll be able to return it to the owner, after we learn who, or what, that owner is. Shen gazed down at the green water, opaque, not to be pierced to the depths by human sight. Anything might lurk there. Suddenly the Throgs became normal when balanced against an unknown living in the murky depths of an aquatic world. Another attack on the Throg-held camp could be well preferred to such exploration as Thorvald had in mind. Yet Shen did not voice any protest as the survey officer faced again in the same direction as the disc had pointed him moments before. 8. Utgard. A wind from the west sprang up an hour before sunset, lashing waves inland until their spray was a salt mist in the air, a mist to sodden clothing, plaster hair to the skull, leaving a brine slime across the skin. Yet Thorvald hunted no shelter, in spite of the promise in the rough shoreline at their backs. The sand in which their boots slipped and slid was coarse stuff, hardly finer than gravel, studded with nests of drift, bone-white or grayed or pale lavender, smoothed and stored by the seasons of low tides and high, seasonal storms and hurricanes. A wild shore and a forbidding one, to arouse Shen's distrust, perhaps a fitting goal for that disc's guiding. Shen had tasted loneliness in the mountains, experienced the strange world of the river at night lighted by the wan radiance of glowing shrubs and plants, forced the starkness of the heights. Yet there had been through all that journeying a general resemblance to his own past on other worlds. A tree was a tree, whether it bore purple foliage or was red-veined. A rock was a rock, a river a river. They were equally hard and wet on Warlock or Tyr. But now a veil he could not describe, even in his own thoughts, hung between him and the sand over which he walked, between him and the sea which sent spray to wet his torn clothing, between him and that wild rack of long-ago storms. He could put out his hand and touch sand, drift, spray, yet they were a setting where something lay hidden behind that setting, something watched, calculatingly, with intelligence, and a set of emotions and values he could not share. Storm coming. Thorvald paused in the buffeting of wind and spray, watching the fury of the tossing sea. The sun was still a pale smear just above the horizon. And it gave light enough to make out that trickle of islands melting out to obscurity. Utgard. Utgard? Shen repeated, the strange word holding no meaning for him. Legend of my people. Thorvald smeared spray from his face with one hand. Utgard, those outermost islands where dwell the giants who are the mortal enemies of the old gods. Those dark lumps, most of them bare rock, only a few crowned with stunted vegetation, might well harbor anything, Shen decided, giants or the malignant spirits of any race. Perhaps even the Throgs had their tales of evil things in the night, beetle monsters to people wild, unknown lands. He caught at Thorvald's arm and suggested a practical course of action. We'll need shelter before the storm strikes. To Shen's relief the other nodded. They trailed back across the beach, their backs now to the sea and Utgard. That harsh-sounding name did so well fit the line of islands and islets, Shen repeated it to himself. Here the beach was narrow, a strip of blue sand gravel walled by wave-worn boulders. And from that barrier of stones piled into a breastwork by chance, interwoven with bone-bare drift, arose the first of the cliffs. Shen studied the terrain with increasing uneasiness. To be caught between a sea, whipped inland by a storm wind, and that cliff would be a risk he did not like to consider, as ignorant of field lore as he was. They must locate some break nearer than the fjord, down which they had come. And they must find it soon, before the daylight was gone and the full fury of bad weather struck. In the end the Wolverines discovered an exit, just as they had found the passage through the mountain. Taggy nosed into a darker line down the face of the cliff and disappeared, Togi duplicating that feat. Shen trailed them, finding the opening a tight squeeze. He squirmed into dimness, his outstretched hands meeting a rough stone surface sloping upward. After gaining a point about 8 feet above the beach he was able to look back and down through the seaward slit. Open to the sky, the crevice proved a doorway to a narrow valley, not unlike those which housed the fjords, but provided with a thick growth of vegetation well protected by the high walls. Working as a now well-rehearsed team, the men set up a shelter of saplings and brush, the back to the slit through which wind was still able to tear away. Walled in by stone and knowing that no Throg flyer would attempt to fly in the face of the coming storm, they dared make a fire. The warmth was a comfort to their bodies, just as the light of the flames, men's age-old hearth companion, was a comfort to the fugitive spirits. Those dancing spears of red, for Shen at least, burned away that veil of otherworldliness which had enwrapped the beach, providing in the night an illusion of the home he had never really known. But the wind and the weather did not keep truce very long. A wailing blast around the upper peaks produced a caterwauling to equal the voices of half a dozen Throg hounds. And in their poor shelter the Terrans not only heard the thunderous boom of surf, but felt the vibration of that beat pounding through the very ground on which they lay. The sea must have long since covered the beach over which they had come and was now trying its strength against the rock of the cliff barrier. They could not talk to each other over that din, although shoulder touched shoulder. The last flush of amber vanished from the sky with the speed of a dropped curtain. Tonight no period of twilight divided night from day, but their portion of Warlock was plunged abruptly into darkness. The wolverines crowded into their small haven, whining deep in their throats. Shen ran his hands along their furred bodies, trying to give them a reassurance he himself did not feel. Never before when on stable land had he been so aware of the unleashed terrors nature could exert, the forces against which all mankind's controls were as nothing. Time could no longer be measured by any set of minutes or hours. There was only darkness, the howling winds, and the salty rain which must be in part the breath of the sea driven in upon them. The comforting fire vanished, chill and dankness crept up to cramp their bodies, so that now and again they were forced to their feet, to swing arms, stamp, drive the blood into faster circulation. Later came a time when the wind died, no longer driving the rain bullet hard against and through their flimsy shelter. Then they slept in the thick unconsciousness of exhaustion. A red-purple skull, and from its eye sockets the flying things, kept coming, going. Shen trod on an unsteady foundation which dipped under his weight as had the raft of the river voyage. He was drawing nearer to that great head, could see now how waves curled about the angle of the lower jaw, slapping inward between gaps of missing teeth, which were really broken fangs of rock, as if the skull now and then sucked reviving moisture from the water. The aperture marking the nose was closer to a snout, and the hole was dark, dark as the empty eye sockets. Yet that darkness was drawing him past any effort to escape he could summon. And then that on which he rode so perilously was carried forward by the waves, grated against the jawbone, while against his own fighting will his hands arose above his head, reaching for a hold to draw his shrinking body up the stark surface to that snout passage. Lanti. A hand jerked him back, broke that compulsion, and the dream. Shen opened his eyes with difficulty, his lashes seemed glued to his cheeks. He might have been surveying a submerged world. Thin streamers of fog twined up from the earth as if they grew from seeds planted by the storm. But there was no wind, no sound from the peaks. Only under his stiff body Shan could still feel that vibration which was the sea battering against the cliff wall. Thorvald was crouched beside him, his hand still urgent on the younger man's shoulder. The officer's face was drawn so finely that his features, sharp under the tanned skin, were akin to the skull Shen still half saw among the ascending pillars of fog. Storm's over. Shen shivered as he sat up, hugging his arms to his chest, his tattered uniform soggy under that pressure. He felt as if he would never be warm again. When he moved sluggishly to the pit where they had kindled their handful of fire the night before, he realized that the wolverines were missing. Taggy. His voice sounded rusty in his own ears, as if some of the moisture thick in the air about them had affected his vocal cords. Hunting. Thorvald's answer was clipped. He was gathering a handful of sticks from the back of their lean-to, where the protection of their own bodies had kept that kindling dry. Shen snapped a length between his hands, dropped it into the pit. When they did coax a blaze into being they stripped, wringing out their clothing, propping it piece by steaming piece on sticks by the warmth of the flames. The moist air bit at their bodies and they moved briskly, striving to keep warm by exercise. Still the fog curled, undisturbed by any shaft of sun. "Did you dream?" Thorvald asked abruptly. "Yes." Shen did not elaborate. Disturbing as his dream had been, the feeling that it was not to be shared was also strong as some order. "And so did I," Thorvald said bleakly. "You saw your skull mountain?" "I was climbing it when you awoke me," Shen returned unwillingly. "And I was going through my green veil when Taggy took off and wakened me." "You are sure your skull exists?" "Yes. And so am I that the cavern of the veil is somewhere on this world." "But why?" Thorvald stood up, the firelight marking plainly the lines between his tanned arms, his brown face and throat, and the paleness of his lean body. "Why do we dream those particular dreams?" Shen tested the dryness of a shirt. He had no reason to try and explain the wherefore of those dreams, only was he certain that he would sometime, somewhere, find that skull, and that when he did he would climb to the doorway of the snout. Pass behind to depths where the flying things might nest, not because he wanted to make such an expedition, but because he must. He drew his hands across his ribs, where pressure still brought an aching reminder of the crushing force of the energy whip the Throgs had wielded. There was no extra flesh on his body, yet muscles slid easily under the skin, a darker skin than Thorvald's, deepening to a warm brown where it had been weathered. His hair, unclipped now for a month, was beginning to curl about his head in tight dark rings. Since he had always been the youngest or the smallest or the weakest in the world of the dumps, of the service, of the team, Shen had very little personal vanity. He did possess a different type of pride, born of his own stubborn achievement in winning out over a long roster of discouragements, failures, and adverse odds. "Why do we dream?" he repeated Thorvald's question. "No answer, sir." He gave the traditional reply of the service recruit. And a little to his surprise Thorvald laughed with a tinge of real amusement. "Where do you come from, Lonti?" he asked as if he were honestly interested. "Tyr. Calden Mines." The survey officer automatically matched planet to product. "How did you come into survey?" Shen drew on his shirt. Signed on as casual labor, he returned with a spark of defiance. Thorvald had joined the service the right way as a cadet, then a team man, finally an officer, climbing that nice even ladder with every rung ready for him when he was prepared to mount it. What did his kind know about the labor barracks where the dull-minded, the failures, the petty criminals on the run, lived hard under a secret social system of their own? It had taken every bit of physical endurance and energy, every fraction of stubborn will Shan could summon, for him to survive his first 3 months in those barracks, unbroken and still eager to be survey. He could still wonder at the unbelievable chance which had rescued him from that merely because training center had needed another odd hand to clean cages and feed troughs for the experimental animals. And from the center he made a team, because when working in a smaller group his push and attention to duty had been noticed and had paid off. 3 years it had taken, but he had made team stature. Not that that meant anything now. Shen pulled his boots on over the legs of rough dried coveralls and glanced up, to find Thorvald watching him with a new, questioning directness the younger man could not understand. Shen sealed his blouse and stood up, knowing the bite of hunger, dull but persistent. It was a feeling he had had so many times in the past that now he hardly gave it a second thought. Supplies. He brought the subject back to the present and the practical. What did it matter why or how one Shenlanti had come to Warlock in the first place? What we have left of the concentrates we had better keep for emergencies. Thorvald made no move to open the very shrunken bag he had brought from the scout ship. He walked over to a rocky outcrop and tugged loose a yellowish tuft of plant, neither moss nor fungi but sharing attributes of both. Shen recognized it without enthusiasm as one of the varieties of native produce which could be safely digested by Terran stomachs. The stuff was almost tasteless and possessed a rather unpleasant odor. Consumed in bulk, it would satisfy hunger for a time. Shen hoped that with the wolverines to aid they could go back to hunting soon. However, Thorvald showed no desire to head inland where they might expect to locate game. He disagreed with Shan's suggestion for tracking Taggy and Togi when those two emerged from the underbrush, obviously well fed and contented after their early morning activity. When Shan protested with some heat, the other countered, "Didn't you ever hear of fish, Lonti? After a storm such as last night's, we ought to discover good pickings along the shore." But Shan was also sure that it was not only the thought of food which drew Thorvald back to the sea. They crawled back through the bolt hole. The beach of gravel sand had vanished save for a narrow ribbon of land just at the foot of the cliffs, where the water curled in white lace about the barrier of boulders. There was no change in the dullness of the sky. No sun broke through the thick lid of clouds. And the green of the sea was ashen to gray, which matched that overcast until one could strain one's eyes trying to find the horizon, unable to mark the dividing line here between air and water. Utgard was a broken necklace, the outermost island beads lost, the inner ones more isolated by the rise in water, more forbidding. Shan let out a startled hiss of breath. The top of a nearby rock detached itself, drew up into a hunched thing of armor-plated scales and heavy wide-jawed head. A tail cracked into the air, a double tail split into equal forks for halfway down its length. A leg lifted as a forefoot, webbed, clawed for a new hold. This sea beast was the most formidable native thing he had sighted on Warlock, approaching in its ugliness the Hound of the Throgs. Breathing in labored gusts, the thing slapped its tail down on the stones with a limpness which suggested that the raising of that appendage had overtaxed its limited supply of strength. The head sank forward, resting across one of the forelimbs. Then Shen sighted the fearsome wound in the side just before one of the larger hind legs, a ragged hole through which pumped with every one of those breaths a dark purplish stream, licked away by the waves as it trickled slickly down the rock. "What is that?" Thorvald shook his head. "Not on our records," he replied absently, studying the dying creature with avid attention. "Must have been driven in by the storm. This proves there is more in the sea than we knew." Again the forked tail lifted and fell, the head, raised from the forelimb, stretching up and back until the white underfolds of the throat were exposed as the snout pointed almost vertically to the sky. The jaws opened and from between them came a moaning whistle, a complaint which was drowned out by the wash of the waves. Then, as if that was the last effort, the webbed, clawed feet relaxed their grip of the rock and the scaled body slid sidewise, out of their sight, into the water. There was a feather of spume to mark the plunge and nothing else. Shan, watching to see if the reptile would surface again, sighted another object, a rounded shape floating on the sea, bobbing lightly as had their river raft. "Look!" Thorvald's gaze followed his pointing finger, and then before Shan could protest, the officer leaped outward from their perch on the cliff to the broad rock where the scaled sea dweller had lain moments earlier. He stood there, watching that drifting object with the closest attention, as Shan made the same crossing in his wake. The drifting thing was oval, perhaps some 6 feet long and 3 wide, the mid-point rising in a curve from the water's edge. As far as Shan could make out in the half-light the color was a reddish-brown, the surface rough. And he thought by the way that it moved that it must be flotsam of the storm, buoyant enough to ride the waves with close to cork resiliency. To Shan's dismay his companion began to strip. "What are you going to do?" "Get that." Shan surveyed the water about the rock. The forked tail had sunk just there. Was the survey officer mad enough to think he could swim unmenaced through a sea which might be infested with more such creatures? It seemed that he was, for Thorvald's white body arched out in a dive. Shan waited, half-crouched and tense, as though he could in some way attack anything rising from the depths to strike at his companion. A brown arm flashed above the surface. Thorvald swam strongly toward the floating object. He reached it, his outstretched hand rasping across the surface. And it responded so quickly to that touch that Shan guessed it was even lighter and easier to handle than he had first thought. Thorvald headed back, hurting the thing before him. And when he climbed out on the rock, Shan was pulling up his trophy. They flipped the find over, to discover it hollow. They had, in effect, a ready-made craft not unlike a canoe with blunted bows. But the substance was surely organic, was it shell? Shan speculated, running his fingertips over the irregular surface. The survey officer dressed. "We have our boat," he commented. "Now for Utgard. Use this frail thing to dare the trip to the islands." But Shan did not protest. If the officer determined to try such a voyage, he would do it. And neither did the younger man doubt that he would accompany Thorvald. 9. One alone. Once again the beach was a wide expanse of shingle, drying fast under a sun hotter than any Shan had yet known on Warlock. Summer had taken a big leap forward. The Terrans worked in partial shade below a cliff overhang, not only for the protection against the sun's rays, but also as a precaution against any roving Throg air patrol. Under Thorvald's direction the curious shell dragged from the sea, if it were a shell, and the texture as well as the general shape suggested that, was equipped with a framework to act as a stabilizing outrigger. What resulted was certainly an odd-looking craft, but one which obeyed the paddles and rode the waves easily. In the full sunlight the outline of islands was clear-cut, red and grey rock above an aquamarine sea. The Terrans had sighted no more of the sea monsters, and the major evidence of native life along the shore was a new species of clack-clacks, roosting in cliff holes and scavenging along the sands. And various queer fish and shelled things stranded in small tide pools, to the delight of the wolverines, who fished eagerly up and down the beach, ready to investigate all debris of the storm. That should serve. Thorvald tightened the last lashing, straightening up, his fists resting on his hips, to regard the craft with a measure of pride. Shan was not quite so content. He had matched the survey officer in industry, but the need for haste still eluded him. So the ship, such as it was ready. Now they would be off to explore Thorvald's Utgard. But a small and nagging doubt inside the younger man restrained his enthusiasm over such a voyage. Forktail had come out of the section of ocean which they must navigate in this very crude transport. And Shen had no desire to meet an uninjured and alert Forktail in the latter's own territory. "Which island do we head for?" Shen kept private his personal doubts of their success. The outmost tip of that chain was only a distant smudge lying low on the water. The largest, that one with trees. Shan whistled. Since the night of the storm the Wolverines were again more amenable to the very light discipline he tried to keep. Perhaps the fury of that elemental burst had tightened the bond between men and animals, both alien to this world. Now Taggy and his mate padded toward him in answer to his summons. But would the Wolverines trust the boat? Shan dared not risk their swimming, nor would he agree to leaving them behind. Thorvald had already stored their few provisions on board. And now Shan steadied the craft against a rock which served them as a wharf, while he coaxed Taggy gently. Though the Wolverine protested, he at last scrambled in, to hunch at the bottom of the shell, the picture of apprehension. Togi took longer to make up her mind. And at length Shen picked her up bodily, soothing her with quiet speech and stroking hands, to put her beside her mate. The shell settled under the weight of the passengers, but Thorvald's foresight concerning the use of the outrigger proved right, for the craft was seaworthy. It answered readily to the dip of their paddles as they headed in a curve, keeping the first of the islands between them and the open sea for a breakwater. From the air, Thorvald's course would have been a crooked one, for he wove back and forth between the scattered islands of the chain, using their lee calm for the protection of the canoe. About 2/3 of the group were barren rock, inhabited only by clack-clacks and creatures closer to true Terran birds in that they wore a body plumage which resembled feathers, though their heads were naked and leathery. And, Shen noted, the clack-clacks and the birds did not roost on the same islands, each choosing their own particular home while the other species did not invade that territory. The first large-sized island they approached was crowned by trees, but it had no beach, no approach from sea level. Perhaps it might be possible to climb to the top of the cliff walls. But Thorvald did not suggest that they try it, heading on toward the next large outcrop of land and rock. Here white lace patterned in a ring well out from the shore to mark a circle of reefs. They nosed their way patiently around the outer circumference of that threatening barrier, hunting the entrance to the lagoon. Within, there were at least 2 beaches with climbable ascents to the upper reaches inland. Though Shen noted that the vegetation showing was certainly not luxuriant, the few trees within their range of vision being pallid growths, rather like those they had sighted on the fringe of the desert. Leather-headed flyers wheeled out over their canoe, coasting on outspread wings to peer down at the Terran invaders in a manner which suggested intelligent curiosity. A full flock gathered to escort them as they continued along the outer line of the reef. Thorvald impatiently dug his paddle deeper. They had explored more than half of the reef now without chancing on an entrance channel. Regular fence, Shen commented. One could begin to believe that the barrier had been deliberately reared to frustrate visitors. Hot sunshine, reflected back from the surface of the waves, burned their exposed skin, so they dared not discard their ragged clothing. And the wolverines were growing increasingly restless. Shen did not know how much longer the animals would consent to their position as passengers without raising active protest. "How about trying the next one?" he asked, knowing at the same time his companion was not in any mood to accept such a suggestion with goodwill. The officer made no reply, but continued to use his steer paddle in a fashion which spelled out his stubborn determination to find a passage. This was a personal thing now, between Ragnar Thorvald of the Terran survey in a wall of rock, and the man's will was as strongly rooted as those water-washed stones. On the southwestern tip of the reef they discovered a possible opening. Shen eyed the narrow space between 2 fawn-like rocks dubiously. To him that width of water lane seemed dangerously limited, the sudden slam of a wave could dash them against either of those pillars, with disastrous results, before they could move to save themselves. But Thorvald pointed their blunt bow toward the passage with seeming confidence, and Shen knew that as far as the officer was concerned, this was their door to the lagoon. Thorvald might be stubborn, but he was not a fool. And his training and skill in such maneuvers was proved when the canoe rode in a rising swell in and by those rocks to gain the safety, in seconds, of the calm lagoon. Shen sighed with relief, but ventured no comment. Now they must paddle back along the inner side of the reef to locate the beaches, for fronting them on this side of the well-protected island were cliffs as formidable as those which guarded the first of the chain at which they had aimed. Shen glanced now and then over the side of the boat, hoping in these shallows to sight the sea bed or some of the inhabitants of these waters. But there was no piercing that green murk. Here and there nodules of rock projected inches or feet above the surface, awash in the wavelets, to be avoided by the voyagers. Shen's shoulders ached and burned, his muscles were unaccustomed to the steady swing of the paddles, and the fire of the sun stabbed easily through only 2 layers of ragged cloth to his skin. He ran a dry tongue over drier lips and gazed eagerly ahead in search of the first of the beaches. What was so important about this island that Thorvald had to make a landing here? The officer's stories of a native race which they might turn against the Throgs to their own advantage was thin, very thin indeed. Especially now, as Shen weighed an unsupported theory against that ache in his shoulders, the possibility of being marooned on the inhospitable shore ahead. Against the 50 probable dangers he could total up with very little expenditure of effort. A small nagging doubt of Thorvald's obsession began to grow in his mind. How could Shen even be sure that that carved disc and Thorvald's hocus-pocus with it had been on the level? On the other hand, what motive would the officer have for trying such an act just to impress Shen? The beach at last. As they headed the canoe in that direction the wolverines nearly brought disaster on them. The animals' restlessness became acute as they sighted and scented the shore and knew that they were close. Taggy reared, plunged over the side of the craft, and Shen had just time to fling his weight in the opposite direction as a counterbalance when Togi followed. They splashed shoreward while Thorvald swore fluently and Shen grabbed to save the precious supply bag. In a shower of gravel the animals made land and humped well up on the strand before pausing to shake themselves and splatter far and wide the burden of moisture transported by their shaggy fur. Ashore, the canoe became a clumsy burden and, light as the craft was, both of the men sweated to get it up on the beach without snagging the outrigger against stones and brush. With the thought of a Throg patrol in mind, they worked swiftly to cover it. Taggy raised an egg-patterned snout from a hollow and licked at the stippling of greenish yolk matting his fur. The wolverines had wasted no time in sampling the contents of a wealth of nesting places beginning just above the high water mark, cupping 2 to 4 tough-shelled eggs in each. Treading a path among those clutches, the Terrans climbed a red-earthed slope toward the interior of the island. They found water, not the clear running of a mountain spring, but a stalish pool in a stone-walled depression on the crest of a rise, filled by the bounty of the rain. The warm liquid was brackish, but satisfied in part their thirst, and they drank eagerly. The outer cliff wall of the island was just that, a wall, for there was an inner slope to match the outer. And at the bottom of it a showing of purple-green foliage where plants and stunted trees fought for living space. But there was nothing else, though they quartered that growing section with the care of men trying to locate an enemy outpost. That night they camped in the hollow, roasted eggs in a fire, and ate the fishy-tasting contents because it was food, not because they relished what they swallowed. Tonight no cloud bank hung overhead. A man, gazing up, could see the stars. The stars and other things, for over the distant shore of the mainland they sighted the cruising lights of a Throg ship and waited tensely for that circle of small sparkling points to swing out toward their own hiding hole. They haven't given up, Shen stated what was obvious to them both. The settler transport, Thorvald reminded him. If they do not take a prisoner to talk her in and allay suspicion, then, he snapped his fingers, the patrol will be on their tails, but quick. So just by keeping out of Throg range, they were, in a way, still fighting. Shen settled back, his tender shoulders resting against a tree hole. He tried to count the number of days and nights lying behind him now since that early morning when he had watched the Terran camp die under the aliens' weapons. But one day faded into another so that he could remember only action parts clearly, the attack on the grounded scout ship, the sortie they had made in turn on the occupied camp, the dust storm on the river. The escape from the Throg ship in the mountain crevice, and their meeting with the Hound. Then that storm which had driven them to seek cover after their curious experience with the disc. And now this day when they had safely reached the island. Why this island, he asked suddenly. That carved piece was found here on the edge of this valley, Thorvald returned matter-of-factly. But today we found nothing at all. Yet this island supplies us with a starting point. A starting point for what? A detailed search of all the islands, great and small, in the chain. And how did they dare continue to paddle openly from one to the next with the Throgs sweeping the skies? They would have provided an excellent target today as they combed that reef for an hour or more. Wearily, Shen spread out his hands in the very faint light of their tiny fire, poked with a finger-tip at smarting points which would have been blisters had those hands not known a toughening process in the past. More paddling tomorrow. But that was tomorrow, and at least they need not worry tonight about any Throg attack once they had doused the fire, an action which was now being methodically attended to by Thorvald. Shen pushed down on the bed of leaves he had heaped together. The night was quiet. He could hear only the murmur of the sea, a lulling croon of sound to make one sleep deep, perhaps dreamlessly. Sun struck down, making a dazzle about him. Shan turned over drowsily in that welcome heat, stretching a little as might a cat at ease. Then he really awoke under the press of memory, and the need for alertness rode him once more. Beaten down grass, the burnt-out embers of last night's fire were beside him. But of Thorvald and the Wolverines there were no signs. Not only did he now lie alone, but he was possessed by the feeling that he had not been deserted only momentarily, that Taggy, Togi and the survey officer were indeed gone. Shan sat up, got to his feet, breathing faster, a prickle of uneasiness spreading in him, bringing him to that inner slope, up it to the crest from which he could see that beach where last night they had concealed the canoe. Those lengths of brush and tufts of grass they had used for a screen were strewn about as if tossed in haste. And not too long before. For the canoe was out in the calm waters within the reef, the paddle blade wielded by its occupant flashing brightly in the sun. On the shingle below, the wolverines prowled back and forth, whining in bewilderment. Thorvald. Shen put the full force of his lungs into that hail, hearing the name ring from one of the small peaks at his back. But the man in the boat did not turn his head, there was no change in the speed of that paddle dip. Shen leaped down the outer slope to the beach, skidding the last few feet, saving himself from going headfirst into the water only by a painful wrench of his body. Thorvald. He tried calling again. But that head, bright under the sun, did not turn, there was no answer. Shen tore at his clothes and kicked off his boots. He did not think of the possibility of lurking sea monsters as he plunged into the water, swam for the canoe edging along the reef, plainly bound for the sea gate to the southwest. Shen was not a powerful swimmer. His first impetus gave him a good start, but after that he had to fight for each foot he gained, and the fear grew in him that the other would reach the reef passage before he could catch up. He wasted no more time trying to hail Thorvald, putting all his breath and energy into the effort of overtaking the craft. And he almost made it, his hand actually slipping along the log which furnished the balancing outrigger. As his fingers tightened on the slimy wood he looked up, and loosed that hold again in time perhaps to save his life. For when he ducked to let the water cover his head in an impromptu half-dive, Shen carried with him a vivid picture, a picture so astounding that he was a little dazed. Thorvald had stopped paddling at last, because that paddle had to be put to another use. Had Shen not released his hold on the log and gone underwater, that crudely fashioned piece of wood might have broken his skull. He saw only too clearly the paddle raised in both hands as an ugly weapon, and Thorvald's face, convulsed in a spasm of rage which made it as inhuman as a Throg's. Sputtering and choking, Shen fought up to the air once more. The paddle was back at the task for which it had been carved, the canoe was underway again, its occupant paying no more attention to what lay behind than if he had successfully disposed of the man in the water. To follow would be only to invite another attack, and Shen might not be so lucky next time. He was not good enough a swimmer to try any tricks such as oversetting the canoe, not when Thorvald was an expert who could easily finish off a fumbling opponent. Shen swam wearily to shore where the wolverines waited, unable yet to make sense of that attack in the lagoon. What had happened to Thorvald? What motive had led the other to leave Shen and the animals on this island, the island Thorvald had called a starting point in his search for the natives of Warlock? Or had every bit of that tall tale been invented by the survey officer for some obscure purpose of his own, certainly no sane purpose? Against that logic Shen could only set the carved disc, and he had only Thorvald's word that had been discovered here. He dragged himself out of the water on his hands and knees and lay, winded and gasping. Taggy came to lick his face, nuzzle him, making a small, bewildered whimpering. While above, the leather-headed birds called and swooped, fearful and angry for their disturbed nesting place. The Terran retched, coughed up water, and then sat up to look around. The spread of lagoon was bare. Thorvald must have rounded the south point of land and be very close to the reef passage, perhaps through it by now. Not stopping for his clothes, Shen started up the slope, crawling part of the way on his hands and knees. He reached the crest again and got to his feet. The sun made an eye-dazzling glitter of the waves. But under the shade of his hands Shen saw the canoe again, beyond the reef, heading on out along the island chain, not back to shore as he had expected. Thorvald was still on the hunt, but for what? A reality which existed, or a dream in his own disturbed brain? Shen sat down. He was very hungry, for that adventure in the lagoon had sapped his strength. And he was a prisoner along with the wolverines, a prisoner on an island which was half the size of the valley which held the survey camp. As far as he knew, his only supply of drinkable water was that tank of evil-smelling rain which would be speedily evaporated by a sun such as the one now beating down on him. And between him and the shore was the sea, a sea which harbored such creatures as the forked tail he had watched die. Thorvald was still steadily on course, not to the next island in the chain, a small, bare knob, but to the one beyond that. He could have been hurrying to a meeting. Where and with what? Shen got to his feet, started down to the beach once more, sure now that the officer had no intention of returning, that he was again on his own with only his wits and strength to keep him alive and somehow free of this water-washed prison. 10. A trap for a trapper. Shen took up the piece of soft chalk-like stone he had found and drew another short white mark on the rust red of a boulder well above tide level. That made 3 such marks, 3 days since Thorvald had marooned him. And he was no nearer the shore now than he had been on that first morning. He sat where he was by the boulder, aware that he should be up, trying to climb to the less accessible nests of the sea birds. The prisoners, man and wolverines, had cleaned out all those they had discovered on beach and cliffs. But at the thought of more eggs, Shen's stomach knotted in pain and he began to retch. There had been no sign of Thorvald since Shen had watched him steer between the 2 westward islands. And the younger Terran's faint hope that the officer would return had died. On the shore a few feet away lay his own pitiful attempt to solve the problem of escape. The force axe had vanished with Thorvald, along with all the rest of the meager supplies which had been the officer's original contribution to their joint equipment. Shen had used his knife on brush and small trees, trying to put together some kind of a raft. But he had not been able to discover here any of those vines necessary for binding, and his best efforts had all come to grief when he tried them in a lagoon launching. So far he had achieved no form of raft which would keep him afloat longer than 5 minutes, let alone support 3 of them as far as the next island. Shen pulled listlessly at the framework of his latest try, fully disheartened. He tried not to think of the unescapable fact that the water in the rain tank had sunk to only an inch or so of muddy scum. Last night he had dug in the heart of the interior valley where the rankness of the vegetation was a promise of moisture, to uncover damp clay and then a brackish ooze. Far too little to satisfy both him and the animals. There were surely fish somewhere in the lagoon. Shen wondered if the raw flesh of sea dwellers could supply the water they needed. But lacking net, line, or hooks, how did one fish? Yesterday, using his stunner, he had brought down a bird, to discover the carcass so rank even the wolverines, never dainty eaters, refused to gnaw it. The animals prowled the 2 beaches, and Shen guessed they hunted shell dwellers, for at times they dug energetically in the gravel. Togi was busied in this way now, the sand flowing from under her pumping legs, her claws raking in good earnest. And it was Togi's excavation which brought Shen a first ray of hope. Her excitement was so marked that he believed she was in quest of some worthwhile game and he moved across to inspect the pit. A patch of brown, which had been skimmed bare by one raking paw, made him shout. Taggy shambled downslope, going to work beside his mate with an eagerness as open as hers. Shen hovered at the edge of the pit they were rapidly enlarging. The brown patch was larger, disclosing itself as a hump doming up from the gravel. The Terran did not need to run his hands over that rough surface to recognize the nature of the find. This was another shell such as had come floating in after the storm to form the raw material of their canoe. However, as fast as the wolverines dug, they did not appear to make correspondingly swift headway in uncovering their find as might reasonably be expected. In fact, a witness could guess that the shell was sinking at a pace only a fraction slower than the burrowers were using to free it. Intrigued by that, Shen went back to the waterline, secured one of the lengths he had been trying to weave into his failures, and returned to use it as a makeshift shovel. Now, with 3 of them at the digging, the brown hump was uncovered, and Shen pried down around its edge, trying to lever it up and over. To his amazement, his tool was caught and held, nearly jerked from his hands. To his retaliating tug the obstruction below ground gave way, and the Terran sprawled back, the length of wood coming clear, to show the other end smashed and splintered as if it had been caught between mashing gears. For the first time he understood that they were dealing not with an empty shell casing buried by drift under this small beach, but with a shell still inhabited by the Warlockian to whom it was a natural covering. And that inhabitant would fight to continue ownership. A moment's examination of that splintered wood also suggested that the shell's present wearer appeared well able to defend itself. Shen attempted to call off the wolverines, but they were out of control now, digging frantically to get at this new prey. And he knew that if he pulled them away by force, they were apt to turn those punishing claws and snapping jaws on him. It was for their protection that he returned to digging, though he no longer tried to pry up the shell. Taggy leaped to the top of that dome, sweeping paws downward to clear its surface, while Togi prowled around its circumference, pausing now and then to send dirt and gravel spattering, but treading warily as might one alert for a sudden attack. They had the creature almost clear now, though the shell still rested firmly on the ground, and they had no notion of what it might protect. It was smaller, perhaps 2/3 the size of the one which Thorvald had fashioned into a seagoing craft. But it could provide them with transportation to the mainland if Shan was able to repeat the feat of turning it into an outrigger canoe. Taggy joined his mate on the ground and both wolverines padded about the dome, obviously baffled. Now and then they assaulted the shell with a testing paw. Claws raked and did not leave any marks but shallow scratches. They could continue that forever, as far as Shan could see, without solving the problem in the least. He sat back on his heels and studied the scene in detail. The excavation holding the shelled creature was some 3 yards above the high water mark, with a few more feet separating that from the point where lazy waves now washed the finer sand. Shen watched the slow inward slip of those waves with growing interest. Where their combined efforts had failed to win this odd battle, perhaps the sea itself could now be pressed into service. Shen began his own excavation, a trough to lead from the waterline to the pit occupied by the obstinate shell. Of course the thing living in or under that covering might be only too familiar with salt water. But it had placed its burrow, or hiding place, above the reach of the waves and so might be disconcerted by the sudden appearance of water in its bed. However, the scheme was worth trying, and he went to work doggedly, wishing he could make the wolverines understand so they would help him. They still prowled about their captive, scrapping at the sand about the shell casing. At least their efforts would keep the half-prisoner occupied and prevent its escape. Shen put another piece of his raft to work as a shovel, throwing up a shower of sand and gravel while sweat dampened his tattered blouse and was salt and sticky on his arms and face. He finished his trench, one which ran at an angle he hoped would feed water into the pit rapidly once he knocked away the last barrier against the waves. And, splashing out into the green water, he did just that. His calculations proved correct. Waves lapped, then flowed in a rapidly thickening stream, puddling out about the shell as the wolverines drew back, snarling. Shen lashed his knife fast to a stout length of sapling, so equipping himself with a spear. He stood with it ready in his hand, not knowing just what to expect. And when the answer to his water attack came, the move was so sudden that in spite of his preparation he was caught gaping. For the shell fairly erupted out of the mess of sand and water. A complete fringe of jointed, clawed brown limbs churned in a forward and upward dash. But the water worked to frustrate that charge. For one of the pit walls crumbled, overbalancing the creature so that the fore end of the shell lifted from the ground, the legs clawing wildly at the air. Shen thrust with the spear, feeling the knife point go home so deeply that he could not pull his improvised weapon free. A limb snapped claws only inches away from his leg as he pushed down on the haft with all his strength. That attack along with the initial upset of balance did the job. The shell flopped over, its rounded hump now embedded in the watery sand of the pit while the frantic struggles of the creature to right itself only buried it the deeper. The Terran stared down upon a segmented underbelly where legs were paired in rib-like formation. Shan could locate no head, no good target. But he drew his stunner and beamed at either end of the oval, and then, for good measure, in the middle, hoping in one of those 3 general blasts to contact the thing's central nervous system. He was not to know which of those shots did the trick, but the frantic wiggling of the legs slowed and finally ended, as a clockwork toy might run down for want of winding, and at last projected, at crooked angles, completely still. The shell creature might not be dead, but it was tamed for now. Taggy had only been waiting for a good chance to do battle. He grabbed one of those legs, worried it, and then leaped to tear at the underbody. Unlike the outer shell, this portion of the creature had no proper armor and the wolverine plunged joyfully into the business of the kill, his mate following suit. The process of butchery was a bloody, even beastly job, and Shen was shaken before it was complete. But he kept at his labors, determined to have that shell, his one chance of escape from the island. The wolverines feasted on the greenish-white flesh, but he could not bring himself to sample it, climbing to the heights in search of eggs, and making a happy find of a niche filled with the edible moss fungi. By late afternoon he had the shell scooped fairly clean, and the wolverines had carried away for burial such portions as they had not been able to consume at their first eating. Meanwhile, the leather-headed birds had grown bold enough to snatch up the fragments he tossed out on the water, struggling for that bounty against feeders arising from the depths of the lagoon. At the coming of dusk Shen hauled the blood-stained, grisly trophy well up the beach and wedged it among the rocks, determined not to lose his treasure. Then he stripped and washed, first his clothing and then himself, rubbing his hands and arms with sand until his skin was tender. He was still exultant at his luck. The drift would supply him with materials for an outrigger. One more day's work, or maybe two, and he could leave. He wrung out his blouse and gazed toward the distant line of the shore. Once he had his new canoe ready he would try to make the trip back in the early morning while the mists were still on the sea. That should give him cover against any Throg flight. That night Shen slept in the deep fog of bodily exhaustion. There were no dreams, nothing but an unconsciousness which even a Throg attack could not have pierced. He roused in the morning with an odd feeling of guilt. The water hole he had scooped in the valley yielded him some swallows tasting of earth, but he had almost forgotten the flavor of a purer liquid. Munching on a fistful of moss, he hurried down to the shore, half fearing to find the shell gone, his luck out once again. Not only was the shell where he had wedged it, but he had done better than he knew when he had left it exposed in the night. Small things scuttled away from it into hiding, and several birds arose. Scavengers had been busy lightening his unwelcome task for that morning. And seeing how the cleanup process had gone, Shen had a second inspiration. Pushing the thing down the beach, he sank it in the shallows with several rocks to anchor it. Within a few seconds the shell was invaded by a whole school of spiny-tailed fish, that ate greedily. Leaving his find to their cleansing, Shen went back to prospect the pile of raft material, choosing pieces which could serve for an outrigger frame. He was handicapped as he had been all along by the absence of the vines one could use for lashings. And he had reached the point of considering a drastic sacrifice of his clothing to get the necessary strips when he saw Taggy dragging behind him one of the jointed legs the wolverines had put in storage the day before. Now and again Taggy laid his prize on the shingle, holding it firmly pinned with his forepaws as he tried to worry loose a section of flesh. But apparently that feat was beyond even his notable teeth, and at length he left it lying there in disgust while he returned to a cache for more palatable fare. Shen went to examine more closely the triple-jointed limb. The casing was not as hard as horn or shell, he discovered upon testing, it more resembled tough skin laid over bone. With a knife he tried to loosen the skin, a tedious job requiring a great deal of patience, since the tissue tore if pulled away too fast. But with care he acquired a few thongs perhaps a foot long. Using two of these, he made a trial binding of one stick to another, and experimented farther, soaking the whole construction in sea water and then exposing it to the direct rays of the sun. When he examined his test piece an hour later, the skin thongs had set into place with such success that the one piece of wood might have been firmly glued to the other. Shen shuffled his feet in a little dance of triumph as he went on to the lagoon to inspect the waterlogged shell. The scavengers had done well. One scraping, two at the most, would have the whole thing clean and ready to use. But that night Shen dreamed. No climbing of a skull-shaped mountain this time. Instead, he was again on the beach, laboring under an overwhelming compulsion, building something for an alien purpose he could not understand. And he worked as hopelessly as a beaten slave, knowing that what he made was to his own undoing. Yet he could not halt the making, because just beyond the limit of his vision there stood a dominant will which held him in bondage. And he awoke on the beach in the very early dawn, not knowing how he had come there. His body was bathed in sweat, as it had been during his day's labors under the sun, and his muscles ached with fatigue. But when he saw what lay at his feet he cringed. The framework of the outrigger, close to completion the night before, was dismantled, smashed. All those strips of hide he had so laboriously culled were cut, into inch-long bits which could be of no service. Shan whirled, ran to the shell he had the night before pulled from the water and stowed in safety. Its rounded dome was dulled where it had been battered, but there was no break in the surface. He ran his hands anxiously over the curve to make sure. Then, very slowly, he came back to the mess of broken wood and snipped hide. And he was sure, only too sure, of one thing. He, himself, had wrought that destruction. In his dream he had built to satisfy the whim of an enemy, in reality he had destroyed, and that was also, he believed, to satisfy an enemy. The dream was a part of it. But who or what could set a man dreaming and so take over his body, make him in fact betray himself? But then, what had made Thorvald maroon him here? For the first time, Shen guessed a new, if wild, explanation for the officer's desertion. Dreams, and the disk which had worked so strangely on Thorvald. Suppose everything the other had surmised was the truth. Then that disk had been found on this very island, and here somewhere must lie a clue to the riddle. Shan licked his lips. Suppose that Thorvald had been sent away under just such a strong compulsion as the one which had ruled Shen last night. Why was he left behind if the other had been moved away to protect some secret? Was it that Shen himself was wanted here, wanted so much that when he at last found a means of escape he was set to destroy it? That act might have been forced upon him for two reasons, to keep him here, and to impress upon him how powerless he was. Powerless. A flicker of stubborn will stirred to respond to that implied challenge. All right, the mysterious they had made him do this. But they had underrated him by letting him learn, almost contemptuously, of their presence by that revelation. So warned, he was in a manner armed, he could prepare to fight back. He squatted by the wreckage as he thought that through, turning over broken pieces. And, Shen realized, he must present at the moment a satisfactory picture of despondency to any spy. A spy, that was it. Someone or something must have him under observation, or his activities of the day before would not have been so summarily countered. And if there was a spy, then there was his answer to the riddle. To trap the trapper. Such action might be a project beyond his resources, but it was his own counterattack. So now he had to play a role. Not only must he search the island for the trace of his spy, but he must do it in such a fashion that his purpose would not be plain to the enemy he suspected. The Wolverines could help. Shan arose, allowed his shoulders to droop, slouching to the slope with all the air of a beaten man which he could assume, whistling for Taggy and Togi. When they came, his exploration began. Ostensibly he was hunting for lengths of drift or suitable growing saplings to take the place of those he had destroyed under orders. But he kept a careful watch on the animal pair, hoping by their reactions to pick up a clue to any hidden watcher. The larger of the two beaches marked the point where the Terrans had first landed and where the shell thing had been killed. The smaller was more of a narrow tongue thrust out into the lagoon, much of it choked with sizable boulders. On earlier visits their Taggy and Togi had poked into the hollows among these with their usual curiosity. But now both animals remained upslope, showing no inclination to descend to the water line. Shan caught hold of Taggy's scruff, pulling him along. The Wolverine twisted and whined, but he did not fight for freedom as he would have upon scenting Throg. Not that the Terran had ever believed one of those aliens was responsible for the happenings on the island. Taggy came down under Shan's urging, but he was plainly ill at ease. And at last he snarled a warning when the man would have drawn him closer to two rocks which met overhead in a crude semblance of an arch. There was a stick of drift protruding from that hollow affording Shan a legitimate excuse to venture closer. He dropped his hold on the Wolverines, stooped to gather in the length of wood, and at the same time glanced into the pocket. Water lay just beyond, making this a doorway to the lagoon. The sun had not yet penetrated into the shadow, if it ever did. Shen reached for the wood, at the same time drawing his finger across the flat rock which would furnish a stepping stone for anything using that door as an entrance to the island. Wet. Which might mean his visitor had recently arrived, or else merely that a splotch of spray had landed there not too long before. But in his mind Shan was convinced that he had found the spy's entrance. Could he turn it into a trap? He added a piece of drift to his bundle and picked up 2 more before he returned to the cliff ahead. A trap. He revolved in his mind all the traps he knew which could be used here. He already had decided upon the bait, his own work. And if his plans went through, and hope does not die easily, then this time he would not waste his labor either. So he went back to the same job he had done the day before, making do with skin strips he had considered second best before, smoothing, cutting. Only the trap occupied his mind, and close to sunset he knew just what he was going to do and how. Though the Terran did not know the nature of the unseen opponent, he thought he could guess 2 weaknesses which might deliver the other into his hands. First, the enemy was entirely confident of success in this venture. No being who was able to control Shan as completely and ably as had been done the night before would credit any prey with the power to strike back in force. Second, such a confident enemy would be unable to resist watching the manipulation of a captive. The Terran was certain that his opponent would be on the scene somewhere when he was led, dreaming, to destroy his work once more. He might be wrong on both of those counts, but inwardly he didn't believe so. However, he had to wait until the dark to set up his own answer, one so simple he was certain the enemy would not suspect it at all. 11. The Witch. There were patches of light in the inner valley marking the phosphorescent plants, some creeping at ground level, others tall as saplings. On other nights Shen had welcomed that one radiance, but now he lay in as relaxed a position as possible, marking each of those potential betrayers as he tried to counterfeit the attitude of sleep and at the same time plan out his route. He had purposely settled in a pool of shadow, the wolverines beside him. And he thought that the bulk of the animals' bodies would cover his own withdrawal when the time came to move. One arm lying limply across his middle was in reality clutching to him an intricate arrangement of small hide straps which he had made by sacrificing most of the remainder of his painfully acquired thongs. The trap must be set in place soon. Now that he had charted a path to the crucial point avoiding all light plants, Shen was ready to move. The Terran pressed his hand on Taggy's head in the one imperative command the Wolverine was apt to obey, the order to stay where he was. Shan sat up and gave the same voiceless instruction to Togi. Then he inched out of the hollow. A worm's progress to that narrow way along the cliff top, the path which anyone or anything coming up from that sea gate on the beach would have to pass in order to witness the shoreline occupied by the half-built outrigger. So much of his plan was based upon luck and guesses, but those were all Shen had. And as he worked at the stretching of his snare, the Terran's heart pounded, and he tensed at every sound out of the night. Having tested all the anchoring of his net, he tugged at a last knot, and then crouched to listen not only with his ears, but with all his strength of mind and body. Pound of waves, whistle of wind, the sleepy complaint of some bird. A regular splashing. One of the fish in the lagoon. Or what he awaited. The Terran retreated as noiselessly as he had come, heading for the hollow where he had bedded down. He reached there breathless, his heart pumping, his mouth dry as if he had been racing. Taggy stirred and thrust a nose inquiringly against Shan's arm. But the Wolverine made no sound, as if he, too, realized that some menace lay beyond the rim of the valley. Would that other come up the path Shen had trapped? Or had he been wrong? Was the enemy already stalking him from the other beach? The grip of his stunner was slippery in his damp hand, he hated this waiting. The canoe, his work on it had been a careless botching. Better to have the job done right. Why, it was perfectly clear now how he had been mistaken. His whole work plan was wrong, he could see the right way of doing things laid out as clear as a blueprint in his mind. A picture in his mind. Shen stood up and both Wolverines moved uneasily, though neither made a sound. A picture in his mind. But this time he wasn't asleep, he wasn't dreaming a dream, to be used for his own defeat. Only, that other could not know this, the pressure which had planted the idea of new work to be done in his mind, an idea one part of him accepted as fact, had not taken warning from his move. He was supposed to be under control. The Terran was sure of that. All right, so he would play that part. He must if he would entice the trapper into his trap. He holstered his stunner, walked out into the open, paying no heed now to the patches of light through which he must pass on his way to the path his own feet had already worn to the boat beach. As he went, Shen tried to counterfeit what he believed would be the gait of a man under compulsion. Now he was on the rim fronting the downslope, fighting against his desire to turn and see for himself if anything had climbed behind. The canoe was all wrong, a bad job which he must make better at once so that in the morning he would be free of this island prison. The pressure of that others will grew stronger. And the Terran read into that the overconfidence which he believed would be part of the enemy's character. The one who was sending him to destroy his own work had no suspicion that the victim was not entirely malleable, ready to be used as he himself would use a knife or a force axe. Shen strode steadily downslope. With a small spurt of fear he knew that in a way that unseen other was right, the pressure was taking over, even though he was awake this time. The Terran tried to will his hand to his stunner, but his fingers fell instead on the hilt of his knife. He drew the blade as panic seethed in his head, chilling him from within. He had underestimated the other's power. And that panic flared into open fight, making him forget his careful plans. Now he must wrench free from this control. The knife was moving to slash a hide lashing, directed by his hand, but not his will. A soundless gasp, a flash of dismay rocked him, but neither was his gasp nor his dismay. That pressure snapped off, he was free. But the other wasn't. Knife still in fist, Shen turned and ran up slope, his torch in his other hand. He could see a shape now writhing, fighting, outlined against a light bush. And, fearing that the stranger might win free and disappear, the Terran spotlighted the captive in the beam, reckless of Throg or enemy reinforcements. The other crouched, plainly startled by the sudden burst of light. Shen stopped abruptly. He had not really built up any mental picture of what he had expected to find in his snare, but this prisoner was as weirdly alien to him as a Throg. The light on the torch was reflected off a skin which glittered as if scaled, glittered with the brilliance of jewels in bands and coils of color spreading from the throat down the chest, spiraling about upper arms, around waist and thighs. As if the stranger wore a treasure house of gems as part of a living body. Except for those patterned loops, coils, and bands, the body had no clothing, though a belt about the slender middle supported a pair of pouches and some odd implements held in loops. Roughly the figure was more humanoid than the Throg's. The upper limbs were not too unlike Shen's arms, though the hands had 4 digits of equal length instead of 5. But the features were non-human, closer to saurian in contour. It had large eyes, blazing yellow in the dazzle of the flash, with vertical slits of green for pupils. A nose united with the jaw to make a snout, and above the domed forehead a sharp V-point of raised spiky growth extended back and down until behind the shoulder blades it widened and expanded to resemble a pair of wings. The captive no longer struggled, but sat quietly in the tangle of the snare Shen had set, watching the Terran steadily as if there were no difficulty in seeing through the brilliance of the beam to the man who held it. And, oddly enough, Shen experienced no repulsion toward its reptilian appearance as he had upon first sighting the beetle Throg. On impulse he put down his torch on a rock and walked into the light to face squarely the thing out of the sea. Still eyeing Shen, the captive raised one limb and gave an absent-minded tug to the belted war. Shen, noting that gesture, was struck by a wild surmise, leading him to study the prisoner more narrowly. Allowing for the alien structure of bone, the non-human skin, this creature was delicate, graceful, in its way beautiful, with a fragility of limb which backed up his suspicions. Moved by no pressure from the other, but by his own will and sense of fitness, Shen stooped to cut the control line of his snare. The captive continued to watch as Shen sheathed his blade and then held out his hand. Yellow eyes, never blinking since his initial appearance, regarded him, not with any trace of fear or dismay, but with a calm measurement which was curiosity based upon a strong belief in its own superiority. He did not know how he knew, but Shan was certain that the creature out of the sea was still entirely confident, that it made no fight because it did not conceive of any possible danger from him. And again, oddly enough, he was not irritated by this unconscious arrogance, rather he was intrigued and amused. Friends. Shen used the basic galactic speech devised by Survey and the free traders, semantics which depended upon the proper inflection of voice and tone to project meaning when the words were foreign. The other made no sound, and the Terran began to wonder if his captive had any audible form of speech. He withdrew a step or two, then pulled at the snare, drawing the cords away from the creature's slender ankles. Rolling the thongs into a ball, he tossed the crude net back over his shoulder. Friends. He repeated again, showing his empty hands, trying to give that one word the proper inflection, hoping the other could read his peaceful intent in his features if not by his speech. In one lithe, flowing movement the alien arose. Fully erect, the Warlockian had a frail appearance. Shan, for his breed, was not tall. But the native was still smaller, not more than 5 feet, that stiff V of head crest just topping Shan's shoulder. Whether any of those fittings at its belt could be a weapon the Terran had no way of telling. However, the other made no move to draw any of them. Instead, one of the 4-digit hands came up. Shen felt the feather touch of strange finger-tips on his chin, across his lips, up his cheek, to at last press firmly on his forehead at a spot just between the eyebrows. What followed was communication of a sort, not in words or in any describable flow of thoughts. There was no feeling of enmity, at least nothing strong enough to be called that. Curiosity, yes, and then a growing doubt, not of the Terran himself, but of the other's preconceived ideas concerning him. Shan was other than the native had judged him, and the stranger was disturbed, that self-confidence a little ruffled. And also Shan was right in his guess. He smiled, his amusement growing, not aimed at his companion on this cliff top, but at himself. For he was dealing with a woman, a very young woman, and someone as fully feminine in her way as any human girl could be. Friends, he asked for the 3rd time. But the other still exuded a wariness mixed with surprise. And the tenuous message which passed between them then astounded Shan. To this Warlockian out of the night he was not following the proper pattern of male behavior at all, he should have been in awe of the other merely because of her sex. A diffidence rather than an assumption of equality should have colored his response, judged by her standards. At first, he caught a flash of anger at this preposterous attitude of his. Then her curiosity won, but there was still no reply to his question. The fingertips no longer made contact between them. Stepping back, her hands now reached for one of the pouches at her belt. Shen watched that movement carefully. And because he did not trust her too far, he whistled. Her head came up. She might be dumb, but plainly she was not deaf. And she gazed down into the hollow as the wolverines answered his summons with growls. Her profile reminded Shen of something for an instant, but it should have been golden yellow instead of silver with 2 jeweled patterns ringing the snout. Yes, that small plaque he had seen in the cabin of one of the ship's officers. A very old Terran legend, dragon, the officer had named the creature. Only that one had possessed a serpent's body, a lizard's legs and wings. Shen gave a sudden start, aware his thoughts had made him careless, or had she in some way led him into that bypath of memory for her own purposes? Because now she held some object in the curve of her curled fingers, regarding him with those unblinking yellow eyes. Eyes. Shen dimly heard the alarm cry of the wolverines. He tried to draw his stunner, but it was too late. There was a haze about him hiding the rocks, the island valley with its radiant plants, the night sky, the bright beam of the torch. Now he moved through that haze as one walks through a dream-approaching nightmare, striding with an effort as if wading through a deterring flood. Sound, sight, one after another those senses were taken from him. Desperately Shen held to one thing, his own sense of identity. He was Shen Lanti, Terran breed, out of tier, of the survey service. Some part of him repeated those facts with vast urgency against an almost overwhelming force which strove to defeat that awareness of self, making him nothing but a tool, or a weapon, for another's use. The Terran fought, soundlessly but fiercely, on a battleground which was within him, knowing in a detached way that his body obeyed another's commands. "I am Shan," he cried without audible speech. "I am myself. I have 2 hands, 2 legs. I think for myself. I am a man." And to that came an answer of sorts, a blow of will striking at his resistance, a will which struggled to drown him before ebbing, leaving behind it a faint suggestion of bewilderment, of a dawn of concern. "I am a man," he hurled that assertion as he might have thrust deep with one of the crude spears he had used against the Throgs. For against what he faced now his weapons were as crude as spears fronting blasters. "I am Shanlanti, Terran, man." Those were facts, no haze could sweep them from his mind or take away that heritage. And again there was the lightening of the pressure, the slight recoil, which could only be a prelude to another assault upon his last stronghold. He clutched his 3 facts to him as a shield, groping for others which might have afforded a weapon of rebuttal. Dreams, these Warlockians dealt in and through dreams. And the opposite of dreams are facts. His name, his breed, his sex, these were facts. And Warlock itself was a fact. The earth under his boots was a fact. The water which washed around the island was a fact. The air he breathed was a fact. Flesh, blood, bones, facts, all of them. Now he was a struggling identity imprisoned in a rebel body. But that body was real. He tried to feel it. Blood pumped from his heart, his lungs filled and emptied, he struggled to feel those processes. With a terrifying shock, the envelope which had held him vanished. Shan was choking, struggling in water. He flailed out with his arms, kicked his legs. One hand grated painfully against stone. Hardly knowing what he did, but fighting for his life, Shan caught at that rock and drew his head out of water. Coughing and gasping, half drowned, he was weak with the panic of his close brush with death. For a long moment he could only cling to the rock which had saved him, retching and dazed, as the water washed about his body, a current tugging at his trailing legs. There was light of a sort here, patches of green which glowed with the same subdued light as the bushes of the outer world, for he was no longer under the night sky. A rock roof was but inches over his head. He must be in some cave or tunnel under the surface of the sea. Again a gust of panic shook him as he felt trapped. The water continued to pull at Shan, and in his weakened condition it was a temptation to yield to that pull. The more he fought it the more he was exhausted. At last the Terran turned on his back, trying to float with the stream, sure he could no longer battle it. Luckily those few inches of space above the surface of the water continued, and he had air to breathe. But the fear of that ending, of being swept under the surface, chewed at his nerves. And his bodily danger burned away the last of the spell which had held him, brought him into this place, wherever it might be. Was it only his heightened imagination, or had the current grown swifter? Shen tried to gauge the speed of his passage by the way the patches of green light slipped by. Now he turned and began to swim slowly, feeling as if his arms were leaden weights, his ribs a cage to bind his aching lungs. Another patch of light. Larger, spreading across the roof overhead. Then, he was out. Out of the tunnel into a cavern so vast that its arching roof was like a skydome far above his head. But here the patches of light were brighter, and they were arranged in odd groups which had a familiar look to them. Only, better than freedom overhead, there was a shore not too distant. Shen swam for that haven, summoning up the last rags of his strength, knowing that if he could not reach it very soon he was finished. Somehow he made it and lay gasping, his cheek resting on sand finer than any of the outer world, his fingers digging into it for purchase to drag his body on. But when he collapsed, his legs were still awash in water. No footfall could be heard on that sand. But he knew that he was no longer alone. He braced his hands and with painful effort levered up his body. Somehow he made it to his knees, but he could not stand. Instead he half tumbled back, so that he faced them from a sitting position. There were 3 of them, the dragon-headed ones with their slender, jewel-set bodies glittering even in this subdued light, their yellow eyes fastened on him with a remoteness which did not approach any human emotion. Save perhaps that of a cold and limited wonder. But behind them came a 4th, one he knew by the patterns on her body. Shen clasped his hands about his knees to still the trembling of his body, and eyed them back with all the defiance he could muster. Nor did he doubt that he had been brought here, his body as captive to their will, as had been that of their spy or messenger in his crude snare on the island. "Well, you have me," he said hoarsely. "Now what?" His words boomed weirdly out over the water, or echoed from the dim outer reaches of the cavern. There was no answer. They merely stood watching him. Shen stiffened, determined to hold to his defiance and to that identity which he now knew was his weapon against the powers they used. The one who had somehow drawn him there moved at last, circling around the other 3 with a suggestion of diffidence in her manner. Shen jerked back his head as her hand stretched to touch his face. And then, guessing that she sought her peculiar form of communication, he submitted to her finger-tips, though now his skin crawled under that light but firm pressure and he shrank from the contact. There were no sensations this time. To his amazement a concrete inquiry shaped itself in his brain, as clear as if the question had been asked aloud, "Who are you?" "Shan," he began vocally, and then turned words into thoughts. "Shanlanti, Terran, man." He made his answer the same which had kept him from succumbing to their complete domination. "Name, Shanlanti, man, yes." The other accepted those, Terran. That was a question. Did these people have any notion of space travel? Could they understand the concept of another world holding intelligent beings? "I come from another world." He tried to make a clean-cut picture in his mind, a globe in space, a ship blasting free. "Look." The fingers still rested between his eyebrows, but with her other hand the Warlockian was pointing up to the dome of the cavern. Shen followed her order. He studied those patches of light which had seemed so vaguely familiar at his first sighting, studying them closely to know them for what they were. A star map. A map of the heavens as they could be seen from the outer crust of Warlock. "Yes, I come from the stars," he answered, booming with his voice. The fingers dropped from his forehead, the scaled head swung around to exchange glances, which were perhaps some unheard communication with the other 3. Then the hand was extended again. "Come." Fingers fell from his head to his right wrist, closing there with surprising strength. And some of that strength together with a new energy flowed from them into him, so that he found and kept his feet as the other drew him up. 12. The Veil of Illusion. Perhaps his status was that of a prisoner, but Shen was too tired to press for an explanation. He was content to be left alone in the unusual circular, but roofless, room of the structure to which they had brought him. There was a thick mat-like pallet in one corner, short for the length of his body, but softer than any bed he had rested on since he had left the Terran camp before the coming of the Throgs. Above him glimmered those patches of light symbolizing the lost stars. He blinked at them until they all ran together in bands like the jeweled coils on Warlockian bodies, then he slept, dreamlessly. The Terran awoke with all his senses alert. Some silent alarm might have triggered that instant awareness of himself and his surroundings. There had been no change in the star pattern still overhead, no one had entered the round chamber. Shen rolled over on his mat bed, conscious that all his aches had vanished. Just as his mind was clearly active, so did his body also respond effortlessly to his demands. He was not aware of any hunger or thirst, though a considerable length of time must have passed since he had made his mysteriously contrived exit from the outer world. In spite of the humidity of the air, his ragged garments had dried on his body. Shen got to his feet, trying to order the sorry remnants of his uniform, eager to be on the move. Though to where and for what purpose he could not have answered. The door through which he had entered remained closed, refusing to yield to his push. Shen stepped back, eyeing the distance to the top of the partition between the roofless rooms. The walls were smooth with the gloss of a seashell's interior, but the exuberant confidence which had been with him since his awakening refused to accept such a minor obstacle. He made 2 test leaps, both times his fingers striking the wall well below the top of the partition. Shen gathered himself together as might a cat and tried the 3rd time, putting into that effort every last ounce of strength, determination and will. He made it, though his arms jerked as the weight of his body hung from his hands. Then a scramble, a knee hooked over the top, and he was perched on the wall, able to study the rest of the building. In shape, the structure was unlike anything he had seen on his home world or reproduced in any of the Tri-D records of survey accessible to him. The rooms were either circular or oval, each separated from the next by a short passage, so that the overall impression was that of 10 strings of beads radiating from a central knot of one large chamber. All with the uniform nacre walls and a limited amount of furnishings. As he balanced on the narrow perch, Shen could sight no other movement in the nearest line of rooms, those connected by corridors with his own. He got to his feet to walk the tightrope of the upper walls toward that inner chamber which was the heart of the Warlockian palace. Town. Apartment dwelling. At least it was the only structure on the island, for he could see the outer rim of that smooth soft sand ringing it about. The island itself was curiously symmetrical, a perfect oval, too perfect to be a natural outcrop of sand and rock. There was no day or night here in the cavern. The light from the roof patches remained constantly the same, and that flow was abetted within the building by a soft radiation from the walls. Shen reached the next room in line, hunkering down to see within it. To all appearances the chamber was exactly the same as the one he had just left. There were the same unadorned walls, a thick mat bed against the far side, and no indication whether it was in use or had not been entered for days. He was on the next section of corridor wall when he caught that faint taint in the air, the very familiar scent of wolverines. Now it provided Shan with a guide as well as a promise of allies. The next bead room gave him what he wanted. Below him Taggy and Togi paced back and forth. They had already torn to bits the sleeping mat which had been the chamber's single furnishing, and their temper was none too certain. As Shen squatted well above their range of vision, Taggy reared against the opposite wall, his claws finding no hold on the smooth coating of its surface. They were as competently imprisoned as if they had been dropped into a huge fishbowl, and they were not taking to it kindly. How had the animals been brought here? Down that water tunnel by the same unknown method he himself had been transported until that almost disastrous awakening in the center of the flood? The Terran did not doubt that the doors of the room were as securely fastened as those of his own further down the corridor. For the moment the wolverines were safe, he could not free them. And he was growing increasingly certain that if he found any of his native jailers, it would be at the center of that wheel of rooms and corridors. Shan made no attempt to attract the animal's attention, but kept on along his tightrope path. He passed 2 more rooms, both empty, both differing in no way from those he had already inspected, and then he came to the central chamber, for times as big as any of the rest and with a much brighter wall light. The Terran crouched, one hand on the surface of the partition top as an additional balance, the other gripping his stunner. For some reason his captors had not disarmed him. Perhaps they believed they had no necessity to fear his off-world weapon. "Have you grown wings?" The words formed in his brain, bringing with them a sense of calm amusement to reduce all his bold exploration to the level of a child's first staggering steps. Shen fought his first answering flare of pure irritation. To lose even a fraction of control was to open a door for them. He remained where he was as if he had never heard that question, surveying the room below with all the impassiveness he could summon. Here the walls were no smooth barrier, but honeycombed with niches in a regular pattern. And in each of the niches rested a polished skull, a non-human skull. Only the outlines of those ranked bones were familiar. For just so had looked the great purple-red rock where the wheeling flyers issued from the eye sockets. A rock island had been fashioned into a skull, by design or nature. And upon closer observation the Terran could see that there was a difference among these ranked skulls, a mutation of coloring from row to row, a softening of outline, perhaps by the wearing of time. There was also a table of dull black, rising from the flooring on legs which were not more than a very few inches high, so that from his present perch the board appeared to rest on the pavement itself. Behind the table in a row, as shopkeepers might await a customer, 3 of the Warlockians, seated cross-legged on mats, their hands folded primly before them. And at the side a 4th, the one whom he had trapped on the island. Not one of those spiked heads rose to view him. But they knew that he was there, perhaps they had known the very instant he had left the room or cell in which they had shut him. And they were so very sure of themselves. Once again Shen subdued a spark of anger. That same patience with its core of stubborn determination which had brought him to Warlock backed his moves now. The Terran swung down, landing lightly on his feet, facing the 3 behind the table, towering well over them as he stood erect, yet gaining no sense of satisfaction from that merely physical fact. "You have come." The words sounded as if they might be a part of some polite formula. So he replied in kind and aloud. "I have come." Without waiting for their bidding, he dropped into the same cross-legged pose, fronting them now on a more equal level across their dead black table. "And why have you come, Star Voyager?" That thought seemed to be a concentrated effort from all 3 rather than any individual questioning. "And why did you bring me?" He hesitated, trying to think of some polite form of address. Those he knew which were appropriate to their sex on other worlds seemed incongruous when applied to the bizarre figures now facing him. "Wise ones," he finally chose. Those unblinking yellow eyes conveyed no emotion. Certainly his human gaze could detect no change of expression on their non-human faces. "You are a male." "I am," he agreed, not seeing just what that fact had to do with either diplomatic fencing or his experiences of the immediate past. "Where then is your thought guider?" Shen, puzzled over that conception, guessed at its meaning. "I am my own thought guider," he returned stoutly, with all the conviction he could manage to put into that reply. Again he met a yellow-green stare, but he sensed a change in them. Some of their complacency had ebbed. His reply had been as a stone dropped into a quiet pool, sending ripples out afar to disturb the customary mirror surface of smooth serenity. "The Starborn One speaks the truth." That came from the Warlockian who had been his first contact. "It would appear that he does." The agreement was measured, and Shen knew that he was meant to overhear that. It would seem, readers of the rods, the middle one of the triumvirate at the table spoke now, that all living things do not follow our pattern of life. But that is possible. A male who thinks for himself, unguided, who dreams perhaps. Or who can understand the truth of dreaming. Strange indeed must be his people. Sharers of my visions, let us consult the old ones concerning this. For the first time one of those crested heads moved, the gaze shifted from Shan to the ranks of the skulls, pausing at one. Shan, ready for any wonder, did not betray his amazement when the ivory inhabitant of that particular niche moved, lifted from its small compartment, and drifted buoyantly through the air to settle at the right-hand corner of the table. Only when it had safely grounded did the eyes of the Warlockian move to another niche on the other side of the curving room, this time bringing up from close to floor level a time-darkened skull to occupy the left corner of the table. There was a third shifting from the weird storehouse, a last skull to place between the other 2. And now the youngest native arose from her mat to bring a bowl of green crystal. One of her seniors took it in both hands, making a gesture of offering it to all 3 skulls, and then gazed over its rim at the Terran. "We shall cast the rods, man who thinks without a guide. Perhaps then we shall see how strong your dreams are, to be bent to your using, or to break you for your impudence." Her hands swayed the bowl from side to side, and there was an answering whisper from its interior as if the contents slid loosely there. Then one of her companions reached forward and gave a quick tap to the bottom of that container, spilling out upon the table a shower of brightly colored slivers each an inch or so long. Shan, staring at the display in bewilderment, saw that in spite of the seeming carelessness of that toss the small needles had spread out on the blank surface to form a design in arrangement and color. And he wondered how that skillful trick had been accomplished. All three of the Warlockians bent their heads to study the grouping of the tiny sticks, their young subordinate leaning forward also, her eagerness less well controlled than her elders. And now it was as if a curtain had fallen between the Terran and the aliens, all sense of communication which had been with him since he had entered the skull-lined chamber was summarily cut off. A hand moved, making the jeweled pattern, braceleting wrist and extending up the arm, flash subdued fire. Fingers swept the sticks back into the bowl. Four pairs of yellow eyes raised to regard Shen once more, but the blanket of their withdrawal still held. The youngest Warlockian took the bowl from the elder who held it, stood for a long moment with it resting between her palms, fixing Shan with an unreadable stare. Then she came toward him. One of those at the table put out a restraining hand. This time Shen did not master his start as he heard the first audible voice which had not been his own. The skull at the left hand on the table, by its yellowed color the oldest of those summoned from the niches, was moving because its jaws gaped and then snapped, emitting a faint bleat which might have been a word or two. She who would have halted the young Warlockian's advance, withdrew her hand. Then her fingers curled in an unmistakable beckoning gesture. Shen came to the table, but he could not quite force himself near that chattering skull, even though it had stopped its jig of speech. The bowl of sticks was offered to him. Still no message from mind to mind, but he could guess at what they wanted of him. The crystal substance was not cool to the touch as he had expected, rather it was warm, as living flesh might feel. And the colored sticks filled about 2/3 of the interior, lying all mixed together without any order. Shen concentrated on recalling the ceremony the Warlockian had used before the first toss. She had offered the bowl to the skulls in turn. The skulls. But he was no consulter of skulls. Still holding the bowl close to his chest, Shen looked up over the roofless walls at the star map on the roof of the cavern. There, that was Rama. And to its left, just a little above, was Tyr's system where swung the stark world of his birth, and of which he had only few good memories, but of which he was a part. The Terran raised the bowl to that spot of light which marked Tyr's pale sun. Smiling with a wry twist, he lowered the bowl, and on impulse of pure defiance he offered it to the skull that had chattered. Immediately he realized that the move had had an electric effect upon the aliens. Slowly at first, and then faster, he began to swing the bowl from side to side, the needles slipping, mixing within. And as he swung it, Shen held it out over the expanse of the table. The Warlockian who had given him the bowl was the one who struck it on the bottom, causing a rain of splinters. To Shen's astonishment, mixed as they had been in the container, they once more formed a pattern, and not the same pattern the Warlockians had consulted earlier. The dampening curtain between them vanished, he was in touch mind to mind once again. So be it. The center Warlockian spread out her four-fingered thumbless hands above the scattered needles. What is red, is red. Again a formula. He caught a chorus of answer from the others. What is red, is red. To the dreamer the dream. Let the dream be known for what it is, and there is life. Let the dream encompass the dreamer falsely, and all is lost. Who can question the wisdom of the old ones, asked their leader. We are those who read the messages they send, out of their mercy. This is a strange thing they bid us do, man, open for you our own initiate's road to the veil of illusion. That way has never been for males, who dream without set purpose and have not the ability to know true from false, have not the courage to face their dreams to the truth. Do so, if you can. There was a flash of mockery in that, combined with something else, stronger than distaste, not as strong as hatred, but certainly not friendly. She held out her hands and Shen saw now, lying on a slowly closing palm, a disc such as the one Thorvald had shown him. The Terran had only one moment of fear and then came blackness, more absolute than the dark of any night he had ever known. Light once more, green light with an odd shimmering quality to it. The skull-lined walls were gone, there were no walls, no building held him. Shen strode forward, and his boots sank in sand, that smooth, satin sand which had ringed the island in the cavern. But he was certain he was no longer on that island, even within that cavern, though far above him there was still a dome of roof. The source of the green shimmer lay to his left. Somehow he found himself reluctant to turn and face it. That would commit him to action. But Shan turned. A veil of rippling green. Material? No, rather mist or light. A veil depending from some source so far over his head that its origin was hidden in the upper gloom, a veil which was a barrier he must cross. With every nerve protesting, Shen walked forward, unable to keep back. He flung up his arm to protect his face as he marched into that stuff. It was warm, and the gas, if gas it was, left no slick of moisture on his skin in spite of its foggy consistency. And it was no veil or curtain, for although he was already well into the murk, he saw no end to it. Blindly he trudged on, unable to sight anything but the rolling billows of green, pausing now and again to go down on one knee and pat the sand underfoot, reassured at the reality of that footing. And when he met nothing menacing, Shen began to relax. His heart no longer labored, he made no move to draw the stunner or knife. Where he was and for what purpose, he had no idea. But there was a purpose in this, and that the Warlockians were behind it, he did not doubt. The initiate's road, the leader had said, and the conviction was steady in his mind that he faced some test of alien devising. A cavern with a green veil, his memory awoke. Thorvald's dream. Shen paused, trying to remember how the other had described this place. So he was enacting Thorvald's dream. And could the survey officer now be caught in Shan's dream in turn, climbing up somewhere into the nose slit of a skull-shaped mountain? Green fog without end, and Shen lost in it. How long had he been here? Shen tried to reckon time, the time since his coming into the water world of the starred cavern. He realized that he had not eaten, nor drank, nor desired to do so either, nor did he now. Yet he was not weak. In fact, he had never felt such tireless energy as possessed his spare body. Was this all a dream? His threatened drowning in the underground stream a nightmare? Yet there was a pattern in this, just as there had been a pattern in the needles he had spilled across the table. One even led to another with discernible logic, because he had tossed that particular pattern he had come here. According to the ambiguous instructions or warnings of the Warlockian witch, his safety in this place would depend upon his ability to tell true dreams from false. But how, why? So far he had done nothing except walk through a green fog, and for all he knew, he might well be traveling in circles. Because there was nothing else to do, Shen walked on, his boots pressing sand, rising from each step with a small sucking sound. Then, as he stooped to search for some indication of a path or road which might guide him, his ears caught the slightest of noises, other small sucking whispers. He was not the only wayfarer in this place. 13. He Who Dreams. The mist was not a quiet thing, it billowed and curled until it appeared to half conceal darker shadows, any one of which could be an enemy. Shen remained hunkered on the sand, every sense abnormally alert, watching the fog. He was still sure he could hear sounds which marked the progress of another. What other? One of the Warlockians tracking him to spy? Or was there some prisoner like himself lost out there in the murk? Could it be Thorvald? Now the sound had ceased. He was not even sure from what direction it had first come. Perhaps that other was listening now, as intent upon locating him. Shen ran his tongue over dry lips. The impulse to call out, to try and contact any fellow traveler here, was strong. Only hard-learned caution kept him silent. He got to his hands and knees, uncertain as to his previous direction. Shen crept. Someone expecting a man walking erect might be suitably distracted by the arrival of a half-seen figure on all fours. He halted again to listen. He had been right. The sound of a very muffled footfall or footfalls, carried to his ears. He was sure that the sound was louder, that the unknown was approaching. Shen stood, his hand close to his stunner. He was almost tempted to spray that beam blindly before him, hoping to hit the unseen by chance. A shadow, something more swift than a shadow, more than one of the tricks the curling fog played on eyes, was moving with purpose and straight for him. Still, prudence restrained Shan from calling out. The figure grew clearer. A Terran. It could be Thorvald. But remembering how they had last parted, Shan did not hurry to meet him. That shadow shape stretched out a long arm in a sweep as if to pull aside some of the vapor concealing them from each other. Then Shen shivered as if that fog had suddenly turned into the drive of frigid snow. For the mist did roll back so that the two of them stood in an irregular clearing in its midst. And he did not front Thorvald. Shan was caught up in the ice grip of an old fear, frozen by it, but somehow clinging to a hope that he did not see the unbelievable. Those hands drawing the lash of a whip back into striking readiness. A brutal nose broken askew, a blaster burn puckering across cheek to misshapen ear, that evil, gloating grin of anticipation. Flick, flick, the slight dance of the lash in a master's hand as those thick fingers tightened about the stock of the whip. In a moment it would whirl up to lay a ribbon of fire about Shan's defenseless shoulders. Then Log-Ally would laugh and laugh, his sadistic mirth echoed by those other men who played jackalls to his rogue lion. Other men. Shan shook his head dazedly. But he did not stand again in the dump-size bar of the big strike. And he was no longer a terrorized youngster, fit meat for Logali's amusement. Only the whip rose, the lash curled out, catching Shen just as it had that time years ago, delivering a red slash of pure agony. But Log-Ally was dead. Shan's mind screamed, fighting frantically against the evidence of his eyes, of that pain in his chest and shoulder. The dump bully had been spaced by off-world miners, now also dead, whose claims he had tried to jump out in the Ajax system. Log-Ally drew back the lash, preparing to strike again. Shen faced a man 5 years dead who walked and fought. Or, Shen bit hard upon his lower lip, holding desperately to sane reasoning. Did he indeed face anything? Log-Ally was the ancient devil of his boyhood produced anew by the witchery of Warlock. Or had Shen himself been led to recreate both the man and the circumstances of their first meeting with fear as a weapon to pull the creator down? Dream true or false? Log-Ally was dead, therefore, this dream was false, it had to be. The Terran began to walk toward that grinning ogre rising out of his old nightmares. His hand was no longer on the butt of his stunner, but swung loosely at his side. He saw the coming lash, the wicked promise in those small narrowed eyes. This was Log-Ally at the acme of his strength, when he was most to be feared, as he had continued to exist over the years in the depths of a boy-child's memory. But Log-Ally was not alive, only in a dream could he be. For the second time the lash bit at Shan, curling about his body, to dissolve. There was no alteration in Logali's grin, his muscular arm drew back as he aimed a third blow. Shan continued to walk forward, bringing up one hand, not to strike at that sweating, bristly jaw, but as if to push the other out of his path. And in his mind he held one thought, this was not Log-Ally, it could not be. 10 years had passed since they had met. And for 5 of those years Log-Ally had been dead. Here was Warlockian witchery, to be met by sane Terran reasoning. Shan was alone. The mist, which had formed walls, enclosed him again. But still there was a smarting brand across his shoulder. Shan drew aside the rags of his uniform blouse to discover a welt, raw and red. And seeing that, his unbelief was shaken. When he had believed in Log-Ally and in Logali's weapon, the other had had reality enough to strike that blow, make the lash cut deep. But when the Terran had faced the phantom with the truth, then neither Log-Ally nor his lash existed. Shen shivered, trying not to think what might lie before him. Visions out of nightmares which could put on substance. He had dreamed of Log-Ally in the past, many times. And he had had other dreams, just as frightening. Must he front those nightmares, all of them? Why? To amuse his captors, or to prove their contention that he was a fool to challenge the powers of such mistresses of illusion? How did they know just what dreams to use in order to break him? Or did he himself furnish the actors and the action, projecting old terrors in this mist as a 3D tape projected a story in 3 dimensions for the amusement of the viewer. Dream true, was this progress through the mist also a dream? Dreams within dreams. Shen put his hand to his head, uncertain, badly shaken. But that stubborn core of determination within him was still holding. Next time he would be prepared at once to face down any resurrected memory. Walking slowly, pausing to listen for the slightest sound which might herald the coming of a new illusion, Shen tried to guess which of his nightmares might come to face him. But he was to learn that there was more than one kind of dream. Steeled against old fears, he was met by another emotion altogether. There was a fluttering in the air, a little crooning cry which pulled at his heart. Without any conscious thought, Shen held out his hands, whistling on 2 notes a call which his lips appeared to remember more quickly than his mind. The shape which winged through the fog came straight to his waiting hold, tore at long-walled away hurt with its once familiar beauty. It flew with a list, one of the delicately tinted wings was injured, had never healed straight. But the seraph nestled into the hollow of Shan's 2 palms and looked up at him with all the old liquid trust. Trav! Trav! He cradled the tiny creature carefully, regarded with joy its feathered body, the curled plumes on its proudly held head, felt the silken padding of those infinitesimal claws against his protecting fingers. Shan sat down in the sand, hardly daring to breathe. Trav, again. The wonder of this never-to-be-hoped-for return filled him with a surge of happiness almost too great to bear, which hurt in its way with as great a pain as Logali's lash. It was a pain rooted in love, not fear and hate. Logali's lash. Shan trembled. Trav raised one of those small claws toward the Terran's face, crooning a soft caressing cry for recognition, for protection, trying to be a part of Shan's life once more. Trav. How could he bear to will Trav into nothingness, to bear to summon up another harsh memory which would sweep Trav away? Trav was the only thing Shan had ever known which he could love wholeheartedly, that had answered his love with a return gift of affection so much greater than the light body he now held. Trav, he whispered softly. Then he made his great effort against this second and far more subtle attack. With the same agony which he had known years earlier, he resolutely summoned a bitter memory, sat nursing once more a broken thing which died in pain he could not ease, aware himself of every moment of that pain. And what was worse, this time there clung that nagging little doubt. What if he had not forced the memory? Perhaps he could have taken Trav with him unhurt, alive, at least for a while. Shan covered his face with his now empty hands. To see a nightmare flicker out after facing squarely up to its terror, that was no great task. To give up a dream which was part of a lost heaven, that cut cruelly deep. The Terran dragged himself to his feet, drained and weary, stumbling on. Was there no end to this aimless circling through a world of green smoke? He shambled ahead, moving his feet leadenly. How long had he been here? There was no division in time, just the unchanging light which was a part of the fog through which he plodded. Then he heard more than any shuffle of foot across sand, any crooning of a long-dead seraph, the rising and falling of a voice, a human voice, not quite singing or reciting, but something between the two. Shan paused, searching his memory, a memory which seemed bruised, for the proper answer to match that sound. But, though he recalled scene after scene out of the years, that voice did not trigger any return from his past. He turned toward its source, dully determined to get over quickly the meeting which lay behind that signal. Only, though he walked on, Shen did not appear any closer to the man behind the voice, nor was he able to make out separate words composing that chant, a chant broken now and then by pauses. So that the Terran grew aware of the distress of his fellow prisoner. For the impression that he sought another captive came out of nowhere and grew as he cast wider and wider in his quest. Then he might have turned some invisible corner in the mist, for the chant broke out anew in stronger volume, and now he was able to distinguish words he knew. Where blow the winds between the worlds, and hang the suns in dark of space. For power is given a man to use. Let him do so well before the last accounting. The voice was hoarse, cracked, the words spaced with uneven catches of breath, as if they had been repeated many, many times to provide an anchor against madness, form a tie to reality. And hearing that note, Shen slowed his pace. This was out of no memory of his, he was sure of that. Blow the winds between the worlds. And hang the suns in. Dark, of. That harsh croak of voice was running down, as a clock runs down for lack of winding. Shen sped on, reacting to a plea which did not lay in the words themselves. Once more the mist curled back, provided him with an open space. A man sat on the sand, his fists buried wrist deep in the smooth grains on either side of his body, his eyes set, red-rimmed, glazed, his body rocking back and forth in time to his labored chant. The dark of space. Thorvald. Shen skidded in the sand, went down on his knees. The manner of their last parting was forgotten as he took in the officer's condition. The other did not stop his swaying, but his head turned with a stiff jerk, the grey eyes making a visible effort to focus on Shen. Then some of the strain smoothed out of the gaunt features and Thorvald laughed softly. Garth. Shen stiffened but had no chance to protest that mistaken identification as the other continued, so you made Class 1 status, boy. I always knew you could if you'd work for it. A couple of black marks on your record, sure. But those can be rubbed out, boy, when you're willing to try. Thorvald's always have been survey. Our father would have been proud. Thorvald's voice flattened, his smile faded, there was a growing spark of some emotion in those grey eyes. Unexpectedly, he hurled himself forward, his hands clawing for Shen's throat. He bore the younger man down under him to the sand where Lonti found himself fighting desperately for his life against a man who could only be mad. Shen used a trick learned on the dumps, and his opponent doubled up with a gasp of agony to let the younger man break free. He planted a knee on the small of Thorvald's back, digging the officer into the sand, pinning down his arms in spite of the other's struggles. Regaining his own breath in gulps, Shen tried to appeal to some spark of reason in the other. Thorvald. This is Lonti, his name echoed in the mist-walled void like an unhuman wail. Lonti. No, Throg. Lonti, Throg, killed my brother. Sand puffed out with the breath, which expelled that indictment. But Thorvald no longer fought, and Shen believed him close to collapse. Shen relaxed his hold, rolling the other man over. Thorvald obeyed his pull limply, lying face upward, sand in his hair and eyebrows, crusting his slack lips. The younger man brushed the dirt away gently as the other opened his eyes to regard Shen with his old impersonal stare. You're alive, Thorvald stated bleakly. Garth's dead. You ought to be dead too. Shen drew back, rubbed sand from his hands, his concern dampened by the other's patent hostility. Only that angry accusation vanished in a blink of those grey eyes. Then there was a warmer recognition in Thorvald's expression. Lonti. The younger man might just have come into sight. What are you doing here? Shen tightened his belt. Just about what you are. He was still aloof, giving no acknowledgement of difference in rank now. Running around in this fog hunting the way out. Thorvald sat up, surveying the billowing walls of the hole which contained them. Then he reached out a hand to draw fingers down Shen's forearm. You are real, he observed simply, and his voice was warm, welcoming. Don't bet on it, Shen snapped. The unreal can be mighty real, here. His hand went up to the smarting brand on his shoulder. Thorvald nodded. Masters of illusion, he murmured. Mistresses, Shen corrected. This place is run by a gang of pretty smart witches. Witches? You've seen them? Where? And what, who are they? Thorvald pounced with a return of his old-time sharpness. They're females right enough, and they can make the impossible happen. I'd say that classifies them as witches. One of them tried to take me over back on the island. I set a trap and caught her. Then somehow she transported me, Swiftly he outlined the chain of events leading from his sudden awakening in the river tunnel to his present penetration of this fog world. Thorvald listened eagerly. When the story was finished, he rubbed his hands across his drawn face, smearing away the last of the sand. At least you have some idea of who they are and a suggestion of how you got here. I don't remember that much about my own arrival. As far as I can remember, I went to sleep on the island and woke up here. Shen studied him and knew that Thorvald was telling the truth. He could remember nothing of his departure in the outrigger, the way he had fought Shan in the lagoon. The survey officer must have been under the control of the Warlockians then. Quickly he gave the older man his version of the other's actions in the outer world, and Thorvald was clearly astounded, though he did not question the facts Shen presented. They just took me, Thorvald said in a husky half-whisper. But why? And why are we here? Is this a prison? Shen shook his head. I think all this, a wave of his hand encompassed the green wall, what lay beyond it, and in it, is a test of some kind. This dream business. A little while ago I got to thinking that I wasn't here at all, that I might be dreaming it all. Then I met you. Thorvald understood. Yes, but this could be a dream meeting. How can we tell? He hesitated, almost diffidently, before he asked, have you met anyone else here? Yes. Shen had no desire to go into that. People out of your past life? Yes. Again he did not elaborate. So did I. Thorvald's expression was bleak. His encounters in the fog must have proved no more pleasant than Shan's. That suggests that we do trigger the hallucinations ourselves. But maybe we can really lick it now. How? Well, if these phantoms are born of our memories, there are about only 2 or 3 we could see together, maybe a Throg on the rampage, or that Hound we left back in the mountains. And if we do sight anything like that, we'll know what it is. On the other hand, if we stick together and one of us sees something that the other can't, well, that fact alone will explode the ghost. There was sense in what he said. Shen aided the officer to his feet. I must be a better subject for their experiments than you, the older man remarked ruefully. They took me over completely at the first. You were carrying that disc, Shen pointed out. Maybe that acted as a focusing lens for whatever power they used to make us play trained animals. Could be. Thorvald brought out the cloth-wrapped bone coin. I still have it. But he made no move to pull off the bit of rag about it. Now, he gazed at the wall of green. Which way? Shen shrugged. Long ago he had lost any idea of keeping a straight course through the murk. He might have turned around any number of times since he first walked blindly into this place. Then he pointed to the packet Thorvald held. Why not flip that? He asked. Heads, we go that way. He indicated the direction in which they were facing. Tails, we do a right about face. There was an answering grin on Thorvald's lips. As good a guide as any we're likely to find here. We'll do it. He pulled away the twist of cloth and with a swift snap, reminiscent of that used by the Warlockian witch to empty the bowl of sticks, he tossed the disc into the air. It spun, whirled, but, to their open-jawed amazement, it did not fall to the sand. Instead it spun until it looked like a small globe instead of a disc. And it lost its dead white for a glow of green. When that glow became dazzling for Terran eyes, the miniature sun swung out, not in orbit but in straight line of flight, heading to their right. With a muffled cry, Thorvald started in pursuit, Shen running beside him. They were in a tunnel of the fog now, and the pace set by the spinning coin was swift. The Terrans continued to follow it at the best pace they could summon, having no idea of where they were headed. But each with the hope that they finally did have a guide to lead them through this place of confusion and into a sane world where they could face on more equal terms those who had sent them there. 14. Escape. Something ahead. Thorvald did not slacken the pace set by the brilliant spot of green they trailed. Both of the Terrans feared to fall behind, to lose touch with that guide. Their belief that somehow the traveling disc would bring them to the end of the mist and its attendant illusions had grown firmer with every foot of ground they traversed. A dark, fixed point, now partly veiled by mist, lay beyond, and it was toward that looming half-shadow that the spinning disc hurtled. Now the mist curled away to display its bulk, larger, blacker and 4 or 5 times Thorvald's height. Both men stopped short, for the disc no longer played Pathfinder. It still whirled on its axis in the air, faster and faster, until it appeared to be throwing off sparks, but the sparks faded against a monolith of dark rock unlike the native stone they had seen elsewhere. For it was neither red nor warmly brown, but a dull, dead black. It could have been a huge stone slab, trimmed, smoothed, set up on end as a monument or marker, except that only infinite labor could have accomplished such a task, and there was no valid reason for such toil as far as the Terrans could perceive. This is it. Thorvald moved closer. By the disc's action, they deduced that their guide had drawn them to this featureless black steel with the precision of a beam-controlled ship. However, the purpose still eluded them. They had hoped for some exit from the territory of the Veil, but now they faced a solid slab of dark stone, neither a conventional exit or entrance, as they proved by circling its base. Beneath their boots was the eternal sand, around them the fog. Now what? Shen asked. They had made their trip about the slab and were back again where the disc whirled with unceasing vigor in a shower of emerald sparks. Thorvald shook his head, scanning the rock face before them glumly. The eagerness had gone out of his expression, a vast weariness replacing it. There must have been some purpose in coming here, he replied, but his tone had lost the assurance of moments earlier. Well, if we strike away from here, we'll just get right back in again. Shen waved a hand toward the mist, waiting as if with a hunter's watch upon them. And we certainly can't go down. He dug a boot toe into the sand to demonstrate the folly of that. So, what about up? He ducked under the spinning disc to lay his hands against the surface of the giant slab. And in so doing he made a discovery, revealed to his touch although hidden from sight. For his fingers, running aimlessly across the cold, slightly uneven surface of the stone, slipped into a hollow, quite a deep hollow. Excited, half fearing that his sudden guess might be wrong, Shen slid his hand higher in line with that hollow, to discover a second. The first had been level with his chest, the second perhaps 18 inches or so above. He jumped, to draw his fingers down the rock, with damage to his nails but getting his proof. There was a third niche, deep enough to hold more than just the toe of a boot, and a fourth above that. We've a ladder of sorts here, he reported. Without waiting for any answer from Thorvald, Shen began to climb. The holds were so well matched in shape and size that he was sure they could not be natural. They had been bored there for use, the use to which he was now putting them, a ladder to the top of the slab. Though what he might find there was beyond his power to imagine. The disc did not rise. Shen passed that core of light, climbing above it into the greater gloom. But the holes did not fail him, each was waiting in a direct line with its companion. And to an active man the scramble was not difficult. He reached the summit, glanced around, and made a quick grab for a secure handhold. Waiting for him was no level platform such as he had confidently expected to find. The surface up which he had just made his way fly fashion was the outer wall of a well or chimney. He looked down now into a pit where black nothingness began within a yard of the top, for the radiance of the mist did not penetrate far into that descent. Shen fought an attack of giddiness. It would be very easy to lose control, to tumble over and be swallowed up in what might well be a bottomless chasm. And what was the purpose of this well? Was it a trap to entice a prisoner into an unwary climb and then let gravity drag him over? The whole setup was meaningless. Perhaps meaningless only to him, Shen conceded, with a flash of level thinking. The situation could be quite different as far as the natives were concerned. This structure did have a reason, or it would never have been erected in the first place. What's the matter? Thorvald's voice was rough with impatience. This thing's a well. Shen edged about a fraction to call back. The inside is open and, as far as I can tell, goes clear to the planet's core. Ladder on the inside too? Shan squirmed. That was, of course, a very obvious supposition. He kept a tight hold with his left hand, and with the other, he did some exploring. Yes, here was a hollow right enough, twin to those on the outside. But to swing over that narrow edge of safety and begin a descent into the black of the well was far harder than any action he had taken since the morning the Throgs had raided the camp. The green mist could hold no terrors greater than those with which his imagination peopled the depths now waiting to engulf him. But Shen swung over, fitted his boot into the first hollow, and started down. The only encouragement he gained during that nightmare ordeal was that those holes were regularly spaced. But somehow his confidence did not feed on that fact. There always remained the nagging fear that when he searched for the next it would not be there and he would cling to his perch lacking the needful strength in aching arms and legs to reclimb the inside ladder. He was fast losing that sense of well-being which had been his during his travels through the fog. A fatigue tugged at his arms and weighed leaden on his shoulders. Mechanically he prospected for the next hold, and then the next. Above, the oblong of half-light grew smaller and smaller, sometimes half blotted out by the movements of Thorvald's body as the other followed him down that interior way. How far was down? Shen giggled lightheadedly at the humor of that, or what seemed to be humor at the moment. He was certain that they were now below the level of the sand floor outside the slab. And yet no end had come to the well hollow. No break of light down here, he might have been sightless. But just as the blind develop an extra perceptive sense of unseen obstacles, so did Shen now find that he was aware of a change in the nature of the space about him. His weary arms and legs held him against the solidity of a wall, yet the impression that there was no longer another wall at his back grew stronger with every niche which swung him downward. And he was as sure as if he could see it, that he was now in a wide open space, another cavern, perhaps, but this one totally dark. Deprived of sight, he relied upon his ears. And there was a sound, faint, distorted perhaps by the acoustics of this place, but keeping up a continuous murmur. Water. Not the wash of waves with their persistent beat, but rather the rippling of a running stream. Water must lie below. And just as his weariness had grown with his leaving behind the fog, so now did both hunger and thirst gnaw at Shan, all the sharper for the delay. The Terran wanted to reach that water, could picture it in his mind, putting away the possibility, the probability, that it might be seaborne and salt and so unfit to drink. The upper opening to the cavern of the fog was now so far above him that he had to strain to see it. And that warmth which had been there was gone. A dank chill wrapped him here, dampened the holds to which he clung until he was afraid of slipping. While the murmur of the water grew louder, until its slap-slap sounded within arm's distance. His boot toe skidded from a niche. Shen fought to hold on with numbed fingers. The other foot went. He swung by his hands, kicking vainly to regain a measure of footing. Then his arms could no longer support him, and he cried out as he fell. Water closed about him with an icy shock which for a moment paralyzed him. He flailed out, fighting the flood to get his head above the surface where he could gasp in precious gulps of air. There was a current here, a swiftly running one. Shen remembered the one which had carried him into that cavern in which the Warlockians had their strange dwelling. Although there were no clusters of crystals in this tunnel to supply him with light, the Terran began to nourish a faint hope that he was again in that same stream, that those light crystals would appear. And that he might eventually return to the starting point of this meaningless journey. So he strove only to keep his head above water. Hearing a splashing behind him, he called out, "Thorvald. Lonti." The answer came back at once, the splashing grew louder as the other swam to catch up. Shen swallowed a mouthful of the water lapping against his chin. The taste was brackish, but not entirely salt, and though it stung his lips, the liquid relieved a measure of his thirst. Only no glowing crystals appeared to stud these walls, and Shan's hope that they were on their way to the cavern of the island faded. The current grew swifter, and he had to fight to keep his head above water, his tired body reacting sluggishly to commands. The murmur of the racing flood drummed louder in his ears, or was that sound the same? He could no longer be sure. Shan only knew that it was close to impossible to snatch the necessary breath as he was rolled over and over in the hurrying flood. In the end he was ejected into blazing, blinding light, into a suffocation of wild water as the bullet in an ancient Terran rifle might have been fired at no specific target. Gasping, beaten, more than half drowned, Shan was pummeled by waves, literally driven up on a rocky surface which skinned his body cruelly. He lay there, his arms moving feebly until he contrived to raise himself in time to be wretchedly sick. Somehow he crawled on a few feet farther before he subsided again, blinded by the light, flinching from the heat of the rocks on which he lay, but unable to do more for himself. His first coherent thought was that his speculation concerning the reality of this experience was at last resolved. This could not possibly be an hallucination, at least this particular sequence of events was not. And he was still hazily considering that when a hand fell on his shoulder, fingers biting into his raw flesh. Shan snarled, rolled over on his side. Thorvald, water dripping from his rags, or rather steaming from them, his shaggy hair plastered to his skull, sat there. "You all right?" Shan sat up in turn, shielding his smarting eyes. He was bruised, battered badly enough, but he could claim no major injuries. "I think so. Where are we?" Thorvald's lips stretched across his teeth in what was more a grimace than a smile. "Right off the map, any map I know. Take a look." They were on a scrap of beach which was more like a reef, for it lacked any covering comparable to sand except for some cupfuls of coarse gravel locked in rock depressions. Rocks, red as the rust of dried blood, rose in fantastic water-sculptured shapes around the small semi-level space they had somehow won. This space was V-shaped, washed by equal streams on either side of the prong of rock by water which spouted from the face of a sheer cliff not too far away, with force enough to spray several feet beyond its exit point. Shen, seeing that and guessing at its significance, drew a deep breath, and heard the ghost of an answering chuckle from his companion. "Yes, that's where we came out, boy. Like to make a return trip?" Shan shook his head, and then wished that he had not so rashly made that move, for the world swung in a dizzy whirl. Things had happened too fast. For the moment it was enough that they were out of the underground ways, back under the amber sky, feeling the bite of Warlock's sun. Steadying his head with both hands, Shan turned slowly, to survey what might lie at their backs. The water, pouring by on either side, suggested that they were again on an island. Warlock, he thought gloomily, seemed to be for Terrans a succession of islands, all hard to escape. The tangle of rocks did not encourage any exploration. Just gazing at them added to his weariness. They rose, tier by tier, to a ragged crown against the sky. Shan continued to sit staring at them. To climb that. His voice trailed into the silence of complete discouragement. "You climb, or swim," Thorvald stated. But, Shan noted, the survey officer was not in a hurry to make either move. Nowhere in that wilderness of rock was there the least relieving bit of purple foliage. Nor did any clack-clacks or leather-headed birds tour the sky over their heads. Shan's thirst might have been partially assuaged, but his hunger remained. And it was that need which forced him at last into action. The barren heights promised nothing in the way of food, but remembering the harvest the wolverines had taken from under the rocks along the river, he got to his feet and lurched out on the reef which had been their salvation. Hunting some pool which might hold an edible captive or two. So it was that Shen made the discovery of a possible path consisting of a ledge running toward the other end of the island, if this were an island where they had taken refuge. The spray of the water drenched that way, feeding small pools in the uneven surface, and strips of yellow wheat trailed in slimy ribbons back below the surface of the waves. He called to Thorvald and gestured to his find. And then, close together, linking hands when the going became hazardous, the men followed the path. Twice they made finds in the pools, finned or clawed grotesque creatures, which they killed and ate, wolfing down the few fragments of odd-tasting flesh. Then, in a small crevice, which could hardly be dignified by the designation of cave, Thorvald chanced upon a quite exciting discovery, a clutch of 4 greenish eggs, each as large as his doubled fist. Their outer covering was more like tough membrane than true shell, and the Terrans worried it open with difficulty. Shan shut his eyes, trying not to think of what he mouthed as he sucked his share dry. At least that semi-liquid stayed put in his middle, though he expected disastrous results from the experiment. More than a little heartened by this piece of luck, they kept on, though the ledge changed from a reasonably level surface to a series of rising, unequal steps, drawing them away from the water. At long last they came to the end of that path. Shen leaned back against a convenient spur of rock. "Company," he alerted Thorvald. The survey officer joined him to share an outcrop of rock from which they were provided with an excellent view of the scene below, and it was a scene to hold their full attention. That soft sweep of sand which had floored the cavern of the fog lay here also, a grey-blue carpet sloping gently out of the sea. For Shen had no doubt that the wide stretch of water before them was the Western Ocean. Walling the beach on either side, and extending well out into the water so that the farthest piles were awash except for their crowns, were pillars of stone, shaped with the same finish as that slab which had provided them a ladder of escape. And because of the regularity of their spacing, Shen did not believe them works of nature. Grouped between them now were the players of the drama. One of the Warlockian witches, her gem body patterns glittering in the sunlight, was walking backward out of the sea, her hands held palms together, breast high, in a Terran attitude of prayer. And following her something swam in the water, clearly not another of her own species. But her actions suggested that by some invisible means she was drawing that water dweller after her. Waiting on shore were 2 others of her kind, viewing her actions with close attention, the attention of scholars for an instructor. Wyverns. Shen looked inquiringly at his companion. Thorvald added a whisper of explanation. A legend of Terra, they were supposed to have a snake's tail instead of hind legs, but the heads. They're wyverns. Wyverns. Shen liked the sound of that word, to his mind it well fitted the Warlockian witches. And the one they were watching in action continued her steady backward retreat, rolling her bemused captive out of the water. What emerged into the blaze of sunlight was one of those fork-tailed sea-dwellers such as the Terrans had seen die after the storm. The thing crawled out of the shallows, its eyes focused in a blind stare on the praying hands of the wyvern. She halted, well up on the sand, when the body of her victim or prisoner, Shen was certain that the fork-tail was one or the other, was completely out of the water. Then, with lightning speed, she dropped her hands. Instantly Forktail came to life. Fang jaws snapped. Aroused, the beast was the incarnation of evil rage, a rage which had a measure of intelligence to direct it into deadly action. And facing it, seemingly unarmed and defenseless, were the slender, fragile wyverns. Yet none of the small group of natives made any attempt to escape. Shen thought them suicidal in their indifference as Forktail, short legs sending the fine sand flying in a dust cloud, made a rush toward its enemies. The wyvern who had led the beast ashore did not move. But one of her companions swung up a hand, as if negligently waving the monster to a stop. Between her first 2 digits was a disc. Thorvald caught at Shan's arm. "See that? It's a copy of the one I had, it must be." They were too far away to be sure it was a duplicate, but it was coin-shaped and bone-white. And now the wyvern swung it back and forth in a metronome sweep. Forktail skidded to a stop, its head beginning, reluctantly at first, and then, with increasing speed, to echo that left-right sweep. This wyvern had the sea beast under control, even as her companion had earlier held it. Chance dictated what happened next. As had her sister charmer, the wyvern began a backward withdrawal up the length of the beach, drawing the sea thing in her wake. They were very close to the foot of the drop above which the Terran stood, fascinated, when the sand betrayed the witch. Her foot slipped into a hole and she was thrown backward, her control disc spinning out of her fingers. At once the monster she had charmed shot forth its head, snapped at that spinning trifle, and swallowed it. Then the forked tail hunched in a posture Shan had seen the wolverines use when they were about to spring. The weaponless wyvern was the prey, and both her companions were too far away to interfere. Why he moved he could not have explained. There was no reason for him to go to the aid of the Warlockian, one of the same breed who had ruled him against his will. But Shen sprang, landing in the sand on his hands and knees. The sea thing whipped around, undecided between two possible victims. Shen had his knife free, was on his feet, his eyes on the beasts, knowing that he had appointed himself Dragon Slayer for no good reason. 15. Dragon Slayer. Sheer defiance, not only of the beast he fronted, but of the wyverns as well, brought that old rallying cry to his lips, the call used on the dumps of Tyr to summon gang aid against outsiders. Forktail had crouched again for a spring, but that throat-crackling blast appeared to startle it. Shan, blade ready, took a dancing step to the right. The thing was scaled, perhaps as well armored against frontal attack as was the shell creature he had fought with the aid of the wolverines. He wished he had the Terran animals now, with Taggy and his mate to tease and feint about the monster, as they had done with the Throg Hound, for he would have a better chance. If only the animals were here. Those eyes, red-pitted eyes in a gargoyle head following his every movement, perhaps those were the only vulnerable points. Muscles tensed beneath that scaled hide. The Terran readied himself for a sidewise leap, his knife hand raised to rake at those eyes. A brown shape with a V of lighter fur banding its back crossed the far range of Shan's vision. He could not believe what he saw, not even when a snarling animal, slavering with rage, came at a lumbering gallop to stand beside him, a second animal on its heels. Uttering his own battle cry, Taggy attacked. The forked tail's head swung, imitating the movements of the wolverine as it had earlier mimicked the swaying of the disc in the wyvern's hand. Togi came in from the other side. They might have been hounds keeping a bull in play. And never had they shown such perfect teamwork, almost as if they could sense what Shin desired of them. That forked tail lashed viciously, a formidable weapon. Bone, muscles, scaled flesh, half buried in the sand, swept up a cloud of grit into the face of the man and the animals. Shen fell back, pawing with his free hand at his eyes. The wolverines circled warily, trying for the attack they favored, the spring to the shoulders, the usually fatal assault on the spine behind the neck. But the armored head of the forked tail, slung low, warned them off. Again the tail lashed, and this time Taggy was caught and hurled across the beach. Togi uttered a challenge, made a reckless dash, and raked down the length of the forked tail's body, fastening on that tail, weighing it to earth with her own poundage while the sea creature fought to dislodge her. Shan, his eyes watering from the sand, but able to see, watched that battle for a long second, judging that forked tail was completely engaged in trying to free its best weapon from the grip of the wolverine. The latter clawed and bit with a fury which suggested Togi intended to immobilize that weapon by tearing it to shreds. Forked tail wrenched its body, striving to reach its tormentor with fangs or clawed feet. And in that struggle to achieve an impossible position, its head slewed far about, uncovering the unprotected area behind the skull base which usually lay under the spiny collar about its shoulders. Shan went in. With one hand he gripped the edge of that collar, its serrations tearing his flesh, and at the same time he drove his knife blade deep into the soft underfolds, ripping on toward the spinal column. The blade nicked against bone as the forked tail's head slammed back, catching Shan's hand and knife together in a trap. The Terran was jerked from his feet, and flung to one side with the force of the beast's reaction. Blood spurted up, his own blood mingled with that of the monster. Only Togi's riding of the tail prevented Shan's being beaten to death. The armored snout pointed skyward as the creature ground the sharp edge of its collar down on the Terran's arm. Shan, frantic with pain, drove his free fist into one of those eyes. Forked tail jerked convulsively. Its head snapped down again and Shan was free. The Terran threw himself back, keeping his feet with an effort. Forked tail was writhing, churning up the sand in a cloud. But it could not rid itself of the knife Shan had planted with all his strength, and which the blows of its own armored collar were now driving deeper and deeper into its back. It howled thinly, with an abnormal shrilling. Shan, nursing his bleeding forearm against his chest, rolled free from the waves of sand it threw about, bringing up against one of the rock pillars. With that to steady him, he somehow found his feet and stood weaving, trying to see through the rain of dust. The convulsions which churned up that concealing cloud were growing more feeble. Then Shen heard the triumphant squall from Togi, saw her brown body still on the torn tail just above the forking. The wolverine used her claws to hitch her way up the spine of the sea monster, heading for the mountain of blood spouting from behind the head. Forktail fought to raise that head once more. Then the massive jaw thudded into the sand, teeth snapping fruitlessly as a flood of grit overrode the tongue, packed into the gaping mouth. How long had it taken, that frenzy of battle on the blood-stained beach? Shan could have set no limit in clock-ruled time. He pressed his wounded arm tighter to him, lurched past the still-twitching sea thing to that splotch of brown fur on the sand, shaping the wolverine's whistle with dry lips. Togi was still busy with the kill, but Tagi lay where that murderous tail had thrown him. Shen fell on his knees, as the beach around him developed a curious tendency to sway. He put his good hand to the ruffled back fur of the motionless wolverine. Tagi. A slight quiver answered. Shen tried awkwardly to raise the animal's head with his own hand. As far as he could see, there were no open wounds. But there might be broken bones, internal injuries he did not have the skill to heal. Tagi. He called again gently, striving to bring that heavy head up on his knee. The furred one is not dead. For a moment Shan was not aware that those words had formed in his mind, had not been heard by his ears. He looked up, eyes blazing at the wyvern coming toward him in a graceful glide across the crimson sand. And in a space of heartbeats his thrust of anger cooled into a stubborn enmity. No thanks to you, he said deliberately aloud. If the wyvern witch wanted to understand him, let her make the effort, he did not try to touch her thoughts with his. Tagi stirred again, and Shen glanced down quickly. The wolverine gasped, opened his eyes, shook his miniature bare head, scattering pellets of sand. He sniffed at a dollop of blood, the dark, alien blood, spattered on Shan's breeches, and then his head came up with a reassuring alertness as he looked to where his mate was still worrying the now quiet forktail. With an effort, Tagi got to his feet, Shen aiding him. The man ran his hand down over ribs, seeking any broken bones. Tagi growled a warning once when that examination brought pain in its wake, but Shan could detect no real damage. As might a cat, the wolverine must have met the shock of that whip-tail stroke relaxed enough to escape serious injury. Tagi had been knocked out, but now he was able to navigate again. He pulled free from Shan's grip, lumbering across the sand to the kill. Someone else was crossing that strip of beach. Passing the wyvern as if he did not see them, Thorvald came directly to Shan. A few seconds later he had the torn arm stretched across his own bent knee, examining the still bleeding hurt. That's a nasty one, he commented. Shan heard the words and they made sense, but the instability of his surroundings was increasing, while Thorvald's handling sent sharp stabs of pain up his arm and somehow into his head, where they ended in red bursts to cloud his sight. Out of the reddish mist which had fogged most of the landscape there emerged a single object, a round white disk. And in Shan's clouded mind a well-rooted apprehension stirred. He struck out with his one hand, and through luck connected. The disk flew out of sight. His vision cleared enough so he could sight the wyvern who had been leaning over Thorvald's shoulder centering her weird weapon on him. Making a great effort, Shen got out the words which he also shaped in his mind as he said them aloud, "You're not taking me over, again." There was no emotion to be read on that jewel-banded face or in her unblinking eyes. He caught at Thorvald, determined to get across his warning. "Don't let them use those discs on us." "I'll do my best." Only the haze had taken Thorvald again. Did one of the wyverns have a disc focused on them? Were they being pulled into one of those blank periods, to awaken as prisoners once more, say, in the cavern of the Vale? The Terran fought with every ounce of willpower to escape unconsciousness, but he failed. This time he did not awaken half-drowning in an underground stream or facing a green mist. And there was an ache in his arm which was somehow reassuring with the very insistence of pain. Before opening his eyes, his fingers crossed the smooth slick of a bandage there, went on to investigate by touch a sleep mat such as he had found in the cavern structure. Was he back in that web of rooms and corridors? Shen delayed opening his eyes until a kind of shame drove him to it. He first saw an oval opening almost the length of his body as it was stretched only a foot or two below the sill of that window. And through its transparent surface came the golden light of the sun, no green mist, no crystals mocking the stars. The room in which he lay was small with smooth walls, much like that in which he had been imprisoned on the island. And there were no other furnishings save the mat on which he rested. Over him was a light cover netted of fibers resembling yarn, with feathers knotted into it to provide a downy upper surface. His clothing was gone, but the single covering was too warm and he pushed it away from his shoulders and chest as he wriggled up to see the view beyond the window. His torn arm came into full view. From wrist to elbow it was encased in an opaque skin sheath, unlike any bandage of his own world. Surely that had not come out of any survey aid pack. Shen gazed toward the window, but beyond lay only a reach of sky. Except for a lemon cloud or two ruffled high above the horizon, nothing broke that soft amber curtain. He might be quartered in a tower well above ground level, which did not match his former experience with wyvern accommodations. Back with us again. Thorvald, one hand lifting a door panel, came in. His ragged uniform was gone, and he wore only breeches of a sleek green material and his own scuffed and battered boots. Shen settled back on the mat. Where are we? I think you might term this the capital city, Thorvald answered. In relation to the mainland, we're on an island well out to sea, westward. How did we get here? That climb in the slab, the stream underground. Had it been an interior river running under the bed of the sea? But Shen was not prepared for the other's reply. By wishing. By what? Thorvald nodded, his expression serious. They wished us here. Listen, Lonti, when you jumped down to mix it with that fork-tailed thing, did you wish you had the wolverines with you? Shen thought back, his memories of what had occurred before that battle were none too clear. But, yes, he had wished Taggy and Togi present at that moment to distract the enraged beast. You mean I wished them? The whole idea was probably a part of the wyvern jargon of dreaming, and he added, or did I just dream everything? There was the bandage on his arm, the soreness under that bandage. But also there had been Logali's lash brand back in the cavern, which had bitten into his flesh with the pain of a real blow. No, you weren't dreaming. You happened to be tuned in one of those handy little gadgets our lady friends here use. And, so tuned in, your desire for the wolverines being pretty powerful just then, they came. Shan grimaced. This was unbelievable. Yet there were his meetings with Log Ally and Trav. How could anyone rationally explain them? And how had he, in the beginning, been jumped from the top of the cliff on the island of his marooning into the midst of an underground flood without any conscious memory of an intermediate journey? How does it work? He asked simply. Thorvald laughed. You tell me. They have these discs, one to a wyvern, and they control forces with them. Back there on the beach we interrupted a class in such control, they were the novices learning their trade. We've stumbled on something here which can't be defined or understood by any of our previous standards of comparison. It's frankly magic, judged by our terms. Are we prisoners? Shen wanted to know. Ask me something I'm sure of. I've been free to come and go within limits. No one's exhibited any signs of hostility, most of them simply ignore me. I've had 2 interviews, via this mind-reading act of theirs, with their rulers, or elders, or chief sorceresses, all 3 titles seem to apply. They ask questions, I answer as best I can, but sometimes we appear to have no common meeting ground. Then I ask some questions, they evade gracefully, or reply in a kind of unintelligible double talk, and that's as far as our communication has progressed so far. Tagi and Togi have a run of their own and as far as I can tell are better satisfied with life than I am. Oddly enough, they respond more quickly and more intelligently to orders. Perhaps this business of being shunted around by the discs has conditioned them in some way. What about these wyverns? Are they all female? No, but their tribal system is strictly matriarchal, which follows a pattern even Terra once knew, the fertile Earth Mother and her priestesses, who became the witches when the gods overruled the goddesses. The males are few in number and lack the power to activate the discs. In fact, Thorvald laughed ruefully, one gathers that in this civilization our opposite numbers have, more or less, the status of pets at the best, and necessary evils at the worst. Which put us at a disadvantage from the start. You think that they won't take us seriously because we are males? Might just work out that way. I've tried to get through to them about danger from the Throgs, telling them what it would mean to them to have the Beetlehead settle in here for good. They just brush aside the whole idea. Can't you argue that the Throgs are males, too? Or aren't they? The survey officer shook his head. That's a point no human can answer. We've been sparring with Throgs for years and there have been libraries of reports written about them and their behavior patterns. All of which add up to about 2 paragraphs of proven facts and hundreds of surmises beginning with the probable and skimming out into the wild fantastic. You can claim anything about a Throg and find a lot of very intelligent souls ready to believe you. But whether those beetleheads squatting over on the mainland are able to answer to he, she, or it, your solution is just as good as mine. We've always considered the ones we fight to be males, but they might just as possibly be Amazons. Frankly, these wyverns couldn't care less either, at least that's the impression they give. But anyway, Shen observed, it hasn't come to we're all girls together either. Thorvald laughed again. Not so you can notice. We're not the only unwilling visitor in the vicinity. Shan sat up. A Throg? A something. Non-Warlockian, or non-wyvern. And perhaps trouble for us. You haven't seen this other? Thorvald sat down cross-legged. The amber light from the window made red gold of his hair, added ruddiness to his less gaunt features. No, I haven't. As far as I can tell, the stranger's not right here. I caught stray thought beams twice, surprise expressed by newly arrived wyverns who met me and apparently expected to be fronted by something quite physically different. Another Terran scout? No. I imagine that to the wyverns we must look a lot alike. Just as we couldn't tell one of them from her sister if their body patterns didn't differ. Discovered one thing about those patterns, the more intricate they run, the higher the power, not of the immediate wearer, but of her ancestors. They're marked when they qualify for their disc and presented with the rating of the greatest witch in their family line as an inducement to live up to those deeds and surpass them if possible. Quite a bit of logic to that. Given the right conditioning, such a system might even work in our service. That nugget of information was the stuff from which survey reports were made. But at the moment the information concerning the other captive was of more value to Shan. He steadied his body against the wall with his good hand and got to his feet. Thorvald watched him. I take it you have visions of action. Tell me, Lonti, why did you take that header off the cliff to mix it with Forktail? Shen wondered himself. He had no reason for that impulsive act. I don't know. Chivalry. Fair wyvern in distress, the other prodded. Or did the backlash from one of those discs draw you in? I don't know. And why did you use your knife instead of your stunner? Shan was startled. For the first time he realized that he had fronted the greatest native menace they had discovered on Warlock with the more primitive of his weapons. Why had he not tried the stunner on the beast? He had just never thought of it when he had taken that leap into the role of Dragon Slayer. Not that it would have done you any good to try the ray, it has no effect on Forktail. You tried it? Naturally. But you didn't know that, or did you pick up that information earlier? No, answered Shen slowly. No, I don't know why I used the knife. The stunner would have been more natural. Suddenly he shivered, and the face he turned to Thorvald was very sober. How much do they control us? He asked, his voice dropping to a half-whisper as if the walls about them could pick up those words and relay them to other ears. What can they do? A good question. Thorvald lost his light tone. Yes, what can they feed into our minds without our knowing? Perhaps those discs are only window dressing, and they can work without them. A great deal will depend upon the impression we can make on these witches. He began to smile again, more wryly. The name we gave this planet is certainly a misnomer. A warlock is a male sorcerer, not a witch. And what are the chances of our becoming warlocks ourselves? Again Thorvald's smile faded, but he gave a curt little nod to Shan as if approving that thought. That is something we are going to look into, and now. If we have to convince some stubborn females, as well as fight Throgs, well, he shrugged, we'll have a busy time. 16, third prisoner. Well, it works as good as new. Shen held his hand and arm out into the full path of the sun. He had just stripped off the skin case bandage, to show the raw seam of a half-healed scar, but as he flexed muscles, bent and twisted his arm, there was only a small residue of soreness left. Now what, or where? He asked Thorvald with some eagerness. Several days' imprisonment in this room had made him impatient for the outer world again. Like the officer, he now wore breeches of the green fabric, the only material known to the wyverns, and his own badly worn boots. Oddly enough, the Terran's weapons, stunner and knife, had been left to them, a point which made them uneasy, since it suggested that the wyverns believed they had nothing to fear from clumsy alien arms. Your guess is as good as mine, Thorvald answered that double question. But it is you they want to see, they insisted upon it, rather emphatically in fact. The Wyvern City existed as a series of cell-like hollows in the interior of a rock-walled island. Outside there had been no tampering with the natural rugged features of the escarpment, and within, the silence was almost complete. For all the Terrans could learn, the population of the stone-walled hive might have been several thousand, or just the handful that they had seen with their own eyes along the passages which had been declared open territory for them. Shen half expected to find again a skull-walled chamber where witches tossed colored sticks to determine his future. But he came with Thorvald into an oval room in which most of the outer wall was a window. And seeing what lay framed in that, Shen halted, again uncertain as to whether he actually saw that, or whether he was willed into visualizing a scene by the choice of his hostesses. They were lower now than the room in which he had nursed his wound, not far above water level. And this window faced the sea. Across a stretch of green water was his red-purple skull, the waves lapping its lower jaw, spreading their foam in between the gaping rock fringe which formed its teeth. And from the eye hollows flapped the clack-clacks of the sea coast, coming and going as if they carried to some imprisoned brain within that giant bone case messages from the outer world. My dream, Shen said. Your dream. Thorvald had not echoed that, the answer had come in his brain. Shan turned his head and surveyed the wyvern awaiting them with a concentration which was close to the rudeness of an outright stare, a stare which held no friendship. For by her skin patterns he knew her for the one who had led that triumvir who had sent him into the cavern of the mist. And with her was the younger witch he had trapped on the night that all this baffling action had begun. We meet again, he said slowly. To what purpose? To our purpose, and yours. I do not doubt that it is to yours. The Terran's thoughts fell easily now into a formal pattern he would not have used with one of his own kind. But I do not expect any good to me. There was no readable expression on her face, he did not expect to see any. But in their uneven mind touch he caught a fleeting suggestion of bewilderment on her part, as if she found his mental processes as hard to understand as a puzzle with few leading clues. We mean you no ill, Star Voyager. You are far more than we first thought you, for you have dreamed false and have known. Now dream true, and know it also. Yet, he challenged, you would set me a task without my consent. We have a task for you, but already it was set in the pattern of your true dreaming. And we do not set such patterns, Star-Man, that is done by the greatest power of all. Each lives within her appointed pattern from the first awakening to the final dream. So we do not ask of you any more than that which is already laid for your doing. She arose with that languid grace which was a part of their delicate jeweled bodies and came to stand beside him, a child in size, making his Terran flesh and bones awkward, clod-like in contrast. She stretched out her 4-digit hand, her slender arm ringed with gemmed circles and bands, measuring it beside his own, bearing that livid scar. We are different, Star-Man, yet still are we both dreamers. And dreams hold power. Your dreams brought you across the dark which lies between sun and distant sun. Our dreams carry us on even stranger roads. And yonder, one of her fingers stiffened to a point, indicating the skull, there is another who dreams with power, a power which will destroy us all unless the pattern is broken speedily. And I must go to seek this dreamer. His vision of climbing through that nose hole was to be realized then. You go. Thorvald stirred and the wyvern turned her head to him. Alone, she added. For this is your dream only, as it has been from the beginning. There is for each his own dream, and another cannot walk through it to alter the pattern, even to save a life. Shan grinned crookedly, without humor. It seems that I'm elected, he said as much to himself as to Thorvald. But what do I do with this other dreamer? What your pattern moves you to do? Save that you do not slay him. Throg. Thorvald started forward. You can't just walk in on a Throg bare-handed and be bound by orders such as that. The wyvern must have caught the sense of that vocal protest, for her communication touched them both. We cannot deal with that one as his mind is closed to us. Yet he is an elder among his kind and his people have been searching land and sea for him since his air rider broke upon the rocks and he entered into hiding over there. Make your peace with him if you can, and also take him hence, for his dreams are not ours, and he brings confusion to the reachers when they retire to run the trails of seeking. Must be an important Throg, Shen deduced. They could have an officer of the Beetleheads under wraps over there. Could we use him to bargain with the rest? Thorvald's frown did not lighten. We've never been able to establish any form of contact in the past, though our best qualified minds, reinforced by training, have tried. Shan did not take fire at that rather delicate estimate of his own lack of preparation for the carrying out of diplomatic negotiations with the enemy, he knew it was true. But there was one thing he could try, if the wyverns permitted. Will you give a disk of power to this Star-Man? He pointed to Thorvald. For he is my elder one and a reacher for knowledge. With such a focus his dream could march with mine when I go to the Throg, and perhaps that can aid in my doing what I could not accomplish alone. For that is the secret of my people, Elder One. We link our powers together to make a shield against our enemies, a common tool for the work we must do. And so it is with us also, Star Voyager. We are not so unlike as the foolish might think. We learned much of you while you both wandered in the place of false dreams. But our power discs are our own and cannot be given to a stranger while their owners live. However, she turned again with an abruptness foreign to the usual wyvern manner and faced the older Terran. The officer might have been obeying an unvoiced order as he put out his hands and laid them palm to palm on those she held up to him, bending his head so gray eyes met golden ones. The web of communication which had held all three of them snapped. Thorvald and the wyvern were linked in a tight circuit which excluded Shan. Then the latter became conscious of movement beside him. The younger wyvern had joined him to watch the clack-clacks in their circling of the bare dome of the Skull Island. Why do they fly so? Shen asked her. Within they nest, care for their young. Also they hunt the rock creatures that swarm in the lower darkness. The rock creatures? If the skull's interior was infested by some other native fauna, he wanted to know it. By some method of her own the young wyvern conveyed a strong impression of revulsion, which was her personal reaction to the rock creatures. Yet you imprison the Throg there, he remarked. Not so. Her denial was instantaneous and vehement. The other worlder fled into that place in spite of our calling. There he stays in hiding. Once we drew him out to the sea, but he broke the power and fled inside again. Broke free, Shen pounced upon that. From disk control. But surely. Her reply held something of wonder. Why do you ask, Star Voyager? Did you not also break free from the power of the disk when I led you by the underground ways, awaking in the river? Do you then rate this other one as less than your own breed that you think him incapable of the same action? Of Throgs I know as much as this. He held up his hand, measuring off a fraction of space between thumb and forefinger. Yet you knew them before you came to this world. My people have known them for long. We have met and fought many times among the stars. And never have you talked mind to mind? Never. We have sought for that, but there has been no communication between us, neither of mind nor of voice. This one you name Throg is truly not as you, she assented. And we are not as you, being alien and female. Yet, Star Man, you and I have shared a dream. Shen stared at her, startled, not so much by what she said as the human shading of those words in his mind. Or had that also been illusion? In the veil, that creature which came to you on wings when you remembered that. A good dream, though it came out of the past and so was false in the present. But I have gathered it into my own store, such a fine dream, one that you have cherished. Trav was to be cherished, he agreed soberly. I found her in a broken sleep cage at a spaceport when I was a child. We were both cold and hungry, alone and hurt. So I stole and was glad that I stole Trav. For a little space we both were very happy. Forcibly he stifled memory. So, though we are unlike in body and in mind, yet we find beauty together if only in a dream. Therefore, between your people and mine there can be a common speech. And I may show you my dream store for your enjoyment, Star Voyager. A flickering of pictures, some weird, some beautiful, all a little distorted, not only by haste, but also by the haze of alienness which was a part of her memory pattern, crossed Shan's mind. Such a sharing would be a rich feast, he agreed. All right. Those crisp words in his own tongue brought Shen away from the window to Thorvald. The survey officer was no longer locked hand to hand with the wyvern witch, but his features were alive with a new eagerness. We are going to try your idea, Lonti. They'll provide me with a new, unmarked disc, show me how to use it. And I'll do what I can to back you with it. But they insist that you go today. What do they really want me to do? Just rout out that Throg? Or try to talk him into being a go-between with his people? That does come under the heading of dreaming. They want him out of there, back with his own kind if possible. Apparently he's a disruptive influence for them. He causes some kind of a mental foul-up which interferes drastically with their power. They haven't been able to get him to make any contact with them. This Elder One is firm about your being the one ordained for the job, and that you'll know what action to take when you get there. Must have thrown the sticks for me again, Shen commented. Well, they've definitely picked you to smoke out the Throg, and they can't be talked into changing their minds about that. I'll be the smoked one if he has a blaster. They say he's unarmed. What do they know about our weapons or a Throg's? The other one has no arms. Wyvern words in his mind again. This fact gives him great fear. That which he has depended upon is broken. And since he has no weapon, he is shut into a prison of his own terrors. But an adult Throg, even unarmed, was not to be considered easy meat, Shan thought. Armored with horny skin, armed with claws and those crushing mandibles of the beetle mouth, a third again as tall as he himself was. No, even unarmed, the Throg had to be considered a menace. Shan was still thinking along that line as he splashed through the surf which broke about the lower jaw of the Skull Island, climbed up one of the pointed rocks which masqueraded as a tooth, and reached for a higher hold to lead him to the nose slit, the gateway to the alien's hiding place. The clack-clacks screamed and dived about him, highly resentful of his intrusion. And when they grew so bold as to buffet him with their wings, threaten him with their tearing beaks, he was glad to reach the broken rock edging his chosen door and duck inside. Once there, Shen looked back. There was no sighting the cliff window where Thorvald stood, nor was he aware in any way of mental contact with the survey officer. Their hope of such a linkage might be futile. Shan was reluctant to venture farther. His eyes had sufficiently adjusted to the limited supply of light, and now the Terran brought out the one aid the wyverns had granted him, a green crystal such as those which had played the role of stars on the cavern roof. He clipped its simple loop setting to the front of his belt, leaving his hands free. Then, having filled his lungs for the last time with clean, sea-washed air, he started into the dome of the skull. There was a fetid thickness to this air only a few feet away from the outer world. The odor of clack-clack droppings and refuse from their nests was strong, but there was an added staleness, as if no breeze ever scooped out the old atmosphere to replace it with new. Fragile bones crunched under Shan's boots, but as he drew away from the entrance, the pale glow of the crystal increased its radiance, emitting a light not unlike that of the phosphorescent bushes, so that he was not swallowed up by dark. The cave behind the nose hole narrowed quickly into a narrow cleft which pierced into the bowl of the skull. Shen proceeded with caution, pausing every few steps. There came a murmur rising now and again to a shriek, issuing, he guessed, from the clack-clack rookery above. And the pound of sea waves was also a vibration carrying through the rock. He was listening for something else, at the same time testing the ill-smelling air for that betraying muskiness which spelled Throg. When a twist in the narrow passage cut off the splotch of daylight, Shen drew his stunner. The strongest bolt from that could not jolt a Throg into complete paralysis, but it would slow up any attack. Red, pinpoints of red, were edging a break in the rock wall. They were gone in a flash. Eyes? Perhaps of the rock dwellers which the wyverns hated? More red dots, farther ahead. Shen listened for a sound he could identify. But smell came before sound. That trace of effluvia which in force could sicken a Terran, was his guide. The cleft ended in a space to which the limited gleam of the crystal could not provide a far wall. But that faint light did show him his quarry. The Throg was not on his feet, ready for trouble, but hunched close to the wall. And the alien did not move at Shan's coming. Did the beetlehead sight him? Shan wondered. He moved cautiously. And the round head, with its bulbous eyes, turned a fraction, the mandibles about the ugly mouth opening quivered. Yes, the Throg could see him. But still the alien made no move to rise out of his crouch, to come at the Terran. Then Shen saw the fall of rock, the stone which pinned a double-kneed leg to the floor. And in a circle about the prisoner were the small, crushed, furred things which had come to prey on the helpless to be slain themselves by the well-aimed stones which were the Throg's only weapons of defense. Shan sheathed his stunner. It was plain the Throg was helpless and could not reach him. He tried to concentrate mentally on a picture of the scene before him, hoping that Thorvald or one of the wyverns could pick it up. There was no answer, no direction. Choice of action remained solely his. The Terran made the oldest friendly gesture of his kind, his empty hands held up, palm out. There was no answering move from the Throg. Neither of the other's upper limbs stirred, their claws still gripping the small rocks in readiness for throwing. All Shan's knowledge of the alien's history argued against an unarmed advance. The Throg's marksmanship, as borne out by the circle of small bodies, was excellent. And one of those rocks might well thud against his own head, with fatal results. Yet he had been sent there to get the Throg free and out of wyvern territory. So rank was the beetle smell of the other that Shen coughed. What he needed now was the aid of the wolverines, a diversion to keep the alien busy. But this time there was no disc working to produce Taggy and Togi out of thin air. And he could not continue to just stand there staring at the Throg. There remained the stunner. Life on the dumps tended to make a man a fast draw, a matter of survival for the fastest and most accurate marksman. And now one of Shan's hands swept down with a speed which, learned early, was never really to be forgotten. He had the rod out and was spraying on tight beam straight at the Throg's head before the first stone struck his shoulder and his weapon fell from a numbed hand. But a second stone tumbled out of the Throg's claw. The alien tried to reach for it, his movements slow, uncertain. Shan, his arm dangling, went in fast, bracing his good shoulder against the boulder which pinned the Throg. The alien aimed a blow at the Terran's head, but again so slowly Shan had no difficulty in evading it. The boulder gave, rolled, and Shan cleared out of range, back to the opening of the cleft, pausing only to scoop up his stunner. For a long moment the Throg made no move, his dazed wits must have been working at very slow speed. Then the alien heaved up his body to stand erect, favoring the leg which had been trapped. Shan tensed, waiting for a rush. What now? Would the Throg refuse to move? If so, what could he do about it? With the impact of a blow, the message Shan had hoped for struck into his mind. But his initial joy at that contact was wiped out with the same speed. Throg ship, overhead. The Throg stood away from the wall, limped out, heading for Shan, or perhaps only the cleft in which he stood. Swinging the stunner awkwardly in his left hand, the Terran retreated, mentally trying to contact Thorvald once more. There was no answer. He was well up into the cleft, moving crabwise, unwilling to turn his back on the Throg. The alien was coming as steadily as his injured limb would allow, trying for the exit to the outer world. A Throg ship overhead. Had the castaway somehow managed to call his own kind? And what if he, Shen Lanti, were to be trapped between the alien and a landing party from the flyer? He did not expect any assistance from the wyverns, and what could Thorvald possibly do? From behind him, at the entrance of the nose slit, he heard a sound which was neither the scolding of a clack-clack nor the eternal growl of the sea. 17. Throg Justice. The musty stench was so strong that Shan could no longer fight the demands of his outraged stomach. He rolled on his side, retching violently until the sour smell of his illness battled the foul odor of the ship. His memories of how he had come into this place were vague, his body was a mass of dull pain, as if he had been scorched. Scorched. Had the Throgs used one of their energy whips to subdue him? The last clear thing he could recall was that slow withdrawal down the cleft inside the skull rock, the Throg not too far away, the sound from the entrance. A Throg prisoner. Through the pain and the sickness the horror of that bit doubly deep. Terrans did not fall alive into Throg hands, not if they had the means of ending their existence within reach. But his hands and arms were caught behind him in an unbreakable lock, some gadget not unlike the Terran force bar used to restrain criminals, he decided groggily. The cubby in which he lay was black-dark. But the quivering of the deck and the bulkheads about him told Shan that the ship was in flight. And there could be but two destinations, either the camp where the Throg force had taken over the Terran installations or the mothership of the raiders. If Thorvald's earlier surmise was true and the aliens were hunting a Terran to talk in the transport, then they were heading for the camp. And because a man who still lives and who is not yet broken can also hope, Shen began to think ahead to the camp and a faint, thin chance of escape. For on the surface of Warlock there was a thin chance. In the mothership of the Throgs none at all. Thorvald, and the wyverns. Could he hope for any help from them? Shen closed his eyes against the thick darkness and tried to reach out to touch, somewhere, Thorvald with his disc, or perhaps the wyvern who had talked of Trav and shared dreams. Shen focused his thoughts on the young wyvern which, visualizing with all the detail he could summon out of memory the brilliant patterns about her slender arms, her thin, fragile wrists, those other designs overlaying her features. He could see her in his mind, but she was only a puppet, without life, certainly without power. Thorvald. Now Shen fought to build a mental picture of the survey officer, making his stand at that window, grasping his disc, with the sun bringing gold to his hair and showing the bronze of his skin. Those gray eyes which could be ice, that jaw with the tight set of a trap upon occasion. And Shen made contact. He touched something, a flickering like a badly tuned tri-D, far more fuzzy than the mind pictures the wyvern had paraded for him. But he had touched. And Thorvald, too, had been aware of his contact. Shen fought to find that thread of awareness again. Patiently he once more created his vision of Thorvald, adding every detail he could recall, small things about the other which he had not known that he had noticed, the tiny arrow-shaped scar near the base of the officer's throat. The way his growing hair curled at the ends, the look of one eyebrow slanting abruptly toward his hairline when he was dubious about something. Shen strove to make a figure as vividly as Log-Ally and Trav had been in the midst of the illusion. Where? This time Shen was prepared, he did not let that mind image dissolve in his excitement at recapturing the link. Throg's ship, he said the words aloud, over and over, but still he held to his picture of Thorvald. Will. Only that one word. The thread between them snapped again. Only then did Shen become conscious of a change in the ship's vibration. Were they setting down? And where? Let it be at the camp. It must be the camp. There was no jar at that landing, just that 1 second of vibration told him the ship was alive and airborne, and the next a dead quiet testified that they had landed. Shan, his sore body stiff with tension, waited for the next move on the part of his captors. He continued to lie in the dark, still queasy from the stench of the cell, too keyed up to try to reach Thorvald. There was a dull grating over his head, and he looked up eagerly, to be blinded by a strong beam of light. Claws hooked painfully under his arms and he was manhandled up and out, dragged along a short passage and pitched free of the ship, falling hard upon trodden earth and rolling over gasping as the seared skin of his body was rasped and abraded. The Terran lay face up now, and as his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw a ring of Throg heads blotting out the sky as they inspected their catch impassively. The mouth mandibles of one moved with a faint clicking. Again claws fastened in his armpits, brought Shan to his feet, holding him erect. Then the Throg who had given that order moved closer. His hand claws clasped a small metal plate surmounted by a hoop of thin wire over which was stretched a web of threads glistening in the sun. Holding that hoop on a level with his mouth, the alien clicked his mandibles, and those sounds became barely distinguishable basic galactic words. You Throg meet. For a moment Shen wondered if the alien meant that statement literally. Or was it a conventional expression for a prisoner among their land? Do as told. That was clear enough, and for the moment the Terran did not see that he had any choice in the matter. But Shen refused to make any sign of agreement to either of those two limited statements. Perhaps the beetleheads did not expect any. The alien who had pulled him to his feet continued to hold him erect, but the attention of the Throg with the translator switched elsewhere. From the alien ship emerged a second party. The Throg in their midst was unarmed and limping. Although to Terran eyes one alien was the exact counterpart of the other, Shen thought that this one was the prisoner in the Skull Cave. Yet the indications now suggested that he had only changed one captivity for another and was in disgrace among his kind. Why? The Throg limped up to front the leader with the translator, and his guards fell back. Again mandibles clicked, were answered, though the sense of that exchange eluded Shan. At one point in the report, if report it was, he himself appeared to be under discussion, for the injured Throg waved a hand claw in the Terran's direction. But the end to the conference came quickly enough and in a manner which Shen found shocking. Two of the guards stepped forward, caught at the injured Throg's arms and drew him away, leading him out into a space beyond the grounded ship. They dropped their hold on him, returning at a trot. The officer clicked an order. Blasters were unholstered, and the Throg in the field shriveled under a vicious concentration of crossbolts. Shan gasped. He certainly had no liking for Throgs, but this execution carried overtones of a cold-blooded ferocity which transcended anything he had known, even in the callous brutality of the dumps. Limp, and more than a little sick again, he watched the Throg officer turn away. And a moment later he was forced along in the other's wake to the domes of the once Terran camp. Not just to the camp in general, he discovered a minute later, but to that structure which had housed the comm unit linking them with ships cruising the solar lanes and with the patrol. So Thorvald had been right. They needed a Terran to broadcast, to cover their tracks here and lay a trap for the transport. Shen had no idea how much time he had passed among the wyverns. The transport with its load of unsuspecting settlers might already be in the system of Sortie, plotting a landing orbit around Warlock, broadcasting her recognition signal and a demand for a beam to ride her in. Only, this time the Throgs were out of luck. They had picked up one prisoner who could not help them, even if he wanted to do so. The mysteries of the highly technical installations in this dome were just that to Shen Lanti, complete mysteries. He had not the slightest idea of how to activate the machines, let alone broadcast in the proper code. A cold spot of terror gathered in his middle, spreading outward through his smarting body. For he was certain that the Throgs would not believe that. They would consider his protestations of ignorance as a stubborn refusal to cooperate. And what would happen to him then would be beyond human endurance. Could he bluff, play for time? But what would that time buy him except to delay the inevitable? In the end, that small hope based on his momentary contact with Thorvald made him decide to try that bluff. There had been changes in the comm dome since the capture of the cap. A squat box on the floor sprouted a collection of tubes from its upper surface. Perhaps that was some Throg equivalent of Terran equipment in place on the wide table facing the door. The Throg leader clicked into his translator, "You call ship." Shan was thrust down into the operator's chair, his bound arms still twisted behind him so that he had to lean forward to keep on the seat at all. Then the Throg who had pushed him there, roughly forced a set of comm earphones and speech mic onto his head. "Call ship," clicked the alien officer. So time must be running out. Now was the moment to bluff. Shan shook his head, hoping that the gesture of negation was common to both their species. "I don't know the code," he said aloud. The Throg's bulbous eyes gazed at his moving lips. Then the translator was held before the Terran's mouth. Shen repeated his words, heard them reissue as a series of clicks, and waited. So much depended now on the reaction of the Beetlehead officer. Would he summarily apply pressure to enforce his order, or would he realize that it was possible that all Terrans did not know that code? And so he could not produce in a captive's head any knowledge that had never been there, with or without physical coercion. Apparently the latter logic prevailed for the present. The Throg drew the translator back to his mandibles. "When ship call, you answer, make lip talk your words. Say bad sickness here, need help. Code man dead, you talk in his place. I listen. You say wrong, you die a long time. Hurt bad all that time. Clear enough." So he had been able to buy a little time. But how soon before the incoming ship would call? The Throg seemed to expect it. Shen licked his blistered lips. He was sure that the Throg officer meant exactly what he said in that last grisly threat. Only, would anyone, Throg or human, live very long in this camp if Shen got his warning through? The transport would have been accompanied on the big jump by a patrol cruiser, especially now with Throgs littering deep space the way they were in this sector. Let Shen alert the ship, and the cruiser would know. Swift punitive action would be visited on the camp. Throgs could begin to make their helpless prisoner regret his rashness, then all of them would be blotted out together, prisoner and captors alike, when the cruiser came in. If that was his last chance, he'd play it that way. The Throgs would kill him anyhow, he hadn't the least doubt of that. They kept no long-term Terran prisoners and never had. And at least he could take this nest of devil beetles along with him. Not that the thought did anything to dampen the fear which made him weak and dizzy. Shen Lanti might be tough enough to fight his way out of the dumps, but to stand up and defy Throgs face-to-face like a video hero was something else. He knew that he could not do any spectacular act. If he could hold out to the end without cracking he would be satisfied. 2 more Throgs entered the dome. They stalked to the far end of the table which held the comm equipment, and frequently pausing to consult a Terran work tape set in a reader, they made adjustments to the spotter beam broadcaster. They worked slowly but competently, testing each circuit. Preparing to draw in the Terran transport, holding the large ship until they had it helpless on the ground. The Terran began to wonder how they proposed to take the ship over once they did have it on planet. Transports were armed for ground fighting. Although they rode in on a beam broadcast from a camp, they were prepared for unpleasant surprises on a planet's surface, such were certainly not unknown in the history of survey. Which meant that the Throgs had in turn some assault weapon they believed superior, for they radiated confidence now. But could they handle a patrol cruiser ready to fight? The Throg technicians made a last check of the beam, reporting in clicks to the officer. The alien gave an order to Shan's guard before following them out. A loop of wire rope dropped over the Terran's head, tightened about his chest, dragging him back against the chair until he grunted with pain. 2 more loops made him secure in a most uncomfortable posture, and then he was left alone in the calm dome. An abortive struggle against the wire rope taught him the folly of such an effort. He was in deep freeze as far as any bodily movement was concerned. Shen closed his eyes, settled to that same concentration he had labored to acquire on the Throg ship. If there was any chance of the Wyvern communication working again, here and now was the time for it. Again he built his mental picture of Thorvald, as detailed as he had made it in the Throg ship. And with that to the forefront of his mind, Shen strove to pick up the thread which could link them. Was the distance between this camp and the secret city of the Wyverns too great? Did the Throgs unconsciously dampen out that mental reaching as the Wyverns had said they did when they had sent him to free the captive in the skull? Drops gathered in the unkempt tight curls on his head, trickled down to sting on his tender skin. He was bathed in the moisture summoned by an effort as prolonged and severe as if he labored physically under a hot sun at the top speed of which his body was capable. Thorvald. Thorvald. But not standing by the window in the Wyvern stronghold. Thorvald with the amethyst of heavy Warlockian foliage at his back. So clear was the new picture that Shen might have stood only a few feet away. Thorvald there, with the Wolverines at his side. And behind him sun glinted on the gem-patterned skin of more than one Wyvern. Where? That demand from the survey officer, curt, clear, so perfect the word might have rung audibly through the dome. The camp. Shen hurled that back, frantic with fear that once again their contact might fail. They want me to call in the transport. He added that. How soon? Don't know. They have the guide beam set. I'm to say there's illness here. They know I can't code. All he could see now was Thorvald's face, intent, the officer's eyes cold sparks of steel, bearing the impress of a will as implacable as a Throg's. Shen added his own decision. I'll warn the ship off. They'll send in the patrol. There was no change in Thorvald's expression. Hold out as long as you can. Cold enough, no promise of help, nothing on which to build hope. Yet the fact that Thorvald was on the move, away from the Wyvern city, meant something. And Shan was sure that thick vegetation could be found only on the mainland. Not only was Thorvald ashore, but there were Wyverns with him. Could the officer have persuaded the witches of Warlock to forsake their hands-off policy and join him in an attack on the Throg camp? No promise, not even a suggestion that the party Shan had envisioned was moving in his direction. Yet somehow he believed that they were. There was a sound from the doorway of the dome. Shan opened his eyes. There were Throgs entering, 1 to go to the guide beam, 2 heading for his chair. He closed his eyes again in a last attempt, backed by every remaining ounce of his energy and will. Ships in range. Throgs here. Thorvald's face, dimmer now, snapped out while a blow on Shan's jaw rocked his head cruelly, made his ears sing, his eyes water. He saw Throgs, Throgs only. And one held the translator. You talk. A tri-jointed arm reached across his shoulder, triggered a lever, pressed a button. The headset cramping his ear let out a sudden growl of sound, the comm was activated. A claw jammed the mic closer to Shan's lips, but also slid in range the webbed loop of the translator. Shan shook his head at the incoming rattle of code. The Throg with the translator was holding the other headset close to his own ear pit. And the claws of the guard came down on Shan's shoulders in a cruel grip, a threat of future brutality. The rattle of code continued while Shen thought furiously. This was it. He had to give a warning, and then the aliens would do to him just what the officer had threatened. Shan could not seem to think clearly. It was as if in his efforts to contact Thorvald, he had exhausted some part of his brain, so that now he was dazed just when he needed quick wits the most. This whole scene had a weird unreality. He had seen it like 1,000 times on fiction tapes, the Terran hero menaced by aliens intent on saving. Was it out of one of those fiction tapes he had devoured in the past that Shin recalled that scrap of almost forgotten information? The Terran began to speak into the mic, for there had come a pause in the rattle of code. He used Terran, not basic, and he shaped the words slowly. Warlock calling, trouble, sickness here, comm officer dead. He was interrupted by another burst of code. The claws of his guard twisted into the naked flesh of his shoulders in vicious warning. Warlock calling, he repeated. Need help. Who are you? The demand came in basic. On board the transport they would have a list of every member of the survey team. Lanti. Shan drew a deep breath. He was so conscious of those claws on his shoulders, of what would follow. This is Mayday. He said distinctly, hoping desperately that someone in the control cabin of the ship now in orbit would catch the true meaning of that ancient call of complete disaster. Mayday, Beatles, over and out. 18, storms ending. Shan had no answer from the transport, only the continuing hum of a contact still open between the dome and the control cabin miles above Warlock. The Terran breathed slowly, deeply, felt the claws of the Throg bite his flesh as his chest expanded. Then, as if a knife slashed, the hum of that contact was gone. He had time to know a small flash of triumph. He had done it. He had aroused suspicion in the transport. When the Throg officer clicked to the alien manning the landing beam, Shan's exultation grew. The Beetlehead must have accepted that cut in communication as normal. He was still expecting the Terran ship to drop neatly into his claws. But Shan's respite was to be very short, only timed by a few breaths. The Throg at the riding beam was watching the indicators. Now he reported to his superior, who swung back to face the prisoner. Although Shan could read no expression on the Beetle's face, he did not need any clue to the other's probable emotions. Knowing that his captive had somehow tricked him, the alien would now proceed relentlessly to put into effect the measures he had threatened. How long before the patrol cruiser would plan it? That crew was used to alarms, and their speed was 3 or 4 times greater than that of the bulkier transports. If the Throgs didn't scatter now, before they could be caught in one attack. The wire rope which held Shen clamped to the chair was loosened, and he set his teeth against the pain of restored circulation. This was nothing compared to what he faced, he knew that. They jerked him to his feet, faced him toward the outer door, and propelled him through it with a speed and roughness indicative of their feelings. The hour was close to dusk and Shen glanced wistfully at promising shadows, though he had given up hope of rescue by now. If he could just get free of his guards, he could at least give the Beetleheads a good run. He saw that the camp was deserted. There was no sign about the domes that any Throgs sheltered there. In fact, Shen saw no aliens at all except those who had come from the calm dome with him. Of course. The rest must be in ambush, waiting for the transport to planet. What about the Throg ship or ships? Those must have been hidden also. And the only hiding place for them would be aloft. There was a chance that the Throgs had so flung away their chance for any quick retreat. Yes, the aliens could scatter over the countryside and so escape the first blast from the cruiser. But they would simply maroon themselves to be hunted down by patrol landing parties who would comb the territory. The Beetles could so prolong their lives for a few hours, maybe a few days, but they were really ended on that moment when the transport cut communication. Shan was sure that the officer, at least, understood that. The Terran was dragged away from the domes toward the river down which he and Thorvald had once escaped. Moving through the dusk in parallel lines, he caught sight of other Throg squads, well armed, marching in order to suggest that they were not yet alarmed. However, he had been right about the ships, there were no flyers grounded on the improvised field. Shan made himself as much of a burden as he could. At the best, he could so delay the guards entrusted with his safekeeping. At the worst, he could earn for himself a quick ending by blaster which would be better than the one they had for him. He went limp, falling forward into the trampled grass. There was an exasperated click from the Throg who had been hurting him, and the Terran tried not to flinch from a sharp kick delivered by a clawed foot. Feigning unconsciousness, the Terran listened to the unintelligible clicks exchanged by Throg standing over him. His future depended now on how deep lay the alien officer's anger. If the Beetlehead wanted to carry out his earlier threats, he would have to order Shan's transportation by the fleeing force. Otherwise his life might well end here and now. Claws hooked once more on Shan. He was boosted up on the horny carapace of a guard, the bonds on his arms taken off and his numbed hands brought forward, to be held by his captor so that he lay helpless, a cloak over the other's hunched shoulders. The ghost flares of bushes and plants blooming in the gathering twilight gave a limited light to the scene. There was no way of counting the number of Throgs on the move. But Shan was sure that all the enemy ships must have been emptied except for skeleton crews, and perhaps others had been ferried in from their hidden base somewhere in Circe's system. He could only see a little from his position on the Throg's back, but ahead a ripple of beetle bodies slipped over the bank of the river cut. The aliens were working their way into cover, fitting into the dapple shadows with a skill which argued a long practice in such elusive maneuvers. Did they plan to try to fight off a cruiser attack? That was pure madness. Or, Shen wondered, did they intend to have the Terrans met by one of their own major ships somewhere well above the surface of Warlock? His bearer turned away from the stream cut, carrying Shen out into that field which had first served the Terrans as a landing strip, then offered the same service to the Throgs. They passed two more parties of aliens on the move, manhandling with them bulky objects the Terran could not identify. Then he was dumped unceremoniously to the hard earth, only to lie there a few seconds before he was flopped over on a framework which grated unpleasantly against his raw shoulders. His wrists and ankles being made fast so that his body was spread-eagled. There was a click of orders, the frame was raised and dropped with a jarring movement into a base, and he was held erect, once more facing the Throg with the translator. This was it. Shan began to regret every small chance he had had to end more cleanly. If he had attacked one of the guards, even with his hands bound, he might have flustered the Throg into retaliatory blaster fire. Fear made a thicker fog about him than the green mist of the illusion. Only this was no illusion. Shen stared at the Throg officer with sick eyes, knowing that no one ever quite believes that a last evil will strike at him, that he had clung to a hope which had no existence. Lanti. The call burst in his head with a painful force. His dazed attention was outwardly on the alien with the translator, but that inner demand had given him a shock. Here. Thorvald. Where? The other struck in again with an urgent demand singing through Shan's brain. Give us a fixed point, away from camp but not too far. Quick. A fixed point, what did the survey officer mean? A fixed point. For some reason Shan thought of the ledge on which he had lain to watch the first Throg attack. And the picture of it was etched on his mind as clearly as memory could paint it. Thorvald, again his voice and his mind call were echoes of each other. But this time he had no answer. Had that demand meant Thorvald and the Wyverns were moving in, putting to use the strange distance-erasing power the witches of Warlock could use by desire? But why had they not come sooner? And what could they hope to accomplish against the now scattered but certainly unbroken enemy forces? The Wyverns had not been able to turn their power against one injured Throg. By their own accounting, how could they possibly cope with well-armed and alert aliens in the field? You die, slow, the Throg officer clicked, and the emotionless, toneless translation was all the more daunting for that lack of color. Your people come, see. So that was the reason they had brought him to the landing field. He was to furnish a grisly warning to the crew of the cruiser. However, There the Throgs were making a bad mistake if they believed that his death by any ingenious method could scare off Terran retaliation. "I die, you follow," Shen tried to make that promise emphatic. Did the Throg officer expect the Terran to beg for his life or a quick death? Again he made his threat, straight into the web, hearing it split into clicks. "Perhaps," the Throg returned. "But you die the first. Get to it." Shan's voice scaled up. He was close to the ragged edge, and the last push toward the breaking point had not been the Throg's speech, but that message from Thorvald. If the survey officer was going to make any move in the mottled dusk, it would have to be soon. Mottled dusk. The Throgs had moved a little away from him. Shen looked beyond them to the perimeter of the cleared field, not really because he expected to see any rescuers break from cover there. And when he did see a change, Shen thought his own sight was at fault. Those splotches of waxy light which marked certain trees, bushes, and scrubby ground-hugging plants were spreading, running together in pools. And from those center cores of concentrated glow, tendrils of mist lazily curled out, as a many-armed creature of the sea might allow its appendages to float in the water which supported it. Tendrils crossed, met, and thickened. There was a growing river of eerie light which spread, again resembling a sea wave licking out onto the field. And where it touched, unlike the wave, it did not retreat, but lapped on. Was he actually seeing that? Shan could not be sure. Only the gray light continued to build, faster now, its speed of advance matching its increase in bulk. Shan somehow connected it with the veil of illusion. If it was real, there was a purpose behind it. There was an aroused clicking from the Throgs. A blaster bolt cracked, its spiteful, sickly yellow slicing into the nearest tongue of gray. But that luminous fog engulfed the blast and was not dispelled. Shen forced his head around against the support which held him. The mist crept across the field from all quarters, walling them in. Running at the ungainly lope which was their best effort at speed were half a dozen Throgs emerging from the river section. Their attitude suggested panic-stricken flight, and when one tripped on some unseen obstruction and went down, to fall beneath a descending tongue of phosphorescence, he uttered a strange high-pitched squeal, thin and faint. But still a note of complete, mindless terror. The Throgs surrounding Shan were firing at the fog, first with precision, then raggedly, as their bolts did nothing to cut that opaque curtain drawing in about them. From inside that mist came other sounds, noises, calls, and cries all alien to him, and perhaps also to the Throgs. There were shapes barely to be discerned through the swirls, perhaps some were Throgs in flight. But certainly others were non-Throg in outline. And the Terran was sure that at least 3 of those shapes, all different, had been in pursuit of one fleeing Throg, heading him off from that small open area still holding about Shan. For the Throgs were being herded in from all sides, the handful who had come from the river, the others who had brought Shan there. And the action of the mist was pushing them into a tight knot. Would they eventually turn on him, wanting to make sure of their prisoner before they made a last stand against whatever lurked in the fog? To Shan's continued relief the aliens seemed to have forgotten him. Even when one cowered back against the very edge of the frame on which the Terran was bound, the beetlehead did not look at this helpless prey. They were firing wildly, with desperation in every heavy thrust of bolt. Then one Throg threw down his blaster, raised his arms over his head, and voicing the same high wail uttered by his comrade in arms earlier, he ran straight into the mist where a shape materialized, closed in behind him, cutting him off from his fellows. That break demoralized the others. The Throg commander burned down 2 of his company with his blaster, but 3 more broke past him to the fog. One of the remaining party reversed his blaster, swung the stock against the officer's carapace, beating him to his knees, before the attacker raced on into the billows of the mist. Another threw himself on the ground and lay there, pounding his claws against the baked earth. While a remaining 2 continued with stolid precision to fire at the lurking shapes which could only be half seen. And a third helped the officer to his feet. The Throg commander reeled back against the frame, his musky body scent filling Shan's nostrils. But he, too, paid no attention to the Terran, though his horny arms scraped across Shan's. Holding both of his claws to his head, he staggered on, to be engulfed by a new arm of the fog. Then, as if the swallowing of the officer had given the mist a fresh appetite, the wan light waved in a last vast billow over the clear area about the frame. Shan felt its substance cold, slimy, on his skin. This was a deadly breath of unlife. He was weakened, sapped of strength, so that he hung in his bounds, his head lolling forward on his breast. Warmth pressed against him, a warm wet touch on his cold skin, a sensation of friendly concern in his mind. Shan gasped, found that he was no longer filling his lungs with that chill staleness which was the breath of the fog. He opened his eyes, struggling to raise his head. The grey light had retreated, but though a Throg blaster lay close to his feet, another only a yard beyond, there was no sign of the aliens. Instead, standing on their hind feet to press against him in a demand for his attention, were the Wolverines. And seeing them, Shan dared to believe that the impossible could be true, somehow he was safe. He spoke. And Taggy and Togi answered with eager whines. The mist was withdrawing more slowly than it had come. Here and there things lay very still on the ground. Lanti. This time the call came not into his mind but out of the air. Shan made an effort at reply which was close to a croak. Over here. A new shape in the fog was moving with purpose toward him. Thorvald strode into the open, sighted Shan, and began to run. What did they? He began. Shan wanted to laugh, but the sound which issued from his dry throat was very little like mirth. He struggled helplessly until he managed to get out some words which made sense. Hadn't started in on me yet. You were just in time. Thorvald loosened the wires which held the younger man to the frame and stood ready to catch him as he slumped forward. And the officer's hold wiped away the last clammy residue of the mist. Though he did not seem able to keep on his feet, Shan's mind was clear. What happened? He demanded. The power. Thorvald was examining him hastily but with attention for every cut and bruise. The beetleheads didn't really get to work on you. Told you that, Shan said impatiently. But what brought that fog and got the Throgs? Thorvald smiled grimly. The ghostly light was fading as the fog retreated, but Shan could see well enough to note that around the other's neck hung one of the wyvern discs. It was a variation of the Veil of Illusion. You faced your memories under the influence of that. So did I. But it would seem that the Throgs had ones worse than either of us could produce. You can't play the role of thug all over the galaxy and not store up in the subconscious a fine line of private fears and remembered enemies. We provided the means for releasing those, and they simply raised their own devils to order. Neatest justice ever rendered. It seems that the power has a big kick, in a different way, when a Terran will manages to spark it. And you did? I made a small beginning. Also I had the full backing of the elders, and a general staff of wyverns in support. In a way I helped to provide a channel for their concentration. Alone they can work magic. With us they can spread out into new fields. Tonight we hunted Throgs as a united team, most successfully. But they wouldn't go after the one in the skull. No. Direct contact with a Throg mind appears to short-circuit them. I did the contacting, they fed me what I needed. We have the answer to the Throgs now, one answer. Thorvald looked back over the field where those bodies lay so still. We can kill Throgs. Maybe someday we can learn another trick, how to live with them. He returned abruptly to the present. You did contact the transport. Shen explained what had happened in the calm dome. I think when the ship broke contact that way they understood. We'll take it that they did, and be on the move. Thorvald helped Shan to his feet. If a cruiser berths here shortly, I don't propose to be under its tail flames when it sets down. The cruiser came. And a mop-up squad patrolled outward from the reclaimed camp, picked up 2 living Throgs, both wandering witlessly. But Shan only heard of that later. He slept, so deep and dreamlessly that when he roused he was momentarily dazed. A survey uniform, with a cadet's badges, lay across the wall seat facing his bunk in the barracks he had left, how many days or weeks before. The garments fitted well enough, but he removed the insignia to which he was not entitled. When he ventured out he saw half a dozen troopers of the patrol, together with Thorvald, watching the cruiser lift again into the morning sky. Taggy and Togi, trailing leashes, galloped out of nowhere to hurl themselves at him in uproarious welcome. And Thorvald must have heard their eager whines even through the blast of the ship, for he turned and waved Shan to join him. "Where is the cruiser going?" "To punch a Throg base out of this system," Thorvald answered. "They located it, on which? But we're staying on here." Thorvald glanced at him oddly. "There won't be any settlement now. But we have to establish a conditional embassy post. And the patrol has left a guard. Embassy post." Shan digested that. Yes, of course, Thorvald, because of his close contact with the Wyverns, would be left here for the present to act as liaison officer in charge. "We don't propose," the other was continuing, "to allow to lapse any contact with the one intelligent alien race we have discovered who can furnish us with full-time partnership to our mutual benefit. And there mustn't be any bungling here." Shan nodded. That made sense. As soon as possible Warlock would witness the arrival of another team, one slanted this time to the cultivation of an alien friendship and alliance, rather than preparation for Terran colonists. Would they keep him on? He supposed not, the Wolverine's usefulness was no longer apparent. "Don't you know your regulations?" There was a snap in Thorvald's demand which startled Shan. He glanced up, discovered the other surveying him critically. "You're not in uniform." "No, sir," he admitted. "I couldn't find my own kit." "Where are your badges?" Shan's hand went up to the marks left when he had so carefully ripped off the insignia. "My badges? I have no rank," he replied, bewildered. "Every team carries at least one cadet on strength." Shan flushed. There had been one cadet on this team, why did Thorvald want to remember that? Also, the other's voice sounded remote, there can be appointments made in the field, for cause. Those appointments are left to the discretion of the officer in charge, and they are never questioned. "I repeat, you are not in uniform, Lonti. You will make the necessary alteration and report to me at headquarters dome. As sole representatives of Terra here we have a matter of protocol to be discussed with our witches, and they have a right to expect punctuality from a pair of warlocks, so get going." Shen still stood, staring incredulously at the officer. Then Thorvald's official severity vanished in a smile which was warm and real. "Get going," he ordered once more, "before I have to log you for inattention to orders." Shan turned, nearly stumbling over Taggy, and then ran back to the barracks in quest of some very important bits of braid he hoped he could find in a hurry. Star Hunter 1. Nahuatl's larger moon pursued the smaller, greenish globe of its companion across a cloudless sky in which the stars made a speckled pattern like the scales of a huge serpent coiled around a black bowl. Ras Hume paused at the border of scented spike flowers on the top terrace of the pleasure house to wonder why he thought of serpents. He understood. Mankind's age-old hatred, brought from his native planet to the distant stars, was evil symbolized by a coil in a twisted, belly path across the ground. And on Nahuatl, as well as a dozen other worlds, Was was the serpent. A night wind was rising, stirring the exotic, half-dozen other worlds' foliage planted cunningly on the terrace to simulate the mystery of an off-world jungle. Hume. The inquiry seemed to come out of thin air over his head. Hume, he repeated his own name calmly. A shaft of light brilliant enough to dazzle the eyes struck through the massed vegetation, revealing a path. Hume lingered for a moment, offering a counterstroke of indifference in what he had always known would be a test of wits. Was was Veep of a shadowy empire, but that was apart from the world in which Ras Hume moved. He strode deliberately down the corridor illuminated between leaf and blossom walls. A grotesque lump of crystal leered at him from the heart of a Tharsala lily bed. The intricate carving of a devilish non-human set of features was a work of alien art. Tendrils of smoke curled from the thing's flat nostrils, and Hume sniffed the scent of a narcotic he recognized. He smiled. Such measures might soften up the usual civ was interviewed here. But a star pilot turned out hunter was immunized against such mind clouding. There was a door, the lintel and posts of which had more carving, but this time Terran, Hume thought, old, very old. Perhaps rumor was right, Milfors was might be truly a native Terran and not second, third, nor fourth generation star stock as most of those who reached Nahuatl were. The room beyond that elaborately carved entrance was, in contrast, severe. Rust walls were bare of any pattern save an oval disk of cloudy golden shimmer behind the chair at the long table of solid ruby rock from Nahuatl's poisonous sister planet of Zype. Without a pause he walked to the chair and seated himself without invitation to wait in the empty room. That clouded oval might be a calm device. Hume refused to look at it after his first glance. This interview was to be person to person. If Was did not appear within a reasonable length of time he would leave. And Hume hoped to any unseen watcher he presented the appearance of a man not impressed by stage settings. After all he was now in the seller's space boots, and it was a seller's market. Ras Hume rested his right hand on the table. Against the polished glow of the stone, the substance of it was flesh-tanned brown, a perfect match for his left. And the subtle difference between true flesh and false was no hindrance in the use of those fingers or their strength. Save that it had pushed him out of command of a cargo liner and hurled him down from the pinnacle of a star pilot. There were bitter brackets about his mouth, set there by that hand as deeply as if carved with a knife. It had been 4 years, planet time, since he had lifted the Regal rover from the launch pad on Sargon II. He had suspected it might be a tricky voyage with young Tors Wazalits, who was a third owner of the Koganbors Wazalits line, and a Gratz chewer. But one did not argue with the owners, except when the safety of the ship was concerned. The Regal rover had made a crash landing at Alexbut, and a badly injured pilot had brought her in by will, hope and a faith he speedily lost. He received a plastihand, the best the medical center could supply and a pension for life, forced by the public acclaim for a man who had saved ships and lives. Then, the sack because a crazed Tors Wazalits was dead. They dared not try to stick Hume with a murder charge, the voyage record tapes had been shot straight through to the Patrol Council, and the evidence on those could be neither faked nor tampered with. They could not give him a quick punishment, but they could try to arrange a slow death. The word had gone out that Hume was off pilot boards. They had tried to keep him out of space. And they might have done it, too, had he been the usual type of pilot, knowing only his trade. But some odd streak of restlessness had always led him to apply for the rim runs, the very first flights to newly opened worlds. Outside of the survey men, there were few qualified pilots of his seniority who possessed such a wide and varied knowledge of the galactic frontiers. So when he learned that the ship's boards were irrevocably closed to him, Hume had signed up with the Out Hunters Guild. There was a vast difference between lifting a liner from a launching pad and guiding civ hunters to worlds surveyed and staked out for their trips into the wild. Hume relished the exploration part, he disliked the leading by the hand of 9/10 of the guild's clients. But if he had not been in the guild's service he would never have made that find on Jamala. That lucky find. Hume's plastiflesh fingers curved, their nails drew across the red surface of the table. And where was Was? He was about to rise and go when the golden oval on the wall smoked, its substance thinning to a mist as a man stepped through to the floor. The newcomer was small compared to the former pilot, but he had breadth of shoulder which made the upper part of his torso overbalance his thin hips and legs. He was dressed most conservatively except for a jeweled plaque resting on the tightly stretched gray silk of his upper tunic at heart level. Unlike Hume he wore no visible arms belt, but the other did not doubt that there were a number of devices concealed in that room to counter the efforts of any assassin. The man from the mirror spoke with a flat, toneless voice. His black hair had been shaven well above his ears, the locks left on top of his skull trained into a kind of bird's crest. As Hume, his visible areas of flesh were deeply browned, but by nature rather than exposure to space, the pilot guessed. His features were harsh, with a prominent nose, a back-slanting forehead, eyes dark, long and large, with heavy lids. Now, he spread both his hands, palm down and flat on the table, a gesture Hume found himself for some unknown reason copying. "You have a proposition." But the pilot was not to be hurried, any more than he was to be influenced by Wass' stage settings. "I have an idea," he corrected. "There are many ideas." Wass leaned back in his chair, but he did not remove his hands from the table. "Perhaps 1 in 1,000 is the kernel of something useful. For the rest, there is no need to trouble a man." "Agreed," Hume returned evenly. "But that one idea in 1,000 can also pay off in odds of 1,000,000 to 1, when and if a man has it. And you have such a one." "I have such a one." It was Hume's role now to impress the other by his unshakable confidence. He had studied all the possibilities. Wass was the right man, perhaps the only partner he could find. But Wass must not know that. "On Jamala?" Wass returned. If that stare and statement was intended to rattle Hume, it was a wasted shot. To discover that he had just returned from that frontier planet required no ingenuity on the Veep's part. "Perhaps. Come, out Hunter Hume. We are both busy men, this is no time to play tricks with words and hints. Either you have made a find worth the attention of my organization or you have not. Let me be the judge." This was it, the corner of no return. But Wass had his own code. The Veep had established his tight control of his lawless organization by set rules, and one of them was, "Don't be greedy." Wass was never greedy, which is why the patrol had never been able to pull him down, and those who dealt with him did not talk. If you had a good thing, and Wass accepted temporary partnership, he kept his side of the bargain rigidly. You did the same, or regretted your stupidity. A claimant to the Kogan estate, that good enough for you? Wass showed no surprise. And how would such a claimant be profitable to us? Hume appreciated that, he had an in now. If you supply the claimant, surely you can claim a reward, in more ways than one. True. But one does not produce a claimant out of a Krusha dream. The investigation for any such claim now would be made by a Verity lab, and no imposture will pass those tests. While a real claimant would not need your help or mine. Depends upon the claimant. One you discovered on Jamala? No. Hume shook his head slowly. I found something else on Jamala, an LB from Largo Drift intact and in good shape. From the evidence now in existence, it could have landed there with survivors aboard. And the evidence of such survivors living on, that exists also. Hume shrugged, his plastiflesh fingers flexed slightly. It has been 6 planet years, there is a forest where the LB rests. No evidence at present. The Largo Drift, Wass repeated slowly, carrying, among others, Gentlefemme Tharley Kogan Brody. And her son Arwen Ch. Brody, who was at the time of the Largo Drift's disappearance a boy of 14. You have indeed made a find. Wass gave that simple statement enough emphasis to assure Hume he had one. His 1 in 1,000 idea had been absorbed, was now being examined, amplified, broken down into details he could never have hoped to manage for himself, by the most cunning criminal brain in at least 5 solar systems. Is there any hope of survivors? Wass attacked the problem straight on. No evidence even of there being any passengers when the LB planet. Those are automatic and released a certain number of seconds after an accident alarm. For what it's worth, the hatch of this one was open. It could have brought in survivors. But I was on Jamala for 3 months with a full guild crew and we found no sign of any castaways. So you propose? On the basis of my report, Jamala has been put up for a safari choice. The LB could well be innocently discovered by a client. Everyone knows the story with the case dragging through the 10-sector Terran courts now. Gentlefemme Brodie and her son might not have been news 10 years ago. Now, with a third of the Kogenbors-Waslit's control going to them, any find linked with the Largo drift would gain full galactic coverage. You have a choice of survivor. The Gentlefemme? Hume shook his head. The boy. He was bright, according to the stories since, and he would have the survival manual from the ship to study. He could have grown up in the wilds of an unopened planet. To use a woman is too tricky. You are entirely right. But we shall require an extremely clever impostor. I think not. Hume's cool glance met Was. We only need a youth of the proper general physical description and the use of a conditioner. Was' expression did not change, there was no sign that Hume's hint had struck home. But when he replied there was a slight change in the monotone of his voice. You seem to know a great deal. I am a man who listens, Hume replied, and I do not always discount rumor as mere fantasy. That is true. As one of the guild you would be interested in the root of fact beneath the plant of fiction, Was acknowledged. You appear to have done some planning on your own. I have waited and watched for just such an opportunity as this, Hume answered. Ah, yes. The Kogenbors-Waslits combined incurred your displeasure. I see you are also a man who does not forget easily. And that, too, I understand. It is a foible of my own, out-hunter. I neither forget nor forgive my enemies, though I may seem to do so and time separates them from their past deeds for a space. Hume accepted that warning, both must keep any bargain. Was was silent for a moment, as if to leave time for the thought to root itself, then he spoke again. A youth with the proper physical qualifications. Have you any such in mind? I think so. Hume was short. He will need certain memories, those take time to tape. Those dealing with Jamala, I can supply. Yes. You will have to provide a tape beginning with his arrival on that world. For such family material as is necessary I shall have ready. An interesting project, even apart from its value to us. This is one to intrigue experts. Expert psychotechs, Was had them. Men who had slipped over the border of the law, had entered Was organization and prospered there. There were some techs crooked enough to enjoy such a project for its own sake, indulging in forbidden experimentation. For a moment, but only for a moment, something in Hume jibbed at the intent of carrying through his plan. Then he shrugged that tinge aside. How soon do you wish to move? How long will preparation take? Hume asked in return, for the second time battling a taste of concern. 3 months, maybe 4. There's research to be done and tapes to be made. It will be 6 months probably before the guild sets up a safari for Jamala. Was smiled. That need not worry us. When the time comes for a safari, there shall also be clients, impeccable clients, asking for it to be planned. There would be, too, Hume knew. Was' influence reached into places where the Veep himself was totally unknown. Yes, he could count on an excellent, well above suspicion, set of clients to discover Rwnch Brodie when the time came. I can deliver the boy tonight, or early tomorrow morning. Where? You are sure of your selection? He fulfills the requirements, the right age, general appearance. A boy who will not be missed, who has no kin, no ties, and who will drop out of sight without any questions to be asked. Very well. Get him at once. Deliver him here. Was swept one hand across the table surface. On the red of the stone there glowed for seconds an address. Hume noted it, nodded. It was one in the center of the port town, one which could be visited at an odd hour without exciting any curiosity. He rose. He will be there. Tomorrow, at your convenience, Was added, you will come to this place. Again the palm moved and a second address showed on the table. There you will begin your tape for our use. It may take several sessions. I'm ready. I still have the long report to make to the guild, so the material is still available on my note tapes. Excellent. Outhunter Hume, I salute a new colleague. At last Was's right hand came up from the table. May we both have luck equal to our industry. Luck to equal our desires, Hume corrected him. A very telling phrase, Outhunter. Luck to equal our desires. Yes, let us both deserve that. 2. The Starfall was a long way down scale from the pleasure houses of the upper town. Here strange vices were also merchandise, but not such exotics as Was provided. This was strictly for crewmen of the star freighters who could be speedily and expertly separated from a voyage's pay in an evening. The tantalizing scents of Was terraces were reduced here to simply smells, the majority of which were not fragrant. There had already been 2 fatal duels that evening. A tube man from a rim ship had challenged a space miner to settle a difference with those vicious whips made from the tail casings of flangoid flying lizards, an encounter which left both men in ribbons, one dead, one dying. And a scarred, ex-space marine had blaster-flamed one of the star and comet dealers into charred human ash. The young man who had been ordered to help clear away the second loser retired to the stinking alley outside to lose the meal which was part of his meager day's pay. Now he crawled back inside, his face greenish, one hand pressed to his middle section. He was thin, the fine bones of his face tight under the pallid skin, his ribs showing even through the sleazy fabric of the threadbare tunic with its house seal. When he leaned his head back against the grime-encrusted wall, raising his face to the light, his hair had the glint of bright chestnut, a gold which was also red. And for his swamper's labor he was almost fastidiously clean. You, Lancer. He shivered as if an icy wind had found him and opened his eyes. They seemed disproportionately large in his skin and bone face and were of an odd shade, neither green nor blue, but somewhere between. Get going, you. Ain't paying out good credits for you to sit there like you was buying on your own. The Solarchian who loomed above him spoke accentless, idiomatic basic space which came strangely from between his yellow lips. A furred hand thrust the handle of a mop-up stick at the young man, a taloned thumb jerked the direction in which to use that evil-smelling object. Vi Lancer levered himself up the wall, took the mop, setting his teeth grimly. Someone had spilled a mug of Cardo and the deep purple liquid was already patterning the constone floor past any hope of cleaning. But he set to work slapping the fringe of the noisome mop back and forth to sop up what he could. The smell of the Cardo uniting with the general effluvia of the room and its inhabitants heightened his queasiness. Working blindly in a half-stupor, he was not aware of the man sitting alone in the booth until his mop spattered the ankle of one of the drinking girls. She struck him sharply across the face with a sputtering curse in the tongue of Alter Ishtar. The blow sent him back against the open lattice of the booth. As he tried to steady himself, another hand reached up, fingers tightened about his wrist. He flinched, tried to jerk away from that hold, only to discover that he was the other's prisoner. And looking down at his captor in apprehension, he was aware even then of the different quality of this man. The patron wore the tunic of a crewman, lighter patches where the ship's badges should have been to show that he was not engaged. But, though his tunic was shabby, dirty, his magnetic boots scuffed and badly worn, he was not like the others now enjoying the pleasures of the Starfall. This one, he makes trouble. The vast bulk of the Vorman who was the Starfall's private law moved through the crowd with serene confidence in his own strength, which no one there, unless blind, deaf, and out of the senses drunk, could dispute. His scaled, six-fingered, claw hand reached out for Lancer and the boy cringed. No trouble. There was the click of authority in the voice of the man in the booth. His face, moments earlier taut and sharp with intelligence, was suddenly slack, his tone slurred as he answered, looks like an old shipmate. No trouble, just want a drink with an old shipmate. But the grip which had pulled Vi forward, swung him around and down on the other bench in the booth, was anything but slack. The Vorman glanced from the patron of the Starfall to its least important employee and then grinned, thrusting his fanged jaws close to Lancer's. If the master wants to drink, you dirt rat, you drink. Vi nodded vigorously, and then put his hand to his mouth, afraid his stomach was about to betray him again. Apprehensive, he watched the Vorm man turn away. Only when that broad, green-grey back was lost in the smoky far reaches of the room did he expel his breath again. Here, the grip was gone from his wrist, but fingers now put a mug into his hand. Drink. He tried to protest, knew it was hopeless, and used both hands to get the mug to his lips, mouthing the stinging liquid in dull despair. Only, instead of bringing nausea with it, the stuff settled his stomach, cleared his head, with an afterglow with which he managed to relax from the tense state of endurance which filled his hours in the starfall. Half of the mug's contents inside him, and he dared to raise his eyes to the man opposite him. Yes, this was no common crewman, nor was he drunk as he had pretended for the Vorm man. Now he watched the milling crowd with a kind of detachment, though Vi was sure he was aware of every move he himself made. Vi finished the liquid. For the first time since he had come into this place 2 months earlier he felt like a real person again. And he had wits enough to guess that the potion he had just swallowed contained some drug. Only now he did not care at all. Anything which could wipe out in moments all the shame, fear, and sick despair the starfall had planted in him was worth swallowing. Why the other had drugged him was a mystery, but he was content to wait for enlightenment. Lancer's companion once more applied that compelling pressure to the younger man's bony forearm. Linked by that hold they left the starfall, came into the cooler, far more pleasant atmosphere of the street. They were a block away before Vi's guide halted, though he did not release his prisoner. 40 names of Duggar, he spat. Lancer waited, breathing in the air of early morning. The confidence of the drug still held. At the moment he was certain nothing could be as bad as the life behind him, he was willing to face what this strange patron of the starfall had in mind. The other slapped his hand down on an air car call button, stood waiting until one of the city flitters landed on beam before them. From the seat of the air car Vi noted they were heading into the respectability of the upper city, away from the stews ringing the launch port. He tried to guess their destination or purpose, not that either mattered much. Then the car descended on a landing stage. The stranger waved Lancer through a doorway, down a short corridor into a room of private quarters. Vi sat down gingerly on the foam seat extending from the wall as he neared. He stared about. Dimly he could just remember rooms which had this degree of comfort, but so dimly now he could not be sure they did not exist only in his vivid imagination. For Vi's imagination had buoyed him first through the drab existence in a state child's creche, then through a state-found job which he had lost because he could not adapt to the mechanical life of a computer tender. And had been an anchor and an escape when he had sunk through the depths of the port to the last refuge in the starfall. Now he pressed both his hands into the soft stuff of the seat and gaped at a small 3D on the wall facing him, a miniature scene of life on some other planet wherein a creature enveloped in short black and white striped fur crept belly flat. To stalk long-legged, short-winged birds making blood-red splotches against yellow reed banks under a pale violet sky. He feasted on its color, on the sense of freedom and off-world wonders which it raised in him. Who are you? The stranger's abrupt question brought him back, not only to the room but to his own precarious position. He moistened his lips, no longer quite so aglow with confidence. Vi Lancer. Then he added his other identification, SCC 425061. State child, eh? The other had pushed a button for a refresher cup, then was sipping its contents slowly. He did not ring for a second to offer Vi. Parents? Lancer shook his head. I was brought in after the 5-hour fever epidemic. They didn't try to keep records, there were too many of us. The man was watching him levelly over the rim of that cup. There was something cold in that study, something which curbed Vi's pleasant feeling of only moments earlier. Now the other set down his drink, crossed the room. Cupping his hand under Lancer's chin, he brought up his head in a way which stirred a sullen resentment in the younger man, yet something told him resistance would only bring trouble. I'd say Terran stock, not more than second generation. He was talking to himself more than to Vi. He loosed his hold on the boy's chin, but he still stood there surveying him from head to foot. Lancer wanted to squirm, but he fought that impulse, and managed to meet the other's gaze when it reached his face again. No, not the usual port drift. I was right all the way. Now he looked at Vi again as if the younger man did have a brain, emotions, some call on his interest as a personality. Want a job? Lancer pressed his hand deeper into the foam seat. What kind? He was angry and ashamed at that small betraying break in his voice. You have scruples. The stranger appeared to think that amusing. Vi reddened, but he was also more than a little surprised that the man in the worn space uniform had read hesitancy right. Someone out of the Starfall should not be too particular about employment, and he could not tell why he was. Nothing illegal, I assure you. The man crossed to set his refresher cup in the empty slot. I am an out-hunter. Lancer blinked. This had all taken on some of the fantastic aura of a dream. The other was eyeing him impatiently, as if he had expected some reaction. You may inspect my credentials if you wish. I believe you, Vi found his voice. I happen to need a gearman. But this wasn't happening. Of course, it couldn't happen to him, Vi Lancer, state child, swamper in the Starfall. Things such as this did not happen, except in a The Line dream, and he wasn't a smoke eater. It was the kind of dream a man didn't want to wake from, not if he was port drift. Would you be willing to sign on? Vi tried to clutch reality to himself, to remain level-headed. A gearman for an out-hunter. Why 5 men out of 6 would pay a large premium for a chance at such rating? The chill of doubt cut through the first hazy rosiness. A swamper from a portside dive simply did not become a gearman for a guild hunter. Again it was as if the stranger read his thoughts. Look here, he spoke abruptly. I had a bad time myself, years ago. You resemble someone to whom I owe a debt. I can't repay him, but I can make the scales a little even this way. Make the scales even. Vi's fading hope brightened. Then the out-hunter was a follower of the Fata rite. That would explain everything. If you could not repay a good deed to the one you owed, you must balance the eternal scales in another fashion. He relaxed again, a great many of his unasked questions so answered. You will accept? Vi nodded eagerly. Yes, out-hunter. He still could not believe that this was happening. The other pressed the refresher button, and this time he handed Lancer the brimming cup. Drink on the bargain. His words had the ring of command. Lancer drank, gulping down the contents of the cup, and suddenly was aware of being tired. He leaned back against the wall, his eyes closed. Ras Hume took the cup from the lax fingers of the young man. So far, very good. Chance appeared to be playing on his side of the board. It had been chance which had steered him into the Starfall just 3 nights ago when he had been in quest of his impostor. And Vi Lancer was better than he dared hope to find. The boy had the right coloring, he had been batted around enough to fall for the initial story, he was malleable now. And after Wastex worked on him he would be Arwen Ch. Brody, heir to 1/3 of Koganbor's Wazalets. Come. He touched Vi on the shoulder. The boy opened his eyes but his gaze did not focus as he got slowly to his feet. Hume glanced at his planet time watch. It was still very early. The chance he must run in getting Lancer out of this building was small if they went at once. Guiding the younger man with a light hold above the elbow, he walked him out back to the flitter landing stage. The air car was waiting. Hume's sense of being a gambler facing a run of good luck grew as he shepherded the boy into the flitter, punched a cover destination and took off. On another street he transferred himself and his charge into a second air car, set the destination to within a block of the address Was had given him. Not much later he walked Vi into a small lobby with a discreet list of names posted in its rack. No occupations attached to those colored streamers Hume noted. This meant either that their owners represented luxury trades, where a name signified the profession or service, or that they were covers, perhaps both. Was world fringed many different circles, intermingled with some quite surprising professions dedicated to the comfort, pleasure or health of the idle rich, off-world nobility, and the criminal elite. Hume fingered the right call button, knowing that the thumb pattern he had left on Wa's conference table would have already been relayed as his symbol of admission here. A flicker of light winked below the name, the wall to the right shimmered, and produced a doorway. Steering Vi to it, Hume nodded to the man waiting there. He was a flat-faced Euchorian of the servant caste, and now he reached out to draw Lancer over the threshold. "I have him, gentle homo." His voice was as expressionless as his face. There was another shimmer and the door disappeared. Hume brushed his hand down the outer side of his thigh, wiping flesh against the coarse stuff of the crew uniform. He left the lobby frowning at his own thoughts. Stupid. A swamper from one of the worst rat holes in the port. Like as not that youngster would have had his brains kicked out in a brawl, or been fried to a crisp when some drunk got wild with a blaster, before the year was out. He'd done him a real kindness, given him a chance at a future less than one man in a billion ever had the power to even dream about. Why, if Vi Lancer had known what was going to happen to him, he would have been so willing to volunteer, that he would have dragged Hume here. There was no reason to have any regrets over the boy, he had never had it so good, never. There was only one small period of risk for Vi to face. Those days he would have to spend alone on Jamala between the time Wa's organization would plant him there and the coming of Hume's party to discover him. Hume himself would tape every possible aid to cover that period. All the knowledge of a guild-out hunter, added to the information gathered by the survey, would be used to provide RNCH Brody with the training necessary for wilderness survival. Hume was already listing the items to be included as he strode down the street, his tread once more assured. 3. His head ached dully, of that he was conscious first. As he turned, without opening his eyes, he felt the brush of softness against his cheek, and a pungent odor fill his nostrils. He opened his eyes, stared up past a rim of broken rock toward the cloudless, blue-green sky. A relay clicked into proper place deep in his mind. Of course. He had been trying to lure a strong jaws out of its trap hole with hooked bait, then his foot had slipped. RNCH Brody sat up, flexed his bare thin arms, and moved his long legs experimentally. No broken bones, anyway. But still he frowned. Odd, that dream which jarred with the here and now. Crawling to the side of the creek, he dipped head and shoulders into the water, letting the chill of the stream flush away some of his waking bewilderment. He shook himself, making the drops fly from his uncovered torso and arms, and then discovered his hunting tackle. He stood for a moment fingering each piece of his scanty clothing, recalling every piece of labor or battle which had added pouch, belt, strip of fabric to his equipment. Yet, there was still that odd sense of strangeness, as if none of this was really his. RNCH shook his head, wiped his wet face with his arm. It was all his, that was sure, every bit of it. He'd been lucky, the survival manual on the LB had furnished him with general directions, and this was a world which was not unfriendly, not if one was prepared for trouble. He climbed up and loosened the net, coiling its folds into one hand, taking the good spear in his other. A bush stirred ahead, against the pull of the light breeze. RNCH froze, then the haft of his spear slid into a new hand grip, the coils of his net spun out. A snarl cut over the purr of water. The scarlet blot which sprang for his throat was met with the flail of the net. RNCH stabbed twice at the creature he had so swept off balance. A water cat, this year's cub. Dying, its claws, overlong in proportion to its paws, drew inch-deep furrows in the earth and gravel. Its eyes, almost the same shade as its long, burr-entangled body fur, glared up at him in deathly enmity. As RNCH watched, that feeling that he was studying something strange, utterly alien, came to him once again. Yet he had hunted water cats for many seasons. Fortunately they were solitary, evil-tempered beasts that marked out a roaming territory to defend it from others of their kind, and not too many were to be encountered in cross-country travel. He stooped to pull his net from the now still paws. Some definite place he must reach. The compulsion to move on in that sudden flash shook him, raised the dull ache still troubling his temples into a punishing throb. Going down on his knees, Arwench once more turned to the stream water, this time after splashing it onto his face, he drank from his cupped hands. Arwench swayed, his wet hands over his eyes, digging fingertips into the skin of his forehead to ease that pain bursting in his skull. Sitting in a room, drinking from a cup, it was as if a shadow picture fitted over the reality of the stream, rocks and brush about him. He had sat in a room, had drank from a cup, that action had been important. A sharp, hot pain made him lose contact with that shadow. He looked down. From the gravel, from under rocks, gathered an army of blue-black, hard-shelled things, their clawed forelimbs extended, blue sense organs raised on fleshy stalks well above their heads, all turned towards the dead feline. Arwench slapped out vigorously, stumbled into the water loosening the hold of two vicious scavengers on the torn skin of his ankle when he waded out knee-deep. Already that black tongue of small bodies licked across the red-haired side of the hunter. Within minutes the corpse would be only well-cleaned bones. Retrieving his spear and net, Arwench immersed both in the water to clean off attackers, and hurried on, splashing through the creek until he was well away from the vicinity of the kill. A little later he flushed a four-footed creature from between two rocks and killed it with one blow from his spear haft. He skinned his kill, feeling the substance of the skill. Was it exceedingly rough hide, or rudimentary scales? And knew a return of that puzzlement. He thought painfully as he toasted the dry-looking, greyish meat on a sharpened stick, as if a part of him knew very well what manner of animal he had killed. And yet, far inside him, another person he could not understand stood aloof watching in amazement. He was Arwench Brody, and he had been traveling on the Largo Drift with his mother. Memory presented him automatically with a picture of a thin woman with a narrow, rather unhappy face, a twist of elaborately dressed hair in which jeweled light sparkled. There had been something bad, memory was no longer exact but chaotic. And his head ached as he tried to recall that time with greater clarity. Afterwards the LB and a man with him in it. Simmons Tate. An officer, badly hurt. He had died when the LB landed here. Arwench had a clear memory of himself piling rocks over Tate's twisted body. He had been alone then with only the survival manual and some of the LB supplies. The important thing was that he must never forget he was Arwench Brody. He licked grease from his fingers. The ache in his head made him drowsy. He curled up on a patch of sun-warmed sand and slept. Or did he? His eyes were open again. Now the sky above him was no longer a bowl of light, but rather a muted halo of evening. Arwench sat up, his heart pounding as if he had been racing to outdistance the rising wind now pushing against his half-naked body. What was he doing here? Where was here? Panic, carried through from that awakening, dried his mouth, roughened his skin, made with the palms of the hands he dug into the sand on either side of him. Vaguely, a picture projected into his mind. He had sat in a room, and watched a man come to him with a cup. Before that, he had been in a place of garish light and evil smells. But he was Arwench Brody, he had come here on an LB when he was a boy, he had buried the ship's officer under a pile of rocks, managed to survive by himself because he had applied the aids in the boat to learn how. This morning he had been hunting a strongjaw, tempting it out of its hiding by a hook and line and a bait of fresh killed skipper. Arwench's hands went to his face, he crouched forward on his knees. That all was true, he could prove it, he would prove it. There was the Strongjaw's den back there, somewhere on the rise where he had left the snapped haft of the spear he had broken in his fall. If he could find the den, then he would be sure of the reality of everything else. He had only had a very real dream, that was it. Only, why did he continue to dream of that room, that man, and the cup? Of the place of lights and smells, which he hated so much that the hate was a sour taste in his fright-dried mouth. None of it had ever been a part of Arwench Brody's world. Through the dusk he started back up the stream bed, towards the narrow little valley where he had wakened after that fall. Finally, finding shelter within the heart of a bush, he crouched low, listening to the noises of another world which awoke at night to take over the stage from the day dwellers. As he plodded back, he fought off panic, realizing that some of those noises he could identify with confidence, while others remained mysteries. He bit down hard on the knuckles of his clenched fist, attempting to bend that discovery into evidence. Why did he know at once that that thin, eerie wailing was the flock call of a leather-winged, feathered tree dweller, and that a coughing grunt from downstream was just a noise? Rwnch Brody, Largo Drift, Tate. He tasted the blood his teeth drew from his own skin as he recited that formula. Then he scrambled up. His feet tangled in the net, and he went down again, his head cracking on a protruding root. Nothing tangible reached him in that brush shelter. What did venture out of hiding to investigate was a substance none of his species could have named. It was neither body, nor mind, perhaps it was closest to alien emotion. Making contact stealthily, but with confidence, it explored after its own fashion. Then, puzzled, it withdrew to report. And since that to which it reported was governed by a set pattern which had not been altered for eons, its only answer was a basic command reaffirmed. Again it made contact, strove to carry out that order fruitlessly. Where it should have found easy passage, a clear channel to carry influence to the sleeper's brain, it found a jumble of impressions, interwoven until they made a protective barrier. The invader strove to find some pattern, or meaning, withdrew baffled. But its invasion, as ghostly as that had been, loosened a knot here, cleared a passage there. Rwnch awoke at dawn, slowly, dazedly, sorting out sounds, smells, thoughts. There was a room, a man, trouble and fear, then there was he, Rwnch Brody, who had lived in this wilderness on an unmapped frontier world for the passage of many seasons. That world was about him now, he could feel its winds, hear its sounds, taste, smell. It was not a dream, the other was the dream. It had to be. Prove it. Find the LB, retrace the trail of yesterday past the point of the fall which had started all this. Right there was the slope down which he must have tumbled. Above, he would find the den he had been exploring when the accident had occurred. Only, he did not find it. His mind had produced a detailed picture of that rounded depression, at the bottom of which the strong jaw lurked. But when he reached the crown of the bluff, nowhere did he sight the mounded earth of the pit's rim. He searched carefully for a good length, both north and south. No den, no trace of one. Yet his memory told him that there had been one here yesterday. Had he fallen elsewhere and stumbled on, dazed, to fall a second time? Some disputant inside him said no to that. This was where he had regained consciousness yesterday and there was no den. He faced away from the river, breathing fast. No den, was there also no LB? If he had passed this way dazed from a former fall, surely he would have left some trace. There was a crushed, browned plant flattened by weight. He stooped to finger the wilted leaves. Something had come in this direction. He would backtrack. Rwnch gave a hunter's attention to the ground. A half-hour later he found nothing but some odd, almost obliterated marks on grass too resilient to hold traces very long. And from them he could make nothing. He knew where he was, even if he did not know how he got here. The LB, if it did exist, was to the west. He had a vivid mental picture of the rocket shape, its once silvery sides dulled by exposure, canted crookedly amid trees. And he was going to find it. Beyond the edge of any conscious sense there was a new stir. He was contacted again, tested. A forest called delicately in its alien way. Rwnch had a fleeting thought of trees, was not aware of more than a mild desire to see what lay in their shade. For the present his own problem held him. That which beckoned was defeated, repulsed by his indifference. While Rwnch started at a steady distance to trot towards the east, far away a process akin to a relay clicked into a second set of impulse orders. Well above the planet Hume spun a dial to bring in the image of the wide stretches of continents, the small patches of seas. They would set down on the western land mass. Its climate, geographical features and surface provided the best site. And he had the very important coordinates for their camp already taped in the directo. That's Jamala. He did not glance around to see what effect that screen view had on the other 4 men in the control cabin of the safari ship. Just now he was striving to master his impatience. The slightest hint could give birth to a suspicion which would blast their whole scheme. Was might have had a hand in the selection of the 3 clients, but they would certainly be far from briefed on the truth of any discovery made on Jamala. They had to be for the safety of the whole enterprise. The 4th man, serving as his gear man for this trip, was Was' own insurance against any wrong move on Hume's part. And the out-hunter respected him as being man enough to be wary of giving any suspicion of going counter to the agreed plan. Dawn was touching up the main points of the western continent, and he must set this spacer down within a day's journey of the abandoned LB. Exploration in that direction would be the first logical move for his party. They could not be openly steered to the find, but there were ways of directing a hunt which would do as well. 2 days ago, according to schedule, their castaway had been deposited here with a subconscious command to remain in the general area. There had been a slight element of risk in leaving him alone, armed only with the crude weapons he could manipulate, but that was part of the gamble. They were down, right on the mark. Hume saw to the unpacking and activating of those machines and appliances which would protect and serve his Civ clients. He slapped the last inflate valve on a bubble tent, watched it critically as it billowed from a small roll of fabric into a weather-resistant, 1-room, air-conditioned and heated shelter. "Ready and waiting for you to move in, gentle homo," he reported to the small man who stood gazing about him with a child's wondering interest in the new and strange. "Very ingenious, Hunter. Ah, now just what might that be?" His voice was also eager as he pointed a finger to the east. 4. Hume glanced up alertly. There was a bare chance that Brody might have witnessed their arrival and might be coming in now to save them all a great amount of time and trouble by acting the overjoyed, rescued castaway. But he could sight nothing at all in that direction to excite any attention. The distant mountains provided a stark, dark blue background. Up their foothills and lower slopes was a thick furring of trees with foliage of so deep a green as to register black from this distance. And on the level country was the lighter blue-green of the other variety of wood edging the open country about the river. In there rested the LB. "I don't see anything," he snapped, so sharply the little man stared at him in open surprise. Hume forced a quick smile. "Just what did you sight, gentle homo starns?" "There is no large game in the woodlands." This was not an animal, Hunter. Rather a flash of light, just about there. Again he pointed. Sun, Hume thought, could have been reflected from some portion of the LB. He had believed that small spacer so covered with vines and ringed in by trees that it could not have been so sighted. But a storm might have disposed of some of nature's cloaking. If so, Starn's interest must be fed, he would make an ideal discoverer. Odd. Hume produced his distance glasses. "Just where, gentle homo?" "There." Starnes obligingly pointed a third time. If there had been anything to see, it was gone now. But it did lie in the right direction. For a second or two Hume was uneasy. Things seemed to be working too well. His cynical distrust was triggered by fitting so smoothly. "Might be the sun," he observed. "Reflected from some object, you mean, Hunter?" But the flash was very bright. And there could be no mirror surface in there, surely there could not be. Yes, things were moving too fast. Hume might be overly cautious, but he was determined that no hint of any pre-knowledge of the LB must ever come to these civs. When they would find the Largo Drift's lifeboat and locate Brody, there would be a legal snarl. The castaway's identity would be challenged by a half-dozen distant and unloving relatives, and there would be an intense inquiry. These civs must be the impartial witnesses. "No, I hardly believe in a mirror in an uninhabited forest, gentle homo," he chuckled. "But we are on a hunting planet and not all its life forms have yet been classified." "You are thinking of an intelligent native race, Hunter." Chambris, the most demanding of the Civ party, strode up to join them. Hume shook his head. No native intelligence on a hunting world, gentle homo. That is assured before the planet is listed for a safari. However, a bird or flying thing, perhaps with metallic plumage or scales to catch the sunlight, might under the right circumstances seem a flash of light. That has happened before. It was very bright, Starnes said doubtfully. We might look over there later. Nonsense. Chambris spoke briskly as one used to overriding the conflicting wishes in any company. I came here for a water cat, and a water cat I'm going to have. You don't find those in wooded areas. There will be a schedule, Hume announced. Each of you has signed up, according to contract, for a different trophy. You for a water cat, gentle homo. And you, gentle homo Starnes, want to make trides of the pit dragons. While gentle homo Yactisi wishes to try electo fishing in the deep holes. To alternate days is the fair way. And, who knows, each of you may discover your own choice near the other man's stakeout. You are quite right, Hunter, Starnes nodded. And since my two colleagues have chosen to try for a water creature, perhaps we should start along the river. It was 2 days, then, before they could work their way into the woods. One part of Hume protested, the more cautious section of his mind was appeased. He saw, beyond the 3 clients now turning over and sorting space bags, Wasman glanced at the woods and then back to Starnes. And, being acutely aware of all undercurrents here, Hume wondered what the small Civ had actually seen. The camp was complete, a cluster of 7 bubble tents not too far from the ship. At least this crowd did not appear to consider that the hunter was there to do all the serious moving and storing of supplies. All 3 of the clients pitched in to help, and Wasman went down to the river to return with half a dozen silver fins cleaned and threaded on a reed, ready to broil over the cook unit. A fire in the night was not needed except to afford the proper stage setting. But it was enjoyed. Hume leaned forward to feed the flames, and Starnes pushed some lengths of driftwood closer. You have said, Hunter, that hunting worlds never contain intelligent native life. Unless the planet is minutely explored, how can your survey teams be sure of that fact? His voice bordered on the pedantic, but his interest was plain. By using the verifier. Hume sat cross-legged, his plastihand resting on one knee. 50 years ago, we would have had to keep rather a lengthy watch to be sure of a free world. Now, we plant verifiers at suitable test points. Intelligence means mental activity of some sort, any of which would be recorded on the verifier. Amazing. Starnes extended his plump hands to the flames in the immemorial gesture of a human attracted not only to the warmth of the burning wood, but to its promise of security against the forces of the dark. No matter how few, or how scattered your native thinkers may be, you record them without missing any. Hume shrugged. Maybe 1 or 2, he grinned, might get through such a screening. But we have yet to discover a planet with such a sparse native life as that at the level of intelligence. Yactisi juggled a cup in and out of the firelight. I agree, this is most interesting. He was a thin man, with scanty drab gray hair and dark skin, perhaps the result of the mingling of several human races. His eyes were slightly sunken, so that it was difficult in this light to read their expression. He was, Hume had already decided, a Class 1 brain and observant to a degree, which could either be a help or a menace. There have been no cases of failure. None reported, Hume returned. All his life he had relied on machines operating, of course, under the competent domination of men trained to use them properly. He understood the process of the verifier, had seen it at work. At the guild headquarters there were no records of its failure, he was willing to believe it was infallible. A race residing in the sea now, could you be sure your machine would discover its presence? Starnes continued to question. Hume laughed. Not to be found on Jamala, you may be sure of that, the seas here are small and shallow. Such, not to be picked up by the verifier, would have to exist at great depths and never venture on land. So we need not fear any surprises here. The guild takes no chances. As it always continues to assure one, Yaktasai replied. The hour grows late. I wish you rewarding dreams. He arose to go to his own bubble tent. Yes, indeed. Starnes blinked at the fire and then scrambled up in turn. We hunt along the river, then, tomorrow. For Water Cat, Hume agreed. Of the three, he believed Chambris the most impatient. Might as well let him pot his trophy as soon as possible. The ex-pilot deduced there would be little cooperation in exploration from that client until he was satisfied in his own quest. Rovold, Was Man, lingered by the fire until the three civs were safe in their bubbles. River range tomorrow? He asked. Yes. We can't rush the deal. Agreed. Rovold spoke with a curtness he did not use when the civs were present. Only don't delay too long. Remember, our boy's roaming around out there. He might just be picked off by something before these stumble-footed civs catch up with him. That's the chance we knew we'd have to take. We don't dare raise any suspicion. Yaktasai, for one, is no fool, neither is Starnes. Chambris just wants to get his water cat, but he could become nasty if anyone tried to steer him. Too long a wait might run us into trouble. Was doesn't like trouble. Hume spun around. In the half-light of the fire his features were set, his mouth grim. Neither do I, Rovold, neither do I, he said softly, but with an icy promise beneath the words. Rovold was not to be intimidated. He grinned. Set your fins down, flyboy. You need Was, and I'm here to hold his stakes for him. This is a big deal, we won't want any misses. There won't be any, not from my side. Hume stepped away from the fire, approached a post which gleamed with a dull, red line of fire down either side. He pressed a control button. That red line flared into a streak of brilliance. Now encircling the bubble tents and the spaceship was a force field, routine protection of a safari camp on a strange world, and one Hume had set as a matter of course. He stood for a long moment staring through that invisible barrier toward the direction of the wood. It was a dark night, there were scudding clouds to hide the stars, which meant rain probably before morning. This was no time to be plagued by uncertain weather. Somewhere out there Brody was holed up. He hoped the boy had long ago reached the camp so carefully erected and left for his occupancy. The LB, that stone-covered grave showing signs of several years' occupancy, was all assembled and constructed to the last small detail. Far less might have deceived the civs in this safari. But as soon as the story of their find leaked, there would be others on the scene, men trained to assess the signs of a castaway's fight for survival. His own guild training and the ability of Was renegade techs should bring them through that test. What had Starnes seen? The glint of sun on the tail of the LB, tilted now to the sky. Hume walked slowly back to the fire, when he saw Rovold going up the ramp into the spacer. He smiled. Did Was think he was stupid enough not to guess that the Veeps man would be in calm touch with his employer? Rovold was about to report along some channel of the shadow world that they had landed and that the play was about to begin. Hume wondered idly how far and through how many relays that message would pass before it reached its destination. He stretched and yawned, moving to his sleeping pad. Tomorrow they must find Chambris a water cat. Hume shoved Brody into the back of his mind to center his thoughts on the various ways of delivering, to the waiting sportsman, a fair-sized alien feline. The lights in the bubbles went out one by one. Within the circle barrier of the force field men slept. And by midnight the rain began to fall, streaming down the sides of the bubbles, soaking the ashes of the fire. Out of the dark crept that which was not thought, not substance, but alien to the off-world men. But the barrier, meant to deter multi-footed creatures, with wings or no visible limbs at all, proved to be a better protection than its creators had hoped. There was no penetration, only a baffled butting of one force against another. And then the probe withdrew as undetected as it had come. Only, the thing which had no intelligence, as humankind rated intelligence, did possess the ability to fathom the nature of that artificial barrier. The force field was examined, its nature digested. First approach had failed. The second was now ready as it had not been months before when the first coming of these creatures had alerted the very ancient watchdog on Jamala. Deep in the darker woods on the mountain sides there was a stirring. Things whimpered in their sleep, protested subconsciously commands they could never understand, only obey. With the coming of dawn there would be a marshalling of hosts, a new assault, not on the camp, but on any leaving its protection. And also on the boy now sleeping in a shallow cave formed by the swept roots of a tree which had crashed when the LB landed. Again, fortune favored Hume. With the dawn the rain was over. There was a cloudy sky overhead, but he believed the day would clear. The royally rushing water of the river would aid Chambers' quest. Water cats holed up in the banks, but rising water often forced them out of such dens. A course parallel to the stream bed could well show them the tracks of one of the felines. They started off in a group, Hume leading, with Chambers treading briskly behind him, Revolves bringing up the rear in the approved trail technique. Chambers carried a needler, Starnes was unarmed except for a small protection stunner, his trident box slung on his chest by well-worn carrying straps. Justice shouldered an electric pole, or its control belt buckled about his middle, though Hume had warned him that the storm would prevent any deep-hole fishing. Only a short distance from the campsite they came upon the unmistakable marks of a watercat's broad paws, pressed in so heavy and distinct a pattern that Hume knew the animal could not be far ahead. The indentations were deep, and he measured the distance between them with the length of his hand. "Big one!" Chambers exclaimed in satisfaction. "Going away from the river, too." That point puzzled Hume slightly. The red-coated felines might be washed out of their burrows, but they did not willingly head so sharply away from the water. He squatted on his heels and surveyed the stretch of countryside between them and the distant wood with care. The grass was this season's, still growing, not tall enough to afford cover for an animal with paws as large as these prints. There were 2 clumps of brush. It could have holed up in either, waiting to attack any trailer, but why? It had not been wounded, nor frightened by their party, there was no reason for it to set an ambush on its back trail. Starnes and Justice dropped back, though Starnes was fussing with his trident. Revolves caught up. He had drawn his ray tube in answer to Hume's hand wave. Any action foreign to the regular habits of an animal was to be mistrusted. Getting to his feet Hume paced along the line of marks. They were fresh, hot fresh. And they still led in a straight line for the woods. With another wave of his hand he stopped Chambers. The sieve was trained in spite of his eagerness and obeyed. Hume left the tracks, made a detour which brought him to a point from which he could study those clumps of brush. No sign except that line of prints pointed to the woods. And if the party kept on, they might well come upon the LB. He decided to risk it. But when they were less than a couple of yards from the tree fringe his hand shot up to direct Chambers to fire towards the quivering bush. Only, that formless half-seen thing, hardly to be distinguished in color from the vegetation, was no water-cat. There was a thin, ragged cry. Then the creature plunged backward, was gone. What in the name of 9 gods was that? Chambers demanded. "I don't know." Hume went forward, jerked the needler dart from a tree trunk. "But don't shoot again, not unless you are sure of what you are aiming at." 5. Moisture from the night's rain hung on the tree leaves, clung in globules to Rwench's sweating body. He lay on a wide branch trying to control the heavy panting which supplied his laboring lungs. And he could still hear the echoes of the startled cries which had come from the men who had threaded through the woods to the up-pointed tail fins of the LB. Now he tried to reason why he had run. They were his own kind, they would take him out of the loneliness of a world heretofore empty of his species. But that tall man, the one who had led the party into the irregular clearing about the lifeboat. Rwench shivered, dug his nails into the wood on which he lay. At the sight of that man, dream and reality had crashed together, sending him into panic-stricken flight. That was the man from the room, the man with the cup. As his heart quieted, he began to think more coherently. First, he had not been able to find the strong jaws' den. Then the marks on the ground at the point from which he had fallen and the LB were here, just as he remembered. But not far from the small ship he had discovered something more, a campsite with a shelter fashioned out of spalls and vines, containing possessions a castaway might have accumulated. That man would come, Rnch was sure of that, but he was too spent to struggle on. No, the answer to every part of the puzzle lay with that man. To go back to the ship clearing was to risk capture, but he had to know. Rnch looked with more attention at his present surroundings. Deep mold under the trees here would hold tracks. There might just be another way to move. He eyed the spread of limbs on a neighbor tree. His journey through those heights was awkward and he sweated and cringed when he disturbed vocal treetop dwellers. He was also to discover that close to the site of the LB crash others waited. He huddled against the bole of a tree when he made out the curve of a round bulk holding tight to the tree trunk aloft. Though it was bald and upon itself, he was sure the creature was fully as large as he, and the menacing claws suggested it was a formidable opponent. When it made no move to follow him, Rnch began to hope it had only been defending its own hiding place, for its present attitude suggested concealment. Still facing that featureless blob in the tree, the man retreated, alert for the first sign of advance on the part of the creature above. None came, and he dared to slip around the bole of the tree under which he stood, listening intently for any corresponding movement overhead. Now he was facing that survivor's camp. Another object crouched in the dark of the lean-to shelter, just as its fellow was on sentry duty in the tree. Only this one did not have the self-color of the foliage to disguise it. Four-limbed, its long forearms curved about its bent knees, its general outline almost that of a human, if a human went clothed in a thick fuzz. The head hunched right against the shoulders as if the neck were very short, or totally lacking, was pear-shaped, with the longer end to the back, and the sense organs of eyes and nose squeezed together on the lower quarter of the rounded portion. With a line of wide mouth to split the blunt round of the muzzle. Dark pits for eyes showed no pupil, iris, or cornea. The nose was a black, perfectly rounded tube jutting an inch or so beyond the cheek surface. Grotesque, alien and terrifying, it made no hostile move. And, since it had not turned its head, he could not be sure it had even sighted him. But it knew he was there, he was certain of that. And was waiting, for what? As the long seconds crawled by, Rnch began to believe that it was not waiting for him. Heartened, he pulled at the vine loop, climbed back into the tree. Minutes later he discovered that there were more than two of the beasts waiting quietly about the camp, and that their sentry line ran between him and the clearing of the LB. He withdrew farther into the wood, intent upon finding a detour which would bring him out into the open lands. Now he wanted to join forces with his own kind, whether those men were potential enemies or not. As time passed, the beasts closed about the clearing of the camp. Afternoon was fading into evening when he reached a point several miles downstream near the river. Since he had come into the open he had not sighted any of the watchers. He hoped they did not willingly venture out of the trees where the leaves were their protection. Rnch went flat on the stream bank, made a worm's progress up the slope to crouch behind a bush and survey the land immediately ahead. There stood an off-world spacer, fins down, nose skyward, and grouped not too far from its landing ramp, a collection of bubble tents. A fire burned in their midst and men were moving about it. Now that he was free from the wood and its watchers and had come so near to his goal, Rnch was curiously reluctant to do the sensible thing, to rise out of concealment and walk up to that fire, to claim rescue by his own kind. The man he sought stood by the fire, shrugging his arms into a webbing harness which brought a box against his chest. Having made that fast he picked up a needler by its sling. By their gestures the others were arguing with him, but he shook his head, came on, to be a shadow stalking among other shadows. One of the men trailed him, but as they reached a post planted a little beyond the bubble tents he stopped, allowed the explorer to advance alone into the dark. RNCH went to cover under a bush. The man was heading to the stream bed. Had they somehow learned of his own presence nearby, were they out to find him? But the preparations the tall man had made seemed more suited to going on patrol. The Watchers. Was the other out to spy on them? That idea made sense. And in the meantime he would let the other past him, follow along behind until he was far enough from the camp so that his friends could not interfere, then, they would have a meeting. RNCH's fingers balled into fists. He would find out what was real, what was a dream in this crazy, mixed-up mind of his. That other would know, and would tell him the truth. Alert as he was, he lost sight of the stranger who melted into the dusky cover of the shadows. Then came a quiet ripple of water close to his own hiding place. The man from the spacer camp was using the stream as his road. In spite of his caution, RNCH was close to betrayal as he edged around a clump of vegetation growing half in, half out of the stream. Only a timely rustle told him that the other had sat down on a drift log. Waiting for him. RNCH froze, so startled that he could not think clearly for a second. Then he noted that the outline of the other's body was visible, growing brighter by the moment. Minute particles of pale greenish radiance were gathering about the other. The dark shadow of an arm flapped, the radiance swirled, broke again into pinpoint sparks. RNCH glanced down at his own body, the same sparks were drifting in about him, edging his arms, thighs, chest. He pushed back into the bushes while the sparks still flitted, but they no longer gathered in strength enough to light his presence. Now he could see they drifted about the vegetation, about the log where the man sat, about rocks and reeds. Only they were thicker about the stranger as if his body were a magnet. He continued to keep them whirling by means of waving hand and arm, but there was enough light to show RNCH the fingers of his other hand, busy on the front panel of the box he wore. That fingering stopped, then RNCH's head came up as he heard a very faint sound. Not a beast's cry, or was it? Again those fingers moved on the panel. Was the other sending a message by that means? RNCH watched him check the webbing, count the equipment at his belt, settle the needler in the crook of his arm. Then the stranger left the stream, headed towards the woods. RNCH jumped to his feet, a cry of warning shaping, but not to be uttered. He padded after the other. There was plenty of time to stop the man before he reached the danger which might lurk under the trees. However, the other was as wary of that dark as if he suspected what might lie in wait there. He angled along northward, avoiding clumps of scattered brush, keeping in the open where RNCH dared not tail him too closely. Their course, parallel to the woods, brought them at last to a second stream, the size of a river, into which the first creek emptied. Here the other settled down between two rocks with every indication of remaining there for a period. Thankfully RNCH found his own lurking place from which he could keep the other in sight. The light points gathered, hung in a small luminous cloud over the rocks. But RNCH had prudently withdrawn under a bush, and the scent of its aromatic leaves must have discouraged the sparks, for no such crown came to his sentry post. Drugged with fatigue, the younger man slept, awaking to full day, a fog of bewilderment and disorientation. To open his eyes to this blue-green pocket instead of to four dirty walls, was wrong. Remembering, he started up and slunk down the slope, angry at his failure. He found the other's track, not turning back as he had half feared, cleanly printed on level spots of wet earth, eastward now. What was the purpose of the other's expedition? Was he going to use the open cut through which the river ran as a way of penetrating the wooded country? Now RNCH considered the problem from his own angle. The man from the spacer had made no effort to conceal his trail, in fact it would almost seem that he had deliberately gone out of his way to leave boot prints on favorable stretches of ground. Did he guess that RNCH lurked behind, was now leading him on for some purpose of his own? Or were those traces left to guide another party from the camp? To advance openly up the stream bed was to invite discovery. RNCH surveyed the nearer bank. Clumps of small trees and high-growing bushes dotted that expanse, an ideal cover. He was hardly out of sight of the bush which had sheltered him when he heard the coughing roar of a water cat. And the feline was attacking an enemy, enraged to the pitch of vocal frenzy. Rnch ran a zigzag course from one clump of bush to the next. That sound of snarling, spitting hate ended in mid-cry as Rnch crawled to the river bank. The man from the spacer camp had been the focus of a three-prong attack from a female and her cubs. 3 red bodies were flat and still on the gravel as the off-worlder leaned back against a rock breathing heavily. As Rnch sighted him, he stooped to recover the needler he had dropped, lurched away from the rock towards the water, and so blundered straight into another Jimmelin trap. His unsteady foot advancing for another step came down on a slippery surface, and he fell forward as his legs were engulfed in the trap burrow of a strongjaws. With a startled cry the man dropped the needler again, clawed at the ground about him. Already he was buried to his knees, then his mid-thighs, in the artificial quicksand. But he had not lost his head and was jerking from side to side in an effort to pull free. Rnch got to his feet, walked with slow deliberation down to the river's brink. The trapped prisoner had shied halfway around, stretching out his arms to find a firmer grip on some rock large and heavy enough to anchor him. After his first startled cry he had made no sound, but now, as he sighted Rnch, his eyes widened and his lips parted. The box on his chest caught on a stone he had dragged to him in a desperate try for support. There was a spitting of sparks and the stranger worked frantically at the buckle of the webbing harness to loosen it and tossed the whole thing from him. The box struck one of the dead water cats, flashed as fur and flesh were singed. Rnch watched dispassionately before he caught the needler, jerking it away from the prisoner. The man eyed him steadily, and his expression did not alter even when Rnch swung the off-world weapon to center its sights on the late owner. Suppose, Rnch's voice was rusty sounding in his own ears, we talk now. The man nodded. As you wish, Brody. 6. Brody. Rnch squatted on his heels. Those gray eyes, so light in the other's deeply tanned face, narrowed the smallest fraction, Rnch noted with an inner surge of triumph. Were you looking for me? He added. Yes. Why? We found an LB, we wondered if there were survivors. Slowly Rnch shook his head. No, you knew I was here. Because you brought me. He fashioned his suspicions into one quick thrust. This time there was not the slightest hint of self-betrayal from the other. You see, Rnch leaned forward, but still well out of reach from the captive, I remember. Now there was a faint flicker of answer in the man's eyes. He asked quietly. What do you remember, Brody? Enough to know that I am not Brody. That I did not get here on the LB, did not build that camp. He ran one hand over the stock of the needler. Whatever motive lay behind this weird game into which he had been unwillingly introduced, he was now sure that it was serious enough to be dangerous. You have no cup this time. So you do remember. The other accepted that calmly. All right. That need not necessarily spoil our plans. You have nothing to return to on Nahuatl, unless you like the starfall. His voice was icy with contempt. To play our roles will be for your advantage, too. He paused, his gaze centering on Rnch with the intensity of one willing the desired answer out of his inferior. Nahuatl. Rnch caught at that. He had been on or in Nahuatl, a planet. A city. If he could make this man believe he remembered everything clearly, more than just the scattered patches that he did. You had me planted here, then came back to hunt me. Why? What makes Rnch Brody so important? Close to 1 billion credits. The man from the spacer leaned well back in the hole, his arms spread flat out on either side to keep his body from sinking deeper. 1 billion credits, he repeated softly. Rnch laughed. You'll have to think of a better one than that, flyboy. The stakes would have to be high, wouldn't they, for us to go to all this staging? You've been conditioned, Brody, illegally brain-channeled. To Rnch the words meant nothing. If they ever had, that was gone, lost in the maze of other things which had been blotted out of his mind by the Brody past. But he would not give the other the advantage of knowing his uncertainty. You need a Brody for 1,000,000,000 credits. But you don't have a Brody now. To his surprise, the prisoner in the earth trap laughed. I'll have a Brody when he's needed. Think about a good share of 1,000,000,000 credits, boy, keep thinking of that hard. I will. Thoughts alone won't work it, you know. For the first time there was a hint of some emotion in the man's voice. You mean I need you? I don't think so. I've stopped being a plaque for someone to play across the board. That expression brought another momentary flash of hazy memory, a smoky, crowded room where men slid counters back and forth across tables, not one of Brody's edited recalls, but his own. RNCH stood up, started for the rise of the slope, but before he topped that he glanced back. The damaged comm box still smoked where its wearer had flung it. Now the man was already straining forward with both arms, trying to reach a rock just a finger space beyond. Lucky for him the burrow was an old one, uninhabited. In time he should be able to work his way out. Meanwhile there was the whole of a wide countryside in which RNCH could discover a hideout. No one would find him now against his will. He tried, as he strode along, to piece together more of his memories and the scanty information he had had from the Nahuatl man. So he had been brain-channeled, given a set of false memories to fit a RNCH Brody whose presence on this world meant 1,000,000,000 credits for someone. He could not believe that this was the spaceman's game alone, for hadn't he spoken of we? 1,000,000,000 credits. The sum was fantastic, the whole story unbelievable. There was a hot stab of pain on his instep. RNCH cried out, stamped hard. One of the clawed scavengers was crushed. The man leaped back in time to avoid another step into a swarming mass of them at work on some unidentifiable carrion. Staring down at the welter of scaled, segmented bodies and busy claws, he gasped. 3 dead water cats were near the man trapped in the pit. Bait to draw these voracious eaters straight to the prisoner. RNCH's empty stomach heaved. He swung around, ran across the grassy verge of the upper bank, hoping he was not too late. As he half fell, half slid down to the water, he saw that the man had managed to hook the webbing of the smoldering box to him, was casting it out and dragging it back patiently, aiming at the nearest rock of size. Fruitlessly attempting to hitch its straps over the round of stone. RNCH dashed on, caught at that loop of webbing, and dug his heels into the loose gravel as he began a steady pull. With his aid the other crawled out, lay panting. RNCH grabbed the man's shoulder, jerked him away from the body of the female water cat. He was sure he had seen a telltale scurrying around the smaller of the dead cubs. The man straightened, glanced toward RNCH who was backing off, the needler up and ready between them. My turn to ask why. Then his gaze followed RNCH's. The smallest cub twitched from side to side. Not with any faint trace of life, but under the attack of the scavengers. More scuttled towards the second cub. Thanks. The stranger was on his feet. My name is Ras Hume. I don't think I told you that when we last met. This doesn't make any difference. I'm not your man, not Brody. Hume shrugged. You think about it, Brody, think about it with care. Come back to camp with me, Anne. No. RNCH interrupted. You go your way, I go mine from here on. Again the other laughed. Not so simple as all that, boy. We've started something which can't just be turned off as easily as you snap down a switch. He took a step or two in RNCH's direction. The younger man brought up the needler. Stay right where you are. Your game, Hume. All right, you play it, but not with me. And what are you going to do, take to the woods? What I do is my business, Hume. No, my business, too, very much so. I'm giving you a warning, boy, in return for your help here. He nodded at the pit. There's something in that woods, something which didn't show up when the guild had their survey exploration here. The Watchers. RNCH retreated step by step, keeping the needler ready. I saw them. You've seen them. Hume was eager. What do they look like? In spite of his desire to be rid of Hume, RNCH found himself answering that in detail, discovering that on demand he could recall minutely the description of the animal hiding in the tree, the one who had waited in the shelter. And those he had glimpsed drawing in about the LB clearing. No intelligence. Hume turned his head to survey the distant wood. The verifier reported no intelligence. These Watchers, you don't know them? No. Nor do I like what you've seen of them, Brody. So I'm willing to call a truce. The Guild believed Jamala an open planet, our records accredited it so. If that is not true, we may be in for bad trouble. As an out-hunter, I am responsible for the safety of 3 civs back there in the safari camp. Hume made sense, much as RNCH disliked admitting it. And the hunter must have read something of his agreement in his face, for now he nodded and added briskly. Best place now is the safari camp. We'll head back at once. Only time had run out. A noise sounded with a metallic ring. RNCH whirled, needler cocked. A glittering ball about the size of his fist rolled away from contact with a boulder, came to rest in the deep depression of one of Hume's boot tracks. Then another flash through the air, a clatter as a second ball spun across a patch of gravel. The balls seemed to appear out of the air. Displaying rainbow glints, they rolled in a semicircle about the 2 men. RNCH stooped, then Hume's fingers latched about his wrist, dragging his hand away from the globe. It was only then that he realized that sharp action had detached his attention from that ball he had wanted to take up. Don't touch. Hume barked. And don't look at that too closely. Come along. He pulled RNCH forward through the yet unclosed arc of the globe circle. Hume detoured around the feasting scavengers and brought RNCH with him at a trot. They could hear behind them the plop and tinkle of more globes. Glancing back, RNCH saw one fall close to the bodies of the water cats. Wait a minute. He pulled back against Hume's hold. Here was a chance to see what effect that crystal had on the clawed carrion eater. There was a change in the crystal, yellow now, then red as the few scraps of fur remaining on the rapidly disappearing body. Look! The pulsating carpet which had covered the dead feline ceased to move. But towards that spot rolled 2 more of the globes, approaching the scavengers. Now the clawed things were stirring, dropping away from their prey. They spread out in a patch, moved purposefully forward. Behind them, as guardians might head a flock, rolled 3 globes, flushing scarlet, then more. Hume's hand came up. From the cone tip of the ray tube spat a lance of fire, to strike the middle crystal. The beam was reflected into the block of scavengers. Scaled bodies, twisted, crisped, were ash. But the crystal continued to roll at the same pace. Move! Hume's other hand hit RNCH's shoulder, knocked him forward in an impetuous shove which nearly took him off his feet. Both men began to run. What are those things? RNCH appealed between panting breaths. I don't know, and I don't like their looks. They're between us and the safari camp if we keep to the river. Between us and the river now. RNCH saw that glittering swoop through the air, marked the landing of a ball near the water's edge. Might be trying to box us in. But that's not going to work. See, ahead there where that log's caught between 2 rocks. Run out on that when we reach there and take to the water. I don't think those things can float, and if they sink to the bottom that ought to fix them as far as we are concerned. RNCH ran, still holding the needler. He balanced along the drift log Hume had pointed out, and a jump sent him floundering in the brown stream thigh-deep. Hume joined him, his face grim. Downstream. RNCH looked. One shape, 2, 3, clearly detailed where matching vegetation gave them no covering camouflage, the Watchers had come out of the woods at last. A line of them were walking quietly and upright towards the humans, their blue-green fuzz covering like a mist under the direct rays of the sun. Quiet as they seemed at present, the things out of the Jumalan forest were a picture of sheer brute strength as they moved. "Let's get out of here, fast." The men kept moving, and always after them padded that silent line of green-blue, pushing them farther and farther away from the safari camp, on towards the rising mountain peaks. Just as the globes had shaken the scavengers loose from their meal and sent them marching on, so were the humans being herded for some unknown purpose. At least, once the march of the beasts began, they saw and heard no more of the globes. And as they reached a curve in the river, Hume stopped, swung around, stood studying the line of decorously pacing animals. "We can pick them off with the needler or the ray." The hunter shook his head. "You don't kill," he recited the credo of his guild, "not until you are sure. There is a method behind this, and method means intelligence." Handling of XT creatures and peoples was a part of guild training. In spite of his devious game here on Jamala, Hume was guild-educated and RNCH was willing to leave such decisions to him. The other held out the ray tube. "Take this, cover me, but don't use it until I say so. Understand?" He waited only for RNCH's nod before he started, at a deliberate pace which matched that of the beasts, back through the river shallows to meet them. But that advancing line halted, stood waiting in silence. Hume's hands went up, palm out, he spoke slowly in basic XT clicks. "Friend." This was all RNCH could make out of that sing-song of syllables RNCH knew to be a contact pattern. The dark eye pits continued to stare. A light breeze ruffled the fuzz covering of wide shoulders, long muscular arms. Not a head moved, not one of those heavy, rounded jaws open to emit any answering sound. Hume halted. The silence was threatening, a portending atmosphere spread from the alien things as might a tangible wave. For perhaps 2 breaths they stood so, man facing alien. Then Hume turned, walked back, his face set. RNCH offered him the ray tube. "Fight our way out." Too late. "Look." Moving lines of blue-green coming down to the river. Not 5 or 6 now, a dozen, 20. There was a small trickle of moisture down the side of the hunter's brown face. "We're penned, except straight ahead. But we're going to fight." RNCH protested. "No. Move on." 7. It was some time before Hume found what he wanted, an islet in midstream lacking any growth and rising to a rough pinnacle. The sides were seamed with crevices and caves which promised protection for one's back in any desperate struggle. And they had discovered it none too soon, for the late afternoon shadows were lengthening. There had been no attack, just the trailing to herd the men to the northeast. And RNCH had lost the first tight pinch of panic, though he knew the folly of underestimating the unknown. They climbed with unspoken consent, going clear to the top, where they huddled together on a 4-foot tableland. Hume unhooked his distance lenses, but it was toward the rises of the mountains that he aimed them, not along the back trail. RNCH wriggled about, studied the river and its banks. The beasts there were quiet, blue-green lumps, standing down on the river bank or squatting in the grass. Nothing. Hume lowered the lenses, held them before his broad chest as he still watched the peaks. "What did you expect?" RNCH snapped. He was hungry, but not hungry enough to abandon the islet. Hume laughed shortly. "I don't know. Only I'm sure they are heading us in that direction." "Look here," RNCH rounded on him. "You know this planet, you've been here before. I was one of the survey team that approved it for the guild. Then you must have combed it pretty thoroughly. How is it that you didn't know about them?" He gestured to their pursuers. "That is what I would like to ask a few assorted experts right about now," Hume returned. "The verifiers registered no intelligent native life here." "No native life." RNCH chewed that over, came up with the obvious explanation. "All right, so then maybe our blue-backed friends are imported. Suppose someone's running a private business of his own here and wants to get rid of visitors. Hume looked thoughtful. No, he did not enlarge upon his negative. Sitting down he pulled a cylinder container from a belt loop and shook out 4 tablets, handing 2 to Rnch, mouthing the others. Vita blocks, good for 24 hours sustenance. The iron rations depended upon by all exploring services did not have the satisfying taste of real food. However, Rnch swallowed them dutifully before he descended with Hume to river level. The hunter splashed water from the stream into a depression in the rock and dropped a pinch of clarifying powder into it. With the dark, he announced, we might be able to get through their lines. You believe that? Hume laughed. No, but one doesn't overlook the factor of sheer luck. Also, I don't care to finish up at the place they may have chosen for us. He tilted his chin to study the sky. We'll take watches and rest in turn. No use trying anything until it is dark, unless they start to move in. You take the first one. As Rnch nodded, Hume edged back into a crevice as a shelled creature withdrawing to natural protection, going to sleep as easily as if he could control that state by will. Rnch, watching him curiously for a second or two before climbing up to a position from which he judged he could see all sides of their refuge, determined not to be surprised. The watchers were crouched down, waiting with that patience which had impressed him from his first sight of the camp sentries back in the forest. There was no movement, no sound. They were simply there, on guard. And Rnch did not believe that the darkness of night would bring any relaxation of that vigilance. He leaned back, feeling the grit of the rocky surface against his bare back and shoulders. Under his hand was the most efficient and formidable weapon known to the frontier worlds. From this post he could keep the enemy under surveillance and think. Hume had had him planted here, in the first place, provided with the memory of Rnch Brodie. The reward for him was to be 1 billion credits. Too much staff work had gone into his conditioning for just a small stake. So Rnch Brodie was on Jamala, and Hume had come with witnesses to find him. Another part of his mind stood aloof now, applauding the clearness of his reasoning. Rnch Brodie was to be discovered a castaway on Jamala. Only, matters had not worked out according to Hume's plan. In the first place he was certain he had not been intended to know that he was not Rnch Brodie. For a fleeting second he wondered why that conditioning had not completely worked, then went back to the problem of his relationship with Hume. No, the out-hunter had expected a castaway who would be just what he ordered. Then this affair of the Watchers, creatures the guild men had not found here a few months ago. Rnch felt a small cold chill along his spine. Hume's game was one thing, something he could understand, but the silent beasts were another and somehow far more disturbing threat. Rnch edged forward, watching the mist on the water, his brain striving to solve this other puzzle as neatly as he thought he had discovered the reason for his scrambled memories and his being on Jamala. The mist was an added danger. Thick enough and those watchers could move in under its curtain. A needler was efficient, yes, but it could wipe out only an enemy at which it was aimed. Blind cross-sweeping with its darts would only exhaust the clip without results, save by lucky chance. On the other hand, suppose they could turn that same grey haze to their own advantage, use it to blanket their withdrawal. He was about to go to Hume with that suggestion when he sighted the new move in their odd battle with the aliens. A wink of light, 2 more, blinking, following the erratic course by the pull of the stream. All bobbing along toward the rugged coastline of the islet. Those had appeared out of nothingness as suddenly as the globes when this chase had begun. The globes and the winking lights on the water connected in his mind, argued new danger. Rnch took careful aim, fired a dart at one which had grounded on the pointed tip of the rocks where the river current came together after its division about the island. For the first time Rnch realized those things below were moving against the current, they had come upstream as if propelled. He had fired and the light was still there, 2 more coming in behind it, so that now there was an irregular cluster of them. And there was activity on the water-washed rocks before them. Just as the scavengers had moved ahead of the globes on land, so now aquatic creatures had come out of the river, were flopping higher on the islet. And those lights were changing color, from white to reddish-yellow. Rnch scrabbled with one hand in a rock crevice, found a stone he had noted earlier. He hurled that at the cluster of lights. There was a puff of brilliant red, one was gone. Something flopping on the rocks gave a mewling cry and somersaulted back into the water. Then a finger of mist drew between Rnch and the lights which were now only faint, glowing patches. He swung down from his perch, shook Hume awake. The out-hunter made that instant return to full consciousness which was another defense for the men who live long on the rim of wild worlds. What? Rnch pulled him forward. The mist had thickened, but there were more of those ominous lights at water level, spreading down both sides of the point, forming a wall. Dark forms moved out of the water ahead of them, flopping on the rocks, pressing higher, towards the ledge where the men stood. Those globes, I think they're moving in the river now. Rnch found another stone, took careful aim, and smashed a second one. The needler has no effect on them, he reported. Stones do, but I don't know why. They searched about them in the crevices for more ammunition, laying up a line of fist-sized rocks, while the lights gathered in, spreading farther and farther down the shores of the islet. Hume cried out suddenly, and aimed his ray tube below. The lance of its blast cut the dark as might a bolt of lightning. With a shrill squeal, a blot shadow detached from the slope immediately below them. A vile, musky scent, now mingled with the stench of burning flesh, set them coughing. Water spider. Hume identified. If they are driving those out and up at. He fumbled at his equipment belt and then tossed an object downward to disintegrate in a shower of fiery sparks. Wherever those sparks touched rock or ground they flared up in tall thin columns of fire, lighting up the nightmare on the rocks and up the ledges. Rnch fired the needler, Hume's ray tube flashed and flashed again. Things squealed, or grunted, or died silently, while clawing to reach the upper ledges. He could not be sure of the nature of some of those things. One, armed and clawed as the scavengers, was nearly as large as a water cat. And a furry, man-legged creature, with a double-jawed head, bore also a ring of phosphorescent eyes set in a complete circle about its skull. They were alien life routed out of the water. The lights, smash the lights. Hume ordered. Rnch understood. The lights had driven these attackers out of the river. Put out the lights and the boiling broth of water dwellers might conceivably return to their homes. He dropped the needler, took up stones and set about the business of finishing off as many of the lights as he could. Hume fired into the crawling mass, pausing only once to send another of those flame bombs crashing to illuminate the scene. The water creatures, bewildered, clumsy out of their element, were so far at his mercy. But their numbers, in spite of the piling dead, were still a dangerous threat. Rnch tore gaping holes in that line of lights. But he could see, through the mist, more floating sparks, gathering to take their places, perhaps hurting before them more water things to attack. Except for those few gaps he had wrought, the islet was now completely enveloped. Ah! Hume's voice arose in a roar of anger and defiance. He stabbed his ray down at a spot just below their ledge. A huge segmented, taloned leg kicked, caught on the edge of the stone at the level of their feet, twisted aloft again and was gone. Up. Hume ordered. To the top. Rnch caught up 2 handsful of stones, holding them to his chest with his left arm as he made a last cast to see one light puff out in answer. Then they both scrambled on to that small platform at the top of the islet. By the aid of the burning flame torches the hunter had set, they could see that most of the rocky slopes below them now squirmed with a horrible mass of water life. Where Hume had fired his ray there was fierce activity, as the living feasted on the slain and quarreled over the bounty. But from other quarters the crawling advance pressed on. I have only one more flame flare, Hume stated. One more flare, then they would be in the dark with the mist hiding the forward-moving enemy. I wonder if they are watching out there. Rnch scowled into the dark. They, or what sent them? They know what they are doing. You mean they must have done this before? I think so. That'll be back there, it made a good landing, and there are supplies missing from its lockers. Which you removed, Rwench countered. No. There might have been real castaways landed here. Not that we found any trace of them. Now I can guess why. But you guild men were here, and you didn't run into this. I know. Hume sounded baffled. Not a sign then. Rwench threw the last of his stones, heard it clink harmlessly against a rock. Hume balanced an object on the palm of his hand. Last flare. What's that? Over there. Rwench had sighted the flashing out of the dark from the river bank, making a pattern of flickers which bore no relation to the infernal lights at the water's edge. Hume's ray tube pointed skyward as he answered with a series of short bursts. Take cover. The call came weirdly out over the water, the tone dehumanized. Hume cupped his mouth with one hand, shouted back. We're on top, no cover. Then flatten down, we're blasting. They flattened, lay almost in each other's arms, curled on that narrow space. Even through his closed eyelids Rwench caught the flash of vivid, man-made lightning crashing first on one side of the eyelid and then on the other, and sweeping every crawling horror out of life, into odorous ash. The backlash of that blast must have caught the majority of the lights also. For when Rwench and Hume cautiously sat up, they saw only a handful of widely scattered and dulling globes below. They choked, coughed, rubbed watering eyes as the fumes from the scorched rocks wreathed up about their perch. Flitter with lifeline, above you. That voice had come out of what should have been empty air over their heads. A gangling line trailed across their bodies, a line with a safety belt locked to it, and a second was uncoiling in a slow loop as they watched. In unison they grabbed for those means of escape, buckled the belts about them. Haul away. Hume called. The lines tightened, their bodies swung up clear of the blasted river island, as their unseen transport headed for the eastern shore. 8. A subdued but steady light all around him issued from stark grey walls. He lay on his back in an empty cell room. And he'd better be on the move before Darfu comes to enforce a rising order with a powerful kick or one of these backhanded blows which the Salarchian used to reduce most humans to helpless obedience. Vi blinked again. But this wasn't his cubby hole at the starfall, his nose as well as his eyes told him that. There was no hint of uncleanliness or corruption here. He sat up stiffly, looked down at his own body in dull wonder. The only covering on his bare, brown self was a wide, scaled belt and a loin-cloth. Clumsy sandals shod his feet, and his legs, up to thigh level, were striped with healing scratches and blotched with bruises. Painfully, with mental processes as stiff as his arms and his legs, he tried to think back. Sluggishly, memory associated one picture with another. Last night, or yesterday, Rwench Brody had been locked in here. And, here, was one of the storage compartments of a spacer belonging to a man named Was. It had been Was' pilot in a flitter which snaked them from the river islet where the monsters had besieged them. This was a concealed, fortified camp, Was' hideout. And he was a prisoner with a very uncertain future, depending upon the will of the Veep and a man named Hume. Hume, the out-hunter, had shown no surprise when Was stood up in the lamplight to greet the rescued. I see you have been hunting. His eyes had moved from Hume to Rwench and back again. Yes, but that does not matter. The hunter had returned impatiently. No. Then what does? This is not a free world, I have to report that. Get my civs off planet before something happens to them. I thought all safari worlds were certified as free, Was countered. This one isn't. I don't know how or why. But that fact has to be reported and the civs lifted. Not so fast. Was' voice had been quiet, almost gentle. Such a report would interest the patrol, would it not? Of course, Hume began and then stopped abruptly. Was smiled. You see, complications already. I do not wish to explain anything to the patrol. Nor do you either, my young friend, not when you stop to think about what might result from such explanations. There wouldn't have been any trouble if you'd kept away from Jamala. Hume's control had returned. Both voice and manner were under tight rein. Weren't Revolves' reports explicit enough to satisfy you? I have risked a great deal on this project, Was replied. Also, it is well from time to time for a Veep to check upon his field operatives. Men do not grow careless when personal supervision is ever in mind. And it is well that I did arrive here, is it not, Hunter? Or would you have preferred remaining on that island? Whether any of our project may be salvaged is a point we must consider. But for the moment we make no moves. No, Hume, your civs will have to take their chances for a time. And if there is trouble? Hume challenged him. A report of an alien attack will bring in the patrol quickly enough. You forget Revold, Was corrected. The chance that one of your civs can activate and transmit from the spacer is remote, and Revold will see that it is impossible. You have picked up Brody, I see. Yes. No. What had possessed him at that moment to contradict? He had realized the folly of his outburst the moment Was had looked at him. This becomes more interesting, the Veep had remarked with that deceptive gentleness. You are Rwnch Brody, castaway from the Largo Drift, are you not? I trust that Hunter Hume has made plain to you our concern with your welfare, gentle Homo Brody. I'm not Brody. Having taken the leap into the dangerous truth, he was stubborn enough to continue swimming. I find this enlightening indeed. If you are not Brody, then who are you? That had been it. At that moment he couldn't have told Was who he was, explained that his patchwork of memories had gaping holes. And you, Hunter, Was' reptilian regard had moved again to Hume, perhaps you have an adequate explanation for this discovery. None of his doing, he burst out, I remembered. Some inexplicable emotion made Rwnch defend Hume then. Hume laughed, and there was a reckless edge to that sound. Yes, Was, your techs are not as good as they pretend to be. He didn't follow the pattern of action they set for him. A pity. But there are always errors when one deals with the human factor. Peak. One of the other three men moved towards them. You will escort this young man to the spacer, see him safely stowed for the present. Yes, a pity. Now we must see just how much can be salvaged. Then Vi had been brought into the shop, supplied with a ration container, and left to himself within this bare-walled cabin to meditate upon the folly of talking too freely. Why had he been so utterly stupid? Veeps of Was caliber did not swim through the murky channels of the Starfall, but their general breed had smaller but just as vicious representatives there, and he knew the man for what he was, ruthless, powerful and thorough. A sound, slight, but easily heard in the silent vacuum of the storage cabin, alerted him. The crack of the sliding panel door opened and Vi crouched, his hand cupping the only possible weapon, the ration container. Hume edged through, shut the door behind him. He stood there, his head turned so his ear rested against the wall, obviously he was listening. You brain-smoothed idiot. The hunter's voice was a thread of whisper. Why couldn't you have kept that swinging jaw of yours closed last night? Now listen and listen good. This is a slim try, but it's one we have to take. We? Vi was startled into asking. Yes, we. By rights I ought to leave you right here to do the rest of your big, brave speech-making for Was' benefit. If I didn't need you, that's just what I would do. If it weren't for those civs, his head snapped back, cheek to panel, he was listening again. After a long moment his whisper came once more. I don't have time to repeat this. In about 5 minutes Pete'll be here with rations. I'll leave this door unlatched. There's another storage cabin across the corridor, see if you can hide there, then trick him into getting in here and lock him in. Got it? Vi nodded. Then, make for the exit port. Here. He snapped a packet loose from his belt. This is a flare pack, you saw how they worked on the island. When you get on the ramp beyond the atom lamp, throw this. It should hit the camp force barrier. And the result ought to hold their attention. Then you head for the flitter. Understand? Yes. The flitter, yes, that was the perfect escape. With a camp force barrier on, any fugitive could only break out by going straight up. Hume gazed at him soberly, listened once more, and then went. Vi counted a slow 5 before he followed. The cabin across the corridor was open, just as Hume had promised. He slipped inside, waited. Peak was coming now, the metallic plates on his space boots clicking in regular pattern of sound. He earned another ration container and crooked it in his arm as he snapped up the lock bar on the other cabin. There was an exclamation of surprise. Vi went into action. His hand, backed by all the strength of his thrusting arm, thumped between Peak's shoulders, sending him staggering into the prison compartment. Before the other could recover either his balance or his wits, Vi had the panel shut, the bar locked into place. He ran down the corridor to the well ladder, swung down its rungs with an agility born of necessity. Then he was in the air lock, getting his bearings. The flitter stood to his left, the flashing atom lamp, where the men were gathered, to his right. Vi stepped out on the ramp. He wiped his sweating hand across his thigh. There had to be no failures in the tossing of the flare pack. Choosing a spot, not directly in line with the lamp but near enough to dazzle the men, he hurled it with all the force he could muster. Then he was running down the ramp, forward to the area of the ship. There was a flash, shouting. Vi curbed the impulse to look back, darted for the flitter. He jerked open the cabin compartment, scrambled into the cramped space behind the pilot's seat, leaving that free for Hume's quick entrance. More shouting, now he saw the lines of fire wavering from earth to sky along the barrier. A black shape put on a burst of speed, was silhouetted against that flaming wall, then passed the spacer, grabbed at the open cockpit and slid in behind the controls. Hume pulled the levers with flying fingers. They arose vertically at a pace which practically slapped Vi's stomach up into the lower regions of his throat. The searing line of at least one blaster reached after them, too slowly, too low. He heard Hume grunt, and they again leaped higher. Then the hunter spoke. Half an hour at the most. The safari camp? Yes. They no longer climbed. The flitter was boring forwards on a projectile flight, into the dark of the night. What are those? Vi suddenly leaned forward. Had some of the stars across the space void broken free from their fixed orbits? Flecks of light, moving in an arc, headed towards the speeding flitter. Hume hit a button. Again they arose in a violent leap above those wandering lights. But ahead on this new level more such dots flocked, moving fast to close in on the flyer. A straight ram course, Hume muttered, more to himself than Vi. Again the flyer drove forward in a rising thrust of speed. Then the smooth purr of the propulsion unit faltered, broke into protesting coughs. Hume worked over the controls, beads of sweat showing on his forehead and cheek in the gleam of the cabin light. Deading out. He brought the flitter around in a wide circle, the purr smoothed out once more in a steady reassuring beat. Outrun them. But Vi feared they were back again on the losing side of a struggle with the unknown alien power. As they had been herded along the river, so now they were being pushed across the sky, towards the mountains. The enemy had followed them aloft. Some core of stubborn will in Hume would not yet allow him to admit that. Time and time again he climbed higher, always to meet climbing, twisting, spurting lines of lights which reacted on the engine of the flitter and threatened it with complete failure. Where they were now in relation to Was Camp or that of the safari, Vi had no idea, and he guessed that Hume could not be too certain. Hume switched on the flitter's comm unit, tried a channel search until he picked up a click of signal, the automatic reply of the safari camp. His fingertip beat out and returned the danger warning, then the series of code sounds to give an edited version of what must be guarded against. Was has a man in your camp. His skin is in just as much danger as the rest. He may not relay it to the patrol, but he'll keep the force barrier up and the civs inside, anything else would be malicious neglect and a murder charge when the guild check tape goes in. This call is on the spacer tape now and will be a part of that. He can't possibly alter such a report and he knows it. This is the best we can do now. We're close to the mountains, aren't we? Do you know much about this part of the country? Vi persisted. Hume's knowledge might be their only hope. Flew over the range twice. Nothing to see. But there has to be something there. If there is, it didn't show up during our survey. Hume's voice was dull with fatigue. You're a guild man, you've dealt with alien life forms before. The guild doesn't deal with intelligent aliens. That's XT patrol business. We don't land on any planet with unknown intelligent life forms. Why should we court trouble? Couldn't run a safari in under those conditions. XT certified Jamala as a wild world, our survey confirmed that. Someone or something landed here after you left. I don't believe so. This is too well organized an action. And since we have a satellite guard in space, any ship landing would be taped and recorded. No such record appeared on the guild screens. One small spacer, such as Was, could slip through by knowing procedure, just as he did. But to land all those beasts and equipment they'd need a regular transport. No, this must be native. Hume leaned forward again, flipped a switch. A small red light answered on the central board. Radar worn off, he explained. So they wouldn't end up smeared against some cliff face anyway. Which was only small comfort amid terrifying possibilities. Hume had taken the precaution just in time. The light blinked faster, and the speed of the flyer was checked as the automatic control triggered by the worn-off came into command. Hume's hands were still on the board, but a system of relays put safety devices into action with a speed past that which a human pilot could initiate. They were descending and had to accept that, since the worn-off, operating for the sake of the passengers, had ruled that move best. The directive would glide the flitter to the best available landing. It was only moments before the shock gear did touch surface. Then the engine was silent. This is it, Hume observed. What do we do now? Vi wanted to know. Wait. Wait. For what? Hume consulted his planet time watch in the light of the cabin. We have about an hour until dawn, if dawn arrives here at the same time it does in the plains. I don't propose to go out blindly in the dark. Which made sense. Except that to sit here, quietly, in their cramped quarters, not knowing what might be waiting outside, was an ordeal Vi found increasingly harder to bear. Maybe Hume guessed his discomfort, maybe he was following routine procedure. But he turned, thumbed open one of the side panels in Vi's compartment, and dug out the emergency supplies. 9. They sorted the crash rations into small packs. A blanket of the water-resistant, feather-heavy Ozakian spider silk was cut into a protective covering for Vi. That piece of tailoring occupied them until the graying sky permitted them a full picture of the pocket in which the flitter had landed. The dark foliage of the mountain growth was broken here by a ledge of dark blue stone on which the flyer rested. To the right was a sheer drop, and a landslip had cut away the ledge itself a few feet behind the flitter. There was only a steadily narrowing path ahead, slanting upward. Can we take off again? Vi hoped to be reassured that such a feat was possible. Look up. Vi backed against the cliff wall, stared up at the sky. Well above them those globes still swam in unwearied circles, commanding the air lanes. Hume had cautiously approached the outer rim of the ledge, was using his distance glasses to scan what might lie below. No sign yet. Vi knew what he meant. The globes were overhead, but the blue beasts, or any other fauna those balls might summon, had not yet appeared. Shouldering their packs they started along the ledge. Hume had his ray tube, but Vi was weaponless, unless somewhere along their route he could pick up some defensive and offensive arm. Stones had burst the lights of the islet, they might prove as effective against the blue beasts. He kept watch for any of the proper size and weight. The ledge narrowed, One shoulder scraped the cliff now as they rounded a pinnacle to lose sight of the flitter. But the globes continued to hover over them. We are still traveling in the direction they want, Vi speculated. Hume had gone to hands and knees to negotiate an ascent so steep he had to search for head and toe holds. When they were safely past that point they took a breather, and Vi glanced aloft again. Now the sky was empty. We may have arrived, or are about to do so, said Hume. Where? Hume shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. And both of us can be wrong. The steep ascent did not quite reach the top of the cliff around the face of which the ledge curled. Instead their path now leveled off and began to widen out so that they could walk with more confidence. Then it threaded into a crevice between two towering rock walls and sloped downward. A path unnaturally smooth, Vi thought, as if shaped to funnel wayfarers on. And they came out on the rim of a valley centered with a wood-encircled lake. They stepped from the rock of the passage onto a springy turf which gave elastically to their tread. Vi's sandal struck a round stone. It started from its bed in the black-green vegetation, turned over so that round pits stared eyelessly up at him. He was faced by the fleshless grin of a human skull. Hume went down on one knee, examined the ground growth, gingerly lifted the lace of vertebrae forming a spine. That ended in a crushed break which he studied briefly before he laid the bones gently back into the concealing cover of the mossy stuff. That was done by teeth. The cup of Green Valley had not changed, it was the same as it had been when they had emerged from the crevice. But now every clump of trees, every wind-rippled mound of brush promised cover. Vi moistened his lips, diverted his eyes from the skull. Weathered, Hume said slowly, must have been here for seasons, maybe planet years. A survivor from the LB? Yet this spot lay days of travel from that clearing back in the plains. How did he get here? Probably the same way we would have, had we not holed up on that river island. Driven. Perhaps the lone human on Jamala herded up into this dead-end valley by the globes or the blue beasts. This process must have been in action for some time. Why? I can give you 2 reasons. Hume studied the nearest trees narrowly. First, for some purpose, whatever we are up against wants all interlopers moved out of the lowlands into this section, either to imprison them, or to keep them under surveillance. Second, he hesitated. Vi's own imagination supplied a second reason, a revolting one he tried to deny to himself even as he put it into words. That broken spine, food. Vi wanted Hume to contradict him, but the hunter only glanced around, his expression already sufficient answer. Let's get out of here. Vi was fighting down panic with every ounce of control he could summon, trying not to bolt for the crevice. But he knew he could not force himself any farther into that sinister valley. If we can. Hume's words lingered direly in his ears. Stones had smashed the globes by the river. If they still waited out there, Vi was willing to try and break them with his bare hands, should escape demand such action. Hume must have agreed with those thoughts, he was already taking long strides back to the cliff entrance. But that door was closed. Hume's foot, raised for the last step toward the crevice corridor, struck an invisible obstruction. He reeled back, clutching at Vi's shoulder. Something's there. The younger man put out his hand questingly. What his fingers flattened against was not a tight, solid surface, but rather an unseen elastic curtain which gave a little under his prodding and then drew taut again. Together they explored by touch what they could not see. The crevice through which they had entered was now closed with a curtain they could not pierce or break. Hume tried his ray tube. They watched thin flame run up and down that invisible barrier, but not destroy it. Hume relooked the tube. Their trap is sprung. There may be another way out. But Vi was already despondently sure there was not. Those who had rigged this trap would leave no bolt holes. But because they were human and refused to accept the inevitable without a fight, the captives set off, not down into the curve of the cup, but along its slope. Tongues of brush and tree clumps brought about detours which forced them slowly downward. They were well away from the crevice when Hume halted, flung up a hand in silent warning. Vi listened, trying to pick up the sound which had alarmed his companion. It was as Vi strained to catch a betraying noise that he was first conscious of what he did not hear. In the plains there had been squeaking, humming, chitterings, the vocalizing of myriad grass dwellers. Here, except for the sighing of the wind and a few insect sounds, nothing. All inhabitants bigger than a Jumalan fly might have long ago been routed out of the land. To the left. Hume faced about. There was a heavy thicket there, too stoutly grown for anything to be within its shadow. Whatever moved must be behind it. Vi looked about him frantically for anything he could use as a weapon. Then he grabbed at the long bush knife in Hume's belt sheath. 18 inches of trifold steel gleamed wickedly, its hilt fitting neatly into his fist as he held it point up, ready. Hume advanced on the bush in small steps, and Vi circled to his left a few paces behind. The hunter was an expert with ray tube, that, too, was part of the necessary skill of a safari leader. But Vi could offer other help. He shrugged out of the blanket pack he had been carrying on his back, tossed that burden ahead. Out of cover charged a streak of red, to land on the bait. Hume blasted, was answered by a water cat's high-pitched scream. The feline writhed out of its life in a stench of scorched fur and flesh. As Vi retrieved his clawed pack, Hume stood over the dead animal. Odd. He reached down to grasp a still twitching foreleg, stretched the body out with a sudden jerk. It was a giant of its species, a male, larger than any he had seen. But a second look showed him those ribs starting through mangy fur in visible hoops, the skin tight over the skull, far too tight. The water cat had been close to death by starvation. Its attack on the men probably had been sparked by sheer desperation. A starving carnivore in a land lacking the normal sounds of small birds and animal life, in a valley used as a trap. No way out and no food. Vi fitted one thought to another out loud. Yes. Pin the enemy up, let them finish off one another. But why? Vi demanded. Least trouble that way. There are plenty of water cats down on the plains. All of them couldn't be herded up here to finish each other off, it would take years, centuries. This one's capture may have been only incidental, or done for the purpose of keeping some type of machinery in working order, Hume replied. I don't believe this was arranged just to dispose of water cats. Suppose this was started a long time ago, and those who did it are gone, so now it goes on working without any real intelligence behind it. That could be the answer, couldn't it? Some process triggers into action when a ship sets down on this portion of Jamala, maybe when one planet's under certain conditions only. Yes, that makes sense. Only why wasn't the first patrol explorer flaming in here caught? And the survey team, we were here for months, cataloging, mapping, not a whisper of any such trouble. That dead man, he's been here a long time. And when did the Largo drift disappear? 5, 6 years ago. But I can't give you any answers. I have none. It began as a low hum, hardly to be distinguished from the distant howling of the wind. Then it slid up scale until the thin wail became an ululating scream torturing the ears, dragging out of hiding those fears of a man confronting the unknown in the dark. Hume tugged at Vi, drew the other by force back into the brush. Scratched, laced raw by the whip of branches, they stood in a small hollow with the drift of leaves high about their ankles. And the hunter pulled into place the portions of growth they had dislodged in their passage into the thicket's heart. Through gaps they could see the opening where lay the body of the water cat. The wail was cut off short, that cessation in itself a warning. Vi's body, touching earth with knee and hand as he crouched, picked up a vibration. Whatever came towards them walked heavily. Did the smell of death draw it now? Or had it trailed them from the closed gate? Hume's breath hissed lightly between his teeth. He was sighting the ray tube through a leaf gap. A snuffling, heavier than a man's panting. A vast blot, which was neither clearly paw nor hand, swept aside leaves and branches on the other side of the small clearing, tearing them casually from the shrubs. What shuffled into the open might be a cousin of the blue beasts. But where they had given only an impression of brutal menace, this was savagery incarnate. Taller than Hume, but hunched forward in its necklace outline, the thing was a monster. And over the round of the lower jaw, tusks protruded in ugly promise. Being carnivorous and hungry, it scooped up the body of the water cat and fed without any prolonged ceremony. Vi, remembering the crushed spine of the human skeleton, was sickened. Done, it reared on hind feet once again, the pear-shaped head swung in their direction. Vi was half certain he had seen that tube nose expand to test the air and scent them. Hume pressed the button of the ray tube. That soundless spear of death struck in midsection of that barrel body. The thing howled, threw itself in a mad forward rush at their bush. Hume snapped a second blast at the head, and the fuzz covering it blackened. Missing them by a precious foot, the creature crashed straight on through the thicket, coming to its knees, writhing in a rising chorus of howls. The men broke out of cover, raced into the open where they took refuge behind a chimney of rock half detached from the parent cliff. Down the slope the bushes were still wildly agitated. What was that? Vi got out between sobbing breaths. Maybe a guardian, or a patrol station to dispose of any catch. Probably not alone, either. Hume fingered his ray tube. And I am down to one full charge, just one. Vi turned the knife he held around in his fingers, tried to imagine how one could face up to one of those tusked monsters with only this for a weapon. But if that thing had companions, none were coming in answer to its dying wails. And after it had been quiet for a while Hume motioned them out of hiding. From now on we'll keep to the open, better see trouble like that before it arrives. And I want to find a place to hole up for the night. They trailed along the steep upper slope and in time found a place where a now dried stream had once formed a falls. The empty watercourse provided an overhang, not quite a cave, but shelter. Gathering brush and stones, they made a barricade and settled behind it to eat sparingly of their rations. Water, a whole lake of it down there. The worst of it is that a water supply in a dry country is just where hunters congregate. That lake's entirely walled in by woodland and provides cover for 1,000 ambushes. We might find a way out before our water bulbs fail, Vi offered. Hume did not answer directly. A man can live for quite a while on very thin rations, and we have tablets from the Flitter emergency supplies. But he can't live long without water. We have 2 bulbs. With stretching that is enough for 2 days, maybe 3. We ought to get completely around the cliffs in another day. And if we do find a way out, which I doubt, we're still going to need water for the trek out. It's right down there waiting until our need is greater than either our fear or our cunning. Vi moved impatiently, his blanket-clad shoulders scraping the rock at their backs. You don't think we have a chance? We aren't dead. And as long as a man is breathing, and on his feet, with all his wits in his skull, he always has a chance. I've blasted off-world with odds stacked high on the other side of the board. He flexed that plastiflesh hand which was so nearly human and yet not by the fraction which had changed the course of his life. I've lived on the edge of the big blackout for a long time now, after a while you can get used to anything. One thing I would like, to get at the one who set this trap, commented Vi. Hume laughed with dry humor. After me, boy, after me. But I think we might have to wait a long time for that meeting. 10. Vi crawled weakly from the area of a rock outcrop. The sun, reflected from the cliff side, was a lash of fire across his emaciated body. His swollen tongue moved a pebble back and forth in his dry mouth. He stared dimly down the slope to that beckoning platter of water open under the sun, rimmed with the deadly woodland. What had happened? They had gone to sleep that first night under the ledge of the dried waterfall. And all of the next day was only a haze to him now. They must have moved on, though he could remember nothing, save Hume's odd behavior, dull-eyed silence while stumbling on as a brainless Servia robot, incoherent speech wherein all the words came fast, running together unintelligibly. And for himself, patches of blackout. At some time they had come to the cave and Hume had collapsed, not rousing in answer to any of Vi's struggles to awaken him. How long they had been there Vi could not tell now. He had the fear of being left alone in this place. With water perhaps Hume could be returned to consciousness, but that was all gone. Vi believed he could scent the lake, that every breeze up slope brought its compelling enticement. Just in case Hume might awake to a state of semi-consciousness and wander off, Vi tethered him with blanket bonds. Vi fingered Hume's knife, which had been painstakingly lashed to a trimmed shaft of wood. Since he had emerged from that clouding of mind which still gripped the hunter, he had done what he could to prepare for another attack from any roving beast. And he also had Hume's ray tube, its single charge to be used only in dire need. Water. His cracked lips moved, ejected the pebble. Their 4 empty water bulbs were in the front of his blanket tunic, pressing against his ribs. It was now, or die, because soon he would be too weak to make the attempt at all. He darted for the first stand of bush downhill. As the brooding silence of the valley continued, he reached the edge of the wood unhindered, intent on his mission with a concentration which shut out everything save his need and the manner of satisfying it. He squatted in the bush, eyeing the length of woodland ahead. Then he tried the only action he had been able to think out. That beast Hume had killed had been too heavy to swing up in trees. But Vi's own weight now did not prohibit that form of travel. With spear and ray tube firmly attached to him, Vi climbed into the first tree. A slim chance, but his only defense against a possible ambush. A wild outward swing brought him, heart-thudding, to the next set of limbs. Then he had a piece of luck. A looped vine tied together a whole group of branches from one treetop to the next. Hand grips, balance, sometimes a walk along a branch, he threaded towards the lake. Then he came to a gap. With hands laced into tendrils, Vi hunched to look down on a beaten ribbon of grey earth, a trail well used by the evidence of its pounded surface. That area had to be crossed on foot, but his passage through the brush below would leave traces. Only, there was no other way. Vi checked the lashings of his weapons again before leaping. Almost in the same instant his sandals hit the packed earth he was running. His palms skinned raw on rough bark as he somehow scrambled aloft once more. No more vines, but broad limbs shooting well out. He dropped from one to another, stopped for breath, listened. The dark gloom of the wood was broken by sunlight. He was at the final ring of trees. To get to the water he must descend again. A dead trunk extended over the water. If he could run out on that and lower the bulb, it could work. Eerie silence. No flying things, no tree-dwelling reptiles or animals, no disturbance of any water creature on the unruffled surface of the lake. Yet the sensation of life, inimical life, lurking in the depths of the wood, under the water, bore in upon him. Vi made the light leap to the bole of the dead tree, balanced out on it over the water, moving slowly as the trunk settled a little under his weight. He hunkered down, brought out the first bulb tied fast to a blanket string. The water of the river had been brown, opaque. But here the liquid was not so cloudy. He could see snags of dead branches below its surface. And something else. Down in those turgid depths he made out a straight ridge running with a trueness of line which could not be nature's unassisted product. That ridge joined another in a squared corner. He leaned over, strained his eyes to follow through the murk the farther extent of those 2 ridges. Looked along both pointed protuberances aimed at the surfaces of the lake, like fangs in an open jaw. Down there was something artificially fashioned which might be the answer to all their questions. But to venture into the lake himself, he could not do it. If he could bring the out-hunter to his senses, the other might find the solution to this puzzle. Vi filled his bulbs, working speedily, but still studying what he could see of the strange erection under the lake. He thought it was curiously free of silt, and its color, as far as he could distinguish, allowing for the dark hue of the water, was light gray, perhaps even white. He lowered his last bulb. Down in the bleached forest of dead branches, well to one side of the mysterious walls, there was movement, a slow rolling of a shadow so hidden by a stirring of bottom mud that Vi could not make out its true form. But it was rising to the bulb. Vi hated to lose a single precious drop. Once he might have the luck to make this journey unmolested, a second time the odds could be too high. A flash, the slowly rising shadow was transformed into a whizzing spear of attack. Vi snapped the bulb out of the water just as a nightmarish, armored head arose on a whiplash of coiled, scaled neck, and a blunt nose thudded against the tree trunk with a hollow boom. Vi clung to his perch as the thing flopped back into deeper water from a froth of beaten foam, leaving a patch of odorous scum and slime to bracelet the waterlogged wood. He ran for the shelter of the trees to get away. This time there was no rear, no thump of feet in warning. Out of the ground itself, or so it seemed to Vi's startled terror, reared one of the tusked beasts. To reach his tree and its dubious safety he had to wind past that chimera. And the creature waited with a semblance of ease for him to come to it. Vi brought around his spear. The length of the haft might afford him a fighting chance if he could send the point home in some vulnerable spot. Yet he knew that the beasts were hard to kill. The mouth opened in a wide grin of menace. Vi noted a telltale tightening of shoulder muscles. It was going to rush for him now with those clawed forepaws out to rip. To wait was to court disaster. Vi shouted, his battle cry piercing the silence of the lake and wood. He sprang, aiming the spear point at the beast's protuberant belly, and then swerved to the side as the knife bit home, raking his weapon to open a gaping wound. The spear was jerked from Vi's hold as both those taloned paws closed on it. Then the creature pulled it free, snapped the haft in two. Vi fired a short blast from the ray tube before it could turn on him, saw furfuzz afire, as he ran for the tree. Beneath its branches he looked back. The beast was pawing at the burning fur on its head, and he had perhaps a second or two. He jumped and his fingers caught on the low-hanging branch, then he made a superhuman effort, was up out of the path of the thing which rushed blindly for the tree, shrieking in frenzied complaint. The huge body crashed against the trunk with force which nearly shook Vi from his hold. As the giant forepaws belabored the wood, strove to lift the body from the ground, Vi worked his way out on another branch. In the end it was the shaking of that limb under him which aided his swing to the next tree. And from there he traveled recklessly, intent only on getting out of the woods as fast as he could. By the noise the beast was still assaulting the tree, and Vi marveled at its vitality, for the belly wound would long ago have killed any creature he knew. Whether it could trace his flight aloft, or whether its howls would bring more of its kind, he could not guess, but every second he could gain was all important now. At the gap over the trail he hesitated. That path ran in the direction of the open, and to go on foot meant the possibility of greater speed. Vi slipped from the bough, hit the ground, and ran. His ragged lungs full of air came in great gasps and he doubted if he could take the exertion of more tree travel now. He raced down the path. Those mewling cries were louder, he was sure of it. Now he heard the thump of the beast's blundering pursuit behind him. But its bulk and hurt slowed it. In the open he could find cover behind a rock, use the ray again. The trees began to thin. Vi summoned power for a last burst of speed, came out of the shadow of the wood as might a dart expelled from a needler. Before him, upslope, was the closed door of the valley. And moving in from the left was another of the blue beasts. He could not retreat to the trees. But the newcomer was moving with the same ponderous self-confidence its fellow had shown earlier. Vi dodged right, headed for the rocks by the gap. As he pulled himself into that temporary fortification, the wounded beast dragged out of the woods below. He thought it was blind, yet some instinct drove it after him. Shaking from fatigue, Vi steadied his forearm on the top of the rock, brought up the ray tube. Less than 2 yards away now was the deceptively open mouth of the gap. If he threw himself at that, would the elasticity of the unseen curtain hurl him back into the claws of the enemy? He fired his blast at the head of the unwounded beast. It screeched, threw out its arms, and one of those paws struck against its wounded fellow. With a cry, that one flung itself at its companion in the hunt, and they tangled in a body-to-body battle terrible in its utter ferocity. Vi edged along the cliff determined to reach the cave and Hume. And the two blue things seemed intent on finishing each other off. The one from the wood was done, the fangs of the other ripping out its throat. Tearing viciously, the victor made sure of its kill, then its seared head came up, swung about to face Vi. He guessed it was aware of his movements whether it could see or not. But he was not prepared for the speed of its attacking lunge. Heretofore the creatures had given the impression of brute strength rather than agility. And he had been almost fatally deceived. He jumped backwards, knowing he must elude that attack, for he could not survive hand-to-hand combat with the alien thing. There was a moment of dazed disorientation, a weird sensation of falling through unstable space in which there had never been and never would be firm footing again. He was rolling across rock, outside the curtain of the gap. He sat up, the feeling of being adrift in unmeasurable nothingness making him sick, to watch mistily as the blue beast came to a halt. Whimpering it turned, but before it reached the level of the woods, it sagged to its knees, fell face forward and was still, a destructive machine no longer controlled by life. Vi tried to understand what had happened. He had somehow broken through that barrier which made the valley a prison. For a moment all that mattered was his freedom. Then he looked apprehensively behind him along the road to the open, more than half expecting to see a gathering of the globes, or of the less impressive lowland beasts that acted as herders. But there was nothing. Freedom. He dragged himself to his feet. Free to go. He slipped Hume's ray tube back into his belt. Hume was still in the valley. Vi rubbed his shaking hands across his face. Through the barrier and free, but Hume was back there, without a weapon, defenseless against any questing beast able to nose him out. Sickly, without water and protection, he was a dead man even while he still breathed. Keeping one hand against the wall of the gap in support, Vi started to walk, not out of the gap towards the distant lowlands, but back into the valley, forcing himself to that by his will alone and screaming inside against such suicidal folly. He put out his hand tentatively when he reached the 2 points of rock where that curtain had hung. There was no obstruction, the barrier was down. He must get back to Hume. Still keeping his wall hold, Vi lurched through the gate, was once more in the valley. He stood swaying, listening. But once again there was silence, not even the wind moved through trees or bushes. Placing one foot carefully before the other he went on towards Hume's cave. The haze which had clouded his thinking processes since that first morning's awakening in this bowl was gone now. Except for the physical weakness that weighted his body, he felt once more entirely alive and alert. Wriggling in the cave's entrance was the hunter. He had freed the bonds Vi had put on his legs, but his hands were still tied. His face, grimy, sweat-covered, was turned up to the sunlight, and his eyes were again bright with reason. Vi found the strength to run the last few feet between them. He was fumbling with those ties about Hume's wrists as he blurted out the news. The barrier was out, they could go. Then he was bringing one of those precious bulbs, raising it to Hume's eager mouth, squeezing a portion of its contents between the man's cracked and bleeding lips. Somehow they made that trip back to the valley gate. When they saw their goal, Hume broke from Vi's hold, tottered forward with a cry not far removed from a sob. He rebounded to slip full length to the ground and lie there. Sobbing dryly, his gaunt face, eyes closed, turned up to the sky. The trap had snapped shut once again. Why? Vi found he was repeating the same words over and over, his gaze blank, unfocused, yet turned to the woods of the lake. Tell me what happened again. Vi's head came around. Hume had pulled himself up so that his shoulders rested against the rock wall. His plastihand was outflung, slipping up and down what seemed empty air, but which was the barrier against freedom. And now his eyes seemed entirely sane. Slowly, hesitating between words, Vi went over the full account of his visit to the lake, his retreat before the beasts, his fortunate stumble through the gap. But you came back. Vi flushed. He was not going to try to explain that. Instead he said, "If it went away once, it can again." Hume did not press the subject of his return. Rather he fastened upon the end of that action with the wounded beast, made Vi go through it verbally a third time. "There is just this," he said when the other was done. "When you fell you were not thinking of the barrier at all, and your wits were working again. You had come out of the days we both had." Vi tried to remember, decided that the hunter was correct. He had been trying to elude the charge of the beast, only, fear and that desperate desire had occupied his mind at that moment. But what did that signify? To test just what he did not know, he crawled now to Hume's side, put up his own hand to the space where the plastiflesh palm slid back and forth on nothingness. But he almost fell on his face, forward into the gap. Where he had been expecting the resistance of the unseen curtain there had been nothing at all. He turned to Hume with the expression of a man who had been stunned by an unexpected blow. 11. "It is open for you." Hume broke the quiet first. His eyes were very bleak in his bony face. Vi stood up, took one step and was on the other side of the curtain where Hume's hand still found substance. He came back with the same lack of hindrance. Yes, to him there was no longer a barrier. But why him when Hume was still a prisoner? The hunter raised his head so his eyes could meet Vi's with the authority of an order. "Go, get away while you can." Instead Vi dropped down beside the other. "Why?" he asked baldly. And then the most obvious of all answers came. He glanced at Hume. The hunter's head lolled back against the rock which supported him, his eyes were closed now, and he had the look of a man who had been driven to the edge of endurance and was now willing to relinquish his grip and let go. Deliberately Vi brought up his right hand, balled his fingers into a fist. And just as deliberately he struck home, square on the point of that defenseless chin. Hume sagged, would have slipped down the surface of the rock had Vi's hands not caught in his armpits. Since he had not the strength left to get to his feet with such a burden, Vi crawled, dragging the inert body of the hunter with him. And this time, as he had hoped, there was no resistance at the gap. Unconscious, Hume was able to cross the barrier. Vi stretched him as comfortably flat as he could, used a portion of their water on his face until he moaned, muttered, and raised his hand feebly to his head. Then those grey eyes opened, focused on Vi. "What? We're both through now, both of us." The younger man saw Hume glance around him with waking belief. "But how?" "I knocked you out, that's how," Vi returned. "Knocked me out?" "I crossed when I was unconscious." Hume's voice steadied, strengthened. "Let me see." He rolled over on his side, threw out his arm, and this time the hand found no wall. For him, too, the barrier was gone. "Once through, you are free," he added wonderingly. Maybe they never foresaw any escapes. He struggled up, sitting with his hands hanging loosely between his knees. Vi turned his head, looked down the trail. The length of distance lying between them and the safari camp now faced them with a new problem. Neither of them could make that trek on foot. "We're out, but we aren't back, yet," Hume echoed his thought. "I was wondering, if this door is open," Vi began. "The flitter." Again Hume's mind matched his. "Yes, if those globes aren't hanging around just waiting for us to try. They might act only to get us here, not to keep us once we're in. That might be wishful thinking, they wouldn't know until they tried to prove it. Give me a hand." Hume held out his own, let Vi pull him to his feet. Weak as he was clear-eyed, plainly clear-headed once more. "Let's go." Together they went back through the gap, then tested the absence of the barrier once more, to make sure. Hume laughed. "At least the front door remains open, even if we find the back one closed." Vi left him sitting by that entrance while he made a quick trip to the cave to pick up the small pack of supplies left them. When he returned they crammed tablets into their mouths, drank feverishly of the lake water, and, with the stimulation of the new energy, set off along the cliff face. This wall in the lake, Hume asked suddenly, you are sure it is artificial? Runs too straight to be anything else, and those projections are evenly spaced. I don't see how it could be natural. We'll have to be sure. Vi thought of that attacking water creature. No diving in there, he protested. Hume smiled, a stretch of skin far too tight over his jaw now. Not us, at least not us now, he agreed. But the guild will send another survey. What could be the reason for all this? Vi helped his companion over the loose debris of a cliff slide. Information. What? Someone, or something, picked our brains while we were out of our heads. Or, Hume paused suddenly, looked directly at Vi. I have a vague feeling that you were able to keep going a lot better than I was. That so? Some of the time, Vi admitted. That checks. Part of me knew what was going on, but was helpless while that other thing, his smile of moments earlier, was wiped away. There was a chill edge in his voice, picked over my brains, sorted out what it wanted. Vi shook his head. I didn't feel that way. Just thick-headed, as if I were sleepwalking and yet awake. So it took me over, but didn't go all the way with you. Why? Another question for our list. Maybe Wastex fixed it so I couldn't be brain-picked, as you call it, Vi offered. Hume nodded. Could be, would well be. Come on. He pressed the pace now. Vi turned to look down the slope suspiciously. Had Hume another warning of menace out of the wood? He could sight no movement there. And from this distance the lake was a topaz sheet of calm which could hide anything. Hume was already several paces ahead, scrambling as if the valley monsters were again on their track. What's the matter? Vi demanded, as he caught up. Night coming. Which was true. Then Hume added, if we can reach the flitter before sunset, we'll have a chance to fly over the lake down there, to make a taping of it before we go. The energy of the tablets strengthened them so that by the time they reached the crevice door they were moving with their former agility. For a single second Hume hesitated before that slit, almost as if he feared the test he must make. Then he stepped forward and this time into freedom. They reached the ledge where the flitter perched just as they had seen it last. How long ago that had been they could not have told, but they suspected that days of haze hung in between. Vi searched the sky. No globes winking there, just the flyer alone. He took his old seat behind the pilot, watched Hume test the relays and responses in the quick run-down of a man who has done this chore many times before. But the other gave a little sigh of relief when he finished. She's all right, we can lift. Again they both looked aloft, half fearing to see those malignant herders wink into being to forbid flight. But the sky was as serenely clear of even a drifting cloud as they could hope. Hume pressed a button and they arose vertically with an even progress totally unlike the leap which had taken them out of Was camp. Well above the cliff wall they hovered, and were able to see below the round bowl of the valley prison. Hume touched controls, the flitter descended slowly just above the center of the lake. And from this position they were able to sight the other peculiarity of that body of water, that it was perfectly oval in shape, far too perfect to be an undeveloped product of nature. Hume took a round disc from his equipment belt, fitted it carefully into a slot on the control board and pressed the button below. Then he sent the flitter in a weaving zigzag course well above the surface of the water, so that eventually the flyer passed over every foot of its surface. And from above, in spite of the turgid quality of the liquid, they could see what did rest on the bottom of that oval. The wall with its sharp corner which Vi had noted from shore level was only part of a water-covered erection. It made a design when seen from overhead, a six-pointed star surrounding an oval and in the midst of that oval a black blot which they could not identify. Hume brought the flitter over in one last sweep. That's it. We have a full taping. What do you think it is? A device set there by an intelligent being, and set a long time ago. This valley wasn't arranged overnight, 6 months ago, or even a year ago. We'll have to let the experts tell us when and for what reason. Now, let's head for home. He brought the flitter up and over the valley wall, flying southwest so that they passed over the gap which was the main entrance to the trap. And now he tried the comm unit, endeavoring to pick up a signal on which they could beam in for a safe ride. That's odd. Under Hume's control the direction finder passed back and forth without bringing any answering code click from the mic. We may be too far in the mountains to pick up the beam. I wonder. He swept the needle in another direction, slightly to the left. A crackle spat from the mic. Vi could not read code, but the very fury and intensity of that sound suggested panic, even terror. What's that? Hume spoke without looking away from the control board. Alarm. From the safari? No. Was. For a long second Hume sat very still, his fingers quiet. The flitter was on the automatic course, taking them out of the mountains, and Vi thought that their air speed was such they were already well removed from that sinister valley. Hume made a slight adjustment to a dial, and the flitter banked, coming around on another course. Once more he spun the finder of the comm. This time he was answered with a series of well-spaced clicks which lacked the urgency of that other call. Hume listened until the code rattled into silence again. They're all right at the safari camp. But Was is in trouble. So what does that matter? Vi wanted to know. It matters this much. Hume spoke slowly as if he must convince himself as well as Vi. I'm the guild man on Jamala, and the guild man is responsible for all civs. You can't call him your client. Hume shook his head. No, he's no client. But he's human. It narrowed down to that when a man was on the frontier worlds, humans stood together. Vi wanted to deny it, but his own emotions, as well as the centuries of age-old tradition, argued him down. Was was a Veep, one of the criminal parasites dabbling in human misery along more than one solar lane. But he was also human and, as one of their own species, had his claim on them. Vi watched Hume take over the controls, felt the flitter answer another change of course, then heard the frantic yammer of the distress call as they leveled off to ride its beam into the hidden camp. Automatic. Hume had turned down the volume of the receiver so that the clicks in the mic no longer were so strident. Set on maximum and left that way. They had a force barrier around the camp and they knew about the globes and the watchers. Vi tried to imagine what had happened in that woods clearing. The barrier might have shorted. And without the flitter they would have been pinned. Could have taken off in the spacer. Was doesn't have the reputation of letting any project get out of his hands. Vi remembered. Oh, your billion-credit deal. To his surprise Hume laughed. Seems all very far and out of orbit now, doesn't it, Lancer? Yes, our billion-credit deal, but that was thought out before we knew there were more players around the table than we counted. I wonder. But what he wondered he did not put into words, and a moment later he added over his shoulder, better try to get some rest, boy. We've some time to set down. Vi did sleep, deeply, dreamlessly. And he roused after a gentle shaking to see a beam of light in the sky ahead, though around them was the solid darkness of night. That's a warning, Hume explained. And I can't raise any reply from the camp except a repeat of the distress call. If there is anyone there now, he can't or won't answer. Against that column of light they could make out the sky-pointed taper of the spacer, and the autopilot landed them beside that ship in the middle of an area well lighted by the steady shaft of light from the tripod standing where the atom lamp had been on the night they had made their escape from camp. Climbing stiffly from the small flyer they advanced with caution. A very few minutes later Hume slid his ray tube back into its belt loop. Unless they've holed up in the spacer, and I can't see why they do that, this camp's deserted. And they haven't taken any equipment with them except maybe a few items they could backpack. The ship proved as empty of life as the campsite. A wall seat pulled out too hastily so that it was jammed awry. The comm cabin suggested that the leave-taking, when and for what reason, had been a matter of some emergency. Hume did not touch the tape set to keep on broadcasting the call for assistance. What now? Vi wanted to know as they completed the search. The safari camp first, and a call for the patrol. Look here, Vi set down the ration container he had found, was emptying it with vast satisfaction of one who had been too long on tablets. If you beam the patrol you'll have to talk, won't you? Hume went on fitting new charges into his ray tube. The patrol has to have a full report. There's no way of bypassing that. Yes, we'll have to give all the story. You needn't worry. He snapped closed the load chamber. I can clear you all the way. You're the victim, remember. I wasn't thinking about that. Boy. Hume tossed the tube up in the air, caught it in his plastihand. I went into this deal with my eyes wide open, why doesn't matter very much now. In fact, he stared beyond Vi out into the empty, lighted camp. I've begun to wonder about a lot of things, maybe too late. No, we'll call the patrol and we'll do it not because it is Was and his men out there, but because we're human and they're human, and there's a nasty setup here which has already sucked in other humans for its own purposes. The skeleton in the valley. And how very close they had been themselves to joining that unknown in his permanent residence. So now we make time, back to the safari camp. Get our message off to the patrol and then we'll try to trace Was and see what we can do. Jamala is off a regular route. The patrol won't be here tomorrow at sunrise, no matter how much we wish a scouter would plan it then. Vi was quiet as he stowed in the flitter again. As Hume had said, events moved fast. A little while ago he had wanted to settle with this out-hunter, wring out of him not only an explanation for his being here, but claim satisfaction for the humiliation of being moved about to suit some other's purposes. Now he was willing to defeat Was, bring in the patrol, go up against whatever hid in that lake up there, providing Hume was not the loser. He tried to think why that was so and could not, he only knew it was the truth. They were both silent as they took off from Was' deserted camp, sped away over the black blot of the woodland towards the safari headquarters on the plains. There were stars above again but no globes. Just as they had won their freedom from the valley, so they moved without escort on the plains. But the lights were there, not impinging on the flitter, or patrolling along its line of flight. No, they hung in a glowing cluster ahead when in the dawn the flitter shot away from the woods, headed for the landmark of the safari camp. A crown of lights circled over the campsite, as if those below were in a state of siege. Hume aimed straight for them and this time the bobbing circle split wide open, broke to left and right. Vi looked below. Though the grayness of the morning was still hardly more than dusk he could not miss those humps spaced at intervals on the land, just beyond the unseen line of the force barrier. The lights above, the beasts below, the safari camp was under guard. 12. There is only one way they could be moving, toward the mountains. Hume stood in the open space among the bubble tents, facing him the 4 men of the camp, the 3 civs and Revolves. You say it's been 7 days, planet time, since I left here. They may have been 5 days on that trail. If possible we have to stop them before they reach that valley. A fantastic story. Chambers wore the affronted expression of a man who expected no interference with his own concerns. Then catching Hume's eye he added, not that we doubt you, Hunter. We have the evidence in those dumb brutes waiting out there. However, by your own story, this Was is an outside-the-law Veep, on this planet secretly for criminal purposes. Surely there is no reason for us to risk our safety in his behalf. Are you certain he is in any danger at all? You and this young man here have, by your testimony, been into the enemy's territory and have been able to get out again. Through a series of fortunate chances which might never occur again. Hume was patient, too patient, Revolves seemed to think. His hand moved, he was holding a ray tube so that a simple movement of the wrist could send a crisping blast across all the rest of the party. I say, stop this yapping and get out there and pick up the Veep. I intend to, after I call the patrol. Revolves' tube was now aimed directly at Hume. No patrol, he ordered. This wrangling has gone far enough. It was Yaktasai who spoke with an authority which startled them all. And as their attention swung to him, he was already in action. Rovold cried out, the weapon spun from his fingers which were slowly reddening. Yaktasai nodded with satisfaction and he held his electo pole ready for a second attack. Vi scooped up the tube which had whirled across the ground to strike against his borrowed boot. I'll set the call for the patrol, then I'll try to locate Was, Hume stated. Sensible procedure, Yaktasai approved in his dry voice. You believe that you are now immune to whatever force this alien installation controls? It would seem so. Then, of course, you must go. Why? Chambers countered for the second time. Suppose he isn't so immune after all. Suppose he gets out there and is captured again. He's our pilot, do you want to be planet-bound here? This man is also a pilot. Starnes indicated Rovold, who was nursing his numb hand. Since he, too, is one of these criminals, he's not to be trusted. Chambers shot back. Hunter, I demand that you take us off planet at once. And it is only fair to inform you that I also intend to prefer charges against you and against the guild. Empty world. Just how empty have we found this world? But, gentle Homo, Starnes showed no signs of any emotion but eager curiosity. To be here at this time is a privilege we could not hope to equal except by good fortune. The T-casts will be avid for our stories. What had that to do with the matter, puzzled Vi. But he saw Starnes' reminder produce a quick change in Chambers. The T-casts, he repeated, his expression of anger smoothing away. Yes, of course, this is, in a manner of speaking, a truly historic occasion. We are in a unique position. Had Yaktasai smiled? That change of lip line had been so slight Vi could not call it a smile. But Starnes appeared to have found the right way to handle Chambers. And it was the same little man who offered his services in another way when he said, diffidently to Hume. I have some experience with comms, Hunter. Do you wish me to send your message and take over the unit until you return? I gather, he added with a certain delicacy, that it will not be expedient for your gearman to engage in that duty now. So it was that Starnes was installed in the comm cabin of the spacer, sending out the request for patrol aid, while Rovold was locked in the storage compartment of the same ship, pending arrival of those same authorities. As Hume sorted out supplies and Vi loaded them into the waiting flitter, Yaktasai approached the Hunter. You have a definite plan of search? Just to cast north from their camp. If they've been gone long enough to hit the foothills we may be able to sight them climbing. Otherwise, we'll go all the way up to the valley, wait for them there. You don't believe that they will be released after they have been processed? Hume shook his head. I don't think we would have been free, gentle Homo, if it hadn't been for a series of fortunate accidents. Yes, though you didn't give us many details about that, Hunter. Hume put down the needler he had been charging. He studied Yaktasai across that weapon. Who are you? His voice was soft but carried a snap. For the first time Vi saw the tall, lean Civ really smile. A man of many interests, Hunter, shall we let it go at that for the present? Though I assure you that Was is not one of them in the way you might believe. Grey eyes met brown, held so straightly. Then Hume spoke. I believe you. But I have told you the truth. I have never doubted that, only the amount of it. There must be more talking later on, you understand that? I never thought otherwise. Hume set the needler inside the flitter. The Civ smiled again, this time including Vi in that evidence of goodwill before he walked away. Hume made no comment. That does it, he told his companion. Still want to go? If you do, and you can't do it alone. No man could take on the valley and Was and his men. Hume made no comment. They had rested briefly after their return to the safari camp, and Vi had been supplied with clothing from Hume's bags, so that now he wore the uniform of the guild. He went armed, too, with the equipment belt taken from Rovold and that other's weapons, needler and tube. At least they started on their dubious rescue mission with every aid the safari camp could muster. It was mid-afternoon when the flitter took to the air once again, scattering the hovering globes. There was no alteration in the ranks of the Blue Watchers waiting, for the barrier to go down, or someone in the camp to step beyond that protection. "They're stupid," Vi said. "Not stupid, just geared to one set of actions," Hume returned. "Which could mean that what sends them here can't change its orders." "Good guess. I'd say that they were governed by something akin to our tapes. No provision made for any innovations. So the guiding intelligence could be long gone. I think it has been." Hume then changed the subject sharply. "How did you get into service at the Starfall?" It was hard now to think back to Nahuatl, as if the Vi Lancer who had been swamper in that den of the port town was a different person altogether. In that patch of memories into which Rwnch Brody still intruded, he hunted for the proper answer. "I couldn't hold the state jobs. And once you get the habit of eating, you don't starve willingly." "Why not the state jobs?" "Without premium they're all low-rung tenders places. I tried hard enough. But to sit pressing buttons when a light flashed, hour after hour," Vi shook his head. "They said I was too erratic and gave me the shove. One more move on and it would have been compulsive conditioning. I turned port drift instead. Ever thought of trying for a loan premium?" Vi laughed shortly. "Loan premium? That's a true fantasy if you've been job hopping. None of the companies will take a chance on a man with an in-and-out record." "Oh, I tried." That memory arose to the surface, clear and very chilling. Yes, he had tried to break out of the net the law and custom had put around him from the day he had been made a state child. No, it was conditioning, or port drift. "And you chose port drift?" "I was still me, as long as I stayed away from conditioning." "Then you became Rwnch Brody in spite of your flight." "No, well, maybe, for a while. But I'm still Vi Lancer here." "Yes, here. And I don't think you'll have to worry about raising a premium to get a new start. You can claim victim compensation, you know." Vi was silent, but Hume did not let him remain so. "When the patrol arrives, you put in your claim. I'll back you." "You can't." "That's where you're mistaken," Hume told him crisply. "I've already taped a full story back at the Spacer, it's on record now." Vi frowned. The hunter seemed determined to ask for the worst the patrol, or the planet police back on Nahuatl, could deal out. A case of illegal conditioning was about as serious as you could get. They shot along the diagonal of the triangle made by 3 points, the mountain valley, Was Camp, and the safari headquarters, heading to the slopes up which the men must be herded if the beasts were shepherding them to the mountain valley. Vi, surveying the forest thick below, began to doubt they would ever be able to pick them up before they reached the valley gate. Hume took a weaving course, zigzagging back and forth, while they both watched intently for a glint from one of the globes, any movement which would betray that trail. And it was on one of the upper slopes that the flitter passed over 2 of the blue beasts lumbering along. Neither of the creatures paid any attention to the flyer, they moved with purpose on some mission of their own. "Maybe the tail end of the hunting pack," Hume commented. He sent the flyer hovering over a stunted line of trees and brush. Beyond that was bare rock. But though they hung for moments, nothing moved into that open. Wrong scent somehow. Hume brought the flitter around. He had it on manual control now, keeping it answering to the quick changes of his will. A longer sweep supplied the answer, a vegetation-roofed slit running back into the uplands, in a way resembling the crevice through which they had originally found their way into this country. Hume brought the flyer along that. But if the men they sought were pushing their way through below, they could not be sighted from the air. At last, with evening drawing in, Hume was forced to admit failure. "Wait by the gap?" Vi asked. "Have to now." Hume glanced about. "I'd say maybe tomorrow, mid-morning before they make it that far, if they are here. We'll have plenty of time." "Time for what?" "To make ready for a pitched battle with Was, or with the beasts hurting him." To try in the space of hours to solve the mystery of the lake. Do you think we could blast that thing in the lake? Vi asked. We might be able to, just might. But that must be the last resort. We want that in working order for the XT men to study. No, we'd better plan to hold Was at the gate, wait for the patrol to come in. Less than an hour later, after a soaring approach, Hume brought the flitter down with neat skill on the top of one of the cliffs which helped to form the portal of the gap. There was no difference in the scene below, save that where the two bodies of the blue beasts had lain there were now only clean and shining bones. Darkness spread out from the lake woods like a growing stain of evil promise as the sun fell behind the peaks. Night came earlier here than in the plains. Watch. Vi had been gazing down the gap. He was the first to note that movement in the cloaking bush. Out of the cover trotted a four-footed, antlered animal he had not seen before. Sycan deer, Hume identified. But why in the mountains? It's a long way from its home range. The deer did not pause, but headed directly for the gap and, as it neared, Vi saw that its brown coat was ruffed with patches of white froth, while more dripped from the pale pink tongue protruding from its open jaws. And its shrunken sides heaved. Driven. Hume picked up a stone, hurled it to strike the ground ahead of the deer. The creature did not start, nor show any sign of seeing the rock fall. It trotted on at the same wearied pace, past the portal rocks into the valley. Then it stood still, wedge-shaped head up, black horns displayed, while the nose flaps expanded, testing the air, until it bounded toward the lake, disappearing in the woods. Though they shared watches during the night there were no other signs of life, nor did the deer reappear from the woods. With the mid-morning there was a sudden sound to warn them, a wild cry which must have come from a human throat. Hume tossed one of the needlers to Vi, took the other, and they scrambled down to the floor of the gap passage. Was did not lead his men, he came behind the reeling trio as if he had joined the blasts as driver. And while his men wavered, staggered, gave the appearance of nearly complete exhaustion, he still walked with a steady tread, in command of his wits, his fears, and the company. As the first of the men blundered on, a fresh trickle of red running down his bruised face, Hume called. Was. The Veep stopped short. He made no move to unsling the needler he carried, its barrel pointing skyward over his shoulder, but his round head with its upstanding comb of hair swung slightly from side to side. Stop, Was, this is a trap. His three men kept on. Vi moved, Four-Peak leading that wavering group, stumbled, would have fallen had not the younger man advanced from the shadows to steady him. Vi. Hume made his name a warning. He had only time to glance around. Was, his broad face impassive except for the eyes, those burning madman's eyes, was aiming a ray tube. Broken free of his hold, Peak fell to the right, came up against Hume. As Vi went down he saw Was dart forward at a speed he wouldn't have believed a driven man could summon. The Veep lunged, escaping the shot. The hunter had no time to aim, rolled, and came up with the needler Vi had dropped. Then Hume, hampered by Peak's feeble clawing, met head on the swinging barrel of that weapon. He gave a startled grunt and smashed back against the cliff, a wave of scarlet blood streaming down the side of his head. The momentum of Was' charge carried him on. He collided with his men, and the last thing Vi saw, was the huddle of all four of them, flailing arms and legs, spinning on through the gate into the valley with Was hoarse, wordless shouting, bringing echoes from the cliffs. 13. He lay against a rock, and it was quiet again, except for a small whimpering sound which hurt, joined with the eating pain in his side. Vi turned his head, smelled burned cloth and flesh. Cautiously he tried to move, bring his hand across his body to the belt at his waist. One small part of his mind was very clear: if he could get his fingers to the packet there, and the contents of that packet to his mouth, the pain would go away, and maybe he could slip back into the darkness again. Somehow he did it, pulled the packet out of its container pouch, worked the fingers of his one usable hand until he shredded open the end of the covering. The tablets inside, spilled out. But he had 3 or 4 of them in his grasp. Laboriously he brought his hand up, mouthed them all together, chewing their bitterness, swallowing them as best he could without water. Water, the lake. For a moment he was back in time, feeling for the water bulbs he should be carrying. Then the incautious movement of his questing fingers brought a sudden stab of raw, red agony and he moaned. The tablets worked. But he did not slide back into unconsciousness again as the throbbing torture became something remote and untroubling. With his good arm he braced himself against the cliff, managed to sit up. Sun flashed on the metal barrel of a needler which lay in the trampled dust between him and another figure, still very still, with a pool of blood about the head. Vi waited for a steadying breath or two, then started the infinitely long journey of several feet which separated him from Hume. He was panting heavily when he crawled close enough to touch the hunter. Hume's face, cheek down in the now sodden dust, was dabbled with congealing blood. As Vi turned the hunter's head, it rolled limply. The other side was a mass of blood and dust, too thick to afford Vi any idea of how serious a hurt Hume had taken. But he was still alive. With his good hand Vi thrust his numb and useless left one into the front of his belt. Then, awkwardly he tried to tend Hume. After a close inspection he thought that the mass of blood had come from a ragged tear in the scalp above the temple and the bone beneath had escaped damage. From Hume's own first aid pack he crushed tablets into the other's slack mouth, hoping they would dissolve if the hunter could not swallow. Then he relaxed against the cliff to wait, for what he could not have said. Wa's party had gone on into the valley. When Vi turned his head to look down the slope he could see nothing of them. They must have tried to push on to the lake. The flitter was at the top of the cliff, as far out of his reach now as if it were in planetary orbit. There was only the hope that a rescue party from the safari camp might come. Hume had set the directional beam on the flyer, when he had brought her down, to serve as a beacon for the patrol, if and when Starnes was lucky enough to contact a cruiser. Hume's mouth moved, cracked the drying bloody mask on his lips and chin. His eyes blinked open and he lay staring up at the sky. Hume, Vi was startled at the sound of his own voice, so thready and weak, and by the fact that he found it difficult to speak at all. The other's head turned, now the eyes were on him and there was a spark of awareness in them. Was. The whisper was as strained as his own had been. In there. Vi's hand lifted from Hume's chest indicating the valley. Not good. Hume blinked again. How bad? His attention was not for his own hurt, his eyes searched Vi. And the latter glanced down at his side. By some chance, perhaps because of his struggle with Peak, Wa's beam had not struck true, the main core of the bolt passing between his arm and his side, burning both. How deeply he could not tell, in fact he did not want to find out. It was enough that the tablets had banished the pain now. Seared a little, he said. You've a bad cut on your head. Hume frowned. Can we make the flitter? Vi moved, then relaxed quickly into his former position. Not now, he evaded, knowing that neither of them would be able to take that climb. Beam on. Hume repeated Vi's thoughts of moments before. Patrol coming? Yes, eventually the patrol would come, but when? Hours, days? Time was their enemy now. He did not have to say any of that, they both knew. Needler. Hume's head had turned in the other direction. Now his hand pointed waveringly to the weapon in the dust. They won't be back, Vi stated the obvious. Those others had been caught in the trap, the odds on their return without aid were very high. Needler. Hume repeated more firmly, and tried to sit up, falling back with a sharp intake of breath. Vi edged around, stretched out his leg and scraped the toe of his boot into the loop of the carrying sling, drawing the weapon up to where he could get his hand on it. As he steadied it across his knee Hume spoke again. Watch for trouble. They all went in, Vi protested. But Hume's eyes had closed again. Trouble, maybe. His voice trailed off. Vi rested his hand on the stock of the needler. That beast whale, as they had heard it in the valley. Somewhere from the wood. Vi brought the needler around, so that the sights pointed in that direction. Their death might be hunting, but there was nothing he could do. A scream, filled with all the agony of a man in torment, caught up on the echoes of that other cry. Vi sighted a wild waving of bushes. A figure, very small and far away, crawled into the open on hands and knees and then crumpled into only a shadowy blot on the moss. Again the beast's cry, and a shouting. Vi watched a second man back out of the trees, still facing whatever pursued him. He caught the glint of sun on what must be a ray tube. Leaves crisped into a black hole, curls of smoke arose along the path of that blast. The man kept on backing, past the inert body of his companion, glancing now and then over his shoulder at the slope up which he was making a slow but steady way. He no longer rayed the bush, but there was the crackle of a small fire outlining the ragged hole his beam had cut. Back 2 strides, 3. Then he turned, made a quick dash, again facing around after he had gained some yards in the open. Vi saw now it was Was. Another dash and an about-face. But this time to confront the enemy. There were 3 of them, as monstrous as those Vi and Hume had fought in the same place. And one of them was wounded, swinging a charred forepaw before it, and giving voice to a wild frenzy of roars. Was leveled the ray tube, centered sights on the beast nearest to him. The man hammered at the firing button with the flat of his other hand, and almost paid for that second of distraction with his life, for the creature made one of those lightning-swift dashes Vi had so luckily escaped. The clawed forepaw tore a strip from the shoulder of Was' tunic, left sprouting red furrows behind. But the man had thrown the useless tube into its face, was now running for the gap. Vi held the needler braced against his knee to fire. He saw the dart quiver in the upper arm of the beast, and it halted to pull out that sliver of dangerously poisoned metal, crumpled it into a tight twist. Vi continued to fire, never sure of his aim, but seeing those slivers go home in thick legs, in outstretched forelimbs, in wide, pendulous bellies. Then there were 3 blue shapes lying on the slope behind the man running straight for the gap. Was hit the invisible barrier full force, was hurled back, to lie gasping on the turf, but already raising himself to crawl again to the gateway he saw and could not believe was barred. Vi closed his eyes. He was very tired now, tired and sleepy, maybe the pain pills were bringing the secondary form of relief. But he could hear, just beyond, the man who beat at that unseen curtain, first in anger and fear, and then just in fear, until the fear was a lonesome crying that went on until even that last feeble assault on the barrier failed. We have here the tape report of Ras Hume, out-hunter of the guild. Vi watched the officer in the black and silver of the patrol, a black and silver modified with the small, green, eye badge of XT, with level and hostile gaze. Then you know the story. He was going to make no additions nor explanations. Maybe Hume had cleared him. All right, that was all he would ask, to be free to go his way and forget about Jamala, and Ras Hume. He had not seen the hunter since they had both been loaded into the patrol flitter in the gap. Was had come out of the valley a witless, dazed creature, still under the mental influence of whoever, or whatever, had set that trap. As far as Vi knew, the Veep had not yet recovered his full senses, he might never do so. And if Hume had not dictated the confession to damn himself before the patrol, he might have escaped. They could suspect, but they would have had no proof. You continue to refuse to tape. The officer favored him with one of the closed-jaw looks Vi had often seen on the face of authority. I have my rights. You have the right to claim victim compensation, a good compensation, Lancer. Vi shrugged and then winced at a warning from the tender skin over ribs. I make no claim, and no tape, he repeated. And he intended to go on saying that as long as they asked him. This was the second visit in 2 days and he was getting a little tired of it all. Perhaps he should do as prudence dictated and demand to be returned to Nahuatl. Only his odd, unexplainable desire to at least see Hume kept him from making the request they would have to honor. You had better reconsider. Authority resumed. Rights of person, Vi almost grinned as he recited that. For the first time in his pushed-around life he could use that particular phrase and make it stick. He thought there was a sour twist to the officer's mouth, but the other still retained his impersonal tone as he spoke into the intership comm. He refused to make a tape. Vi waited for the other's next move. This should mark the end of their interview. But instead the officer appeared to relax the restraint of his official manner. He brought a Vivroot case from an inner pocket, offered a choice of contents to Vi, who gave an instant and suspicious refusal by shake of head. The officer selected one of the small tubes, snapped off the protector nib, and set it between his lips for a satisfying and lengthy pull. Then the panel of the cabin door pushed open, and Vi sat up with a jerk as Ras Hume, his head banded with a skin core covering, entered. The officer waved his hand at Vi with the air of one turning over a problem. You were entirely right. And he's all yours, Hume. Vi looked from one to the other. With Hume's tape in official hands, why wasn't the hunter under restraint? Unless, because they were aboard the patrol cruiser, the officers didn't think a closer confinement was necessary. Yet the hunter wasn't acting the role of prisoner very well. In fact, he perched on a wall-flip seat with the ease of one completely at home, accepted the Vivroot Vi had refused. So you won't make a tape? He asked cheerfully. You act as if you want me to. Vi was so completely baffled by this odd turn of action that his voice came out almost plaintively. Seeing as how a great deal of time and effort went into placing you in the position where you could give us that tape, I must admit some disappointment. Give us? Vi echoed. The officer removed the Vivroot from between his lips. Tell him the whole sad story, Hume. But Vi began to guess. Life in the Starfall, or as port drift, either sharpened the wits or deadened them. Vi's had suffered the burnishing process. A setup? A setup, Hume agreed. Then he glanced at the patrol officer a little defensively. I might as well tell the whole truth, this didn't quite begin on the right side of the law. I had my reasons for wanting to make trouble for the Kogan estate, only not because of the credits involved. He moved his plastiflesh hand. When I found that LB from the Largo drift and saw the possibilities, did a little daydreaming, I worked out this scheme. But I'm a guild man, and as it happens, I want to stay one. So I reported to one of the masters and told him the whole story, why I hadn't taped on the records my discovery on Jamala. When he passed along the news of the LB to the patrol, he also suggested that there might be room for fraud along the way I had thought it out. That started a chain reaction. It happened that the patrol wanted Was. But he was too big and slick to be caught in a case which couldn't be broken in court. They thought that here was just the bait he might snap at, and I was the one to offer it to him. He could check on me, learn that I had excellent reason to do what I said I was doing. So I went to him with my story and he liked it. We made the plan work just as I had outlined it. And he planted Revolves on me as a check. But I didn't know Yaktasai was a plant, also. The patrol officer smiled. Insurance, he waved the Vivroot, just insurance. What we didn't foresee was this complicating alien trouble. You were to be collected as the castaway, brought back to the center, and then, once Was was firmly enmeshed, the patrol would blow the thing wide open. Now we do have Was, with your tape we'll have him for good, subject to complete reconditioning. But we also have an XT puzzle which will keep the services busy for some time. And we would like your tape. Vi watched Hume narrowly. Then you're an agent? Hume shook his head. No, just what I said I am, an out hunter who happened to come into some knowledge that will assist in straightening out a few crooked quirks in several systems. I have no love for the Kogan clan, but to help bring down a veep of Was measure does aid in reinstating one's self-esteem. This victim compensation, I could claim it, even though the deal was a setup. You'll have first call on Was assets. He has plenty invested in legitimate enterprises, though we'll probably never locate all his hidden funds. But everything we can get open title to will be impounded. Have something to do with your share? Inquired the officer. Yes. Hume was smiling subtly. He was a different man from the one Vi had known on Jamala. Premium for the guild is 1,000 credits down, 2,000 for training and say another for about the best field outfit you can buy. That'll give you maybe another 2 or 3,000 to save for your honorable retirement. How did you know? Vi began and then had to laugh in spite of himself as Hume replied. I didn't. Good guess, eh? Well, zoom out your recorder, Commander. I think you are going to have some very free speech now. He got to his feet. You know, the guild has a stake in this alien discovery. We may just find that we haven't seen the last of that valley after all, recruit. He was gone and Vi, eager to have the past done with, and the future beginning, reached for the dictation mic. Star born. 1. Shooting star. The travelers had sighted the cove from the sea, a narrow bite into the land, the first break in the cliff wall which protected the interior of this continent from the pounding of the ocean. And, although it was still but mid-afternoon, Dalgard pointed the outrigger into the promised shelter, the dip of his steering paddle swinging in harmony with that wielded by Shuri in the bow of their narrow, wave-riding craft. The two voyagers were neither of the same race nor of the same species, yet they worked together without words, as if they had established some bond which gave them a rapport transcending the need for speech. Dalgard Nordis was a son of the colony, his kind had not originated on this planet. He was not as tall nor as heavily built as those Terran outlaw ancestors who had fled political enemies across the galaxy to establish a foothold on Astra, and there were other subtle differences between his generation and the parent stock. Thin and wiry, his skin was brown from the gentle toasting of the summer sun, making the fairness of his closely cropped hair even more noticeable. At his side was his long bow, carefully wrapped in water-resistant flying dragon skin, and from the belt which supported his short breeches of tan duocorn hide swung a 2-foot blade, half wood knife, half sword. To the eyes of his Terran forefathers he would have presented a barbaric picture. In his own mind he was amply clad and armed for the man journey which was both his duty and his heritage to make before he took his place as a full adult in the Council of Free Men. In contrast to Dalgard's smooth skin, Shuri was covered with a fluffy pelt of rainbow-tipped gray fur. In place of the human steel blade, he wore one of bone, barbed and ugly, as menacing as the spear now resting in the bottom of the outrigger. And his round eyes watched the sea with the familiarity of one whose natural home was beneath those same waters. The mouth of the cove was narrow, but after they negotiated it they found themselves in a pocket of bay, sheltered and calm, into which trickled a lazy stream. The gray-blue of the seashore sand was only a fringe beyond which was turf and green stuff. Shuri's nostril flaps expanded as he tested the warm breeze, and Dalgard was busy cataloging scents as they dragged their craft ashore. They could not have found a more perfect place for a campsite. Once the canoe was safely beached, Shuri picked up his spear and, without a word or backward glance, waded out into the sea, disappearing into the depths, while his companion set about his share of camp tasks. It was still early in the summer, too early to expect to find ripe fruit. But Dalgard rummaged in his voyager's bag and brought out a half-dozen crystal beads. He laid these out on a flat-topped stone by the stream, seating himself cross-legged beside it. To the onlooker it would appear that the traveler was meditating. A wide-winged living splotch of color fanned by overhead. There was a distant yap of sound. Dalgard neither looked nor listened. But perhaps a minute later what he awaited arrived. A hopper, its red-brown fur sleek and gleaming in the sun, its eternal curiosity drawing it, peered cautiously from the bushes. Dalgard made mind touch. The hoppers did not really think, at least not on the levels where communication was possible for the colonists, but sensations of friendship and goodwill could be broadcast, primitive ideas exchanged. The small animal, its human-like front paw hands dangling over its creamy vest, came out fully into the open, black eyes flicking from the motionless Dalgard to the bright beads on the rock. But when one of those paws shot out to snatch the treasure, the traveler's hand was already cupped protectingly over the hoard. Dalgard formed a mental picture and beamed it at the 20-inch creature before him. The hopper's ears twitched nervously, its blunt nose wrinkled, and then it bounded back into the brush, a weaving line of moving grass marking its retreat. Dalgard withdrew his hand from the beads. Through the years the Astran colonists had come to recognize the virtues of patience. Perhaps the mutation had begun before they left their native world. Or perhaps the change in temperament and nature had occurred in the minds and bodies of that determined handful of refugees as they rested in a frozen cold sleep while their ship bore them through the wide, uncharted reaches of deep space for centuries of Terran time. How long that sleep had lasted the survivors had never known. But those who had awakened on Astra were different. And their sons and daughters, and the sons and daughters of 2 more generations were warmed by a new sun, nourished by food grown in alien soil. Taught the mind contact by the amphibian mermen with whom the space voyagers had made an early friendship, each succeeding child more attuned to the new home, less tied to the far-off world he had never seen or would see. The colonists were not of the same breed as their fathers, their grandfathers, or great-grandfathers. So, with other gifts, they had also a vast, time-consuming patience, which could be a weapon or a tool, as they pleased, not forgetting the instantaneous call to action which was their older heritage. The hopper returned. On the rock beside the shining things it coveted, it dropped dried and shriveled fruit. Dalgard's fingers separated 2 of the gleaming marbles, rolled them toward the animal, who scooped them up with a chirp of delight. But it did not leave. Instead it peered intently at the rest of the beads. Hoppers had their own form of intelligence, though it might not compare with that of humans. And this one was enterprising. In the end it delivered 3 more loads of fruit from its burrow and took away all the beads, both parties well pleased with their bargains. Shuri splashed out of the sea with as little ado as he had entered. On the end of his spear twisted a fish. His fur, slicked flat to his strongly muscled body, began to dry in the air and fluff out while the sun awoke prismatic lights on the scales which covered his hands and feet. He dispatched the fish and cleaned it neatly, tossing the offal back into the water, where some shadowy things arose to tear at the unusual bounty. This is not hunting ground. His message formed in Dalgard's mind. That finned one had no fear of me. We were right then in heading north, this is new land. Dalgard got to his feet. On either side, the cliffs, with their alternate bands of red, blue, yellow, and white strata, walled in this pocket. They would make far better time keeping to the sea lanes, where it was not necessary to climb. And it was Dalgard's cherished plan to add more than just an inch or 2 to the explorer's map in the council hall. Each of the colony males was expected to make his man journey of discovery sometimes between his 18th and 20th year. He went alone or, if he formed an attachment with one of the mermen near his own age, accompanied only by his knife brother. And from knowledge so gained the still small group of exiles added to and expanded their information about their new home. Caution was drilled into them. For they were not the first masters of Astra, nor were they the masters now. There were the ruins left by those others, the race who had populated this planet until their own wars had completed their downfall. And the mermen, with their traditions of slavery and dark beginnings in the experimental pens of the older race, continued to insist that across the sea, on the unknown western continent, those others still held on to the remnants of a degenerate civilization. Thus the explorers from Homeport went out by 1s and 2s and used the fauna of the land as a means of gathering information. Hoppers could remember yesterday only dimly, and instinct took care of tomorrow. But what happened today sped from hopper to hopper and could warn by mind touch both merman and human. If one of the dread snake devils of the interior was on the hunting trail, the hoppers sped the warning. Their vast curiosity brought them to the fringe of any disturbance, and they passed the reason for it along. Dalgard knew there were 1,000 eyes at his service whenever he wanted them. There was little chance of being taken by surprise, no matter how dangerous this journey north might be. The city, he formed the words in his mind even as he spoke them aloud. How far are we from it? The merman hunched his slim shoulders in the shrug of his race. 3 days' travel, maybe 5. And it, though his furred face displayed no readable emotion, the sensation of distaste was plain, was one of the accursed ones. To such we have not returned since the days of falling fire. Dalgard was well acquainted with the ruins which lay not many miles from Homeport. And he knew that sprawling, devastated metropolis was not taboo to the mermen. But this other mysterious settlement he had recently heard of was still shunned by the sea people. Only Shuri and a few others of youthful years would consider a journey to explore the long-forbidden section their traditions labeled as dangerous land. The belief that he was about to venture into questionable territory had made Dalgard evasive when he reported his plans to the elders 3 days earlier. But since such trips were, by tradition, always thrusts into the unknown, they had not questioned him too much. All in all, Dalgard thought, watching Shuri flake the firm pink flesh from the fish, he might deem himself lucky and this quest ordained. He went off to hack out armloads of grass and fashion the sleep mats for the sun-warmed ground. They had eaten and were lounging in content on the soft sand just beyond the curl of the waves when Shuri lifted his head from his folded arms as if he listened. Like all those of his species, his vestigial ears were hidden deep in his fur and no longer served any real purpose, the mind touch served him in their stead. Dalgard caught his thought, though what had aroused his companion was too rare a thread to trouble his less acute senses. Runners in the dark. Dalgard frowned. It is still sun time. What disturbs them? To the eye Shuri was still listening to that which his friend could not hear. They come from afar. They are on the move to find new hunting grounds. Dalgard sat up. To each and every scout from Homeport the unusual was a warning, a signal to alert mind and body. The runners in the night, that furred monkey race of hunters who combed the moonless dark of Astra when most of the higher fauna were asleep, were very distantly related to Shuri's species. Though the gap between them was that between highly civilized man and the jungle ape. The runners were harmless and shy, but they were noted also for clinging stubbornly to one particular district generation after generation. To find such a clan on the move into new territory was to be fronted with a puzzle it might be well to investigate. A snake devil, he suggested tentatively, forming a mind picture of the vicious reptilian danger which the colonists tried to kill on sight whenever and wherever encountered. His hand went to the knife at his belt. One met with weapons only that hissing hatred motivated by a brainless ferocity which did not know fear. But Shuri did not accept that explanation. He was sitting up, facing inland where the thread of valley met the cliff wall. And seeing his absorption, Dalgard asked no distracting questions. No, no snake devil, after long moments came the answer. He got to his feet, shuffling through the sand in a curious little half-dance which betrayed his agitation more strongly than his thoughts had done. The hoppers have no news, Dalgard said. Shuri gestured impatiently with one outflung hand. Do the hoppers wander far from their own nest mounds? Somewhere there, he pointed to the left and north, there is trouble, bad trouble. Tonight we shall speak with the runners and discover what it may be. Dalgard glanced about the camp with regret. But he made no protest as he reached for his bow and stripped off its protective casing. With the quiver of heavy-duty arrows slung across his shoulder he was ready to go, following Shuri inland. The easy valley path ended less than a quarter of a mile from the sea, and they were fronted by a wall of rock with no other option than to climb. But the westering sun made plain every possible hand and foothold on its surface. When they stood at last on the heights and looked ahead, it was across a broken stretch of bare rock with the green of vegetation beckoning from at least a mile beyond. Shuri hesitated for only a moment or two, his round, almost featureless head turning slowly, until he fixed on a northeasterly course, striking out unerringly as if he could already sight the goal. Dalgard fell in behind, looking over the country with a wary eye. This was just the type of land to harbor flying dragons. And while those pests were small, their lightning-swift attack from above made them foes not to be disregarded. But all the flying things he saw were two moth birds of delicate hues engaging far over the sun-baked rock in one of their graceful winged dances. They crossed the heights and came to the inland slope, a drop toward the central interior plains of the continent. As they plowed through the high grasses, Dalgard knew they were under observation. Hoppers watched them. And once through a break in a line of trees he saw a small herd of duocorns race into the shelter of a wood. The presence of those two-horned creatures, so like the pictures he had seen of Terran horses, was insurance that the snake devils did not hunt in this district. For the swift-footed duocorns were never found within a day's journey of their archenemies. Late afternoon faded into the long summer twilight and still Shuri kept on. As yet they had come across no traces of those others. Here were none of the domed farm buildings, the monorail tracks, the other relics one could find about Homeport. This wide open land could have been always a wilderness, left to the animals of Astra for their own. Dalgard speculated upon that, his busy imagination supplying various reasons for such tract. Then the voiceless communication of his companion provided an explanation. This was barrier land. What? Shuri turned his head. His round eyes which blinked so seldom stared into Dalgard's as if by the intensity of that gaze he could drive home deeper his point. What lies to the north was protected in the days before the falling fire. Even the distorted merman symbol for those others was sharpened by the very hatred of all Shuri's kind. Which had not paled during the generations since their escape from slavery to Astra's one-time masters, could not venture into some of their own private places without special leave. It is perhaps true that the city we are seeking is one of those restricted ones and that this wilderness is a boundary for it. Dalgard's pace slowed. To venture into a section of land which had been used as a barrier to protect some secret of those others was a highly risky affair. The first expedition sent out from Homeport after the landing of the Terran refugee ship had been shot down by robot-controlled guns still set against some long-dead invader. Would this territory be so guarded? If so, they had better go carefully now. Shuri suddenly struck off at an angle, heading not northeast now, but directly north. The brush lands along the foot of the cliffs gave way to open fields, bare except for the grass rippled by the wind. It was not the type of country to attract the night runners, and Dalgard wondered a little. They should discover water, preferably a shallow stream, if they wanted to find what the monkey creatures liked best. Within a quarter hour he knew that Shuri was not going wrong. Cradled in a sudden dip in the land was the stream Dalgard had been looking for. A hopper lifted a dripping muzzle from the shore ripples and stared at them. Dalgard contacted the animal. It was its usual curious self, nothing had alarmed or excited its interest. And he did not try to establish more than a casual contact as they made their way down the bank to the edge of the stream, Shuri splashing in ankle-deep for the sheer pleasure of feeling liquid curl about his feet and legs once more. Water dwellers fled from their passing and insects buzzed and hovered. Otherwise they moved through a deserted world. The stream bed widened and small islands of gravel, swept together in untidy piles by the spring floods, arose dry-topped, some already showing the green of venturesome plants. Here, Shuri stopped, thrusting the butt of his spear into the shore of one such islet. He dropped cross-legged on his choice, there to remain patiently until those he sought would come with the dark. Dalgard withdrew a little way downstream and took up a similar post. The runners were shy, not easy to approach. And they would come more readily if Shuri were alone. Here the murmur of the stream was loud, rising above the rustle of the wind-driven grass. And the night was coming fast as the sun, hidden by the cliff wall, sank into the sea. Dalgard, knowing that his night sight was far inferior to that of the native Astran fauna, resignedly settled himself for an all-night stay, not without a second regretful memory of the snug camp by the shore. Twilight and then night. How long before the runners would make their appearance? He could pick up the sparks of thought which marked the coming and going of hoppers, most hurrying off to their mud-plastered nests, and sometimes a flicker from the mind of some other night creature. Once he was sure he touched the avid, raging hunger which marked a flying dragon, though they were not naturally hunters by darkness. Dalgard made no move to contact Shuri. The merman must be left undisturbed in his mental quest for the runners. The scout lay back on his miniature island and stared up into the sky, trying to sort out all the myriad impressions of life about him. It was then that he saw it. An arrow of fire streaking across the black bowl of Astra's night sky. A light so vivid, so alien, that it brought him to his feet with a chill prickle of apprehension along his spine. In all his years as a scout and woodsman, in all the stories of his fellows and his elders at Homeport, he had never seen, never heard of the like of that. And through his own wonder and alert alarm, he caught Shuri's added puzzlement. Danger, the merman's verdict fed his own unease. Danger had crossed the night, from east to west. And to the west lay what they had always feared. What was going to happen now? 2. Planetfall. Raph Kirby, flitter pilot and techneer, lay on the padded shock cushion of his assigned bunk and stared with wide, disillusioned eyes at the stretch of stark, gray metal directly overhead. He tried to close his ears to the mutter of meaningless words coming from across the narrow cabin. Raph had known from the moment his name had been drawn as crew member that the whole trip would be a gamble, a wild gamble with the odds all against them. RS-10, those very numbers on the nose of the ship told part of the story. 10 exploring fingers thrust in turn out into the blackness of space. RS-3's fate was known, she had blossomed into a pinpoint of flame within the orbit of Mars. And RS-7 had clearly gone out of control while instruments on Terra could still pick up her broadcasts. Of the rest, well, none had returned. But the ships were built, manned by lot from the trainees, and sent out, one every 5 years, with all that had been learned from the previous job. Each refinement the engineers could discover incorporated into the latest to rise from the launching cradle. RS-10, Raph closed his eyes with weary distaste. After months of being trapped inside her ever-vibrating shell, he felt that he knew each and every rivet, seam, and plate in her only too well. And there was no reason yet to believe that the voyage would ever end. They would just go on and on through empty space until dead men manned a drifting hulk. There, to picture that was a danger signal. Whenever his thoughts reached that particular point, Raph tried to think of something else, to break the chain of dismal foreboding. How? By joining in Winstead's monologue of complaint and regret. Raph had heard the same words over and over so often that they no longer had any meaning, except as a series of sounds he might miss if the man who shared this pocket were suddenly stricken dumb. Should never have put in for training, Winstead's whine went up the scale. That was unoriginal enough. They had all had that idea the minute after the sorter had plucked their names for crew inclusion. No matter what motive had led them into the stiff course of training, the fabulous pay, a real interest in the project, the exploring fever, Raph did not believe that there was a single man whose heart had not sunk when he had been selected for flight. Even he, who had dreamed all his life of the stars and the wonders which might lie just beyond the big jump, had been honestly sick on the day he had shouldered his bag aboard and had first taken his place on this mat and waited. Dry-mouthed and shivering, for blast-off. One lost all sense of time out here. They ate sparingly, slept when they could, tried to while away the endless hours artificially divided into set periods. But still weeks might be months, or months weeks. They could have been years in space, or only days. All they knew was the unending monotony which dragged upon a man until he either lapsed into a dreamy rejection of his surroundings, as had Hamp and Floy, or flew into murderous rages, such as kept Morris in solitary confinement at present. And no foreseeable end to the flight. Raph breathed shallowly. The air was stale, he could almost taste it. It was difficult now to remember being in the open air under a sky, with fresh winds blowing about one. He tried to picture on that dull strip of metal overhead a stretch of green grass, a tree, even the blue sky and floating white clouds. But the patch remained stubbornly gray, the murmur of Winstead went on, a drone in his aching ears, the throb of the ship's life beat through his own thin body. What had it been like on those legendary early flights, when the secret of the overdrive had not yet been discovered, when any who dared the path between star and star had surrendered to sleep, perhaps to wake again generations later. Perhaps never to rouse again. He had seen the few documents discovered 400 or 500 years ago in the raided headquarters of the scientific outlaws who had fled the regimented world government of Pax and dared space on the single hope of surviving such a journey in cold sleep. The secret of which had been lost. At least, Raph thought, they had escaped the actual discomfort of the voyage. Had they found their new world or worlds? The end of their ventures had been debated thousands of times since those documents had been made public, after the downfall of Pax and the coming into power of the Federation of Free Men. In fact, it was the publication of the papers which had given the additional spur to the building of the RS Armada. What man had dared once he could dare anew. And the pursuit of knowledge which had been so long forbidden under Pax was heady excitement for the world. Research and discovery became feverish avenues of endeavor. Even the slim hope of a successful star voyage and the return to Terra with such rich spoils of information was enough to harness 3/4 of the planet's energy for close to 100 years. And if the RS-10 was not successful, there would be 11, 12, more, flaming into the sky and out into the void, unless some newer and more intriguing experiment developed to center public imagination in another direction. Raph's eyes closed wearily. Soon the gong would sound and this period of rest would be officially ended. But it was hardly worth rising. He was not in the least hungry for the concentrated food. He could repeat the information tapes they carried dull word for dull word. Nothing to see, nothing but these blasted walls. Again Winstead's voice arose in querulous protest. Yes, while in overdrive there was nothing to see. The ports of the ship would be sealed until they were in normal space once more. That is, if it worked and they were not caught up forever within this thick trap where there was no time, light, or distance. The gong sounded, but Raph made no move to rise. He heard Winstead move, saw from the corner of his eye the other's bulk heave up obediently from the pad. Hey, mess gong. He pointed out the obvious to Raph. With a sigh the other levered himself up on his elbows. If he did not move, Winstead was capable of reporting him to the captain for strange behavior, and they were all too alert to a divagation which might mean trouble. He had no desire to end in confinement with Morris. I'm coming, Raph said sullenly. But he remained sitting on the edge of the pad until Winstead left the cabin, and he followed as slowly as he could. So he was not with the others when a new sound tore through the constant vibrating hum which filled the narrow corridors of the ship. Raph stiffened, the icy touch of fear tensing his muscles. Was that the red alarm of disaster? His eyes went to the light at the end of the short passage. But no blink of warning red shone there. Not danger, then what? It took him a full moment to realize what he had heard, not the signal of doom, but the sound which was to herald the accomplishment of their mission, the sound which unconsciously they had all given up any hope of ever hearing. They had made it. The pilot leaned weakly against the wall, and his eyes smarted, his hands were trembling. In that moment he knew that he had never really, honestly, believed that they would succeed. But they had. RS-10 had reached the stars. Strap down for turnout, strap down for turnout. The disembodied voice screaming through the ship's speaker was that of Captain Hobart, but it was almost unrecognizable with emotion. Raph turned and stumbled back to his cabin, staggered to throw himself once more on his pad as he fumbled with the straps he must buckle over him. He heard rather than saw Winstead blunder in to follow his example, and for the first time in months the other was dumb, not uttering a word as he stowed away for the breakthrough which should take them back into normal space and the star worlds. Raph tore a nail on a fastening, muttered. Condition red, strap down for breakthrough, Hobart chanted at them from the walls. 1, 2, 3, the count swung on numeral by numeral. Then, 10, stand by. Raph had forgotten what breakthrough was like. He had gone through it the first time when still under takeoff sedation. But this was worse than he remembered, so much worse. He tried to scream out his protest against the torture which twisted mind and body, but he could not utter even a weak cry. This was unbearable, a man could go mad or die. He aroused with the flat sweetness of blood on his tongue, a splitting pain behind the eyes. He tried to focus on the too familiar scrap of wall. A voice boomed, receded, and boomed again, filling the air and at last making sense, in it a ring of wild triumph. Made it. This is it, men, we've made it, Sol-class sun, 3 planets. We'll set an orbit in. Raph licked his lips. It was still too much to swallow in one mental gulp. So, they had made it, half of their venture was accomplished. They had broken out of their own solar system, made the big jump, and before them lay the unknown. Now it was within their reach. "D'you hear that, kid?" demanded one stead, his voice no longer an accusing whine, more steady than Raph ever remembered hearing it. "We got through. We'll hit dirt again." Dirt, his words trailed away as if he were sinking into some blissful daydream. There was a different feeling to the ship herself. The steady drone which had ached in their ears, their bones, as she bored her way through the alien hyperspace had changed to a purr as if she, too, were rejoicing at the success of their desperate try. For the first time in weary weeks Raph remembered his own duties which would begin when the RS-10 came in to a flame-cushioned landing on a new world. He was to assemble and ready the small exploration flyer, to man its controls and take it up and out. Frowning, he began to run over in his mind each step in the preparations he must make as soon as they plan it. Information came down from control, where now the ports were open on normal space and the engines were under control of the spacer's pilot. Their goal was to be the 3rd planet, one which showed signs of atmosphere, of water and earth ready in waiting. Those who were not on flight duty crowded into the tiny central cabin, where they elbowed each other before the viewer. The ball of alien earth grew from a pinpoint to the size of an orange. They forgot time in the wonder which none had ever thought in his heart he would see on the screen. Raph knew that in control every second of this was being recorded as they began to establish a braking orbit, which with luck would bring them down on the surface of the new world. Cities, those must be cities. Those in the cabin studied the plate with awe as the information filtered through the crew. Lablet, their xenobiologist, sat with his fingers rigid on the lower bar of the visa plate, so intent that nothing could break his vigil, while the rest speculated wildly. Had they really seen cities? Raph went down the corridor to the door of the sealed compartment that held the machine and the supplies for which he was responsible. These last hours of waiting were worse with their nagging suspense than all the time which had gone before. If they could only set down. He had, on training trips which now seemed very far in the past, trod the rust-red desert country of Mars, waddled in a bulky protective suit across the peaked ranges of the dead moon, known something of the larger asteroids. But how would it feel to tread ground warmed by the rays of another sun? Imagination with which his superiors did not credit him began to stir. Traits inherited from a mixture of races were there to be summoned. Raph retreated once more into his cabin and sat on his bunk pad, staring down at his own capable mechanic's hands without seeing them. Picturing instead all the wonders which might lie just beyond the next few hours' imprisonment in this metallic shell he had grown to hate with a dull but abiding hatred. Although he knew that Hobart must be fully as eager as any of them to land, it seemed to Raph, and the other impatient crew members, that they were very long in entering the atmosphere of the chosen world. It was only when the order came to strap down for deceleration that they were in a measure satisfied. Pull of gravity, ship beaming in at an angle which swept it from night to day or night again as it encircled that unknown globe. They could not watch their objective any longer. The future depended entirely upon the skill of the 3 men in control, and last of all upon Hobart's judgment and skill. The captain brought them down, riding the flaming counterblasts from the ship's tail to set her on her fins in an expert point landing, so that the RS-10 was a finger of light into the sky, amid wisps of smoke from brush ignited by her landing. There was another wait which seemed endless to the restless men within, a wait until the air was analyzed, the countryside surveyed. But when the go-ahead signal was given and the ramp swung out, those first at the hatch still hesitated for an instant or so, though the way before them was open. Beyond the burnt ground about the ship was a rolling plain covered with tall grass which rippled under the wind. And the freshness of that wind cleansed their lungs of the taint of the ship. Raff pulled off his helmet, held his head high in that breeze. It was like bathing in air, washing away the smog of those long days of imprisonment. He ran down the ramp, past the little group of those who had preceded him, and fell on his knees in the grass, catching at it with his hands, a little overawed at the wonder of it all. The wide sweep of sky above them was not entirely blue, he noted. There was the faintest suggestion of green, and across it moved clouds of silver. But, save for the grass, they might be in a dead and empty world. Where were the cities? Or had those been born of imagination? After a while, when the wonder of this landing had somewhat worn away, Hobart summoned them back to the prosaic business of setting up base. And Raff went to work at his own task. The sealed storeroom was opened, the supplies slung by crane down from the ship. The compact assembly, streamlined for this purpose, was all ready for the morrow. They spent the night within the ship, much against their will. After the taste of freedom they had been given, the cramped interior weighed upon them, closing like a prison. Raff lay on his pad unable to sleep. It seemed to him that he could hear, even through the heavy plates, the sigh of that refreshing wind, the call of the open world lying ready for them. Step by step in his mind, he went through the process for which he would be responsible the next day. The uncrating of the small flyer, the assembling of frame and motor. And sometime in the midst of that survey he did fall asleep, so deeply that Onestead had to shake him awake in the morning. He bolted his food and was out at his job before it was far past dawn. But eager as he was to get to work, he paused just to look at the earth scuffed up by his boots, to stare for a long moment at a stalk of tough grass and remember with a thrill which never lessened that this was not native earth or grass. That he stood where none of his race, or even of his kind, had stood before, on a new planet in a new solar system. Raff's expert training and instruction paid off. By evening he had the flitter assembled save for the motor which still reposed on the turning block. One party had gone questing out into the grass and returned with the story of a stream hidden in a gash in the plain, and Onestead carried the limp body of a rabbit-sized furred creature he had knocked over at the waterside. Acted tame. Onestead was proud of his kill. Stupid thing just stood and watched me while I let fly with a stone. Raff picked up the little body. Its fur was red-brown, plush-thick, and very soft to the touch. The breast was creamy white and the forepaws curiously short with an uncanny resemblance to his own hands. Suddenly he wished that Onestead had not killed it, though he supposed that Cho, their biologist, would be grateful. But the animal looked particularly defenseless. It would have been better not to mark their first day on this new world with a killing, even if it were the knocking over of a stupid rabbit thing. The pilot was glad when Cho bore it off and he no longer had to look at it. It was after the evening meal that Raff was called into consultation by the officers to receive his orders. When he reported that the flitter, barring unexpected accidents, would be airborne by the following afternoon, he was shown an enlarged picture from the records made during the descent of the RS-10. There was a city, right enough, showing up well from the air. Hobart stabbed a finger down into the heart of it. This lies south from here. We'll cruise in that direction. Raff would have liked to ask some questions of his own. The city photographed was a sizable one. Why then this deserted land here? Why hadn't the inhabitants been out to investigate the puzzle of the spaceship's landing? He said slowly, I've mounted one gun, sir. Do you want the other installed? It will mean that the flitter can only carry 3 instead of 4. Hobart pulled his lower lip between his thumb and forefinger. He glanced at his lieutenant then to Lablet, sitting quietly to one side. It was the latter who spoke first. I'd say this shows definite traces of retrogression. He touched the photograph. The place may even be only a ruin. Very well. Leave off the other gun, Hobart ordered crisply. And be ready to fly at dawn day after tomorrow with full field kit. You're sure she'll have at least 1,000-mile cruising radius? Raph suppressed a shrug. How could you tell what any machine would do under new conditions? The flitter had been put through every possible test in his home world. Whether she would perform as perfectly here was another matter. They thought she would, sir, he replied. I'll take her up for a shakedown run tomorrow after the motor is installed. Captain Hobart dismissed him with a nod, and Raph was glad to clatter down ladders into the cool of the evening once more. Flying high in a formation of 2 lanes were some distant birds, at least he supposed they were birds. But he did not call attention to them. Instead he watched them out of sight, lingering alone with no desire to join those crew members who had built a campfire a little distance from the ship. The flames were familiar and cheerful, a portion, somehow, of their native world transported to the new. Raph could hear the murmur of voices. But he turned and went to the flitter. Taking his hand torch, he checked the work he had done during the day. Tomorrow he could take her up into the blue-green sky, circle out over the sea of grass for a short testing flight. That much he wanted to do. But the thought of the cruise south, of venturing toward that sprawling splotch Hobart and Lablet identified as a city was somehow distasteful, and he was reluctant to think about it. 3. Snake Devil's Trail. Dalgard drew the waterproof covering back over his brow, making a cheerful job of it, preparatory to their pushing out to sea once more. But he was as intent upon what Shuri had to tell as he was on his occupation of the moment. But that is not even a Hopper rumor, he was protesting, breaking into his companion's flow of thought. No. But, remember, to the runners yesterday is very far away. One night is like another, they do not reckon time as we do, nor lay up memories for future guidance. They left their native hunting grounds and are drifting south. And only a very great peril would lead the runners into such a break. It is against all their instincts. So, long ago, which may be months, weeks, or just days, there came death out of the sea, and those who lived past its coming fled. Dalgard repeated the scanty information Shuri had won for them the night before by patient hour-long coaxing. What kind of death? Shuri's great eyes, somber and a little tired, met his. To us there is only one kind of death to be greatly feared. But there are the snake devils, protested the colony scout. To be hunted down by snake devils is death, yes. But it is a quick death, a death which can come to any living thing that is not swift or wary enough. For to the snake devils all things that live and move are merely meat to fill the aching pit in their swollen bellies. But there were in the old days other deaths, far worse than what one meets under a snake devil's claws and fangs. And those are the deaths we fear. He was running the smooth haft of his spear back and forth through his fingers as if testing the balance of the weapon because the time was not far away when he must rely upon it. Those others. Dalgard shaped the words with his lips as well as in his mind. Just so. Shuri did not nod, but his thought was in complete agreement. Yet they have not come before, not since the ship of my fathers landed here, Dalgard protested, not against Shuri's judgment but against the whole idea. The merman got to his feet, sweeping his arm to indicate not only the cove where they now sheltered but the continent behind it. Once they held all this. Then they warred and killed, until but a handful lay in cover to lick their wounds and wait. It has been many threes of seasons since they left that cover. But now they come again, to loot their place of secrets. Perhaps in the time past they have forgotten much so that now they must renew their knowledge. Dalgard stowed the bow in the bottom of the outrigger. I think we had better go and see, he commented, so that we may report true tidings to our elders, something more than rumors learned from night runners. That is so. They paddled out to sea and turned the prow of the light craft north. The character of the land did not change. Cliffs still walled the coast, in some places rising sheer from the water, in others broken by a footing of coarse beach. Only flying things were to be sighted over their rocky crowns. But by midday there was an abrupt alteration in the scene. A wide river cut through the heights and gave birth to a fan-shaped delta thickly covered with vegetation. Half hidden by the riot of growing things was a building of the dome shape Dalgard knew so well. Its windowless, doorless surface reflected the sunlight with a glassy sheen, and to casual inspection it was as untouched as it had been on the day its masters had either died within it or left it for the last time, perhaps centuries before. "This is one way into the Forbidden City," Shuri announced. "Once they stationed guards here." Dalgard had been about to suggest a closer inspection of the dome, but that remark made him hesitate. If it had been one of the fortifications rimming in a forbidden ground, there was more than an even chance that unwary invaders, even this long after, might stumble into some trap still working automatically. "Do we go upriver?" He left it to Shuri, who had the traditions of his people to guide him, to make the decision. The merman looked at the dome. It was evident from his attitude that he had no wish to examine it more closely. They had machines which fought for them, and sometimes those machines still fight. This river is the natural entrance for an enemy. Therefore it would have been well defended. Under the sun the green reach of the delta had a most peaceful appearance. There was a family of duck dogs fishing from the beach, scooping their broad bills into the mud to locate water worms. And moth birds danced in the air currents overhead. Yet Dalgard was ready to agree with his companion, beware the easy way. They dipped their paddles deep and cut across the river current toward the cliffs to the north. 2 days of steady coastwise traveling brought them to a great bay. And Dalgard gasped as the full sight of the port confronting them burst into view. Tiers of ledges had been cut and blasted in the native rock, extending from the sea back into the land in a series of giant steps. Each of them was covered with buildings, and here the ancient war had left its mark. The rock itself had been brought to a bubbling boil and sent in now frozen rivers down that stairway in a half-dozen places, overwhelming all structures in its path, and leaving crystallized streams to reflect the sun blindingly. "So this is your secret city?" But Shuri shook his round head. "This is but the sea entrance to the country," he corrected. "Here struck the day of fire, and we need not fear the machines which doubtless lie in wait elsewhere." They beached the outrigger and hid it in the shell of one of the ruined buildings on the lowest level. Dalgard sent out a questing thought, hoping to contact a hopper or even a duck dog. But seemingly the ruins were bare of animal life, as was true in most of the other towns and cities he had explored in the past. The fauna of Astra was shy of any holding built by those others, no matter how long it may have been left to the wind and cleansing rain. With difficulty and detours to avoid the rivers of once molten rock, they made their way slowly from ledge to ledge up that giant staircase, not stopping to explore any of the buildings as they passed. There was a taint of alien age about the city which repelled Dalgard, and he was eager to get out of it into the clean countryside once more. Shuri sped on silent feet, his shoulders hunched, his distaste for the structures to be read in every line of his supple body. When they reached the top, Dalgard turned to gaze down to the restless sea. What a prospect! Perhaps those others had built thus for reasons of defense, but surely they, too, must have paused now and then to be proud of such a feat. It was the most impressive sight he had yet seen, and his report of it would be a worthy addition to the Homeport records. A road ran straight from the top of the stair, stabbing inland without taking any notice of the difficulties of the terrain, after the usual arrogant manner of the alien engineers. But Shuri did not follow it. Instead he struck off to the left, avoiding that easy path, choosing to cross through tangles which had once been gardens or through open fields. They were well out of the sight of the city before they flushed their first hopper, a full-grown adult with oddly pale fur. Instead of displaying the usual fearless interest in strangers, the animal took one swift look at them and fled as if a snake devil had snorted at its thumping heels. And Dalgard received a sharp impression of terror, as if the hopper saw in him some frightening menace. What? Honestly astounded, he looked to Shuri for enlightenment. The hoppers could be pests. They stole any small bright object which aroused their interest. But they could also be persuaded to trade, and they usually had no fear of either colonist or merman. Shuri's furred face might not convey much emotion, but by all the signs Dalgard could read he knew that the merman was as startled as he by the strange behavior of the grass dweller. "He is afraid of those who walk erect as we do," he made answer. "Those who walk erect," Dalgard was quick to interpret that. He knew that those others were biped, quasi-human in form, closer in physical appearance to the colonists than to the mermen. And since none of Dalgard's people had penetrated this far to the north, nor had the mermen invaded this taboo territory until Shuri had agreed to come, that left only the aliens. Those strange people whom the colonists feared without knowing why they feared them, whom the mermen hated with a hatred which had not lessened with the years of freedom. The faint rumor carried by the migrating runners must be true, for here was a hopper afraid of bipeds. And it must have been recently provided with a reason for such fear, since Hopper's memories were very short and such terror would have faded from its mind in a matter of weeks. Shuri halted in a patch of grass which reached to his waist belt. It is best to wait until the hours of dark. But Dalgard could not agree. Better for you with your night sight, he objected, but I do not have your eyes in my head. Shuri had to admit the justice of that. He could travel under the moonless sky as sure-footed as under broad sunlight. But to guide a blundering Dalgard through unknown country was not practical. However, they could take to cover and that they did as speedily as possible, using a zigzag tactic which delayed their advance but took them from one bit of protecting brush or grove of trees to the next. Keeping to the fields well away from the road. They camped that night without fire in a pocket near a spring. And while Dalgard was alert to all about them, he knew that Shuri was mind-questing in a far wider circle, trying to contact a hopper, a runner, any animal that could answer in part the inquiries they had. When Dalgard could no longer hold open weary eyes, his last waking memory was that of his companion sitting statue still, his spear across his knees. His head leaning a trifle forward as if what he listened to was as vocal as the hum of night insects. When the colony scout roused in the morning, his companion was stretched full length on the other side of the spring, but his head came up as Dalgard moved. We may go forward without fear, he shaped the assurance. What has troubled this land has gone. A long time ago. Dalgard was not surprised at Shuri's negative answer. Within days they have been here. But they have gone once more. It will be wise for us to learn what they wanted here. Have they come to establish a base here once more? Dalgard brought into the open the one threat which had hung over his own clan since they first learned that a few of those others still lived, even if overseas. If that is their plan, they have not yet done it. Shuri rolled over on his back and stretched. He had lost that tenseness of a hound in leash which had marked him the night before. This was one of their secret places, holding much of their knowledge. They may return here on quest for that learning. All at once Dalgard was conscious of a sense of urgency. Suppose that what Shuri suggested was the truth, that those others were attempting to recover the skills which had brought on the devastating war that had turned this whole eastern continent into a wilderness. Equipped with even the crumbs of such discoveries, they would be enemies against which the Terran colonists could not hope to stand. The few weapons their outlaw ancestors had brought with them on their desperate flight to the stars were long since useless, and they had had no way of duplicating them. Since childhood Dalgard had seen no arms except the bows and the sword knives carried by all venturing away from homeport. And what use would a bow or a foot or two of sharpened metal be against things which could kill from a distance or turn rock itself into a flowing, molten river? He was impatient to move on, to reach this city of forgotten knowledge which Shuri was sure lay before them. Perhaps the colonists could draw upon what was stored there as well as those others could. Then he remembered, not only remembered but was corrected by Shuri. Think not of taking their weapons into your hands. Shuri did not look up as he gave that warning. Long ago your father's fathers knew that the knowledge of those others was not for their taking. A dimly remembered story, a warning impressed upon him during his first guided trips into the ruins near Homeport flashed into Dalgard's mind. Yes, he knew that some things had been forbidden to his kind. For one, it was best not to examine too closely the bands of color patterns which served those others as a means of written record. Tapes of the aliens' records had been found and stored at Homeport. But not one of the colonists had ventured to try to break the color code and learn what lay locked in those bands. Once long ago such an experiment had led to the brink of disaster, and such delvings were now considered too dangerous to be allowed. But there was no harm in visiting this city, and certainly he must make some report to the council about what might be taking place here, especially if those others were in residence or visited the site. Shuri still kept to the fields, avoiding the highway, until mid-morning, and then he made an abrupt turn and brought them out on the soil-drifted surface of the road. The land here was seemingly deserted. No moth birds performed their air ballets overhead, and they did not see a single hopper. That is, they did not until the road dipped before them and they started down into a cupped hollow filled with buildings. The river, whose delta they had earlier seen, made a half-loop about the city, lacing it in. And here were no signs of the warfare which had ruined the port. But in the middle of the road lay a bloody bunch of fur and splintered bone, insects busy about it. Shuri used the point of his spear to straighten out the small corpse, displaying its headlessness. And before they reached the outer buildings of the city they found 4 more hoppers all mangled. Not a snake devil, Dalgard deduced. As far as he knew only the huge reptiles or their smaller flying dragon cousins preyed upon animals. But a snake devil would have left no remains of anything as small as a hopper, one mouthful which could not satisfy its gnawing hunger. And a flying dragon would have picked the bones clean. Them. Shuri's reply was clipped. They hunt for sport. Dalgard felt a little sick. To his mind, hoppers were to be treated with friendship. Only against the snake devils and the flying dragons were the colonists ever at war. No wonder that Hopper had run from them back on the plain during yesterday's journey. The buildings before them were not the rounded domes of the isolated farms, but a series of upward-pointing shafts. They walked through a tall gap which must have supported a now-disappeared barrier gate, and their passing was signaled by a whispering sound as they shuffled through the loose sand and soil drifted there in a miniature dune. This city was in a better state of preservation than any Dalgard had previously visited. But he had no desire to enter any of the gaping doorways. It was as if the city rejected him and his kind, as if to the past that brooded here he was no more than a curious hopper or a fluttering, short-lived moth bird. Old and with wisdom hidden in it, he caught the trail of thought from Shuri. And he was certain that the merman was no more at ease here than he himself was. As the street they followed brought them into an open space surrounded by more imposing buildings, they made another discovery which blotted out all thoughts of forbidden knowledge and awakened them to a more normal and everyday danger. A fountain, which no longer played but gave birth to a crooked stream of water, was in the center. And in the muddy verge of the stream, pressed deep, was the fresh track of a snake devil. Almost full-grown, Dalgard estimated, measuring the print with his fingers. Shuri pivoted slowly, studying the circle of buildings about them. An hour, maybe 2, Dalgard gave a hunter's verdict on the age of the print. He, too, eyed those buildings. To meet a snake devil in the open was one thing, to play hide-and-seek with the cunning monster in a warren such as this was something else again. He hoped that the reptile had been heading for the open, but he doubted it. This mass of buildings would provide just the type of shelter which would appeal to it for a lair. And snake devils did not den alone. Try by the river, Shuri gave advice. Like Dalgard, he accepted the necessity of the chase. No intelligent creature ever lost the chance to kill a snake devil when fortune offered it. And he and the scout had hunted together on such trails before. Now they slipped into familiar roles from long practice. They took a route which should lead them to the river, and within a matter of yards, came across evidence proving that the merman had guessed correctly. A second claw print was pressed deep in a patch of drifted soil. Here the buildings were of a new type, windowless, perhaps storehouses. But what pleased Dalgard most was the fact that most of them showed tightly closed doors. There was no chance for their prey to lurk in wait. We should smell it. Shuri picked that worry out of the scout's mind and had a ready answer for it. Sure, they should smell the lair. Nothing could cloak the horrible odor of a snake devil's home. Dalgard sniffed vigorously as he padded along. Though odd smells clung to the strange buildings, none of them were actively obnoxious, yet. River. There was the river at the end of the way they had been following, a way which ended in a wharf built out over the oily flow of water. Blank walls were on either side. If the snake devil had come this way, he had found no hiding place. Across the river. Dalgard gave a resigned grunt. For some reason he disliked the thought of swimming that stream, of having his skin laved by the turgid water with its brown sheen. There is no need to swim. Dalgard's gaze followed Shuri's pointing finger. But what he saw bobbing up and down, pulled a little downstream by the current, did not particularly reassure him. It was manifestly a boat, but the form was as alien as the city around them. 4. Civilization. Raph surveyed the wide sweep of prairie where dawn gave a gray tinge to soften the distance and mark the rounded billows of the ever-rippling grass. He tried to analyze what it was about this world which made it seem so untouched, so fresh and new. There were large sections of his own Terra which had been abandoned after the Big Burn-Off and the Atomic Wars, or later after the Counter-Revolution which had defeated the Empire of Pax. During which mankind had slipped far back on the road to civilization. But he had never experienced this same feeling when he had ventured into those wildernesses. Almost he could believe that the records Hobart had showed him were false, that this world had never known intelligent life herding together in cities. He walked slowly down the ramp, drawing deep breaths of the crisp air. The day would grow warmer with the rising sun. But now it was just the sort of morning which led him to be glad he was alive, and young. Maybe part of it was because he was free of the ship and at last not just excess baggage but a man with a definite job before him. Spacemen tended to be young. But until this moment Raph had never felt the real careless freedom of youth. Now he was moved by a desire to disobey orders, to take the flitter up by himself and head off into the blue of the brightening sky for more than just a test flight. Not to explore Hobart's city but to cruise over the vast sea of grass and find out its wonders for himself. But the discipline which had shaped him almost since birth sent him now to check the flyer and wait, inwardly impatient, for Hobart, Lablet, and Sortie, the Comtech, to join him. The wait was not a long one since the three others, with equipment hung about, tramped down the ramp as Raph settled himself behind the control board of the flyer. He triggered the shield which snapped over them for a windbreak and brought the flitter up into the spreading color of the morning. Beside him Hobart pressed the button of the automatic recorder, and in the seat behind, Sortie had the headset of the comm clamped over his ears. They were not only making a record of their trip, they were continuing in constant communication with the ship, now already a silver pencil far to the rear. It was some 2 hours later that they discovered what was perhaps one reason for the isolation of the district in which the RS-10 had set down. Rolling foothills rose beneath them and miles ahead the white-capped peaks of a mountain range made a broken outline against the turquoise sky. The broken lands would be a formidable barrier for any foot travelers. There were no easy roads through that series of sharp lifts and narrow valleys. And the one stream they followed for a short space descended from the heights in spectacular falls. Twice they skimmed thick growths of trees, so tightly packed that from the air they resembled a matted carpet of green-blue. And to cut through such a forest would be an impossible task. The four in the flitter seldom spoke. Raph kept his attention on the controls. Sudden currents of air were tricky here, and he had to be constantly alert to hold the small flyer on an even keel. His glimpses of what lay below were only snatched ones. At last it was necessary to zoom far above the vegetation of the lower slopes, to reach an altitude safe enough to clear the peaks ahead. Since the air supply within the windshield was constant they need not fear lack of oxygen. But Raph was privately convinced, as they soared, that the range might well compare in height with those Asian mountains which dominated all the upflung reaches of his native world. When they were over the sharp points of that chain disaster almost overtook them. A freakish air current caught the flitter as if in a giant hand, and Raph fought for control as they lost altitude past the margin of safety. Had he not allowed for just such a happening they might have been smashed against one of the rock tips over which they skimmed to a precarious safety. Raph, his mouth dry, his hands sweating on the controls, took them up, higher than was necessary, to coast above the last of that rocky spine to see below the beginning of the downslopes leading to the plains the range cut in half. He heard Hobart draw a hissing breath. That was a close call. Lablet's precise, lecturer's voice cut through the drone of the motor. Yeah, Sortie echoed, looked like we might be sandwich meat there for a while. The kid knows his stuff after all. Raph grinned a little sourly, but he did not answer that. He ought to know his trade. Why else would he be along? They were each specialists in one or two fields. But he had good sense enough to keep his mouth shut. That way the less one had to regret minutes, or hours, later. The land on the south side of the mountains was different in character to the wild northern plains. Fields. It did not require that identification from Lablet to point out what they had already seen. The section below was artificially divided into long narrow strips. But the vegetation growing on those strips was no different from the northern grass they had seen about the spacer. Not cultivated now, the scientist amended his first report. It's reverting to grassland. Raph brought the flitter closer to the ground so that when a domed structure arose out of a tangle of overgrown shrubs and trees they were not more than 50 feet above it. There was no sign of life about the dwelling, if dwelling it was, and the unkempt straggle of growing things suggested that it had been left to itself through more than one season. Lablet wanted to set down and explore, but the captain was intent upon reaching the city. A solitary farm was of little value compared with what they might learn from a metropolis. So, rather to Raph's relief, he was ordered on. He could not have explained why he shrank from such investigation. Where earlier that morning he had wanted to take the flitter and go off by himself to explore the world which seemed so bright and new. Now he was glad that he was only the pilot of the flyer and that the others were not only in his company but ready to make the decisions. He had a queer distaste for the countryside, a disinclination to land near that dome. Beyond the first of the deserted farms they came to the highway and, since the buckled and half-buried roadway ran south, Hobart suggested that they use it as a visible guide. More isolated dome houses showed in the course of an hour. And their fields were easy to map from the air. But nowhere did the Terrans see any indication that those fields were in use. Nor were there any signs of animal or bird life. The weird desolation of the landscape began to work its spell on the men in the flitter. There was something unnatural about the country, and with every mile the flyer clocked off, Raph longed to be heading in the opposite direction. The domes drew closer together, made a cluster at crossroads, gathered into a town in which all the buildings were the same shape and size, like the cells of a wasp nest. Raph wondered if those who had built them had not been humanoid at all, but perhaps insects with a hive mind. And because that thought was unpleasant he resolutely turned his attention to the machine he piloted. They passed over 4 such towns, all marking intersections of roads running east and west, north and south, with precise exactness. The sun was at noon or a little past that mark when Captain Hobart gave the order to set down so that they could break out rations and eat. Raph brought the flitter down on the cracked surface of the road, mistrusting what might lie hidden in the field grass. They got out and walked for a space along pavement which had once been smooth. High-powered traffic, that was Lablet. He had gone down on one knee and was tracing a finger along the substance. Straight, Sortie squinted against the sun. Nothing stopped them, did it? We want a road here and we'll get it. That sort of thing. Must have been master engineers. To Raph the straight highways suggested something else. Master engineering, certainly. But a ruthlessness too, as if the builders, who refused to accept any modifications of their original plans from nature, might be as arrogant and self-assured in other ways. He did not admire this relic of civilization. In fact it added to his vague uneasiness. The land was so still, under the whisper of the wind. He discovered that he was listening for the buzz of an insect, the squeak of some grass dweller, anything which would mean that there was life about them. As he chewed on the ration concentrate and drank sparingly from his canteen, Raph continued to listen. Without result. Hobart and Lablet were engrossed in speculation about what might lie ahead. Sortie had gone back to the flitter to make his report to the ship. The pilot sat where he was, content to be forgotten, but eager to see an animal peering at him from cover, a bird winging through the air. If we don't hit it by nightfall, but we can't be that far away. I'll stay out and try tomorrow. That was Hobart. And since he was captain, what he said was probably what they would do. Rav shied away from the thought of spending the night in this haunted land. Though, on the other hand, he would be utterly opposed to lifting the flitter over those mountains again except in broad daylight. But the problem did not arise, for they found their city in the mid-afternoon, the road bringing them straight to an amazing collection of buildings, which appeared doubly alien to their eyes since it did not include any of the low domes they had seen heretofore. Here were towers of needle slimness, solid blocks of almost windowless masonry looking twice as bulky beside those same towers, archways stringing at dizzy heights above the ground from one skyscraper to the next. And here time and nature had been at work. Some of the towers were broken off, a causeway displayed a gap. Once it had been a breathtaking feat of engineering, far more impressive than the highway, now it was a slowly collapsing ruin. But before they had time to take it all in, Sortie gave an exclamation. "Something coming through on our wave band, sir." He leaned forward to dig fingers into Hobart's shoulder. "Message of some kind, I'd swear to it." Hobart snapped into action. "Kirby, set down, there." His choice of a landing place was the flat top of a nearby building, one which stood a little apart from its neighbors and, as Raph could see, was not overlooked except by a ruined tower. He circled the flitter. The machine had been specially designed to land and take off in confined spaces, and he knew all there was possible to learn about its handling on his home world. But he had never tried to bring it down on a roof, and he was very sure that now he had no margin for error left him, not with Hobart breathing impatiently beside him, his hands moving as if, as a pilot of a spacer, he could well take over the controls here. Raph circled twice, eyeing the surface of the roof in search of any break which could mean a crack up at landing. And then, though he refused to be hurried by the urgency of the men with him, he came in, cutting speed, bringing them down with only a slight jar. Hobart twisted around to face Sortie. "Still getting it?" The other, cupping his earphones to his head with his hands, nodded. "Give me a minute or two," he told them, "and I'll have a fix." They're excited about something, the way this jabber is coming through. About us, Raph thought. The ruined tower topped them to the south. And to the east and west there were buildings as high as the one they were perched on. But the town he had seen as he maneuvered for a landing had held no signs of life. Around them were only signs of decay. Lablet got out of the flitter and walked to the edge of the roof, leaning against the parapet to focus his vision glasses on what lay below. After a moment Raph followed his example. Silence and desolation, windows like the eye pits in bone-picked skulls. There were even some small patches of vegetation rooted and growing in pockets erosion had carved in the walls. To the pilot's uninformed eyes the city looked wholly dead. "Got it." Sorikki's exultant cry brought them back to the flitter. As if his body was the indicator, he had pivoted until his outstretched hand pointed southwest. About a quarter of a mile that way. They shielded their eyes against the westering sun. A block of solid masonry loomed high in the sky, dwarfing not only the building they were standing on but all the towers around it. Its imposing lines made clear its one-time importance. Palace, mused Lablet, or capital. I'd say it was just about the heart of the city. He dropped his glasses to swing on their cord, his eyes glistening as he spoke directly to Raph. "Can you set us down on that?" The pilot measured the curving roof of the structure. A crazy fool might try to make a landing there. But he was no crazy fool. Not on that roof, he spoke with decision. To his relief the captain confirmed his verdict with a slow nod. Better find out more first. Hobart could be cautious when he wanted to. "Are they still broadcasting, Sortie?" The comtech had stripped the earphones from his head and was rubbing one ear. "Are they?" he exploded. "I'd think you could hear them clear over there, sir." And they could. The gabble-gabble which bore no resemblance to any language Tara knew boiled out of the phones. "Someone's excited," Lablet commented in his usual mild tone. "Maybe they've discovered us." Hobart's hand went to the weapon at his belt. "We must make peaceful contact, if we can." Lablet took off his helmet and ran his fingers through the scrappy gingeran-gray fringe receding from his forehead. "Yes, contact will be necessary," he said thoughtfully. Well, he was supposed to be their expert on that. Raph watched the older man with something akin to amusement. The pilot had a suspicion that none of the other three, Lablet included, was in any great hurry to push through contact with unknown aliens. It was a case of dancing along on shore before having to plunge into the chill of autumn sea waves. Terrans had explored their own solar system, and they had speculated learnedly for generations on the problem of intelligent alien life. There had been all kinds of reports by experts and would-be experts. But the stark fact remained that heretofore mankind as born on the third planet of Sol had not encountered intelligent alien life. And just how far did speculations, reports, and arguments go when one was faced with the problem to be solved practically, and speedily? Raph's own solution would have been to proceed with caution and yet more caution. Under his technical training he had far more imagination than any of his officers had ever realized. And now he was certain that the best course of action was swift retreat until they knew more about what was to be faced. But in the end the decision was taken out of their hands. A muffled exclamation from Lablet brought them all around to see that distant curving roof crack wide open. From the shadows within, a flyer spiraled up into the late afternoon sky. Raph reached the flitter in 2 leaps. Without orders he had the spray gun ready for action, on point and aimed at the bobbing machine heading toward them. From the earphones Sortie had left on the seat the gabble had risen to a screech and one part of Raph's brain noted that the sounds were repetitious. Was an order to surrender being broadcast? His thumb was firm on the firing button of the gun and he was about to send a warning burst to the right of the alien when an order from Hobart stopped him cold. "Take it easy, Kirby." Sortie said something about a gun-happy flitter pilot, but, Raph noted with bleak eyes, the comtech kept his own hand close to his belt arm. Only Lablet stood watching the oncoming alien ship with placidity. But then, as Raph had learned through the long voyage of the spacer, a period of time which had left few character traits of any of the crew hidden from their fellows, the xenobiologist was a fatalist and strictly averse to personal combat. The pilot did not leave his seat at the gun. But within seconds he knew that they had lost the initial advantage. As the tongue-shaped stranger thrust at them and then swept on to glide above their heads so that the weird shadow of the ship licked them from light to dark and then to light again, Raph was certain that his superiors had made the wrong decision. They should have left the city as soon as they picked up those signals, if they could have gone then. He studied the other flyer. Its lines suggested speed as well as mobility, and he began to doubt if they could have escaped with that craft trailing them. Well, what would they do now? The alien flyer could not land here, not without coming down flat upon the flitter. Maybe it would cruise overhead as a warning threat until the city dwellers were able to reach the Terrans in some other manner. Tense, the 4 spacemen stood watching the graceful movements of the flyer. There were no visible portholes or openings anywhere along its ovoid sides. It might be a robot-controlled ship, it might be anything, Raph thought, even a bomb of sorts. If it was being flown by some human, or non-human, flyer, he was a master pilot. "I don't understand," Sortie moved impatiently. "They're just shuttling around up there. What do we do now?" Lablet turned his head. He was smiling faintly. "We wait," he told the comtech. "I should imagine it takes time to climb 20 flights of stairs, if they have stairs." Sorikki's attention fell from the flyer hovering over their heads to the surface of the roof. Raph had already looked that over without seeing any opening. But he did not doubt the truth of Lablet's surmise. Sooner or later the aliens were going to reappear. And it did not greatly matter to the maroon Terrans whether they would drop from the sky or rise from below. 5. Banded Devil. Familiar only with the wave-riding outriggers, Dalgard took his seat in the alien craft with misgivings. And oddly enough it also bothered him to occupy a post which earlier had served not a non-human such as Shuri, whom he admired, but a humanoid whom he had been taught from childhood to avoid, if not fear. The skiff was rounded at bow and stern with very shallow sides and displayed a tendency to whirl about in the current, until Shuri, with his instinctive knowledge of watercraft, used one of the queerly shaped paddles tucked away in the bottom to both steer and propel them. They did not strike directly across the river but allowed the current to carry them in a diagonal path so that they came out on the opposite bank some distance to the west. Shuri brought them ashore with masterly skill where a strip of sod angled down to the edge of the water, marking, Dalgard decided, what had once been a garden. The buildings on this side of the river were not set so closely together. Each, standing some 2 or 3 stories high, was encircled by green, as if this had been a section of private dwellings. They pulled the light boat out of the water and Shuri pointed at the open door of the nearest house. In there. Dalgard agreed that it might be well to hide the craft against the return. Although as yet they had found no physical evidence, other than the dead hoppers, that they might not be alone in the city, he wanted a means of escape ready if such a flight would be necessary. In the meantime there was the snake devil to track, and that wily creature, if it had swum the river, might be lurking at present in the next silent street, or miles away. Shuri, spear ready, was trotting along the paved lane, his head up as he thought-quested for any hint of life about them. Dalgard tried to follow that lead. But he knew that it would be Shuri's stronger power which would warn them first. They cast east from where they had landed, studying the soil of each garden spot, hunting for the unmistakable spoor of the giant reptile. And within a matter of minutes they found it, the mud still moist as Dalgard proved with an exploring fingertip. At the same time Shuri twirled his spear significantly. Before them the lane ran on between 2 walls without any breaks. Dalgard unkissed his bow and strung it. From his quiver he chose one of the powerful arrows, the points of which were kept capped until use. A snake devil, with its nervous system controlled not from the tiny, brainless head but from a series of auxiliary brains, at points along its powerful spine, could and would go on fighting even after that head was shorn away. As the first colonists had discovered when they depended on the deadly ray guns fatal to any Terran life. But the poison-tipped arrow Dalgard now handled, with confidence in its complete efficiency, paralyzed within moments and killed in a quarter-hour one of the scaled monstrosities. Lair. Dalgard did not need that warning thought from his companion. There was no mistaking that sickly sweet stench born of decaying animal matter, which was the betraying effluvium of a snake devil's lair. He turned to the right-hand wall and with a running leap reached its broad top. The lane curved to end in an archway cut through another wall, which was higher than Dalgard's head even when he stood on his present elevation. But bands of ornamental patterning ran along the taller barrier, and he was certain that it could be climbed. He lowered a hand to Shuri and hoisted the merman up to join him. But Shuri stood for a long moment looking ahead, and Dalgard knew that the merman was disturbed, that the wall before them had some terrifying meaning for the native Astron. So vivid was the impression of what could only be termed horror, that Dalgard dared to ask a question. "What is it?" The merman's yellow eyes turned from the wall to his companion. Behind his hatred of this place there was another emotion Dalgard could not read. "This is the place of sorrow, the place of separation. But they paid, oh, how they paid, after that day when the fire fell from the sky." His scaled and taloned feet moved in a little shuffling war dance, and his spear spun and quivered in the sunlight, as Dalgard had seen the spears of the mere warriors move in the mock combats of their unexplained, and to his kind unexplainable rituals. Then did our spears drink, and knives eat. Shuri's fingers brushed the hilt of the wicked blade swinging from his belt. Then did the people make separations and sorrows for them. And it was accomplished that we went forth into the sea to be no longer bond but free. And they went down into the darkness and were no more, in Dalgard's head the chant of his friend skirled up in a paean of exultation. Shuri shook his spear at the wall. No more the beast and the death, his thoughts swelled, a shout of victory. For where are they who sat and watched many deaths? They are gone as the wave smashes itself upon the coast rocks and is no more. But the people are free and never more shall those others put bonds upon them. Therefore do I say that this is a place of nothing, where evil has turned in upon itself and come to nothing. Just as those others will come to nothing since their own evil will in the end eat them up. He strode forward along the wall until he came to the barrier, seemingly oblivious of the carrion reek which told of a snake devil's den somewhere about. And he raised his arm high, bringing the point of his spear gratingly along the carved surface. Nor did it seem to Dalgard a futile gesture, for Shuri lived and breathed, stood free and armed in the city of his enemies, and the city was dead. Together they climbed the barrier, and then Dalgard discovered that it was the rim of an arena which must have seated close to 1,000 in the days of its use. It was a perfect oval in shape with tiers of seats now forming a staircase down to the center, where was a section ringed about by a series of archways. A high stone grille walled this portion away from the seats as if to protect the spectators from what might enter through those portals. Dalgard noted all this only in passing, for the arena was occupied, very much occupied. And he knew the occupiers only too well. 3 full-grown snake devils were stretched at pulpy ease, their filled bellies obscenely round, their long necks crowned with their tiny heads flat on the sand as they napped. A pair of half-grown monsters, not yet past the 6-foot stage, tore at some indescribable remnants of their elders feasting, hissing at each other and aiming vicious blows whenever they came within possible fighting distance. 3 more, not long out of their mothers' pouches, scrabbled in the earth about the sleeping adults. A good catch, Dalgard signaled Shuri, and the merman nodded. They climbed down from seat to seat. This could not rightfully be termed hunting when the quarry might be picked off so easily without risk to the archer. But as Dalgard notched his first arrow, he sighted something so surprising that he did not let the poison dart fly. The nearest sleeping reptile which he had selected as his mark stretched lazily without raising its head or opening its small eyes. And the sun caught on a glistening band about its short foreleg just beneath the joint of the taloned paw hands. No natural scales could reflect the light with such a brilliant glare. It could be only one thing, metal. A metal bracelet about the tearing arm of a snake devil. Dalgard looked at the other 2 sleepers. One was lying on its belly with its forearms gathered under it so that he could not see if it, also, were so equipped. But the other, yes, it was banded. Shuri stood at the grill, one hand on its stone divisions. His surprise equaled Dalgard's. It was not in his experience either that the untamed snake devils, regarded by merman and human alike as so dangerous as to be killed on sight, could be banded, as if they were personal pets. For a moment or two a wild idea crossed Dalgard's mind. How long was the natural lifespan of a snake devil? Until the coming of the colonists they had been the undisputed rulers of the deserted continent, stupid as they were, simply because of their strength and ferocity. A 12-foot, scale-armored monster, that could tear apart a duocorn with ease, might not be successfully vanquished by any of the fauna of Astra. And since the monsters did not venture into the sea, contact between them and the mermen had been limited to casual encounters at rare intervals. So, how long did a snake devil live? Were these creatures sprawled here in sleep ones that had known the domination of those others, though the fall of the master race of Astra must have occurred generations, hundreds of years in the past? No, Shuri's denial cut through that. The smaller one is not yet full-grown. It lacks the second neck ring. Yet it is banded. The merman was right. That unpleasant waddle of armored flesh which necklaced the serpent throat of the devil Dalgard had picked as his target was thin, not the thick roll of fat such as distinguished its 2 companions. It was not fully adult, yet the band was plain to see on the foreleg now stretched to its full length as the sun bored down to supply the heavy heat the snake devils relished next to food. Then, Dalgard did not like to think of what might be the answer to that, then. Shuri shrugged. It is plain that these are not wild roamers. They are here for a purpose. And that purpose, suddenly his arm shot out so that his fingers protruded through the slits in the stone grill. See. Dalgard had already seen, in seeing he knew hot and terrible anger. Out of the filthy mess in which the snake devils wallowed, something had rolled, perhaps thrown about in play by the unspeakable offspring. A skull, dried scraps of fur and flesh still clinging to it, stared hollow-eyed up at them. At least one merman had fallen prey to the nightmares who ruled the arena. Shuri hissed, and the red rage in his mind was plain to Dalgard. Once more they deal death here. His eyes went from the skull to the monsters. Kill. The command was imperative and sharp. Dalgard had qualified as a master bowman before he had first gone roving. And the killing of snake devils was a task which had been set every colonist since their first brush with the creatures. He snapped the cap off the glass splinter point, designed to pin and then break off in the hide so that any clawing foot which tore out an arrow could not rid the victim of the poisonous head. The archer's mark was under the throat where the scales were soft and there was a chance of piercing the skin with the first shot. The growls of the two feeding youngsters covered the snap of the bow cord as Dalgard shot. And he did not miss. The brilliant scarlet feather of the arrow quivered in the baggy roll of flesh. With a scream which tore at the human's eardrums, the snake devil reared to its hind feet. It made a tearing motion with the banded forearm which scraped across the back of one of its companions. And then it fell back to the blood-stained sand, limp, a greenish foam drooling from its fangs. As the monster that the dead devil had raked roused, Dalgard had his chance for another good mark. And the second scarlet shaft sped straight to the target. But the third creature which had been sleeping belly down on the sand presented only its armored back, a hopeless surface for an arrow to pierce. It had opened its eyes and was watching the now motionless bodies of its fellows. But it showed no disposition to move. It was almost as if it somehow understood that as long as it remained in its present position it was safe. The small ones. Dalgard needed no prompting. He picked off easily enough the two half-grown ones. The infants were another problem. Far less sluggish than their huge elders, they sensed that they were in danger and fled. One took refuge in the pouch of its now dead parent, and the others moved so fast that Dalgard found them difficult targets. He killed one which had almost reached an archway and at length nicked the second in the foot, knowing that, while the poison would be slower in acting, it would be as sure. Through all of this the third adult devil continued to lie motionless, only its wicked eyes giving any indication that it was alive. Dalgard watched it impatiently. Unless it would move, allow him a chance to aim at the soft underparts, there was little chance of killing it. What followed startled both hunters, versed as they were in the usual mechanics of killing snake devils. It had been an accepted premise, through the years since the colonists had known of the monsters, that the creatures were relatively brainless, mere machines which fought, ate, and killed, incapable of any intelligent reasoning. And therefore only dangerous when one was surprised by them or when the hunter was forced to face them inadequately armed. This snake devil was different, as it became increasingly plain to the two behind the grill. It had remained safe during the slaughter of its companions because it had not moved, almost as if it had wit enough not to move. And now, when it did change position, its maneuvers, simple as they were, underlined the fact that this one creature appeared to have thought out a solution to its situation, as rational a solution as Dalgard might have produced had it been his problem. Still keeping its soft underparts covered, it edged about in the sand until its back, with the impenetrable armor plates, was facing the grill behind which the hunters stood. Retracting its neck between its shoulders and hunching its powerful back limbs under it, it rushed from that point of danger straight for one of the archways. Dalgard sent an arrow after it, only to see the shaft scrape along the heavy scales and bounce to the sand. Then the snake devil was gone. Banded, the word reached Dalgard. Shuri had been cool enough to note that while the human hunter had been only bewildered by the untypical actions of his quarry. It must be intelligent. The scout's statement was more than half protest. Where they are concerned, one may expect many evil wonders. We've got to get that devil. Dalgard was determined on that. Though to run down, through this maze of deserted city, an enraged snake devil, above all, a snake devil which appeared to have some reasoning powers, was not a prospect to arouse any emotion except grim devotion to duty. It goes for help. Dalgard, startled, stared at his companion. Shuri was still by the grill, watching that archway through which the devil had disappeared. What kind of help? For a moment Dalgard pictured the monster returning at the head of a regiment of its kind, able to tear out this grill and get at their soft-fleshed enemies behind it. Safety, protection, Shuri told him. And I think that the place to which it now flees is one we should know. Those others. The sun had not clouded, it still streamed down in the torrid heat of early afternoon, warm on their heads and shoulders. Yet Dalgard felt as chill as if some autumn wind had laid its lash across the small of his back. They are not here. But they have been, and it is possible that they return. The devil goes to where it expects to find them. Shuri was already on his way, running about the arena's curve to reach the point above the archway through which the snake devil had raced. Dalgard padded after him, bow in hand. He trusted Shuri implicitly when it came to tracking. If the merman said that the snake devil had a definite goal in view, he was right. But the scout was still a little bemused by a monster who was able to have any goal except the hunting and devouring of meat. Either the one who fled was a freak among its kind or, there were several possibilities which could answer that or, and none of them were very pleasant to consider. They reached the section above the archway and climbed the tiers of seat benches to the top of the wall. Only to see no exit below them. In fact nothing but a wide sweep of crushed brown tangle which had once been vegetation. It was apparent that there was no door below. Shuri sped down again. He climbed the grill and was on his way to the sand when Dalgard caught up with him. Together they ventured into the underground passage which the snake devil had chosen. The stench of the lair was thick about them. Dalgard coughed, sickened by the foul odor. He was reluctant to advance. But, to his growing relief, he discovered that it was not entirely dark. Set in the roof at intervals were plates which gave out a violet light, making a dim twilight which was better than total darkness. It was a straight passage without any turns or openings. But the horrible odor was constant, and Dalgard began to think that they might be running head-on into another lair, perhaps one as well populated as that they had left behind them. It was against nature for the snake devils he had known to lair under cover, they preferred narrow rocky places where they could bask in the sun. But then the devil they now pursued was no ordinary one. Shuri reassured him. There is no lair, only the smell because they have come this way for many years. The passage opened into a wide room and here the violet light was stronger, bright enough to make plain the fact that alcoves opened off it, each and every one with a barred grille for a door. There was no mistaking that once this had been a prison of sorts. Shuri did no exploring but crossed the room at his shuffling trot, which Dalgard matched. The way leading out on the opposite side slanted up, and he judged it might bring them out at ground level. The devil waits, Shuri warned, because it fears. It will turn on us when we come. Be ready. They were at another door, and before them was a long corridor with tall window openings near the ceiling which gave admittance to the sunlight. After the gloom of the tunnel, Dalgard blinked. But he was aware of movement at the far end, just as he heard the hissing scream of the monster they trailed.